Is this basic model no longer advanced? Does that mean that the most basic model of the J36 can be exported? The Raptor CE that the chief executive exports to minibuses is the Raptor C, right? Even this aircraft can be exported. I think the basic model of the J36 is also acceptable. If we really need to redesign a new model, it will take a long time, and it may not be possible to come up with it in 2 years. So why don't you consider it? At this time, Wang Yuzheng was dumbfounded. What happened? This guy actually planned to directly export the J36 in active service. As for me, I was using the J36 to upgrade my own model. It sounded outrageous, but when I thought about it, it seemed that it was indeed the case. The reason why the J36 cannot be exported is because we have to ensure that we are sufficiently advanced than the other party. As long as we have a huge advantage, the basic model of the J36 can be exported, just like the Raptor C can be exported. At this time, Wang Yuzheng had gradually accepted Li Zhenhua's views, and he was also thinking about the advantages and disadvantages of doing so. The advantage is that it allows them to upgrade based on the J36. If there is a basic model, the development time is much shorter than that of a new one. Moreover, these J36s that are currently in service in Zhuzhou can choose to retire to some extent. After that, they only need to go to the overhaul shop for inspection. If there is nothing wrong, they can be shipped to the minibus immediately. Then I wait for the latest models to be used, and the replaced old models can be sold to minibuses. With these payments, the Air Force can purchase a batch of new models of J36s. As for the shortcomings, it is that the impact it has on the international community may conflict with Kyushu's usual image. Moreover, compared with the re-researched models, all the data of this aircraft is readily available, so for minibuses, it is safe to use. Okay, I know this matter, and it can't be settled by just saying it now. We need to have a meeting to study this together, and you should also make preparations. As soon as the results come out, I will contact you immediately. Wang Yuzheng agreed with his point of view in theory. As for the final result, it still depends on the resolution reached at the final meeting of the upper management. When he made this call, he had already reached a conclusion in his mind as to whether the superiors would agree with his idea. In fact, when Wang Yuzheng finally said that he would hold a meeting to study, he knew that this matter should be close to 10. That meant that he could start the research and development of the J36. He put down the phone in his hand and looked around his own workshop. Looking at the surrounding automotive laboratories that have completed most of the renovations, I can't help but sigh. You have a hard life, and you have endless things to worry about every day. If you don't look for things, things will come back to find you. Can't you just let me be honest and play something that interests me? Alas, my magical weapon, my double-edged helicopter, how could you keep me farther and farther away? Although he was thinking this in his mind, since the problem had come to him, he had to start solving it. Only by solving all the troubles would he have his own research and development time. Immediately, the upgrade work of the J36 began. In the workshop lounge, he first told Li Yun that he would not go home at noon, and then went directly into the virtual laboratory. For the J36 Suzaku fighter jet, he had already considered the follow-up upgrade plan before. Now, the performance of this aircraft cannot be said, but the only restriction on him is the combat radius. As a small unmanned fighter jet, the range has become the most important factor restricting his combat power. The bomb load of this fighter is enough to meet combat needs, and if you want to increase the range, it is nothing more than 2 directions. A pair of engines are optimized to make it more fuel efficient without affecting the output power. The second is to appropriately improve the appearance of the fuselage and slightly increase the size so that it can carry more fuel, thereby achieving the purpose of increasing the range. As for how to choose the direction for improvement, he didn't make many choices at all. There is a saying that only children make choices, and of course adults want them all. On the basis of improving the engine, the body is also increased accordingly, so as to achieve the goal in a two-pronged approach. While he was concentrating on product upgrade research, his proposal also became a topic of discussion among the military. Regarding the issue of whether to export the J36, Wang Yuzheng explained Li Zhenhua's point of view clearly. After listening to the leaders present at the meeting, most of them felt that this idea was good. There is no need to develop new models, and it can increase one's combat power by a large margin. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? After making this decision, these people then began to discuss how to further improve the strength of the minibus and strive to allow it to completely disintegrate and eliminate Silubi as soon as possible. This organization is also called Jafang Army, which is simply an insult. Recently, there have been many consecutive attacks against Kyushu people in *BA, which has made Kyushu very angry. However, it happened outside and it was not easy for them to intervene directly. If this had happened in our own home, these monsters would have been wiped out long ago, and they would have become the history of the world like a genocide. In 10 years, no one will remember such an organization. In fact, everyone in Kyushu is waiting for an opportunity, and then there will be an opportunity that is suitable to eliminate this organization, which is undoubtedly the upcoming Permanent Intergovernmental International Organization Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The functions of this organization include Regional Fang Kong, which gives Kyushu a real opportunity to participate. After the meeting, Wang Yuzhong informed Li Zhenhua of the resolution reached at the meeting and asked him to speed up the process as much as possible. He was waiting for the equipment needed to make a powered exoskeleton, and also took advantage of this free time to conduct research and development on how to upgrade the J-36. The time flow rate in the virtual laboratory is not the same as that in the outside world. It is precisely by using this extra time that in reality, the progress of the J-36 upgrade plan is very fast. At this moment, he is playing with a small turbofan engine in the virtual laboratory. Next to him is a turbofan that is not much different from it and has a very similar appearance. This engine is an upgrade based on that smaller one. The smaller one is the turbofan engine used by both the Suzaku 8 and the J-36. As for the engine he just built, it has improved the internal structure of the combustion chamber. This makes the internal temperature of the engine higher and achieves the purpose of stronger power. In the front section of the engine, a two-stage impeller is added to the compressor section to increase the boost ratio again, increase the airflow, and allow fuel to react with more oxygen. In addition, the overall engine bypass has also been improved to make the bypass ratio more reasonable. As far as the size of the new engine is concerned, the length has increased to 3 meters, an increase of 0.5 meters compared to before, but the diameter has not changed, still 65 centimeters. Due to the increase in volume, the weight has also increased accordingly, from the original 300 kilograms to 335 kilograms. With his current knowledge, this engine has been optimized and adjusted in many places, which has made a huge difference in the performance of the engine. Not only has the thrust increased, from the original 4.2 tons of afterburner thrust to 4.8 tons, but also due to the increase in compressors and airflow, it has also become more fuel efficient. Under the same usage conditions, this new engine can save 8%-12% of fuel. Since fuel is saved, the range will of course be improved. And this is just an improvement on the engine. After the engine improvement plan was determined, optimization of the airframe began. There is not much room for optimization in the appearance of the J-36 fighter, but now the length of the engine has been lengthened by 0.5 meters. Then the original internal space of the body cannot accommodate the lengthened engine. This requires that the body of the aircraft must be lengthened accordingly. As the body grows, the overall proportions will become uncoordinated, and the wingspan must also increase accordingly. In the end, after various calculations, figuring out the shape, and the cooperation of the wind tunnel, he finalized the improvement plan for the airframe. The total length of the aircraft has increased from the original 9.1 meters to 9.7 meters. The body of the fighter aircraft is still as fat as ever, and after this optimization, the body shape has become fatter again. Although it is fat, it has no impact on various performance, and I also think that this optimization has made it fatter, which also makes the main magazine of the fighter larger. It could only be equipped with 2 Thunderbolt 15s, but now they are stuffed in. Got a Thunderbolt 15. The addition of this missile alone can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of this aircraft, not to mention the increase in length and width of the aircraft. The larger the aircraft body, the more fuel it can carry. In terms of the total range, the result of the two-way running of the aircraft body and engine is that the range is increased by 18%. Regarding the indicator of short legs, the expected goal was fully achieved. As for the range indicator, he also reduced the original 2 cannons by 1, leaving only 1 cannon. Because during the use of the Air Force, the settings of the 2 cannons were reflected, and the dogfighting ability was a bit too strong. For modern air combat, dogfighting opportunities cannot be eliminated, but not too many. Then the design of 2 cannons is completely useless. It is enough to retain 1 cannon to allow the aircraft to have dogfighting capabilities. While he was busy with these things, the Kyushu military and various authorities were also actively promoting a regional anti-terrorism operation in Shanghai and within the minibus territory. Jinmen is the venue for the Shanghai Cooperation Summit. As the closest megacity to Peeping among the urban agglomerations in the capital region, Tianjin is also a port city. It was qualified as a venue for the summit. On the day of the summit, the heads of the 8 summit members came to Tianjin one after another. The meeting was held as scheduled, with discussions focusing on several major items such as economy and trade, environmental protection, culture, science and technology, education, finance, energy, and transportation. Among these major projects, the first few were quite normal and there were no major differences. However, when the energy item was discussed, different voices began to appear. Especially when it comes to energy, Modi has the most violent reaction. Even the emperor's side, which is an energy exporting country, does not react as much as him. We in Kyushu are undergoing a major transformation in energy and transportation, and we can say that we are already ahead of you. As members of the same organization, we in Jushu agree that we should have deeper cooperation in energy and transportation. In the future, electric energy and electric vehicles will replace the current energy and transportation situation, so we believe that all partners should develop in the direction of electric power. I won't write some things anymore. If I write too much, there will be no book left. There were many things discussed in this meeting, and in terms of energy and transportation, Soviet Russia and Minibus expressed their intention to give it a try on the spot, while the remaining 3 stands stated that this was not in line with their national conditions. Finally, the remaining ones left the us in White Elephant and were all watching. In terms of energy and transportation, that was it. However, in terms of regional Fangcon that was discussed later, despite all the difficulties, the preliminary intention was finally reached. The final target was located in the Jilaba organization, and then a series of operations began to be carried out. Kyushu was the most active in promoting this proposal, and the second most active was Soviet Russia. The least positive one is us in White Elephant. Because of the historical issues between him and Minibus, he had provided assistance to the Saluba organization, of course, in secret. Asan, who was the least active, said at the end that Fangcon and the others in the region lacked military strength and would not participate. Not long after the meeting, everyone went home to prepare. After Asan returned, he made a stumbling block behind his back and sent ammunition, supplies, and other supplies to Ji Lubi through secret channels. This can be said to be holding back everyone. They thought they were doing it without anyone noticing, but with a Sieve-like army, this news had already been placed on the desk of the Kyushu military. Although he knew about this situation, he had no choice but to write it down in his notebook and look for opportunities to retaliate later. More than 20 days after the meeting, a certain combined battalion received an order to set off. First, they moved mechanized towards the military station, then got on the train and drove towards the port with the minibus. There were many things that happened in the process, so I won't go into details one by one. The final result was that Salubi completely disappeared in the long river of history. From then on, there was no longer a Kangyu organization called Salubi. This anti-terrorism operation to eliminate the terrorist organization took less than 5 days in total. It felt like killing a chicken with a big knife. There was no pressure on the troops involved, and Minibus seemed extremely happy in the end, because in his country, this terrorist armed force was completely eliminated, and the province of Luben was completely under its jurisdiction. For Kyushu, this operation is a moment of reassurance for Kyushu people overseas. As for this operation, Kyushu did not publicize it, but simply broadcast it on the news one night. But there are always more caring people in the world, and then after 2 days of fermentation. The whole story of the incident was also found by many netizens over the firewall to find the real answer, and at this moment there was unprecedented unity on the internet in Kyushu. Of course, there was another moment of silence for the compatriots who had been attacked and killed before. But all this has nothing to do with Lee Jianhua. During this period of time, he finally entered all the drawings of the upgraded and improved J36 into the real computer and formed a work instruction book. After he completed the production operation instructions, all the information was sent to Wu Tianli, and then the trial production of the upgraded and improved J36 model began. For a mature production team, he did not need to do too much intervention, he no longer has to create it himself. The matter of the J36 fighter jet has come to an end here. Only when the fighter jet is actually built will he be involved in the follow-up matters again. On this day, Lee Jianhua drove a small electric hydraulic truck to unload the last wooden box from the truck at the door and transported it to the laboratory alone. After sending away the delivery truck, he returned to the workshop and looked at the materials that had been prepared in front of him. He was going to start playing with his big toy from today on. No one could stop him, he said. The first thing to manufacture is the battery pack. As mentioned before, the battery pack is not composed of 18,650 power batteries in series and parallel connection, but is learned from mobile phone batteries. The battery pack this time uses polymer technology. The battery pack he is manufacturing is called a graphene lithium-ion polymer battery. The entire battery pack is integrated, and the battery pack is designed with a supercharging electric shock and a hot-swappable quick replacement interface. In terms of battery safety, a series of innovative designs have been made. As long as the battery pack fails, the entire battery pack will automatically detach from the power exoskeleton. In terms of energy, the battery pack serves as the main energy source, and he designed a backup emergency energy source on the powered exoskeleton, which can only provide the main body with full power operation for 5 minutes. The battery pack is the simplest part of the entire system. After building the battery pack, he started manufacturing the main part, leaving the most difficult work on the electronic control system for last. Next, the main power unit, each micro motor, the main hydraulic cylinder, various auxiliary cylinders, and various pipelines. The main frame, as well as the bearings at each joint of the powered exoskeleton, were born bit by bit from his hands. Due to the manufacturing experience in the virtual laboratory, this time is equivalent to reviewing homework in reality, or it is more appropriate to copy homework. This powered exoskeleton is like telling you the correct answer, and you just need to copy it word for word. Although I already have the answer, it is not that easy during this copying operation. The reason is that this is also a delicate and serious work. Only by maintaining a high degree of concentration can the progress of the entire project be guaranteed. While he was concentrating on developing powered exoskeletons, aircraft manufacturing companies were also manufacturing improved J-36s. Just when everything was going well, a new model that couldn't stop the car caused new waves in Kyushu. You must know that there are still a lot of die-hard fans in Kyushu, especially various cloud fans who can't stop the car. There are no domestic models of cars that can't stop in Kyushu, and some are only imported models. Wang Qian lives in Peeping. His job is as a director, and he also runs a self-media Kuaido account. He is a die-hard fan of brake car. Ever since Bravo launched its first car, he would buy it as soon as possible. Just like when Apple came out, he was chasing after newer ones. It's the same this time. After state-owned enterprises such as Kyushu Divine Beast released graphene electric vehicles, his comments on the internet were extremely sour. He believed that this technology is definitely not as safe as the technology that cannot stop the car. He also posted speculations about other technologies. The technology may have originated from the video of the car being unable to stop. The serious look of that video would make anyone believe it, but in the face of the facts, his views are simply untenable. The general public is very discerning, so as soon as his views on this aspect were published, he was criticized. His body was completely damaged, so he hid the video. After the imported cars that could not stop were sold, he couldn't wait to pick up the car as soon as it arrived at the Tianjin port. But this time he felt something was wrong when he picked up the car, because in the past, he had to pay a price increase and make a reservation to buy the car, but this time it didn't happen at all. When he was picking up the car, he saw a lot of cars in the warehouse that couldn't stop the cars, but there were only a few people picking up the cars. But he didn't think much about it. He paid off the balance, handed over the replacement car keys, and drove home in his new car. He drove his new car all the way back to Peeping, but the car's battery didn't lose much power, which made him feel that the battery that couldn't stop the car was really awesome. He, a half-informed person who knew nothing about cars, started praising the car in his account. But not many people watched his praise video, and he didn't achieve many results. He didn't pay too much attention to this video. It was just a casual sharing, but the tone of his words sounded like the truth. Everything is calm, but he is a self-media person after all, and he always needs to find some topics. This is a topic he has recently focused on. Whether Qin Hui is a traitor or not, in fact, to put it bluntly, the core content is to clear Qin Hui's name. Then he posted an explanation video around the topic of whether Qin Hui was a traitor. There was a lot of nonsense in it, not much practical information, and some distorted views. In the end, he concluded that Qin Hui was not a treacherous minister, but he said that Grandpa Yufei was a warlord. As soon as this video was released, it didn't take long for it to attract the attention of a tour guide, and then the two started a series of arguments on the internet. In Wang Qiang's video, his views have no practical basis at all, and he was completely hurt by the black tour guide's meaningful remarks. In short, he was completely defeated in the confrontation, and the majority of netizens were also very helpful and reported his videos on a large scale that were not in line with core values. All the videos he had worked so hard to create and made up were reported and removed from the shelves. Wang Qiang also has a strong heart. Instead, he posted a video saying that he was raped online. This is like adding fuel to the fire. You can imagine what will happen to him next, which will be verbal and written criticism. Originally, these things have nothing to do with the car being unable to brake, but who asked Wang Qiang to post the video of the car being unable to brake? After removing the video on historical issues, most netizens moved to other fields. Later, the video of him being unable to stop the car was the first to be analyzed by netizens. This is incredible. Originally there was not much market in Kyushu, but this time it became popular again. In Wang Qiang's video, the first thing he boasted about was the huge energy of the battery pack that could not stop the car, how advanced the technology was, and how backward Kyushu's technology was. The technology that could not stop the car could throw all Kyushu's technology out of the way. However, after many netizens checked, this purely imported car cannot stop the new car, but the battery technology uses domestic technology. The parameter configuration of the car is clearly written on it. Battery capacity, 200 kWh. Manufacturer, Guangdong Pengcheng Bid Battery Manufacturing Company. The graphene lithium-ion battery used is authorized by Jushu Divine Beast Company. This discovery made everyone who paid attention to this matter unable to hold back, and they all felt that their defenses were broken. Director Wang Qiang's point of view is really that he can't stop the car by insisting on it, and he didn't even check the most basic information. The technology of the Kyushu Divine Beast can be said to be unable to stop the car. Originally, his incident of whitewashing Qin Hui and discrediting the national hero had not yet passed, but this time he boasted about it, which directly caused many netizens to label him a traitor. In the video posted by director Wang Qiang, many things were narrated as facts by Zhang Guanli Dai, which made the majority of netizens pay attention to the car itself from the video itself to the car itself. For the current cars that can't stop, black and red are also a kind of red. If they don't show up, they will completely disappear from Kyushu's site. But this kind of black and red did not bring them sales. After everyone knew about director Wang Qiang's time online, they gave him a reputation as a technical thief who couldn't stop the car. This was good, their reputation was completely ruined, and Strom, who was so angry that he was furious, had no way to restore his reputation. Really, any explanation they gave was useless. Originally, they could still sell a few cars, but after the video, they sold no more cars. Spending a price that can buy a white Tiger 200 to buy a car with a reputation as a technical thief that can't stop is a completely fool's errand. Moreover, there are so many graphene electric car models in Zhuzhou, covering an extremely wide range from high to low. Isn't it nice to buy a domestically produced car? In terms of graphene electric vehicles, all car companies in Kyushu dare to say that this vehicle uses entirely domestic technology without any foreign technology additions. Li Zhenhua was happy to see the series of tragedies that occurred when the car could not be stopped. After this incident, they had completely lost the Zhuzhou market. They can no longer suck blood from the Kyushu market and then feed back their space programs such as Starlink and Mars immigration. While he was watching the excitement, everything in his powered exoskeleton project was going smoothly, and there were no major problems at all. The series of incidents caused by Wang Qiang on the internet were finally determined by People's Daily. Topic: to reverse history, the masses need to keep their eyes open and distinguish right from wrong. In the center of the workshop, a set of newly released powered exoskeletons was hanging on a rack. It is exactly the same as the one he made in the virtual experiment. There is no difference. The only difference is that this set of powered exoskeletons is now completely black, while the one in the virtual experiment is a nude steel color. At this time, nearly half a year had passed since he started making the powered exoskeleton, which included the time he spent drawing pictures, waiting for materials, waiting for equipment, etc. Anyway, half a year has passed since he built the powered exoskeleton, and after half a year, he simplified the design of the powered exoskeleton in a virtual experiment. The hydraulic system was replaced with a lower-cost pneumatic system. He planned to make this design into a civilian product, and the pneumatic system was sufficient in terms of indicators. And now the hydraulic-powered exoskeleton he has developed can be completely transformed into a military model, and more protective armor can be added to the outside. It can also add a life support system to the powered exoskeleton, so that it can survive in harsher environments. Purpose of use. Of course, all of this is just his preliminary idea at the moment. As for what needs to be done, he has not really started yet, except for having a beginning on the external armor. He conducted a thorough inspection of the powered exoskeleton in front of him from the inside out. After confirming that it was correct, he began to actually put on the powered exoskeleton. This set of powered exoskeletons was named Chiyu by him, and of course he was also called the Soldier Master. Chu 0.8 is the full name of the powered exoskeleton. As for why there is a suffix of 0.8, you can completely understand it by adding a T at the end. This is determined by the load capacity. When he put the military leader Chiyu on his body and turned on the power, all the power in Chiyu's body began to operate. Wearing a piece of equipment weighing 80 kilograms on his body should have felt heavy, but now he feels extremely light, and he doesn't even feel the weight of 80 kilograms on his body. He had already felt this state in the virtual laboratory, and he was not surprised at all. He moved around the workshop very skillfully. After all, the space in the workshop was small. For him now wearing Chiyu, it was a bit difficult to move around. Some particularly large movements are not suitable for doing at all. For example, if he wants to try to see if he can run faster in reality, this project cannot be realized. Just as he was walking around the workshop, he came to the pit he had dug. Looking at the big pit in front of him, he suddenly had the idea of digging out the hive laboratory in his heart. And with Chiyu's bonus, I believe that this huge workload will not cost him much effort. As long as there is electricity, digging a hole is not that difficult at all if he is not too tired. Question. But as for digging the hole himself like a groundhog, after thinking about it, he decided to give up because it was completely unnecessary. Why bother wasting time wearing a Chiyu when there was already a shield machine? When he eliminated this idea from his mind, he was thinking about what he should do. At this moment, I suddenly remembered that the J-36 modified fighter jet was being produced in the aircraft manufacturing workshop, and there must be large parts that needed to be moved and assembled. Why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to verify how accurate this military master Chiyu's powered exoskeleton can be in the field of high-precision assembly? Then they saw a weirdo appear inside the Zhuzhou Divine Beast aircraft manufacturing factory. When the extremely bloated and disproportionate weirdo came closer, they discovered that this was their chairman. We walked all the way to the aircraft manufacturing experimental workshop, stood at the gate, and then passed a series of security checks before we came to the J-36 fighter project being assembled. When he appeared in front of everyone like this, many aircraft manufacturing workers present were stunned on the spot, because they were looking at Lee Jianhua with a novel look. Due to the nature of the work of these workers, they will not gossip much. Although they are extremely curious, the principle of confidentiality prevents them from exploring the details. It was also at this time that the upgraded and facelift J-36 was in need of an engine assembly. The total weight of this engine is 335 kilograms, and engine assembly is not an easy job in aircraft assembly. When he learned about the official engine that was going to be carried out next, he immediately became energetic, talked to people for a few words, and then came to the new engine that had been prepared for a long time. Under the gaze of everyone, Lee Jianhua stretched out his hands to lift the 335-kilogram engine in front of him from the placement platform, fixed the engine with his hands, and then walked towards the aircraft. When I came to the plane that was missing an engine, I carefully and slowly inserted the engine into the fuselage of the plane, and the surrounding workers were also nervously locking the engine that was already in place. In the next few days, Lee Jianhua spent time in the manufacturing workshop of the improved J-36, helping the master workers assemble large parts. With the help of such an unreasonable and strong man, the overall manufacturing progress of the J-36 has been greatly accelerated. At the aircraft manufacturing factory, almost everyone knows that their big boss recently wore a powered exoskeleton. However, this topic did not become a hot topic in the factory. Almost no one discussed this matter, as if it had not happened at all. This is simply because these workers know the rules. As workers in military-industrial enterprises, they still know what to say, what to see, and what to not see. The protagonist Lee Jianhua didn't take it seriously at all, because he had no intention of concealing Chi-Yu's body, and he had no intention of promoting it in the short term. This set of Chi-Yu's powered exoskeleton is just a large toy to him. It was made simply so that he can process or assemble large mechanical parts when he is alone. To put it bluntly, this is a piece of production equipment, and he classified it as a tool. As for the J-36 modified fighter, it finally took less than 2 months after he joined to complete the assembly of the entire fighter. At this moment, compared with the previous one, this one was obviously one size larger and fatter. It is not necessarily the same as before. There are still big differences in the middle. The first and most intuitive thing is that the previous J-36 was just over 9 meters tall. Look at it, it has reached 9.1 meters. As for the current J-36 facelift, first of all, the overall length is 0.6 meters longer than the old model, reaching 9.7 meters. If this is another 0.3 meters longer, the name of this aircraft within other companies will no longer be called Zuk 9 as now, it should be renamed Zuk 10. The fighter jet was transformed by him, which could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone for him. The first was to successfully complete the modification task of the J-36, and the second was to manufacture the modified version of the J-36, allowing him to use the Chi-Yu power in reality. The exoskeleton was put to practical testing. While he was busy with these things, since the joint operation was completed in the minibus country, and during the operation, the combined battalion sent by the Kyushu side had the cooperation of J-36A, and among them, the J-36A has achieved quite impressive results. Precision strikes are like performing an operation, and the J-36 can be called a scalpel. During the operation, the minibus side was also among them. They saw the excellent performance of the J-36, and they immediately showed their interest in the J-36 in front of representatives of the Kyushu side. The interest shown in the minibus played into Kyushu's hands. They had received instructions from their superiors before coming. After that, it was like they had discussed it, and the two parties maintained a tacit understanding at the same time. Although no one talked about the introduction/export of the J-36, they both understood it tacitly. Hu was just waiting for the J-36 modified fighter to come out. As long as the J-36 modified fighter is successful and passes acceptance, the J-36A fighter will enter the export process. During this period, director Wang Qiang's counter-hyping of the car that couldn't stop was extremely difficult to get along with in Kyushu. There were still some sales of new cars, but after this incident, even the remaining sales were gone. Even if they have some idiots, they still remain rational in the face of this car that has no advantages, and they don't want to blame the car for not being able to brake. New cars have no sales, and old models have also lost sales due to the graphene electric cars launched by major manufacturers. Not only new cars, but also depreciation in the second-hand car market has been extremely serious. But there is nothing you can do if you can't stop the car. Even if they sell at reduced prices on various models, there will be no sales. It is entirely because the old models have no technical advantages, and the new models have no advantage in terms of price. It turns out that the inability to stop the car is a cash cow for comas, and now it has to be fed back by the head office. In the field of graphene electric vehicles, Lauda Happy Box is the best-selling graphene electric vehicle. It is both practical and playable. The only thing is that it is smaller. The new graphene electric vehicles developed by major manufacturers have sales of close to 10,000 vehicles every month, while fuel vehicles are like a twilight old man, with no sales other than selling feelings. It can be said that there is no prospect in Kyushu. Even if the technology used in fuel engines is top-notch, the sales volume of electric vehicles will not be as good. Since the launch of graphene electric vehicles, especially after the launch of large quantities of new models, Kyushu has seen great improvements in air quality across the country. Although it is impossible to completely eliminate fuel vehicles at once, the non-growing and shrinking market share has also allowed air quality to be controlled. In contrast, in terms of power consumption, due to the increase in a large number of electric vehicles, power consumption has skyrocketed. Gradually, Kyushu began to experience power shortages. At this moment, the upper levels of Kyushu began to exert their efforts, especially nuclear energy-related companies, and subsequently announced a new nuclear power plant construction plan. Not to mention the progress of nuclear power, the prospects of nuclear power can only be seen in the stock market, and the stock prices of nuclear power-related companies have begun to rise sharply. Against the background of massive electricity consumption, the uninhabited areas of the Northwest began to vigorously develop the production of new energy. As for solar energy and wind energy, which are already relatively mature, the two technologies cooperate with each other, and a large number of power stations have begun to be built in the uninhabited land of the Northwest. The vast uninhabited land is extremely rich in wind resources, and because it is the Gobi Desert, not many people are active, so there are also great advantages in the use of solar energy. Many solar power generation panels have been erected across the vast land, and many large windmills have also been erected in these solar power plants. The two resources will not be wasted at all. The energy is collected and utilized in conjunction. Among them, graphene, a new material, also has a technical bonus for solar power panels. The solar energy conversion rate has increased by more than 20% on the original basis, and now the general solar energy conversion rate has reached between 68% and 73%. This is not a big improvement in terms of solar energy conversion rate. You must know that the previous highest conversion rate of commercial solar power generation in the world was only 47.1%. This is still a technology of moldy countries. In terms of power transmission, graphene also plays a role, and the transmission loss is also reduced by 12%-16%. By superimposing the two phases, the actual power that can be used is much more than before. In wind power generation, graphene is still used, and the power generation capacity increases by 6%-9%. The new power stations in the Northwest have greatly alleviated the electricity shortage in Kyushu, but this is only an alleviation, not a complete solution. The final solution to the electricity shortage still depends on nuclear power. Moreover, the solar power station built next door has also started operation with some supporting technologies. In the shade under a large number of solar power panels, drought-tolerant plants can be grown in these shade areas to reduce sun exposure. These plants are not only drought-tolerant, but also do not have high requirements for sunlight, and the root systems of these plants are extremely developed. A well-developed root system means that it is very effective in preventing and controlling desertification. This is not just a 1 + 1 = 2 effect. It's completely 1 + 1 U003E2. This also means that Kyushu plays a major role in managing these Gobi Desert. I believe that as long as this continues, the ecology of the deserted Gobi will gradually improve in the near future, and large oases will slowly be formed. In this key direction of nuclear power, the addition of graphene material, although it cannot be said to be of much help to controllable nuclear fusion, is of great help, especially in the absence of room temperature superconductors. Graphene has come into play. Huge effect. In the Kyushu plan, there are 5 new nuclear power plant construction plans. As long as these nuclear power plants are completed within the specified time, they will be able to keep up with the growth of Kyushu's electricity consumption. The construction location of the new nuclear power plant was chosen in the West Sea, and Zihai Lake is the most suitable location. There is a lot of water resources here, and there are not so many people. Therefore, the nuclear power plant chose to be located on Zihaihu. After the previous transmission loss was reduced, it was also the main factor in establishing the nuclear power plant here. The problem of electricity is no longer a problem with the establishment of the Great Northwest Power Plant and the subsequent nuclear power development plan. Of course, it will also face huge challenges. The only thing that the Electric Power Department is worried about now is that the increase in electric power will increase. Therefore, the leaders of the Electric Power Department are also praying that the increase in electric vehicles will not be so large in the future. And it is precisely because of the introduction of graphene batteries into the market that it has had a huge impact on all electric vehicles in Kyushu. First of all, many electric bicycle manufacturers, such as Yadi, Emma, Liu Yuan and other large manufacturers, have all used the latest battery technology in their new models. Due to the increase in battery density, the battery size is getting smaller and smaller in the application of electric bicycles. As the battery size becomes smaller, more and more manufacturers are designing new models that gradually break away from the appearance of current electric bicycles and become it's not much different from a bicycle. It has truly become an electric bicycle, rather than the current name of an electric bicycle, but inside it is the core of an electric motorcycle. Slowly, groups of electric vehicles on the streets are gradually changing in appearance to electric bicycles, and this change has also made the newly implemented regulations on wearing helmets for electric vehicles lose their enforcement power. Of course, it is not completely useless. Those old electric bicycles still need to wear helmets. And these electric bicycle manufacturers are not only developing new electric bicycles, their main focus is on electric motorcycles. Compared with the high-volume electric bicycles that the general public needs, electric motorcycles with higher technical content will be their main profit points in the future. Just like the White Tiger Lazy created by the mythical beast of Kyushu, high-end electric motorcycles will be more profitable. In this environment, the first thing to be promoted was not among ordinary people, but shared bicycles that were available in every city. The old human-powered shared bicycles were replaced by new graphene electric bicycles. Shared electric vehicles, which have only just emerged, have become a sunset industry. I believe that when these vehicles can no longer be used, shared electric vehicles will become history. As for the speed of electric bicycles, it is controlled at 20 km per hour. As for any higher speed, it belongs to the category of electric motorcycles, which requires a driver's license to drive. None of these changes can be accomplished overnight. They are changing the entire transportation environment in Kyushu. Electric bicycles only solve the problem of commuting within 20 kilometers for ordinary people. Therefore, manufacturers also designed the battery capacity of electric bicycles to have a maximum endurance of 60 kilometers. On top of electric bicycles, there are motor vehicles such as electric motorcycles, which have a relatively long range of activities, covering a range of more than 20 kilometers and less than 60 kilometers. Although the speed is not specified as how many kilometers per hour, manufacturers generally control the speed to a maximum of 80 kilometers per hour. Of course, this is still talking about the electric motorcycles that ordinary people use every day. As for the higher-end ones like Beihola's, there is no speed limit. And upward are electric vehicles, which are the main force in adjusting the current traffic situation in Kyushu. With almost a full charge, it is not a big problem when traveling far away. Increasing level by level, I believe that in the near future, the entire Kyushu will be able to achieve a replacement rate of 80%-93% in transportation. As for the rest, it can only be said to be stubborn. After the emergence of graphene batteries, Kyushu is adjusting its energy structure. It is not only developing in passenger cars, but also working hard to solve problems in commercial vehicles. For example, Zhongtong Bus, located in Shuichang, Jiangbei, only 60 kilometers away from Juzhu Divine Beast, has now completed the development of its own bus products. The rest depends on the nearby city, which will first eliminate and replace old buses. It's fine for passenger cars, but progress is a bit slow on trucks. High horsepower and high torque electric motors have become the main constraints, but everything is developing for the better. As long as electric motors with high horsepower and high torque are developed, the fuel-powered trucks running on the road will gradually be replaced by electric trucks. The impact of graphene as a material on Kyushu is not only reflected in these aspects of people's livelihood, but is more widely used in military applications. For example, the new conventional Big Black Fish has completed the development task some time ago and conducted diving experiments. Moreover, this diving task lasted 22 days underwater. There has not been a single resurface in more than 20 days, and they have all been snorkeling under the surface of the sea. Since the battery is sufficient, there is no shortage of oxygen underwater. This time is not the maximum underwater lifetime of this Big Black Fish. Its theoretical design time is 68 days, and the minimum estimate is 40 days. It can be said that there is no problem at all on the equipment, but the problem lies with the people. Diving is not an easy task, and living underwater for more than 20 days is not that easy. Although the officers and soldiers performing the mission can continue to persist underwater, it is a complete test of willpower for the officers and soldiers. For military use, it is not only used on conventional Big Black Fish, but the development of all-electric tanks, all-electric armored vehicles, all-electric fighters, etc. is also in full swing. It's just that, to use a saying often used by the military, these things are too advanced to be displayed. If you want to really get this information, you don't know how long you have to wait. Of course, just like the powered exoskeleton that Lee Jianhua is currently working on, some secret departments of the country are also working on powered exoskeletons. As mentioned before, the main factor that restricts the practical use of powered exoskeletons is the battery. With the advent of graphene batteries, this most important factor has been solved. Relevant research departments will, of course, launch research and development of new powered exoskeletons. However, the performance of the powered exoskeleton developed by the state cannot keep up with the Soldier Master Chiyu created by Lee Jianhua. It can also be said that there is a huge difference. The powered exoskeleton he developed is called Bingzuchu 0.8 and has a load capacity of 800 kilograms, while the one developed by Kyushu has a load capacity of less than 250 kilograms. The difference between the two is not huge. Although the load capacity is less than 250 kilograms, it is a major breakthrough to actually produce such performance. Ever since the material graphene was discovered by Lee Jianhua, it has been quietly changing everything in Kyushu. It's like opening a plug-in for Jusu's power application, making rapid progress. All changes are moving forward in line with the general trend. People living in Kyushu have little experience with these changes in Kyushu, but people who travel between Kyushu and abroad all year round feel these changes the most. Liu Bei is an actor with a Chinese nationality. He married a daughter-in-law from Kyushu, and his family settled in Barcelona. Because he had a role in a movie in Kyushu this year, he hurried back from Barcelona. When he came back, he found that there were fewer old-fashioned electric cars on the street, and there were more electric bicycles. It feels like going back to the 1980s and 1990s, and the scene of the bicycle army crossing the border is once again a reality. But there is still a difference, that is, it has a power unit. The modified J36 is already in the manufacturing workshop and has been moved to an empty hangar next to the runway. The next step is to conduct a series of test flights for this modified model. The hangar where the aircraft happened to be was the same hangar where the J36A was stored. At this moment, there were two J36A in the hangar that had just come off the production line. The J36 facelift and the J36A are put together, and the difference between the two is quite obvious. The facelift one is obviously one section longer than the one before the facelift. And in terms of width, the revised model is also a lot fatter. The J36 has been modified. Lee Jianhua has already reported to the superiors, and just this morning he was waiting for the leader to arrive at the test flight ground. Since Honda launched the Fiashu business jet, this small aircraft has played a great role in promoting the development of the aviation industry. Moreover, as the number of wealthy people in Kyushu increases, and some specific airspaces are liberalized, this small aircraft has room to survive. As for the distance from Peking to Summer Town, it is obviously the best choice to choose Fiashu, a small business jet. At the edge of the test runway, Lee Jianhua was waiting there, his eyes always staring at the northern sky. Sure enough, not long after, a Z-shaped flying formation appeared in the sky, with three small black dots gradually getting larger from far to near. When the plane flew over, there were indeed three airships in the sky. After seeing the landing runway, the airships descended from the sky in an orderly manner. The three flying boats can carry a total of 12 people, and Lee Jianhua is also wondering who is coming back this time. With this thought in mind, the airship that landed first slid to the side of the runway under the control of the pilot and gave way to the runway. Then the second and third aircraft landed in an orderly manner and lined up next to the first flying boat. After Lee Jianhua saw the three airships landing, he could tell just by looking at the paint of the airships that these three aircraft belonged to the military. This was entirely because the aircraft were overall military green, and there were 8 more aircraft on the fuselage. A military emblem. All the flying boats stopped, and he hurriedly walked towards the flying boat. As he walked towards the flying boat, the crew members on the flying boat also stepped off the plane one after another. As the people on the plane got off the plane, he saw clearly who was coming. The first one was Wang Yuzhong, and the person next to him was obviously not from Kyushu. His skin color was a bit dark, and his facial features were not from Kyushu. The most important thing was that military uniform does not belong to Kyushu. Looking next to them, there were 2 people wearing blue military uniforms. When he got closer, he could see clearly the military ranks on their shoulders and their faces. One of them was very familiar to him. He could be said to be an old acquaintance. That was Kui Tianzi from Quancheng Air Force Base. However, he had never seen the person next to him, but the military rank on his shoulder indicated his identity. The 3-star title is higher than Wang Yueshen's position. He is obviously the biggest leader in the entire Air Force. As for the remaining personnel who followed him, they were classified as bodyguards. When he approached a few people, Wang Yuzhong and Kui Tianzi greeted him very familiarly. Later, through Wang Yueshen's introduction, he learned that the man in different military uniforms was the procurement officer of the minibus, and the one with 3 stars was the leader of the Kyushu Air Force. After learning the exact news, it turned out that the leader of the Air Force had arrived, which made him feel some indescribable feelings. Although the leader had awarded him an award before, but now that he was in contact with the leader of the Air Force, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After receiving the person, he wanted to take a few people to the company's reception room, have a simple drink, and then talk about things. But as soon as he put forward this proposal, he was immediately rejected by the largest leader. The reason was also very simple. He was very interested in the J-36 modified model. He wanted to see how powerful the improved aircraft would be. After all, the performance of the previous J-36 was already very strong, and now there was one even stronger than it, which made him particularly interested. Since the leader had already said this, he did not continue to be polite. After all, soldiers are straightforward. Then he led a few people towards the hangar on the side of the runway. He led the people into the hangar and turned on the lights. The originally dark hangar became brighter. The 3 aircraft in the hangar were also displayed in front of several people. There are 3 planes, 1 large, 2 small, and the 2 small ones are familiar to everyone present, even the minibus officers. After all, this is the fighter plane they want to introduce, and they must understand the situation of the fighter plane, right? But among the few people present, except for the minibus officer who focused on the J-36, the others all focused on the modified model of the J-36. Because the minibus officer knew very well that these 2 small planes were his targets this time, and the larger one had no chance of them, so there was no need to waste time. For Wang Yuzheng and the others, the big one is their future fighting partner, but the 2 smaller ones have now lost their favor, showing their preference for the new and their distaste for the old. Several people were stunned for a few seconds, and then Kui Tianzi couldn't help it and took a few steps closer to the modified J-36, wanting to take a closer look at the aircraft itself. Walking closer to the fuselage, it is obvious that the current yellow fuselage and green nose painting has no gaps on one side of the nose where the cannon was originally placed. When he came to the other side, the gap in the position of the cannon on the other side was very obvious. He could tell at a glance that there was something that could stick out from under the gap. After Kui Tianzi discovered this difference, he did not immediately announce it, but continued to observe the aircraft. Soon he discovered that the main magazine in the belly of this fatter aircraft had actually become larger. It was obvious that the space inside could accommodate 1 more PL-15 missile. This made him a little overjoyed. Being able to hang on to 1 more Thunderbolt 15 would increase his combat effectiveness. Except for Kui Tianzi, Wang Yuzheng, and the top leaders of the Air Force are all like him, as if they are playing a game to find fault. When all the people were under observation, the minibus also ended its inspection of the J-36. When several people approached the powered exoskeleton, Li Jianhua couldn't help but feel nervous, fearing that they would see his big toy. But having said that, no matter how much he prayed, it was useless. It was entirely because of this obvious thing with such a weird shape that it was difficult not to attract people's attention. Just when he wanted to guide a few people elsewhere, Kui Tianzi first discovered Chi Yu's powered exoskeleton placed in the corner. Kui Tianzi ignored his guidance and walked directly towards Chi Yu, leaving him no time to react and stop him. Kui Tianzi put his hand on the powered exoskeleton, with a look of disbelief on his face. After coming back to his senses, he quickly turned to look at Li Jianhua, his eyes as wide as bells, shooting out lightning like shrewdness, just like a black cat police sergeant. "Boy, don't be too busy moving away. I felt something's wrong with you since just now. Come over here and tell me what this thing I'm touching is." Kui Tianzi asked him proudly, like a cat that had caught a mouse. And when he looked at the powered exoskeleton that had been discovered, he had no choice. Since it had been exposed, he might as well introduce it to a few people openly. Then he walked directly to Chi Yu, and the 2 people who had been listening also noticed something strange. At the same time, they came to Kui Tianzi and looked at Chi Yu's powered exoskeleton. Then they turned to look at Li Jianhua, and their eyes changed like this. He himself felt a little embarrassed by the looks of these people, and then he spoke under the gaze of a few people. "I put all these things in the corner, and you discovered them all. I have to say, Chief Kui, your eyes are really sharp." After he said this, the expression on Kui Tianzi's face did not change at all, it was still the same as before. "Hurry up, don't tell me the truth, tell me quickly." Under Kui Tianzi's urging, he walked up to Kui Tianzi, pointed at the Chi Yu powered exoskeleton, and finally began to introduce it to a few people. "This is a tool I developed to facilitate the installation of large equipment on my belly. I named it the Bingzu Chi Yu powered exoskeleton. It is a wearable machine that enhances the human body's capabilities." When the 3 of them heard the word tool he said, they all had a look in their hearts as if they were kidding me. They had never heard of anyone who wanted to develop a powered exoskeleton to assemble large-scale equipment. At this time, Kui Tianzi looked at him very unhappy and asked a question. "Boy, do you think I am a fool? Let me tell you, even though I am almost 50, I am the leader of the Air Force Base and I am still very concerned about cutting-edge technology. Who are you trying to assemble large-scale equipment that requires the use of a powered exoskeleton? The specifications are too high. Return the tool, go ahead and lie to the devil." Kui Tianzi said angrily, but then Li Jianhua's words choked him into silence. Li Jianhua raised his hand, lowered his head and did not dare to look at the people, and said weakly, "Well, that's what my family does." As soon as he said this, Kui Tianzi turned red with anger, and Wang Yuzheng hurriedly said to Li Jianhua, "Haha, stop being ridiculous and introduce this tool of yours." Originally wanting to give a detailed introduction to the 3 of them, he immediately used the steps provided by Wang Yuzheng to come down, and then explained to the 3 of them, Hey, I didn't research this before, and the reason why I studied it is because when I was alone, it was a bit difficult to assemble large equipment, so I urgently needed a tool. So as you can see, this Chi Yu powered exoskeleton came into being. The energy source used by Chi Yu is a graphene lithium-ion polymer battery. The power is a 26 kilowatts main power unit and 8 1 kilowatt micromotors distributed throughout the body, with a total power of 34 kilowatts. The total horsepower is 46 horses, so its maximum load capacity is 800 kilograms. Of course, this is the load that can be achieved in overload operation, and the maximum load capacity is 600 kilograms in safe operation mode. When he first told the load capacity, not only Kui Tianzi transformed into the Black Cat Sheriff, but also Wang Yuzheng and the top leaders all showed expressions of disbelief. 800 kilograms? 600 kilograms? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Asterisk 3. The three of them expressed their doubts at the same time, even Wang Yuzheng and Kui Tianzi, who knew him well. It's not that they don't believe him, but because such a carrying capacity is truly incredible. Hearing the questioning exclamations from the three, he nodded to them and repeated it again. Yes, that's the data you heard, I was right. Originally, the three of them were just curious about this decent-powered exoskeleton, but now their hearts are really aroused. Kui Tianzi, a hot-tempered soldier, was the most anxious one. He grabbed Li Zhenhua's wrist and dragged him to Qi Yu. Quickly, put it on for me and let me try it. I want to see if the powered exoskeleton you developed can really achieve the performance indicators you mentioned. Now that Kui Tianzi was grabbing his wrist, he couldn't hide even if he wanted to, while the two old men beside him stood and watched as if they were watching a show. He couldn't resist Kui Tianzi, so he could only help him put on Qi Yu. Since someone was helping to put it on this time, he helped others put it on, so there was no need to turn on the power of the powered exoskeleton first. He directed Kui Tianzi to slowly put his legs on, then asked him to spread his arms, helped Kui Tianzi lock all the buckles on his upper body, and finally turned on the power. Chief, don't use too much force. Follow Qi Yu's powered exoskeleton. When the system starts up, it will perform a power-on self-check and there will be slight movements. Just don't use force. As soon as he finished speaking, Kui Tianzi heard a buzzing sound on his back, and when he listened carefully, there was also the sound of the hydraulic system operating. Just when he was still identifying the source of the sound, before he could react, he felt his arms moving up and down and back and forth. When he turned around, he realized that his arms were drawing regular circles. As his arms moved, his legs also began to move slightly, and he felt that he was bending his knees slightly. Before he could do anything, he heard a ding sound coming from his back. The self-examination is complete, Chief, you can move. After he finished speaking, he walked aside and gave up the venue to Kui Tianzi. When he pulled Wang Yuzheng and the Air Force leaders aside, he remembered something and quickly told Kui Tianzi, I forgot to tell you, since I have been using this powered exoskeleton before, the system records my usual behavior and habits. So you will feel a little jerky and not smooth when you first use it. After a few minutes, the system will determine that the user is not the one who recorded it before, and will record your behavior and habits again. It will get better slowly. Kui Tianzi, who was standing in a daze, still stood there after hearing what Li Zhenhua added. He didn't know how to control it. Don't worry about your behavioral habits. What should I do now? How do you control this powered exoskeleton? You also have to tell me how to use it. Even the simplest products have instructions, but you have none. Seeing Kui Tianzi standing there without even daring to move, he felt funny in his heart. Haha, actually this system is very simple, you can just pretend it doesn't exist. It's just how you usually move, just move now. It won't affect your activities at all. Is such that? After Kui Tianzi heard what he said, he immediately started to move. I saw that he was wearing Qi Yu, and his whole figure had gained a lot of weight, especially on his back, as if he was carrying a big backpack. Kui Tianzi stood there, moving his upper body and drawing circles with his arms freely. After his upper body moved, he cautiously moved around the open space like a toddler. As he gradually became familiar with it, he began to move from moving to walking, from walking to jogging, and finally to sprinting. Fortunately, the workshop they were in was relatively large. As he was sprinting, Li Zhenhua thought that he would be exposed anyway, so he might as well show it off in front of a few people. Then he took out the speedometer he had placed in the workshop before and played with it in front of Wang Yuzheng and Wang Yuzheng. After he installed the speedometer, he immediately pointed it at Kui Tianzi, who was still running. The speedometer immediately displayed Kui Tianzi's current speed, and the small screen clearly displayed -55 km/h. Wang Yuzheng also moved his head over and looked at the screen, looking at the speed displayed on it. He didn't feel anything too amazing at first, but now any electric sightseeing car that had been eliminated before could reach such a speed. But then when I think about it more carefully, this is a bit extraordinary. What is the concept of a speed of 55 kilometers per hour? Don't forget that this is not a human driving, but just a powered exoskeleton for the wearer. If converted into 100 meters, 100 meters can be run in 6.54 seconds. The fastest 100 meters in the world is run by Bolt, which is only 9.58 seconds. Moreover, the highest instantaneous running speed at that time was 44.722 km per hour, but now wearing a powered exoskeleton, he can run 10 kilometers faster than that. Now this speed is not the instantaneous maximum speed, but a speed that can be maintained for a long time. The maximum speed of the human body running with the help of equipment for a long time is 55 kilometers per hour. When Wang Yuzheng turned around, there was still a trace of uncertainty on his face. Although the face of the Air Force leader next to him did not change much, it still had a huge impact on him. He is the leader of the Air Force and one of the main leaders of our army. Although he is not the army, he also knows what the equipment displayed in front of him represents. At this moment, he couldn't help but think a little too much. If in the future, his airborne troops were equipped with such a set of equipment, they would be absolutely superior in individual combat capabilities, and when executing leapfrog tactics, soldiers can complete tasks better and faster. Compared with what he imagined, the current special forces were simply too weak. If there really were such a force, the leader couldn't help but think of a name. Heavy special forces or heavy infantry, soldiers with explosive individual combat effectiveness. Think further? What effect would this kind of powered exoskeleton have if it became available to ordinary soldiers? I believe that flexible infantry and hard steel tanks will not be a dream by then. Although the big leader was thinking too much at this time, he still had to use force to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Kui Tianzi, who was running, could no longer hold on and slowly slowed down his speed. After all, manpower is limited. Although running like this is not too burdensome, it is not easy. Moreover, when running, his eyes were squinted, thinking that if he ran too fast, the oncoming wind would kill him. Can't keep my eyes open. Slowly slowing down his speed, his stride also slowed down. You must know that when he was running just now, his stride was quite long, one step was as long as 2 or 3 steps. As the speed slowed down, Kui Tianzi's eyes that couldn't be opened slowly opened. When his eyes widened, he felt relieved. This means that he is a pilot, otherwise he would not have dared to play like that just now. If an ordinary person were to run at such a speed at a constant speed, he would probably be very excited. If you are not careful at this speed, your life will be in danger. This is not a joke. No matter what is installed, it is equivalent to hitting a car traveling at 55 kilometers per hour. Kui Tianzi finally stopped, strolled up to the three of them, and took in his breath. Then he patted Li Zhenhua on the shoulder directly, and Li Zhenhua, who was patted, hurriedly dodged away. This means that he was quick to sense, otherwise he would have taken the shot at such a speed. Although his hand would not be injured, the pain was unavoidable. He dodged, but Kui Tianzi had already used all his strength. He missed the shot, but continued to slap downwards without stopping, until his hand touched the ground. Snap! One sound was made by Chief Kui Tianzi slapping the ground, and the other was Kui Tianzi's cry that it was too painful to hit the ground. Don't move, oh, you scared me to death. This means I have to hide quickly, otherwise I will have to be slapped in pain by you. Chief, until you master the set of powered exoskeletons, you should just stand aside. As he spoke, Li Zhenhua patted his frightened little heart, with a frightened expression on his face. Kui Tianzi calmed down after this little episode. His hands slowly came together, and then he used his left hand to rub his right hand. I have to say that the force he just slapped on the ground was indeed quite strong, otherwise his hand would not still be hurting now. Kui Tianzi rubbed his hands and ignored Li Zhenhua, but faced Wang Yuzheng and his immediate boss. Chief, I am almost 50, but now I feel like a Superman with inexhaustible strength. Just like running, it didn't consume much of my energy. I just stopped for a while and I felt like I had almost recovered. Not to mention other aspects of this powered exoskeleton, at least it is a good auxiliary equipment when running. After Kui Tianzi finished speaking, he turned to look at Li Zhenhua. My speed just now must have been over 40. Kui Tianzi's words were like machine guns, and he spoke to several people very eagerly, and there was still a blush on his face from the exercise just now. Wang Yuzheng and the senior leader didn't say anything. They just nodded after listening to Kui Tianzi's experience. As for Li Zhenhua's questions, he had to answer them. The speed just now was 55 kilometers. Congratulations, you can catch up with a car driving in the city. Li Zhenhua, with a smile on his face, looked at Kui Tianzi and said. When Kui Tianzi heard the speed from his mouth, his whole person immediately became sluggish. He never thought that he could run so fast. He originally thought he was only running at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, but he actually ran at 55 kilometers per hour. If he were to participate in the Olympics, winning the 100-meter championship would definitely not be a problem. Of course, the premise is that he wears a powered exoskeleton. He looked at Wang Yuzheng with some suspicion, and he also got the answer from Wang Yuzheng. Kui, you did run 55 kilometers just now. I didn't expect you to be able to run so fast at such an old age. Judging from the current performance, the powered exoskeleton you are wearing is really a good thing. But it's still early to draw a conclusion, we still have to continue testing other things. Kui Tianzi listened to what Wang Yuzheng said and smiled, which was a response to running fast. Then he became serious. He became more and more interested in the subsequent tests. Yes, I have to test it quickly. I have to say, this is really a good thing. While he was talking, his two arms were not idle and were still moving regularly. He obviously wanted to master the control of the exoskeleton as soon as possible. The big leader stood aside, not thinking about the characteristics he had just learned, but walked behind Kui Tianzi. Arriving behind him, he bent slightly and looked towards the backpack of the powered exoskeleton, wanting to see how big the backpack behind it was. In the end, he wanted to figure out how much battery capacity it could have and how long it could run. This was what he cared about most. Only by knowing the battery life can he make a decision about the Chi-Yu-powered exoskeleton in front of him. If the battery life is less than 1 hour, its range of activities must be small, that is, it can be placed in the artillery unit or logistics and used as an auxiliary tool. If the battery life is more than 1 hour and less than 6 hours, then it can be used, although it still cannot be equipped for frontline combat. But if the battery life is more than 6 hours, let alone 24 hours, even if it can reach 12 hours, then its effectiveness is immeasurable, and the future application prospects are simply not very good. The big leader who thought of this did not speak, but watched silently. This question is not urgent. It will be the same when Wang Yuzheng tests some basic things and asks the final question. He made a decision in his mind, and then looked up at the other people. At the moment when he was stunned, Wang Yuzheng was urging Li Zhenhua to find a place to test his strength. Then, under the leadership of Li Zhenhua, several people walked out of the workshop and walked towards the workshop that belonged to him. Kui Tianzi did not take off the Chi-Yu, so he left it on and walked towards the destination. His workshop not only has a lounge, reception room, and office, but also a small gym where he usually exercises. Moreover, when Su Zhengyang and the others were there, a lot of equipment was added to the gym. When he came to the gym, since he had already conducted a comprehensive test before and knew what height Chi-Yu could reach, he did not increase the weight from the minimum. Although it is not a complete step, it is still a half step. The barbell is directly adjusted to a weight of 600 kilograms, which is the maximum load during normal use. Kui Tianzi adjusted the weight on the barbell, and under his guidance, locked the barbell with the locking buckle on Chi-Yu. After everything was ready, Kui Tianzi used his greatest strength to lift the barbell he was holding. He originally planned to use his greatest strength, but the weight in his hands told him that he didn't need to do that at all. In his opinion, this 600 kilogram barbell is not that heavy at all. Is there any weight in his hand? Is it 600 kilograms? No, it felt to him like it was only 15 kilograms at most, maybe even smaller. When he raised the barbell above his head, he felt nothing special. Then he put down the barbell in his hand with a look of joy on his face, turned to look at Li Zhenhua, and shouted loudly, quickly, add weight plates to the barbell for me. I feel like I can lift another 100 kilograms. Listening to Kui Tianzi yelling, he did not move. He just stood there and looked at Kui Tianzi, as if he was looking at a fool. Because at this moment, Kui Tianzi had completely forgotten what he said at the beginning. The maximum safe load capacity is 600 kilograms. If the weight is increased, it will be considered an overload load, which is not good for the powered exoskeleton. Seeing that he didn't move, Kui Tianzi felt a little impatient. He controlled the locks on Chi-Yu's arms to open, let go of the barbell, and planned to add weight himself. At this time, before he could take action, Li Zhenhua stopped him. The reason why Kui Tianzi had this idea was simply because he was wearing Chi-Yu. He was an old man in his late 50s and could lift a weight of 600 kilograms easily and effortlessly. This feeling gave him the illusion that he was a strong man, so he came up with the idea of continuing to add weight. Stop adding it. Have you forgotten what I just said? The current weight of 600 kilograms is the maximum safe load. If you continue to add it, it will be overloaded. Overload operation for a short period of time is fine, but it is also harmful to the overall situation, so it is better not to test it. The most important thing is that I have measured it before, and the maximum weight is 845 kilograms. When it reaches this weight, the oil pipe of the powered exoskeleton will not be able to withstand the internal pressure and burst. This is the consequence of overload operation. Anyway, the final conclusion is that it can be used casually under 600 kilograms. Before 600 to 800 kilograms, it is overload operation. The shorter the operation time, the better. As for the weight above 800 kilograms, Chu's hydraulic oil pipe will burst at any time. He explained it in detail to several people and explained the truth thoroughly. He was afraid that if he couldn't explain it clearly, Kui Tianzi would insist on continuing the test. Whether the equipment is damaged is a trivial matter. The real big deal is Kui Tianzi's safety. If something went wrong during the test and Kui Tianzi was crippled, he couldn't afford to cripple a general. After he finished speaking, Kui Tianzi also listened in his heart and gave up the idea of continuing to overload the operation. But although it can't continue to test heavier, the current weight of 600 kilograms can still be measured. With this thought in mind, he came to the barbell again, lifted the 600 kilogram barbell again, and adjusted his posture of holding the barbell. Then he grabbed the 600 kilograms of weight and started exercising in this small gym, and the movements he performed were some basic tactical movements. This meant that Chiyu gave him confidence, otherwise his old waist would have been given to him long ago. Flash discounted. Kui Tianzi was having a great time playing in the workshop, and Wang Yuzheng was also thinking about the application prospects of the equipment in front of him. Unlike the two of them, the leader of the Air Force was worried about the leader of the army at this moment, thinking about the battery life of this equipment. He lowered his head and thought for a few minutes, then raised his head and looked at Li Zhenhua standing to one side. Xiao Li, have you measured the actual battery life of this set of things you made? Based on Kui Tianzi's current sports mode, how long is the battery life? When he heard the Air Force leader ask this question, he immediately made some calculations in his mind and answered the question without letting the leader wait any longer. Chief, I just did the math. The battery pack I designed for Chiyu currently has a capacity of 60 kWh. Calculated based on the total power, the battery life of Chiyu is between 22 to 25 hours. This is just an estimate and cannot be accurate, because I don't know how long the actual battery life is because I haven't measured it at all. Because even if the machine can withstand it, my physical strength cannot. Even if this movement mode saves effort, it is still exercise. After answering, the big leader thought about it carefully. No matter how powerful a person is, he cannot run 24 hours a day. Of course, the long march back then does not count. Li Zhenhua also understood why the Air Force leader would ask this question. He was starting from actual combat and wanted to see how long Chiyu would be in combat and whether he could adapt to the battlefield. Knowing what he was thinking, he said again, Chief, I know why you ask this, it's just based on actual combat considerations. I don't know if it can be put into actual combat, but I can give you a design that will use Chiyu on the energy package. First of all, I said that the capacity of the battery pack is 60 kWh. This capacity is actually not small. Of course, it can still be increased. However, after the increase, it will inevitably affect the volume of Chiyu's back and make his backpack thicker. So now that the battery energy density cannot be increased again, I think the current thickness is more reasonable. Then we don't have to consider the issue of increasing the energy package, but we can consider the battery life issue in another direction. That is to design a modular and quickly replaceable energy pack for Chu, and support hot swappable replacement, so that the endurance can be doubled. I believe that it will not be the powered exoskeleton that cannot hold up, but the power exoskeleton. Comprehensive quality of people. The second is not to change the energy pack, but to add a supercharging system to Chiyu, so that it can be charged in 3 minutes, 2 minutes, or even faster by just plugging in the charging gun, which can also enhance the battery life. The two methods I just mentioned are exactly what Chiyu has now. That is to say, if you are really afraid of running out of power in the future, just bring a spare battery. A battery pack with a total weight of no more than 30 kilograms is not suitable for Chiyu's heavy load. It's a piece of cake. And I believe that the logistics won't be the one doing the work by then, right? The logistics department will always provide these supplies to frontline soldiers. His words shocked the leader of the Air Force. He did not expect that the boy in front of him would consider this aspect so comprehensively, as if everything was designed for the combat troops. Oh, it seems that Lao Lu is going to take off in the future. With the addition of this set of equipment, Lao Lu will usher in a new round of development. This prospect is so broad that there may be some slight changes in the future combat model. What he said so categorically really moved the Air Force leader at this moment, and he was thinking about it secretly in his heart. And before the big leader could finish digesting what he just said, he heard him speak again. Chief, actually I still have a final solution idea that I haven't mentioned yet. This idea is a bit like a fantasy, and the difficulty is huge, so now it is just an idea of mine. The big leader who had digested most of his words was interrupted by his words. He knew that he could go back and digest it again. After the big leader heard the meaning of his words, his interest was immediately aroused to the extreme. He really planned to listen to his idea. What is it? Tell me what idea you have. As long as there is hope of achieving it, isn't it difficult? If you can't solve it yourself, I will report it and ask someone to set up a research team. After overcoming the problem, I don't believe in yo de ju's who. If we really take a problem seriously, we still can't solve it. You have to know, be afraid of taking everything seriously. I didn't expect that a big leader would say this. There was a sense of courage in his words, which is in line with our party's policy of concentrating its efforts on major things. He smiled and scratched his head, and under the scorching gaze of the big leader, he revealed his secrets. Then I told you, you must know the Tesla coil, and when you mention this coil, you can definitely think of wireless charging technology. It's simple to say, my idea is actually wireless charging technology. The wireless charging technology one I'm talking about is not the kind of wireless charging technology currently on the market that is still inseparable from the charging stand, but a long-distance wireless transmission technology of power. As long as this technology is developed and we design an electric long-distance wireless transport vehicle, the battery life of this powered exoskeleton will be infinitely extended. And when the time comes, as long as your own transport vehicle is connected to the enemy country's power grid, you will have as much power as you want, and the same goes for the powered exoskeleton, you can move as long as you want. This is my final idea. There are two problems currently plaguing this idea. One is the transportation distance that needs to be solved, and the other is the loss generated during transportation. I'm done. When he said these words, Wang Yuzhong and Kui Tianzi stopped what they were doing at some point and came to their side to listen quietly to his thoughts. When he said this idea, the three of them began to imagine it in their minds at the same time, and the more they imagined, the more excited they became. If it really reaches that level, Kyushu will be invincible in the ball. I believe that even the Pacific Police will not be able to stop Kyushu's iron fist of justice and let him go home. The three of them were extremely excited, but none of them thought about it. What Li Zhenhua just said was just an idea that may or may not be realized. Ling ling ling. Just as the three of them were immersed in excitement, the cell phone in Kui Tianzi's trouser pocket rang. Kui Tianzi's words were like machine guns, and he spoke to several people very eagerly, and there was still a blush on his face from the exercise just now. Wang Yuzhong and the senior leader didn't say anything, they just nodded after listening to Kui Tianzi's experience. As for Li Zhenhua's questions, he had to answer them. The speed just now was 55 kilometers. Congratulations, you can catch up with a car driving in the city. Li Zhenhua, with a smile on his face, looked at Kui Tianzi and said. When Kui Tianzi heard the speed from his mouth, his whole person immediately became sluggish. He never thought that he could run so fast. He originally thought he was only running at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, but he actually ran at 55 kilometers per hour. If he were to participate in the Olympics, winning the 100-meter championship would definitely not be a problem. Of course, the premise is that he wears a powered exoskeleton. He looked at Wang Yuzhong with some suspicion, and he also got the answer from Wang Yuzhong. Kui, you did run 55 kilometers just now. I didn't expect you to be able to run so fast at such an old age. Judging from the current performance, the powered exoskeleton you are wearing is really a good thing. But it's still early to draw a conclusion, we still have to continue testing other things. Kui Tianzi listened to what Wang Yuzhong said and smiled, which was a response to running fast. Then he became serious. He became more and more interested in the subsequent tests. Yes, I have to test it quickly. I have to say, this is really a good thing. While he was talking, his two arms were not idle and were still moving regularly. He obviously wanted to master the control of the exoskeleton as soon as possible. The big leader stood aside, not thinking about the characteristics he had just learned, but walked behind Kui Tianzi. Arriving behind him, he bent slightly and looked towards the backpack of the powered exoskeleton, wanting to see how big the backpack behind it was. In the end, he wanted to figure out how much battery capacity it could have and how long it could run. This was what he cared about most. Only by knowing the battery life can he make a decision about the Chi-Yu-powered exoskeleton in front of him. If the battery life is less than 1 hour, its range of activities must be small, that is, it can be placed in the artillery unit or logistics and used as an auxiliary tool. If the battery life is more than 1 hour and less than 6 hours, then it can be used, although it still cannot be equipped for frontline combat. But if the battery life is more than 6 hours, let alone 24 hours, even if it can reach 12 hours, then its effectiveness is immeasurable, and the future application prospects are simply not very good. The big leader who thought of this did not speak, but watched silently. This question is not urgent. It will be the same when Wang Yuzhong tests some basic things and asks the final question. He made a decision in his mind, and then looked up at the other people. At the moment when he was stunned, Wang Yuzhong was urging Li Zhenhua to find a place to test his strength. Then, under the leadership of Li Zhenhua, several people walked out of the workshop and walked towards the workshop that belonged to him. Kui Tianzi did not take off the Chi-Yu, so he left it on and walked towards the destination. His workshop not only has a lounge, reception room, and office, but also a small gym where he usually exercises. Moreover, when Su Zhengyang and the others were there, a lot of equipment was added to the gym. When he came to the gym, since he had already conducted a comprehensive test before and knew what height Chi-Yu could reach, he did not increase the weight from the minimum. Although it is not a complete step, it is still a half step. The barbell is directly adjusted to a weight of 600 kilograms, which is the maximum load during normal use. Kui Tianzi adjusted the weight on the barbell, and under his guidance, locked the barbell with the locking buckle on Chi-Yu. After everything was ready, Kui Tianzi used his greatest strength to lift the barbell he was holding. He originally planned to use his greatest strength, but the weight in his hands told him that he didn't need to do that at all. In his opinion, this 600 kilogram barbell is not that heavy at all. Is there any weight in his hand? Is it 600 kilograms? No, it felt to him like it was only 15 kilograms at most, maybe even smaller. When he raised the barbell above his head, he felt nothing special. Then he put down the barbell in his hand with a look of joy on his face, turned to look at Lee Jianhua, and shouted loudly, quickly, add weight plates to the barbell for me. I feel like I can lift another 100 kilograms. Listening to Kui Tianzi yelling, he did not move. He just stood there and looked at Kui Tianzi, as if he was looking at a fool. Because at this moment, Kui Tianzi had completely forgotten what he said at the beginning. The maximum safe load capacity is 600 kilograms. If the weight is increased, it will be considered an overload load, which is not good for the powered exoskeleton. Seeing that he didn't move, Kui Tianzi felt a little impatient. He controlled the locks on Chi Yu's arms to open, let go of the barbell, and planned to add weight himself. At this time, before he could take action, Lee Jianhua stopped him. The reason why Kui Tianzi had this idea was simply because he was wearing Chi Yu. He was an old man in his late 50s and could lift a weight of 600 kilograms easily and effortlessly. This feeling gave him the illusion that he was a strong man, so he came up with the idea of continuing to add weight. Stop adding it. Have you forgotten what I just said? The current weight of 600 kilograms is the maximum safe load. If you continue to add it, it will be overloaded. Overload operation for a short period of time is fine, but it is also harmful to the overall situation, so it is better not to test it. The most important thing is that I have measured it before, and the maximum weight is 845 kilograms. When it reaches this weight, the oil pipe of the powered exoskeleton will not be able to withstand the internal pressure and burst. This is the consequence of overload operation. Anyway, the final conclusion is that it can be used casually under 600 kilograms. Before 600 to 800 kilograms, it is overload operation. The shorter the operation time, the better. As for the weight above 800 kilograms, Chu's hydraulic oil pipe will burst at any time. He explained it in detail to several people and explained the truth thoroughly. He was afraid that if he couldn't explain it clearly, Kui Tianzi would insist on continuing the test. Whether the equipment is damaged is a trivial matter. The real big deal is Kui Tianzi's safety. If something went wrong during the test and Kui Tianzi was crippled, he couldn't afford to cripple a general. After he finished speaking, Kui Tianzi also listened in his heart and gave up the idea of continuing to overload the operation. But although it can't continue to test heavier, the current weight of 600 kilograms can still be measured. With this thought in mind, he came to the barbell again, lifted the 600 kilogram barbell again, and adjusted his posture of holding the barbell. Then he grabbed the 600 kilograms of weight and started exercising in this small gym, and the movements he performed were some basic tactical movements. This meant that Chi Yu gave him confidence, otherwise his old waist would have been given to him long ago. Flash discounted. Kui Tianzi was having a great time playing in the workshop, and Wang Yuzheng was also thinking about the application prospects of the equipment in front of him. Unlike the two of them, the leader of the Air Force was worried about the leader of the army at this moment, thinking about the battery life of this equipment. He lowered his head and thought for a few minutes, then raised his head and looked at Lee Jianhua standing to one side. Xiao Li, have you measured the actual battery life of this set of things you made? Based on Kui Tianzi's current sports mode, how long is the battery life? When he heard the Air Force leader ask this question, he immediately made some calculations in his mind and answered the question without letting the leader wait any longer. Chief, I just did the math. The battery pack I designed for Chi Yu currently has a capacity of 60 kilowatt-hour. Calculated based on the total power, the battery life of Chi Yu is between 22 to 25 hours. This is just an estimate and cannot be accurate, because I don't know how long the actual battery life is because I haven't measured it at all. Because even if the machine can withstand it, my physical strength cannot. Even if this movement mode saves effort, it is still exercise. After answering, the big leader thought about it carefully. No matter how powerful a person is, he cannot run 24 hours a day. Of course, the long march back then does not count. Lee Jianhua also understood why the Air Force leader would ask this question. He was starting from actual combat and wanted to see how long Chi Yu would be in combat and whether he could adapt to the battlefield. Knowing what he was thinking, he said again, Chief, I know why you ask this, it's just based on actual combat considerations. I don't know whether it can be put into actual combat, but I can tell you about Chi Yu's design on the energy package. First of all, I said that the capacity of the battery pack is 60 kilowatt-hour. This capacity is actually not small. Of course, it can still be increased. However, after the increase, it will inevitably affect the volume of Chi Yu's back and make his backpack thicker. So now that the battery energy density cannot be increased again, I think the current thickness is more reasonable. Then we don't have to consider the issue of increasing the energy package, but we can consider the battery life issue in another direction. That is to design a modular and quickly replaceable energy pack for Chu, and support hot swappable replacement, so that the endurance can be doubled. I believe that it will not be the powered exoskeleton that cannot hold up, but the power exoskeleton. Comprehensive quality of people. The second is not to change the energy pack, but to add a supercharging system to Chi Yu, so that it can be charged in 3 minutes, 2 minutes, or even faster by just plugging in the charging gun, which can also enhance the battery life. The two methods I just mentioned are exactly what Qiyu has now. That is to say, if you are really afraid of running out of power in the future, just bring a spare battery. A battery pack with a total weight of no more than 30 kilograms is not suitable for Qiyu's heavy load. It's a piece of cake. And I believe that the logistics won't be the one doing the work by then, right? The logistics department will always provide these supplies to frontline soldiers. His words shocked the leader of the Air Force. He did not expect that the boy in front of him would consider this aspect so comprehensively, as if everything was designed for the combat troops. Oh, it seems that Lao Lu is going to take off in the future. With the addition of this set of equipment, Lao Lu will usher in a new round of development. This prospect is so broad that there may be some slight changes in the future combat model. What he said so categorically really moved the Air Force leader at this moment, and he was thinking about it secretly in his heart. And before the big leader could finish digesting what he just said, he heard him speak again. Chief, actually I still have a final solution idea that I haven't mentioned yet. This idea is a bit like a fantasy, and the difficulty is huge, so now it is just an idea of mine. The big leader who had digested most of his words was interrupted by his words. He knew that he could go back and digest it again. After the big leader heard the meaning of his words, his interest was immediately aroused to the extreme. He really planned to listen to his idea. What is it? Tell me what idea you have. As long as there is hope of achieving it, isn't it difficult? If you can't solve it yourself, I will report it and ask someone to set up a research team. After overcoming the problem, I don't believe in yo de juice who. If we really take a problem seriously, we still can't solve it. You have to know, be afraid of taking everything seriously. I didn't expect that a big leader would say this. There was a sense of courage in his words, which is in line with our party's policy of concentrating its efforts on major things. He smiled and scratched his head, and under the scorching gaze of the big leader, he revealed his secrets. Then I told you, you must know the Tesla coil, and when you mention this coil, you can definitely think of wireless charging technology. It's simple to say, my idea is actually wireless charging technology. The wireless charging technology one I'm talking about is not the kind of wireless charging technology currently on the market that is still inseparable from the charging stand, but a long-distance wireless transmission technology of power. As long as this technology is developed and we design an electric long-distance wireless transport vehicle, the range of this powered exoskeleton will be extended indefinitely. And when the time comes, as long as your own transport vehicle is connected to the enemy country's power grid, you will have as much power as you want, and the same goes for the powered exoskeleton, you can move as long as you want. This is my final idea. There are two problems currently plaguing this idea. One is the transportation distance that needs to be solved, and the other is the loss generated during transportation. I'm done. When he said these words, Wang Yuzhong and Kui Tianzi stopped what they were doing at some point and came to their side to listen quietly to his thoughts. When he said this idea, the three of them began to imagine it in their minds at the same time, and the more they imagined, the more excited they became. If it really reaches that level, Kyushu will be invincible in the ball. I believe that even the Pacific Police will not be able to stop Kyushu's iron fist of justice and let him go home. The three of them were extremely excited, but none of them thought about it. What Li Zhenhua just said was just an idea that may or may not be realized. Ling ling ling. Just as the three of them were immersed in excitement, the cell phone in Kui Tianzi's trouser pocket rang. Kui Tianzi, who was wearing Qiyu's powered exoskeleton, moved his arms carefully. He had not mastered the strength yet and was afraid of accidentally hurting himself. The ringing mobile phone finally took it out of his pocket, glanced at the caller number on it and answered it directly. Hey, I'm Kui Tianzi, okay, I understand, you continue with the test. A few sentences with a Quanchang accent came out of his mouth. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone. At this time, all his energy was no longer focused on Qiyu's powered exoskeleton. He turned to Wang Yuzhong and the senior leaders and reported the news he had received. I just received a call from the test pilot that the J-36 variant has successfully made its initial test flight. And based on their experience and the actual data achieved by the fighter aircraft, the modified J-36 is currently a very successful modification, and detailed testing is still in progress. In other words, the J-36 unmanned fighter jets we are currently equipped with can actually enter the retirement and replacement process. When Kui Tianzi first spoke, his tone was very calm, but as he told the story, his tone changed to a slightly vibrating tone. Just from his voice, you can feel his excitement. In fact, for him, it is indeed worthy of excitement, because the combat power of his men will be greatly improved after changing the fighter planes. Especially for him, a patient in the late stages of a lack of firepower phobia, how can he not be excited that his firepower has been replenished? Everyone in Kyushu is more or less suffering from the fear of insufficient firepower, especially the higher the position, the more obvious the disease is. Kui Tianzi still has a lot of old models in service, most of them are 8th masters, and a small part are 7th masters. If the 7th Masters and 8th Masters under him are equipped with J36 modifications, then his Quancheng the base will be the first base in Kyushu to eliminate old models. By then, Quancheng base will also be the most powerful Air Force base in Kyushu. Wang Yuzheng also smiled knowingly when he heard the news. Obviously he understood Kui Tianzi's mood at the moment. I just heard the big leader start to say from the side, it seems that our Air Force has just used an advanced model and it is about to be retired. But to be honest, this J36 guy is really young, and it would be a pity to let him retire now. There's nothing we can do about it, right? Who told us to increase our little brother's fighting power? What's more, we already have a stronger modified J36. After the facelift is completed, the overall combat power will increase a lot, and there are still benefits. And the young man who retired is not completely useless. Didn't we let him go out to be a mercenary? Ha ha. Wang Yuzheng couldn't stop the smile on his face and personified it to talk to the big boss. The big leader also nodded. Although he said he was retreating, he did not retreat. He continued to shine outside and could also mention Kyushu's international status. After expressing his emotion, he put away his smile and turned to look at Li Zhenhua with a serious face. Comrade Li Zhenhua, on behalf of the Jushu army, I would like to formally inform you of the follow-up arrangements for the J-36 fighter jets. The J-36 fighter jets have been transferred to the discontinuation process, and all original J-36 orders have been changed to J-36 modification orders. Regarding the J-36 that is already in production, you can submit a report to me later, and our Kyushu army will digest it. After the big leader finished speaking, he looked at him quietly. Sure enough, we have come to this point. I didn't expect that the higher UPS would be so courageous to actually export the J-36 fighter jets. But this is not bad, Brother BA has a new toy. I guess Ashenstein will be nervous for a while again. Li Zhenhua thought silently in his heart, then came back to his senses and quickly responded to the big boss. Commander, I understand. I will immediately switch to the production of J-36 modified fighter jets and strive to have the J-36 modified fighter enter service with the army as soon as possible. But there is a question, that is, the testing has not been completed yet, so is it too hasty to start production now? Not only the senior leader but also Kui Tianzi and Wang Yuzheng were present. All three of them looked at him with gratified eyes. The big leader didn't say anything to him at this time. Instead, he looked at Wang Yuzheng and said, tell him. Wang Yuzheng nodded and told Li Zhenhua about the current situation. Now our brothers are in urgent need of the J-36 fighter jet to stabilize the situation in their own country, especially after the disintegration of Zilabai, and they have a new boss, so the fighter jet is particularly important. It is also our Jushu's statement on the situation, and the forces behind Silubi are not friendly to us. Everyone knows that the people who provided them with support this time are none other than Lao Monis and Stan, so they are so anxious to export the J-36. Wang Yuzheng paused and did not continue speaking, letting him digest the information. After his expression changed, Wang Yuzheng started talking again. There is also the J-36 testing issue that you are worried about. In fact, this is not a big deal. Based on your experience in producing fighter jets in the past, we found that you are very reliable and your products are also extremely reliable. Even Shen Hui and Cheng Luoma are not as reliable as your products. Of course, this is only part of the reason. Also, now that you are preparing to produce the J-36 variant, you need to prepare materials and other things. When you are ready to start work, I estimate that our comprehensive testing will be completed. Moreover, there is also the task of overhauling retired J-36s, so there is plenty of time. So just relax and go for it boldly. Through Wang Yueshen's explanation, he also understood what the higher UPS were thinking, and his heart was completely shattered. Just when he was about to express his position and give them a guarantee, the big leader said something else from the side. You still need to expand your aircraft manufacturing to a certain extent in the future. Your subsequent orders will definitely not be less. At present, all the 7th and 8th Masters we are still flying in the sky will need to be replaced by J-36s. Moreover, after the fighter jets are exported, it is estimated that the brothers may conflict with Asenston, and the performance of our J-36A will definitely not be bad. We are very cautious about the export of J-36. It is estimated that other countries will come to buy it by then. The J-36 will probably not be exported again, but your Zuk 3 and Zuk 8 will be very popular by then. So you should hurry up and expand now, your development is still to come. When he said this, he was really shocked. Their factory was already quite big, but judging from what he meant, it meant that all the 7th and 8th Masters had been replaced by J-36s. How many planes are there? The 7th Master conservatively estimates that there are about 400 in service, and the 8th Master estimates that there are less than 200. This adds up to 600. And in his opinion, the number of 600 is far from the end, and it is estimated that there will be more by then. While he was still thinking, Kui Tianzi spoke from the side. You can think about it after we leave. Come over here and take off my powered exoskeleton first. After he finished speaking, the Air Force leader continued, "Yes, you can take off Xiao Kui's equipment. The purpose of coming to you today has been achieved. Not only was it accomplished, there was an unexpected gain, and it was time for the three of us to leave. When we return to Peeping, we still have to discuss export issues with Brother BA, but we have to take away the Chi-Yu-powered exoskeleton you made. It is estimated that after this thing is verified, your company will be able to add a hit product." The big leader's words made it very clear that the powered exoskeleton Kui Tianzi was wearing was determined to be taken away. He himself knew that since he was exposed, he would have to be taken away sooner or later, so he might as well just do it. "Okay, Chief, I understand. I will take off the equipment for Chief Kui right now." With that said, he came to Kui Tianzi and began to take off his equipment. And when he took action, his mouth was not idle. "Chief, I know you must take Chi-Yu away, but the current Chi-Yu is not what he will be in the end. This is just a tool I use. So I am not professional in military use. Also, you should pay attention to it and collect usage experience for me. This is very important for how I can improve in the future." Then there is the battery charging. The charging port is the same as that of the car. And on my side, after this set of equipment is taken away by you, I will step up my efforts to make a few more sets. I know that this set alone will not be enough for you. He said it as if he was resigned to his fate, and even took the initiative to take charge of the rest and say what he wanted to say. The three of them looked at him with increasing satisfaction as they saw how good he was. Then Chi-Yu was taken off, and he found a big box from nowhere and put the whole set of Chi-Yu in it. He pushed the box on a trolley toward the entrance of the workshop. On the way, he was still talking to Kui Tianzi about a series of maintenance issues. When they came to the door, he also finished explaining all the precautions. He watched as the soldiers who came with the three men took the big box. The soldier did not walk towards the test field, but came to a liberation truck and put the box on the truck. Li Jianhua looked at that posture, then turned to look at Kui Tianzi and the others. It was obvious that they didn't know when arrangements had been made. The purpose of the three people coming to Juzhu Divine Beast this time has been achieved. As for the minibus officer, no one mentioned him. Accompanied by him, the three of them walked towards the test flight ground. As for the minibus officer, they also got the news. The three of them would not go back to Peeping directly, but would take people to the Quancheng base to have a look. On the way, we may make a detour to the island city. If we are on time, we will take someone to the aircraft carrier to see the J-36B and the Hainan Airlines version. Because the HNA version will be retired in the future, fortunately the J-36B has a variable sweep wing, not a folding wing, otherwise it would be difficult to sell it to customers. Anyway, minibuses are now a big grievance in Kyushu, collecting rags. But for minibuses, it looks like they are collecting rags, but they actually get benefits. As long as the J-36 is in place, they will be a country with no generational differences in fighter aircraft except for the 5 gangsters. The specific matters of export negotiations will also be put last by them. Li Jianhua stood on the edge of the test flight field, looking at the 3 airships lined up to take off. He waved to the airships on the runway. Looking at the little black dot disappearing on the horizon, he had a really fulfilling day. He welcomed the other party in the morning and sent him away in the evening. And when he looked at the missing plane, his heart was still empty, because his big toy was robbed again. 3 planes landed at the Quancheng base. It was getting late. The minibus officer was arranged to the guest house and had dinner with the 3 of them. The 3 of them were not idle after eating, because the truck carrying Chi-Yu arrived at Quancheng 1 step ahead of them. Because I had to accompany the minibus officer the next day, arrangements for Chi-Yu's powered exoskeleton had to be made that evening. But having said that, in terms of the application of powered exoskeletons, Lao Lu should be the biggest and most professional, so the 3 of them worked together to find the first and second leaders of the Quancheng military region. After explaining Chi-Yu's affairs to Lao Lu, the 3 of them hurriedly found a place to rest. There were still things to do the next day. As for why they didn't leave the Chi-Yu test mission to the Air Force, after all, the Air Force also has airborne troops. That's because the Army is the most professional on the ground. When testing, Lao Lu will consider from many aspects and the direction closest to the actual battlefield. When the 2 leaders in the Quancheng military region saw Kui Tianzi wearing Chi-Yu to cover up, they were completely stunned. It's not that the 2 of them are short-sighted, but the scene that appears in front of them is really awesome. Even though the 2 of them were leaders of the military region and were very cultured, they could only think of the word fuck to describe their inner emotions at the moment. After Kui Tianzi and the others left, the 2 leaders immediately looked at each other. Looking at each other's eyes, they both knew that the test should be conducted by which unit first. The Eagle Special Brigade was the most suitable candidate, and since the decision was made, things were arranged that night. After Li Jianhua sent the person away, he didn't do anything else, because after being robbed, there was still a slight ups and downs in his mood, so he went home directly. After a night of silence, Li Jianhua made arrangements for expansion and other matters in the company the next day. As for the manufacturing of the Chi-Yu test machine, he had not yet found time to work on it. Kui Tianzi and the three of them accompanied the minibus officers the next day to watch the active J-36, and later planned to go to Hangma to watch the HNA version. But in a remote mountainous area of Dongshan, there is a neat military barracks standing in the mountain. And you can see that the base is not small. This is where the Eagle Brigade is stationed. At this moment, in a very secretive large warehouse in the Eagle Brigade base, 12 people were gathered around a large black box in trance. This number just makes up a commando team, which is equivalent to the number of people in a squad. The 12 people have different body shapes. Some are tall, some are short, some are burly, and some are slender. Although the abdominal muscles are not obvious, all of them have that strong body type. One of the little men, only about 1.7 meters tall, patted the box in front of him, and then saw that this was obviously the person in charge. "Captain, why did you go to the brigade headquarters just now? Why did you bring back such a box? What is in this nearly 2-meter box? When I asked you just now, you didn't tell me. Now that everyone is here, you can finally tell me." When the leader faced the problem of his team members, he was muttering in his heart. He didn't know what the regulations were, but he just received such a big box from the brigade commander. In fact, this is not his fault. Currently, Kui Tianzi is the only one in the military who has actually worn it, and others have not had any contact with it at all. And Kui Tianzi gave him to the military district leader, then transferred him to the brigade commander, and finally let him carry him back. There were several hands-offs in the process, so no one could tell what happened. "You'll know when you open it." The chief said there is an instruction manual. When the words instructions came out of the tough captain's mouth, everyone present had an indescribable feeling on their faces. As special forces, they know a lot about many things to a certain extent, and they have never read the manual or anything like that. These people are the kind of people who can use their hands but try not to use their brains. Of course, it does not mean that their brains are not good. If their brains are not good, they will not become a member of the commando team. It is just that their profession has formed this kind of mentality for them. It's just a habit. After the captain finished speaking, he ignored the reactions of several people and opened the box in front of them under everyone's gaze. This big black box has many locking latches around it. While the captain opened the locks, the others also helped open the box. All the locks of the box were opened, and the top lid of the box was carried to the side by 2 people. At this time, the scene inside the box was revealed to everyone. The little man who was the most curious put his whole head into the box and looked at the contents. His body also covered most of the box, so that others could not see everything. The little man was just about to put his hand in, but before he could do it, he was pulled aside, and all the contents of the box were displayed in front of everyone. Looking at what looked like a human skeleton lying flat inside the box, a voice from among the team members suddenly asked, "Captain, is this some kind of exoskeleton? Is this the only thing we need to test? Last time I heard that a batch of equipment was provided for logistics, but it was not very useful at all, and it could save people a little effort. It's of no use in combat. Captain, why don't you give this thing to the brigade commander and send it back?" The captain of the commando stared at the person who was talking with a pair of bull's eyes, as if he wanted to eat him. "Go away, if I dare to say it. Didn't I already say it when I just picked up the box? You don't know the brigade commander's temper, or I don't know. If I dare to say it, you can kick me on the spot. The tasks have been given to us, so let's read the instructions honestly." The captain said this, and several other people also shrank their necks, obviously thinking of something. The little man who had been squeezed to the back got in through the gap. He came in and directly took a small white notebook in his hand. After getting it, he immediately took advantage of his small size and got out through the gap. "Oh, what a waste of time. Isn't this a waste of our time? I guess this operation in Dengzhou has nothing to do with us. I want to see what this is." As he spoke, he focused his attention on the instruction manual. This instruction manual was very simple. There was no name on the cover, just a white cover. When he opened the book, the name of the manual appeared on the title page. Detailed explanation on the use of the Soldier Master Chu, JZSSIDLZJ01, powered exoskeleton. Seeing such a long name, the little man was obviously a little confused, and a sense of déjà vu immediately came over him. Powered exoskeleton? Is it motivational? Is it different from the one used in logistics before? The little man was thinking this, when several team members surrounded him while he was thinking about something, and the manual in his hand was snatched away without even keeping it. Looking at the empty hand, he also felt that he was squeezed in by several people. At this time, only the captain could save him. "Captain, the thing inside is a powered exoskeleton. It's powered. Let's test it quickly. Look, they put me in the middle again." The captain looked helpless as he looked at the team members who were making trouble again. His team members were good at everything, but they would often be unreliable when they were not on task. "Okay, stop making trouble, everyone, gather together." As his order was issued, 11 people immediately formed a team. Only then could the captain have a clear look at what kind of equipment it was. He saw the captain put the box upright, looked at the box carefully, and dismantled the composite box, leaving only the box on the ground. At this time, the entire powered exoskeleton was finally displayed in front of everyone. It was hung on a bracket, had an extremely strong frame, and had a large backpack. It was obviously different from what they had remembered before. The captain compared his height with Chi-Yu's and felt that it fit his size very well. He did not dismiss the team, but stepped forward and tried to put it on. Originally, it was normal to wear the lower body, as long as people stepped in and fastened all the buckles, but when it came to the upper body, he was in trouble. Because the current shape of Chi-Yu's powered exoskeleton is very unfavorable for him to wear, especially since the two arms are not open to both sides. The most important point is that no matter how the captain moves the two mechanical arms, they will never be able to move them. Halfway through putting it on, he didn't know what to do, and he couldn't move yet. His teammates were still looking at him, always feeling embarrassed. "Xiao Falcon, get out of the queue and bring me the instruction manual. You can also help me look for it on top and find out how to wear it." The little man immediately walked out of the queue, looked at the 10 team members who were still standing in line with a smug expression, walked up to one person, took the white manual in his hand, opened it, and rummaged through what the captain said. Finally, with the help of the little soldier named Xiao Falcon, the captain finally put Chi-Yu on himself. The little man also helped the captain turn on Chi-Yu's power supply. Then he stopped worrying about what the captain wanted to do and returned to the team. He took the instruction manual in his hand and started reading from the beginning. Since their captain had just given the order to take a break, he was flipping through the manual and was telling his comrades beside him what he saw in the manual. First, he looked through it in general, and then took a closer look at the first one. At this time, the basic information about Chi-Yu's powered exoskeleton in the manual also caught his eye. Safe load capacity 600 kilograms, overload load 800 kg. Fuck, 600 kilograms. He was so shocked that he immediately showed an incredible expression, and then he suddenly raised his head and looked at his captain. "Captain doesn't know anything, so don't hurt yourself. Captain, don't move." Thinking of the captain, he immediately spoke out and planned to stop him from moving to avoid hurting himself. But by the time he said this, it was already too late, because their captain had already made a punching motion on the spot, and his right fist had already been punched out. Xiao Falcon immediately closed his eyes, and then saw that his captain failed to maintain his figure and rushed towards the direction of his right fist. By the time he got control of himself, he was already half kneeling on the ground in front of him. Following the captain's actions, the others ignored the queue and immediately surrounded the captain. Several people seemed to have gone up to help the captain out of habit, but before they could reach the captain half knelt on the ground and spoke hurriedly. "Stay away from me, don't let anyone touch me, let me get used to it, and Xiao Falcon, you continue to read the instructions. Everyone, please spread out. I'm afraid I didn't control it well and might hurt you again. I was fine just now." The circle that was originally formed quickly dispersed following his instructions, and then the captain carefully climbed up on the ground. The other team members consciously divided into two teams. 4 people gathered around Xiao Falcon to study the instructions, while the other 5 people were always watching their captain. Not to mention the little falcon, who was studying the contents of the manual word for word. The captain also got up from the ground, stood on the spot and moved his body slightly. The adaptability of the special forces is very high, not to mention the captain of the commando team. He quickly mastered the control method of Chi-Yu's powered exoskeleton, but he was still not that good at fine control. At this time, Xiao Falcon's group also read the instructions in their hands carefully. After they understood the contents of the instructions, they all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. What did they just see? What amazing data have I seen? The maximum safe load capacity is 600, the battery life is 22 to 26 hours, and the charging time is within 3 minutes, or the battery pack replacement is estimated to be within 1 minute. What would such data represent? That is completely possible for actual combat. If no one in their commando team can have such a set of equipment, then their combat power will skyrocket. Just think about it and you will know that a person's total load is 600 kilograms, so a warrior can stack thicker armor, use heavier weapons, and carry more medicine. Then he may not be able to withstand 60 kilograms or more. Small caliber machine gun. To say that these soldiers are ruthless, Li Zhenhua also thought of giving each soldier an 89 weight, and these soldiers wanted to surpass the level of guns and rise directly to cannons. Originally, soldiers used submachine guns and assault rifles, but now they seem to be researching in the direction of submachine guns. While they were thinking about these things, their captain was already doing various tactical actions that could be done in a narrow space, and he was not unhappy in mastering the control methods. After Xiao Falcon read the contents of the manual, he threw the manual to the other team members, and he walked towards the depths of the warehouse. Seeing him walking away in a hurry, the others didn't bother too much. The little falcon walked directly towards the weapons depot of their commando team, where there were almost all the light and heavy weapons used by infantry in the world, even the weapons of the old moldy side. But now he wanted to go to the weapons depot not to get anything else. He walked into the weapons depot and went straight to the Type 89 heavy machine gun placed on the ground in the corner. This heavy machine gun is the lightest heavy machine gun in the world. The gun weighs only 17 kilograms. Of course, this is the weight without a tripod. In fact, it is said that the world was created by misunderstanding. It can only be said that there was a mistake. The little falcon removed the gun from the tripod, picked up the handle and walked towards the field just now. In the island city hundreds of kilometers away from the base of the Eagle Brigade, a fleet is parked at the military port. This fleet is the 002 aircraft mother fleet. The Hainan version of the J-36B is in service on this aircraft carrier, and the minibus also boarded the ship accompanied by Wang Yuzheng and 3 others. The purpose of their trip is also very clear, which is to come for the J-36B on the ship. As long as everything goes well, the minibus will definitely receive these fighters, and of course they will have to be modified fighters. At Juzhu Divine Beast, Li Zhenhua also became busy. There were no toys, more work, no fun, and the complexity of the world made him very distressed. The day after Wang Yuzheng left, he arranged follow-up work for the aircraft manufacturer. All J-36A/BS have been discontinued, while the J-36C vertical takeoff and landing demonstrator has also completed its mission and entered the dismantling process. As for the subsequent production of fighter aircraft, they will all be based on the J-36D, which is the newly produced J-36 variant. This letter is the official number given to them before Wang Yuzheng left. This model only reaches D, which is far behind the predecessor H6 which reached K. After he made arrangements for the aircraft manufacturing, he went into the laboratory to recreate his big toy. Who let Qiyu be robbed? Of course, this time it is not manufactured according to the previous style, but needs to be improved and optimized again before it can enter the manufacturing stage. Of course, the main performance will not be changed, it will still be the same parameters as before, but its improvements will be made from a war perspective, just like between the Suzaku 8 and the J-36. Since he wanted to improve optimization, his virtual laboratory came in handy again. Since it is based on actual combat, the first step is to design external armor for Qiyu, so that it can truly become a powered exoskeleton armor, instead of leaking air everywhere like it is now. He has a lot of experience in armor. This is also thanks to his previous research and manufacturing of bulletproof vehicles. Many technologies on bulletproof vehicles can be used on Qiyu. In the virtual laboratory, he placed all the bulletproof materials he currently had in front of him and selected suitable materials. The first is the outermost layer, which is made of the same material as the bulletproof car. It is a very thin layer. The next layer is a ceramic bulletproof plate and a bulletproof gel developed using non-Newtonian fluids. The inner layer is Kevlar. Layer, graphene new material, and finally a layer of outermost material for bulletproof vehicles. The entire composite bulletproof armor has 6 layers in total. After the armor is taken out, the shape is filled in according to Qiyu's main frame. In terms of appearance, he is based on the Master Chief and Fallout 4 T-60, and the design is thicker and stronger than the Master Chief, but not as bloated as the T-60. Every design is in line with people's aesthetics, and the helmet part is in the shape of a Master Chief's helmet. When these armors were installed on the Qiyu, the current Qiyu had been designed by him to be fully enclosed. Since it is completely closed, the life support system must be arranged. With the technology he currently has, he can only design a simple life support system. To put it bluntly, it is to install a small new wind on the armor. If it is too advanced, it will be powerless. There is no need to design something too advanced, because it is not necessary and it has not yet reached that time. With the design plan in hand, we started working on it in the virtual laboratory. We encountered difficulties during manufacturing, and the joints were the most difficult part. Every joint in his body, almost every joint had to be tackled again, and he spent the next time working on the joints. Back at the Eagle Brigade, Little Falcon came back with a gun. When he arrived at the scene, he saw their captain bravely raising a team member with one hand, and the captain's expression was unusually relaxed. Xiaoshan doesn't think it's difficult to lift the team members up. The instruction manual says the load capacity is 600 kilograms. Captain, I took a gun from the arsenal. Do you think this thing is suitable for use? Are you asking about this thing in your hand? Is it suitable for use? Are you planning to shock me to death and become the captain yourself? The captain still doesn't know the specific performance of the equipment he is wearing. Now he only thinks that this equipment is very good and can lift nearly 100 kilograms of players. The Type 89 heavy machine gun held in Xiaoshan's hand, no matter how light it is still a heavy machine gun. Its recoil cannot be offset by standing. This gun also has a tripod. There is no tripod. It doesn't work at all. If you rashly use a human body to force it, the final result will be the same as the death of my regiment leader and my regiment Daobi, who was shocked to death by the recoil of the heavy machine gun. You are being unreasonable. I am doing this for my own good. The equipment you are wearing is amazing. Didn't I tell you just now that the load capacity is 600 kilograms? If we put the 89 heavy I have on you, all the recoil will be transmitted to the equipment instead of letting you make contact. I believe the equipment you have on you can turn a heavy machine gun into a submachine gun." After hearing this, the captain followed Xiao Falcon's idea and couldn't help but accept it in his heart. At this time, I heard other people speak again. "Let me tell you, let Xiao Falcon bring the 60 soldiers over and let the captain be used as a gun mount. Go away, you are a gun carrier, your whole family is a gun carrier." As soon as the captain heard about the gun mount, he immediately thought of the bed and the scene of a circle of people around the bed, and he immediately cursed back. A few people laughed and made trouble before continuing to study Chiyu on the captain's body and how to install the gun in Xiao Falcon's hand on Chiyu. To say that their team is quite comprehensive, there is one person in the team who is particularly good at firearm modification. This team member named Xuan Ying studied firearms design at Harvard University, so it was not a problem to bring Beijia Zhong and Chiyu together. The man was working on the equipment based on the instructions combined with the actual objects. The captain was testing Chiyu's flexibility in the warehouse, and 10 other people were watching. While watching, they would express their opinions from time to time. It was quickly adapted to be loaded onto the Chiyu, and he was able to get out the equipment connecting the 8th and 9th level. The fact that he was able to get the equipment out so quickly was also related to the Quick Connect interface on the Chiyu. There are 2 small parts in total: a bracket for dragging the gun extends from the right arm, and a support extends forward from the shoulder blade to hold the gun butt. These 2 pieces of equipment transferred all the recoil produced by the 8-9 heavy duty when shooting to Chiyu. The person using it only experienced a very weak recoil. Compared with the original, the recoil now is really negligible. The captain did not take off Chiyu, but squatted on the spot, but it would be nonsense to say how tired he was, because he was not tired at all. The entire weight of the body is supported by the powered exoskeleton. Even though it looks like a squatting horse stance, it is actually sitting. Xuanying then installed the 2 simple devices he made into the quick connectors on the Chu, and locked them with anti-falling screws. Then an 89 weight gun was installed on the right arm. The captain looked at his right arm, which was swinging with his movements. The long spear made him very uncomfortable. "This is too inconvenient, just letting the gun float in the wind on your arm?" Although he thought so, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, this was just a test to see if it would work, and it would definitely need to be changed later. In this way, he held the handle of the gun with his right hand, and the butt of the gun was fixed on the support where the shoulder blade extended to the shoulder socket. The free left hand is still in the 89 level posture as usual, fixing the gun stock. With his current appearance, some people believe that he is an interstellar infantry. It looks very high-tech, but the only thing that doesn't look like it is the open-type Chiyu-powered exoskeleton, because it has no armor. Now that he had the weapon, the captain became familiar with Chiyu's operation. He inevitably had the idea of going to the shooting range to experiment immediately. The 89 heavy machine guns fire 12.7mm ammunition, because they are just experimenting now and do not use any armor-piercing bullets, but only the most common type 54 12.7mm bullets. The entire commando team walked towards the shooting range. Except for the captain himself, the rest of the team members looked at the captain wearing Chu with a little envy in their eyes. They were walking towards the shooting range, and above the aircraft carrier in the island city, the minibus officer was drooling at the many models of aircraft parked on the deck. It wasn't just the plane that attracted his attention, the aircraft carrier he was on and the ships supporting the aircraft carrier were also attracting his attention. Looking at the many coveted equipment in front of him, the minibus officer forced himself to focus on the target of this trip, the J-36B. Not far in front of him, a J-36B was preparing to take off at the ejection position. This takeoff was a performance specially prepared for him. Just like a big slingshot, the J-36B was ejected by the catapult. The takeoff posture was very light and it quickly disappeared in front of him in the sky. Soon after, the J-36B flew back and performed another ship landing. After the whole process, the minibus officer had a better understanding of the performance of the J-36. In the past few days, he not only visited the manufacturer, but also saw 2 brand new aircraft, and then saw J-36S flying in large formations at the Quanchang base. 36A, and now we have seen the HNA version of the J-36B. He is so satisfied with the performance of this aircraft. If these aircraft currently in service in Kyushu can be equipped in their home country, they will be able to become tougher on Asenston, and their international status will be improved accordingly. I didn't stay in the island city for too long. I circled around and returned to peeping again. Then there was a series of discussions about the export of the J-36. I won't talk about what was reached in the middle. Anyway, the minibus will receive J-36 fighters one after another later. Li Zhenhua is currently assembling the armored version of Chiyu in the virtual laboratory. He has installed pieces of bulletproof armor on Chiyu. With the installation of the armored version of Chiyu is taking shape step by step. When all the armor was assembled in place, Chiyu, who looked very sturdy in appearance, appeared in front of him. He was feeling particularly proud at the moment, because this equipment, which could only appear in science fiction movies or games, was created by him through a little bit of climbing on the technology tree. Since the finished product has now been manufactured, it can be infinitely embodied in the virtual laboratory. The virtual laboratory was transformed into a giant shooting range, and the target was actually the armored version of Chiyu that had just been assembled, and a row of various firearms appeared next to him. A test on Chiyu's bulletproof performance began in the virtual laboratory. The heavy bulletproof armor is very protective, and the 5.8mm rifle bullets used by Kyushu pose no threat to it at all. Of course, it can still cause some damage to the weakest joints, but it will still not penetrate the armor. Subsequently, whether it is 5.56 NATO bullets or 7.62 Soviet-Russian bullets, all rifle bullets will not have much effect on heavy armor anyway. Neither the intermediate power bullet nor the full power bullet worked, so the machine gun bullet was put on the field for testing. 12.7mm, 14.5mm, 15mm, all the bullets were tested, and the caliber that Chiyu's heavy armor could block stopped at 12.7mm. The 14.5 anti-aircraft machine gun bullets and 15mm anti-material rifle bullets above were all unable to block it. Machine gun bullets can't be blocked, and machine gun bullets have not been tested. Anyway, Chiyu can't block this thing anyway, so he might as well run away from the beginning. After testing the bullets, it was the turn of the artillery shells. In fact, there are only 3 types of mortar shells that can be tested: 60mm, 80mm, and 120mm. In the test of these 3 types of mortar shells, Chiyu did not perform well. After all, these are artillery shells, not bullets, or anything like that. In terms of the performance of 60mm shells, the closer to the center of the explosion, the higher the damage received. If you are within 1 meter of the center of the explosion, even if you are wearing Chiyu, there is no possibility of survival. 1 to 5 meters can pose a huge threat, but beyond 3 to 5 meters there is no big threat. 60mm can achieve such effects, and he has no interest in testing the remaining 2. The performance of bullets is pretty good. At least in ordinary warfare, the weapons used by infantry can basically block it, so charging is not a problem. But for bullets or artillery shells with a caliber above 14.5, the protection is not that good. In fact, this effect is good enough. Even the main battle tank cannot protect it sometimes, let alone the one on this person. Armor. After the test was completed, he immediately exited the virtual laboratory. He was very busy next. He thought that since Wang Yuzheng and the others were going to test Chiyu, they must be the smallest combat unit in terms of quantity. A full squad usually consists of 2 to 3 combat groups, and with the addition of finger and squad firepower, there are usually about 10 people, which may be more or less. And he calculated based on the strongest firepower, 3 combat groups of 9 people, a squad leader of 3 people, and a firepower group of 3 people, a total of 12 people. That is to say, he will need to manufacture at least 12 sets of Chiyu-powered exoskeleton armor in order to complete the delivery task of the army, and he does not have the tools for his own use. He tested the Chiyu armor in the laboratory, and in the barren mountains of the Eagle Brigade, the commando captain was wearing Chiyu, looking at a large spear in his hand, moving around in the woods, and rushing towards the target very nimbly. The long gun in his hand was clearly an 89 heavy machine gun. At this moment, he was holding the heavy machine gun in a rifle holding posture and charging forward. The captain wearing Chiyu took long steps and rushed to the predetermined design position very quickly. Seeing that the captain just stopped his body, he immediately stood up and started shooting. The 12.7mm machine gun bullets flew towards the target accompanied by fireworks from the muzzle. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. In the hands of the captain, Yaju made a rhythmic gunshot, but his body shape did not change much. It was still the same as before, but the only thing that changed was his feet. His feet were driven deep into the soil by the recoil as the heavy machine gun fired, but this did not affect the stability of the captain's grab at all. He fired more than 10 shots at this shooting position, and then continued to run quickly towards the next shooting position. The target that had just been hit by 89 heavy blows in his hand had now changed beyond recognition. Even if it was a target made of steel plates, it still could not block the 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet. When the captain finished the lap and reached the finish line, Xiao Falcon also pressed the stopwatch in his hand. The little falcon looked at the time displayed on the stopwatch in his hand and showed an incredible expression. It was really scary. This result was half a minute faster than their usual lap time of 95, and they still looked tired after running, but looking at their captain now, he didn't feel tired at all. And don't forget that what their captain is holding is not a 95, but a Type 89 heavy machine gun. When the person responsible for reporting the target brought the target in front of them, everyone looked at the Captain Chiyu with a possessive look. His performance has improved, and his physical energy has not been used up much. At the 8th and 9th level, he can stand up and fight, his speed is much faster, and he carries more ammunition. Such changes are all related to the powered exoskeleton worn by the captain, and these team members have already thrown their disdain when they saw Chiyu into the trash heap somewhere. The captain wearing Chi-Yu was the one who felt the deepest impression. At the beginning, he thought that the powered exoskeleton was an auxiliary tool for their logistics. But during the contact, he learned that this was not an auxiliary tool, but a combat equipment. After this test, he completely fell in love with the feeling of charging with a heavy machine gun. It was a different kind of experience. So what about Chechnya? He is still a younger brother in front of them. The difference between them is the light machine gun and the heavy machine gun, as well as physical fitness and equipment. As long as there is Chi-Yu, everything will be in a crushing situation. After a day of intense testing, the captain didn't even drink much water, and he stopped drinking only at night. In the room where their commando team was meeting, the captain took off the Chi-Yu he was wearing. 12 people gathered around a large conference table, and everyone was talking about their opinions on Chi-Yu's application. After gathering these insights, they will summarize and form a temporary strategy and test the feasibility of the strategy step by step. And they are still discussing that all of them will wear the firepower configuration after Chi-Yu. For them, carrying weight can no longer be a burden to them. On the premise of maintaining volume, they have achieved the freedom to carry the maximum amount of ammunition. It can be said that under the condition that the size does not exceed the standard, they can carry as much as they want, and they can also carry a few rockets for each fireman. In this way, there will be a lot of wealth in terms of load capacity, which will not be used up at all. The firepower configuration was quickly determined during their discussion. There were 3 people in the 3-person firepower team, 3 89-weight guns, and they also proposed an improvement direction in the ammunition backpack. Moreover, the 3 of them are also equipped with varying numbers of rocket launchers, and the ammunition carrying is distributed to the entire team. The 3-person assault team is equipped with a new 5.8mm squad light machine gun, which is also fed by a belt and can also be loaded into an ammunition backpack. The 2-people sniper equipment is a Type 11 sniper grenade, a Type 10 large caliber sniper rifle, and no one is carrying a spare small caliber sniper rifle 88 sniper. The command team, medical and other functional teams use the same main weapons as the assault team, but they have more choices in their respective secondary weapons. And when they came up with this kind of firepower configuration, everyone became big-eyed and small-eyed. The captain looked at the firepower configuration list written in front of him. At this moment, he admitted that his phobia of insufficient firepower was really cured. It turns out that the phobia of insufficient firepower can really be cured. This configuration sheet is a prescription for the commando, which is really curable. But the other way around is not so accurate, because people's hearts are not enough, and with the improvement of horizons, it is not so easy to be satisfied, and all phobias of insufficient firepower can only be cured temporarily. At this time, the firepower configuration list that was put on the table and discussed by everyone not only allowed the captain to be cured, but other team members also felt that it was outrageous. Xiao Falcon looked at this outrageous firepower configuration list, feeling quite like a dog in his heart, and then looked towards their captain. "Captain, is this firepower really what we discussed? Why do I feel so dreamy? With such firepower, if the ammunition is replaced by 84 armor-piercing sabos and 89 armor-piercing explosive incendiary bombs, even if our team encounters a tank, it may not be unable to carry out frontal hard steel. Is the era of our infantry coming in the future?" As soon as he said these words, the captain immediately looked at him as if he were a fool. "Stop talking, I'm really afraid that if I talk to you too much, I'll be infected by your stupidity. How much does this powered exoskeleton cost? How much does a tank cost? And how much does it cost after we all equip Chi-Yu? Furthermore, we are infantry. No matter how we change, we are still infantry. After all, we cannot replace tanks and armored vehicles. In terms of tonnage, we cannot replace them. So don't say these words anymore. No matter how much one type of military develops, it will not eliminate another type of military. Just like how advanced armored vehicles cannot do without infantry." The conversation between the two made everyone present understand that the military configuration that has been developed for many years will not be replaced or eliminated by a high-tech weapon. After understanding this, Xuanying looked at the configuration list and was fascinated for a while, and couldn't help but wonder whether this equipment was really suitable for them. If equipped with Chi-Yu, it will inevitably become a heavy infantry, but there will be some innate conflicts with their arms. To put it bluntly, special forces are the most powerful reconnaissance troops. Their main tasks are to go deep behind enemy lines, detect enemy military targets, conduct reconnaissance of enemy troop movements before launching a campaign, and provide target instructions for our own artillery. These are the tasks of the scouts, and of course they also perform tasks such as decapitation tactics and sabotage behind enemy lines. But what about equipping Chi-Yu? Then their whereabouts will become difficult to conceal, and reconnaissance behind enemy lines will become difficult, and eventually it will become frontal reconnaissance, which may alert the enemy. Arriving at this first, Xuanying was a little confused and hurriedly expressed his thoughts to the captain. After he finished telling what he was thinking, everyone at the scene fell into deep thought. It was indeed as he said that these problems would exist. Moreover, the captain also had other ideas. If they went deep behind enemy lines and failed the mission, they would leave all their equipment to the enemy. the problem of equipment leakage will become the primary issue. In his mind, this is an unsolvable problem. But then he thought that his worries were completely unfounded. Everything was still in the exploratory stage. These problems cannot be solved now, and they may not be solved in the future. Who knows what the future will be like? As the saying goes, why don't you plant crops after hearing the cries of crickets? Okay, this issue is not what we are considering now, nor is it what we should consider. Our first priority now is to test and formulate reasonable tactics around the current Chi-Yu. The captain clarified the matter and did not dwell too much on the issue. Then everyone started to deduce tactics around this terrifying firepower configuration list. In fact, the best way to formulate tactics is to conduct exercises close to actual combat, but the current situation seems to be immature, so they can only get together a few people to conduct deductions. While they were deducing and optimizing their tactics, Li Jianhua had already started manufacturing an armored version of Chi-Yu in the workshop. The name is the Soldier Master Chi-Yu, JZSS Psi DLZJ02, Powered Exoskeleton Armor, or Chi-Yu Powered Armor for short. Chi-Yu's powered armor is, after all, derived from the previous powered exoskeleton, so it's still basically the same. Therefore, in terms of early manufacturing, the manufacturing of powered armor is no different from that of powered exoskeletons. There is nothing to say about manufacturing, because in the virtual laboratory, all the problems that will be encountered in manufacturing have been simulated and solved. Now his task is to completely replicate the operations in the laboratory in reality. While he was in the middle of building the Chi-Yu powered armor, he received a call from Wang Yuzheng, saying that someone would come to their company to pick up a fighter jet in the near future, and the fighter would be delivered directly to Brother BA. Sure enough, within a few days, their company welcomed Brother Ba's officers again, and the two brand new J-36s placed in his hangar were the fighters that were about to be delivered. The delivery process was also smooth. Two Air Force soldiers accompanied Brother BA. Under the watchful eyes of Brother BA, two brand new J-36s were rolled out of the hangar and onto the runway, waiting to take off. Looking at the two little black dots flying in the sky, he couldn't express his feelings. Anyway, his heart was extremely complicated. Shortly after sending off the J-36A fighter jets, their company received the maintenance task of the first J-36A in service. And this is just the beginning. Currently, the Kyushu Air and Naval Forces have a total of 48 J-36s, and all of these aircraft will be returned to the factory for maintenance one after another. As for the size of the quantity, it is decided by them themselves. The military's replacement plan is that every J-36D Jushu Divine Beast produces will be put into service, and accordingly one J-36A/B will be retired, so that the number of fighters remains unchanged. And this is not the end. Li Jianhua and others have been waiting for more than 3 years to order the J-36D. The total number of this batch of orders is 800, used to eliminate the 7th Master and the 8th Master. Moreover, the previously envisaged plan to match the 3 fighter jets, the Veyron, the Falcon, and the Suzaku, with high, medium and low levels, has also been verified recently. This plan of matching high, medium and low levels is feasible. After this plan is implemented in the future, Kyushu's military strength will increase a lot. However, it was said that the 2 J-36A aircraft that took off from the Jushu Divine Beast test flight ground flew all the way to the west. After several transitions for refueling, they finally reached their destination through western Xinjiang. In fact, after the J-36A entered Pakistan, it landed nearby, and then the control of the fighter aircraft was handed over. The pilot was controlled from the Quancheng base and handed over to the pilots of the Brother Air Force. This kind of handover is not simple. In order to be able to use the J-36A without any obstacles in his country, Brother BA specially purchased 3 communication satellites in Kyushu to provide communication services for him. Of course, launch services are also provided by Kyushu, which can be regarded as a one-stop service. From fighter aircraft to training, to supporting facilities for fighter aircraft, everything is from Kyushu from the inside out. And with fighter planes, the missiles used on the fighter planes were also purchased. The Thunderbolt 15E, which has been exported before and is used on the J-10CE, is also suitable for the J-36A. For the 2 brand new J-36S delivered in advance, 2 basic quantities of ammunition were purchased for each. The impact of the J-36 export is not only reflected in the fighter aircraft itself, but also in the ammunition, maintenance plans, communication plans, etc. used by the fighters. Anyway, as long as they accept the opportunity to fight, Kyushu can continue to make money. The follow-up ammunition replenishment and all aspects of maintenance are the big moneymakers, and steady flow is the way to go. The J-36, a fighter jet that had performed extremely well in previous military operations, officially entered service with the Pakistan Air Force, causing Asenstan, another neighbor of Kyushu, to become nervous. Ashenstein immediately protested, but it was useless, and no one took the protest seriously. In Ashenstein's view, this reaction was considered normal operation. And they also responded internally to the entry into service of the J-36, which was to deploy a large number of glorious fighters that they claimed were comparable to the Veyron. This is a fighter aircraft that has been developed for more than 30 years. It was developed by Asheston Airlines, which is known as the pilot killer. It is an aircraft that is outdated as soon as it is launched and faces retirement when it is in service. The military's mind is still clear and they know that their glory cannot stop the J-36, so they can only ask for help. Therefore, their military purchase was once again facilitated, and the Buddha 15X became the next major equipment model in their country. But there is still a big gap between the FO-15 and Brother Ba's J-36. If nothing else, the generation gap is not so easy to make up. The export of the J-36 has brought the relationship between the two parties closer, and it can be said that they are tied together in many aspects. Brother BA is gradually receiving the repaired fighter jets, while Kyushu is also receiving the newly produced J-36DS bit by bit. Time flies, and in Lee Jianhua's workshop, there are a total of 12 human-shaped things next to him. Looking closely at the 12 human-shaped things, it turned out to be Chiyu's powered exoskeleton armor that he had built with his own hands. At this moment, he was in front of an armor, holding tools to adjust the Chiyu-powered armor in front of him. Overall, the armor looked decent. The appearance is very in line with modern people's aesthetics. It is unusually majestic, like a horse harness. The exterior painting of the armor was painted in a camouflage color, and the most advanced starry sky camouflage was used. He designed a total of 5 versions. Now these Chiyu are different from the simple exoskeleton he had before. They are covered with armor from top to bottom. They can wrap people in the armor. It is not impossible to call them humanoid tanks. If there are advantages, there will inevitably be shortcomings. Now the total weight of the entire set of armor has doubled, and the effect is achieved only by using lightweight materials. The total weight has increased from 80 kilograms to 165 kilograms now. After having the armor, this equipment is no longer as easy to wear as before. It turns out that the exoskeleton can be worn with just a metal lock, but now it has become very different. The helmet and upper body are separate and specially designed for connection. The armor was divided into 2 parts, the front and rear. The fragmentary armor on the front can be removed on the rear. When people wear it, they must first remove the front armor, stand inside the armor, and then have someone else buckle the front armor on and fix it with quick-release screws. Anyway, wearing equipment all day long is extremely cumbersome, but there is nothing he can do about it. Who makes his current technical level insufficient? He also wants to design a fully automatic wearing platform, just like the wearing process of Iron Man's Mark II. Even if it cannot reach that level, it must be semi-automatic. Those were all his current fantasies. If the technology was not that advanced, everything would be aborted, but he did not give up and was still working hard. Compared with the role that armor can play, the difficulty of wearing it is still acceptable. The armor in front of him was specially designed with a special bracket for equipping weapons. It was very different from the bracket designed by Double Eagle in the Commandos. There was a special gun-carrying rack on the side of the back. In non-combat conditions, the firearm used can be placed on the back. The entire set of armor is very expensive, with each set costing more than 8 million. The armor he optimized from his exoskeleton was actually a bit too hard to be honest. At present, he feels that the military will not have too many Chiyu armors designed by him, and there will be huge difficulties in popularizing them. If it is to be used on a large scale in the future, it is estimated that it will have to be simplified, and it may be restored to its original style. But all of this has little to do with the present. What he wants now is to pile all the technologies he currently has on this, and let's talk about popularizing it in the future. Everything complex can be made, and it doesn't take much effort to simplify it from a complex model. In his opinion, the current suit of armor is still a bit weak. The most important thing is that the energy source is not good, and the engine is not good either. The energy source used by Iron Man is the arc reactor, which is cold nuclear fission or cold fusion technology. The power armor energy and radiation still uses nuclear power, micronuclear fusion battery. The principle is nuclear fusion. Therefore, in his final fantasy, the ideal energy source is still nuclear energy, not the graphene lithium-ion polymer battery currently used. One is able to produce electricity by itself, and the other requires long charging. There is a huge difference between the two. Lee Jianhua threw the torque wrench aside, took a towel from the side and wiped the stains on his hands. He looked at the armor in front of him and let out a deep breath. It's finally done. It's not easy for me either. I don't know what Minister Wang's expression will be like when he sees Chiyu, who has changed beyond recognition. He muttered to himself, imagining the expressions of the military people when they saw the armor. In an inconspicuous warehouse at the Eagle Brigade base, this highly confidential commando team has not been on a mission for almost half a year. Their entire team of 12 people had been surrounding Chiyu's powered exoskeleton all day long, studying new tactics. And they would also test the firepower configuration plan they originally decided on the armor from time to time. The only shortcoming was that they only had one exoskeleton, so there was no way for them to conduct systematic experiments. They could only be tested separately, and the exoskeleton in their hands also showed varying degrees of wear. After all, they were exposed to various harsh environments every day, so wear and tear was inevitable. On this day, the entire team was fully armed and ran towards their internal airport, where two Z-8s were waiting for them. The destination of their trip is the 9 provinces Divine Beast located in Dongshan. 12 people came to the airport, looked at the two Z-8s ready for departure, and boarded the plane in 2 groups. Riding in the helicopter again, for the 12 people, it felt like a century had passed. They had no missions in the past 6 months and had no contact with helicopters anymore. With a touch of novelty, they felt extremely comfortable sitting on the butt-shaped seats in the cabin. After the excitement wore off, someone started chatting in their communication channel, and the chat was still related to Chi-Yu's exoskeleton. "Captain, we got a powered exoskeleton this time. Is it the same as the one we have now? I am particularly interested in the powered exoskeletons optimized by the manufacturers. I don't know what the differences are with the ones we use now." Xiao Falcon was the most curious one in their commando team. He couldn't help but ask their captain on the way to the 9 provinces Divine Beast. The captain also fell into deep thought about Xiao Falcon's question. He himself was also very curious about what the manufacturer's optimization would look like. Ever since the moment he received the news last night that he was going to Jushu Divine Beast to take over the equipment today, his mood had never calmed down, because he knows that the powered exoskeletons they have now are only the most rudimentary products produced by manufacturers. "I can't think of it either. We'll know when we see the real thing. Everyone, please stop talking and cheer up. And pay attention to what's going on around you. Our mission this time is top secret." After speaking, the captain himself became serious, and the other team members, like the captain, began to become serious. The guns in their hands were also checked. As long as there was an accident on the road, they might shoot at any time. The 2 Saiba pilots looked at the longitude and latitude of their destination on the instrument and flew towards the location of the Kyushu mythical beast. After more than an hour of flying, they arrived at the sky above the 9 provinces Divine Beast from their base. The pilots looked at the runway below for planes to take off, and they felt very lucky in their hearts. There is no more peaceful way to land than landing on the runway. When the commandos arrived above them, Li Jianhua also heard the unique sound of helicopters overhead in the workshop. He knew that the call he made to Wang Yuzheng yesterday had worked. The person who should have come to receive Chi-Yu's powered exoskeleton armor had arrived. Hearing the sound of the helicopter, he walked out of the workshop and walked towards the test flight ground. When he walked to the test flight ground, the 2 helicopters in the sky also landed on the runway and walked towards the helicopters. As he approached Sai Hachi, the Saiba's cabin door opened, and the special operations team members filed out of the cabin and quickly lined up in front of the plane. 12 fully armed teams, carrying a full set of light and heavy weapons, lined up neatly and appeared in front of his eyes. He walked towards the queue, and when he came closer, one of the school officials walked out of the queue and came to him. The 2 greeted each other without exchanging too much greetings. They confirmed that the other party was indeed here to take over the power armor, and then he led the team towards the workshop. This heavily armed team formed a unique sight as they walked in the Jushu Divine Beast aircraft manufacturing factory. Fortunately, the nature of the aircraft manufacturer determines that their appearance will not have any impact. Otherwise, if they appear in costumes like this anywhere in Kyushu, it will make people think. Li Jianhua took 12 people to his workshop, led them to 12 large black boxes, pointed at the boxes and said, "In these boxes are the things you need. You can take them away directly afterwards. As before, there are specific instructions inside." The captain followed Li Jianhua to the workshop, but the scene before him was somewhat different from what he imagined. The scene he imagined was that 12 Chi-Yu-powered exoskeletons were in an empty room, surrounding a semicircle and waiting for their reception. But what about the reality? There were 12 large black boxes over 2 meters long arranged neatly together, but not a single powered exoskeleton was seen. The captain, who was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him, turned to look at him with dull eyes, then looked at the black box, and then asked him, "Is this the equipment we are going to take over this time?" Yes, Li Jianhua nodded. "Don't you need to teach us how to use it on the spot? Just leave it to us? Okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Since you have used the first generation Chi-Yu, you can use this optimized Chi-Yu just as well. They all operate in the same way. There is nothing special." His answer was really beyond the captain's expectation. The captain thought that Li Jianhua would open a box and teach them how to use it, but the reality was very harsh. Li Jianhua didn't follow the direction set by the captain at all, so the captain could only nod his head. "Move." He then issued an order to the team members who were still lined up neatly. Soon the queue was no longer orderly, and every 2 people walked towards a box. When they reached both ends of the box, they started to lift the box with all their strength. However, the weight of the box was unexpected by the people carrying the box. None of them expected that the box would be so heavy. It didn't mean that they couldn't lift it, but it was just a bit difficult to lift it. Each of these boxes contains a Chi-Yu-powered armor. The weight of each box is not light. The Chiyu-powered armor weighs 165 kilograms, and the boxes outside also weigh 15 kilograms. Along with the boxes, the total weight of the tools and other equipment is 190 kilograms. On average, no one is sharing the weight of 95 kilograms, which is close to 200 kilograms. No wonder it makes them feel a little strenuous. Don't forget that these team members are now fully armed. Although it is heavy, it can still be lifted, and each group of people still insists on carrying it towards the door of the workshop. 12 people went back and forth twice before carrying all 12 boxes to the door. Li Jianhua waited until all the boxes were carried to the door before he mentioned that there was a manual hydraulic forklift in his workshop. Looking at the captain and the others with some embarrassment, he pulled out the hydraulic truck he owned. The captain looked at the hydraulic truck in front of him and felt like he was on the verge of tears. He and his team finally moved 12 large boxes out of the workshop. Only then did the owner tell you that he had the tools. The captain now wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood to express his current grief and indignation. Later, with the help of tools, their efficiency in carrying boxes was significantly improved. 12 large black boxes were carried onto 2 straight 8s. Then he took off in front of him and flew towards the original direction. After the plane flew away, Li Jianhua walked back. As he walked, he took out his mobile phone and called Wang Yuzheng directly. "Chief, the box is on its way. The 2 Saiba just took off less than 5 minutes ago." Then he heard Wang Yueshen's familiar voice coming from his cell phone. "Okay, I understand. The ministry will pay you 100 million through Narinko's account tomorrow. This is the cost of Chi-Yu's power armor. Don't think it's too little. Military expenses have been tight recently due to the replacement of J-36S, and then they became more abundant. The ministry will make up for it for you." 100 million was accounted for, which Li Jianhua didn't care about at all, and this money could actually offset the 12 chis at cost price. Anyway, he didn't lose any money, he just put in some effort, and this kind of work happened to be what he was interested in, so it didn't count as effort. "Okay, I understand, Chief, but what you asked me to do is a bit childish, isn't it? Why do you want me to embarrass these soldiers?" It had to be carried manually from the workshop to the door. Hearing him asking questions as if complaining, Wang Yuzheng immediately explained to him, "Actually, it's just a small test. It allows you to embarrass them. It just tells them that this equipment is not easy to come by and makes them cherish it." Listening to this explanation, I don't know what others think. Anyway, he can't understand it. Why can't he just say it? This method must be used. He was not interested in knowing how the army trains soldiers. He chatted with Wang Yuzheng for a few more words before hanging up the phone. He then returned to his workshop and built a powered exoskeleton for his own use. The 2 Saiba planes that returned to the base were flying back to the base quickly. The commandos sitting on the plane were very curious about these big black boxes installed on the plane. At that time, they had a desire to open them, but they knew that they were on the plane and were not suitable for unpacking. Every team member endured their curiosity along the way, and after another hour, they finally returned to the base. The 2 Saiba landed at the base, unloaded the boxes from the plane, asked the ground crew here to borrow a car, and then carried the boxes back to their home base. When they returned to the warehouse, the brigade commander had already been waiting in their warehouse. The reason was simple. The brigade commander was also full of curiosity about the equipment that arrived this time. After all, the commando team reported previously that Chi-Yu's performance was strong enough, and he was really curious about how the 12 optimized ones in a row would perform. The box was moved to the warehouse by everyone, and the car was driven back to the airport ground staff by the brigade commander's driver. In the warehouse at this moment, there were 12 large black boxes neatly arranged. These boxes were more than one size larger than the boxes containing Chi-Yu's powered exoskeleton at that time. Same unboxing method, same instructions inside the box. This time no one was interested in the instructions. 13 people and 26 eyes were all staring at the box. When the lid of the box was opened and the power armor inside was revealed to the 13 people, everyone's eyes changed. All 13 people were shocked by the armor in the box for a moment. The items inside the box were really shocking. Looking at the armor in the box that only appeared in movies or games, even the brigade commander with strong psychological endurance showed a slight change on his face. The brigade commander approached the box with some uncertainty, pointed at the armor in the box, and turned to look at the commando leader. "Hi Dongqing, are you sure you got this correctly? Why do I feel that this thing is more suitable for young people to appear in something called Comic Expo, cosplay section? Are you sure it's not a cosplay prop? Did you ask us to move it back?" When the captain listened to the brigade commander's questions, he felt suspicious, but then he thought that his superiors would not be joking with him, so he stretched his hand into the box. When his hand touched the armor in the box, the touch told him that the thing he touched was made of iron, and even if it wasn't iron, it was some other alloy. After getting confirmation, he quickly turned to his brigade commander. "I confirmed that at least it is real and not a prop." The brigade commander was also a little speechless by his actions. He just interrupted, but he didn't expect that his commando captain could be so upright. Then the captain greeted the team members and lifted the box up on the ground. The four sides of the box were also opened. Only then did Chi Yu's power armor reveal his true face in Lushan. Although everyone present was well informed, they had never seen anything like movie props placed in front of them. It really shocked them. That feeling can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. When they reacted, the captain and brigade commander hurried forward and carefully observed the humanoid armor in front of them. Xiao Falcon was still the smartest one. When others came to their senses, they all focused their attention on the mecha itself, but he placed it on the neglected instruction manual. Looking at the very formal manual in his hand this time, it gave him a different feeling, a feeling that things were formal. Then it was time to look at the name on the cover, the instruction manual for the Soldier Master Chu, JZSS Psi DLZJ02, Powered Exoskeleton Armor. The name is really long enough. It has 2 more words than the previous one, armor. Xiao Falcon secretly thought in his heart, and then he looked at it carefully. While he was reading the instructions, the team members crowded together, surrounding the armor, brigade commander, and captain. Looking at the armor in front of him at this moment, the captain also had a hard time. The situation he encountered this time was completely different from before. At least he could understand it at a glance last time. I can see the locking buckles and know how to put it on, but this time I feel a sense of powerlessness when I look at the tightly fitting armor in front of me. How do they do this? Let alone use it. Even wearing it becomes a problem. They actually don't know how to wear it. After circling the armor several times, I found a locking buckle at the connection between the helmet and the upper body. The captain immediately opened the buckle on the helmet, and while he was thinking and operating, he finally took off the helmet. But that was only this step. Next, they looked at the armor and had no clue. When Captain Hai Dongqing saw the various shapes of screw holes on the armor, he was not sure where the key to opening the armor was. However, Xiao Falcon carefully studied the instructions and had some idea in his mind. Then he stood up, found the box that had just been thrown aside, and took out the toolbox from inside. As if to show off, he walked to the brigade commander and captain. "Stand back and see how I tear it apart today." As he was about to take action, the captain quickly stopped him and controlled him. "This is not the time to fool around, be honest." Xiao Falcon was trapped under Hai Dongqing's arm and waved the manual in his hand with difficulty. "Captain, I just read the instruction manual. It's very detailed and includes instructions on how to wear it." Everyone was stunned by Xiao Falcon shouting, because just like last time, they didn't think the manual was a useful thing. Everyone who knew what was going on saw Xiao Falcon pretending to be cool in front of them. He proudly waved the tool in his hand and walked towards Chi Yu's power armor and moved his hands. The little falcon was holding the tool and looking at the manual in his hand. The very unfamiliar front armor was disassembled from the main body. As it was dismantled, the inner space for people to wear it was revealed. After all the armor on the front was removed, about 20 minutes had passed. At this time, all the team members also paid attention to the time it took to put on the equipment. It really took a long time and found that the putting on process was really cumbersome. While Xiao Falcon was dismantling the armor, the team members also started talking. "No, this waste of time is too long. If we go at the current speed of the little falcon, then it will take at least more than half an hour for one person to wear it. Is this really good for war? As we all know, the soldier's speed does not apply to this armor at all. Yes, it took too long to wear it." Many team members were talking about it, but when faced with the appearance of Chi Yu's armor, they still yearned for it in their hearts. At this time, the brigade commander, who was standing aside and watching, listening to the discussions of these team members, did not feel that there was anything wrong with the time of wearing them, because judging from the appearance alone, it is acceptable to waste some time wearing this kind of sci-fi armor. Okay, let's not worry about whether the wearing time is too long. The first thing we need to test is the combat effectiveness of the armor. As long as the combat effectiveness is strong enough, this wearing time is completely acceptable, and everyone should know that this is only the second generation product. I believe that the design manufacturers will not know what we see. The designers will definitely solve this problem in the later stage. Let everyone focus on combat effectiveness. The brigade commander came to a conclusion on this issue. After hearing this, the team members felt that it made sense. It just took a long time to wear it. Now that good equipment has come out, these difficulties can be overcome. Then it will be enough to set up a special armor-wearing department to practice wearing armor on users. Just like Formula 1, a professional logistics team is established. There is not much else in Kyushu but a large number of people. After seeing this novel armor, the commander of the Eagle Brigade satisfied part of his curiosity, so he didn't stay here any longer. After all, a brigade commander's daily work is still very busy. After the brigade commander left, the captain used his voice to snatch the first spot to wear armor. Hai Dongqing stood inside the armor and looked at the little falcon that had just been disassembled. "Come on, put it on for me and I'll try this armor on." After Xiao Xiao finished dismantling the armor, he was not tired at all, but he was a little brainless. After all, he had to do it while reading the instructions. As the captain said, he also started to move. In order to quickly put on the front armor, he pulled other idle team members over. Passing the tools in his hand to the others, he stood aside and read the instructions and gave instructions. Soon the captain came out and his whole body was completely covered by the armor. His head was exposed, but his hands were not covered. When he was still confused, Xiao Falcon took out a pair of hand armor supported by soft materials from nowhere. In fact, calling it armor is a bit exaggerated. It is more appropriate to say that gloves that can be locked with the armor are more suitable. He took the gloves and put them on, put on the helmet, and fastened the head buckle. Now he looked more and more like a space warrior. At this moment, the captain's whole body is completely installed in the armor. Now some people believe that he has traveled back from the future, but it is because it is too science fiction. Captain, you are done wearing it. I just read the instruction manual. Compared with the one we tested before, the maximum load capacity of this one is only 500 kilograms. Please take it easy when you use it. 500 kilograms? This load optimization has been optimized, but why is it still declining? The captain complained in his heart, and then remembered it in his heart. He was standing in the warehouse now, and he couldn't wait to go to the mountains to test it. With this in mind, he urged the armor to go out. With the armor on his body now, the captain felt an incomparable sense of security compared to when his body was exposed before. The completely closed armor did not make him feel any discomfort. He could breathe smoothly inside the armor without any difficulty in breathing. Before the armor arrived, they had already found all the weapons and equipment on the firepower configuration list, and the captain himself walked towards the equipment belonging to the commander. The new QJS-201/5.8mm light machine gun is held in the hand, the hard ammunition backpack is worn on the back, and pistols, daggers, grenades and other items are hung on the armor one by one. Li Jianhua designed many universal weapon mounts on the armor, which can be used for a variety of weapons. What does it mean to be armed to the teeth? The captain personally demonstrated this word vividly. After all the equipment was in place, the captain walked to the weighing scale wearing armor and supported his current weight. Chiyu's armor weighs 165 kilograms, the man weighs 85 kilograms, the main weapon QJS-201 weighs 5 kilograms, and various weapons and ammunition are all added together, and the captain's weight reaches an astonishing 335 kilograms. With the whole body reaching such a weight, the captain mentally calculated the remaining load capacity of the armor, and after removing the weight of the armor, he could still carry 330 kilograms on this basis. The other team members looked at the captain in full armor and felt envious in their hearts. They also realized that this time they not only received one set of armor, but could equip the entire team with 12 sets. Then the team members left the captain aside and hurriedly ran towards the remaining big black box. After that, they were in a hurry for more than 4 hours. The moment they put on the equipment, the sky outside turned dark, blacken. The only improvement was that they reduced the wearing time of the armor to 20 minutes as they became familiar with it. After putting on the armor, everyone hangs up all the weapons belonging to their characters. 12 people stood in the warehouse, lined up neatly, and a sci-fi team appeared in reality like a team from a movie. The conversation was divided into 2 parts. When the commando team was testing the Chiyu armor, Li Jianhua was assembling his own Chiyu-powered exoskeleton. Having produced 13 sets before, he was now familiar with it. The Chiyu he uses is still the original version. There will be no problem with his safety in Kyushu. Armor is useless to him. Another Chiyu-powered exoskeleton was born in his hands. He made this exoskeleton with extra care. Because it was his usual manufacturing tool, he controlled the accuracy very strictly. After he made the exoskeleton for his own use, he immediately put it on and tested it. With his hands blessed with dexterity and analytical eyes, under his strict requirements, Chiyu's accuracy can be said to be at has reached his highest level so far. As for raising Chiyu's accuracy to another level, it will have to wait until his plug-in is upgraded. Moreover, there has been no news about his plug-in for a long time, and he doesn't know when the upgrade conditions will be met. He is particularly looking forward to the system upgrade, and he doesn't know what level his plugins will reach after the next upgrade. Is it nano level? Or a higher unit? But since the last upgrade, there has been no movement from the plugin. He can only wait, and he may find the upgrade conditions inadvertently. Put the plugin thing out of his mind and let the upgrade take its course. His current plugin is enough for now. After getting out Chiyu's exoskeleton for his own use, he rested for a few days, regained his energy, and had a bloody battle with Li Yun. The tool man was frightened by his brute force. He only persisted for 2 days, and then he got up from the bed at home and ran to Heiken to return to his parents' home. If he couldn't be offended, he could still hide. After he entrusted his billions of descendants to his family, Li Yun was no longer around him, and he was completely idle. He had just completed a big project and didn't want to find anything else to do for himself. In the following time, he made a life schedule for himself and took good care of his slightly fat body. Get up, exercise, catch up on movies, play games, and have a meal at Liu Xiaodong's house. Every day is carefree and fulfilling. After receiving the 12 Chiyu armors, Hai Dongqing, the commando team of the Eagle Brigade, immediately began to truly experiment with the tactics they developed. All the team members were wearing Chiyu, and the weapons they carried were just like the configuration list they had developed. In their team, small caliber assault rifles seemed to have completely missed them. Although the weapon used by the command team is still a 5.8mm light machine gun, this caliber also felt a bit low in power during their experiments. After reporting this problem to the police, the superiors immediately sent technicians from Narinko to their side, and then optimized the light machine guns they used based on the problems they reported during use. The technicians changed the caliber of the 5.8mm squad machine gun they were about to enter into service into 7.62mm Soviet machine gun ammunition. While changing the caliber, the barrels of the machine guns in their hands were also thickened. In the past, because it had to be carried by people, it had to be made as light as possible, but with the addition of power armor, the added weight is completely negligible. All the firearms used by the entire team have been strengthened in various aspects of the firearms. The Type 89 heavy machine gun, which was originally known as the world's lightest, has also been strengthened to varying degrees, making it more suitable for the use of Chiyu's power armor. Their team not only conducted experiments in the mountains, but also visited all the grasslands, deserts, tropical jungles, and other places in Kyushu. Moreover, a Y-8 aircraft was used to conduct a cross-sea airborne landing test. It weighed 335 kilograms. The parachute used was of course not used by infantry. The parachute was specially developed by the relevant manufacturer based on needs and weight. And although the umbrellas they use can be recycled and reused, they are still in training and need to be returned to the factory for maintenance before they can be put into use again. After the airborne experiment is passed, the influence of their team will be even greater. They will be a huge combat force with air delivery capabilities. In a war, if it is literally sent behind enemy lines, the destructive power will be immeasurable. After rigorous experiments, the tactics they originally developed were modified again and again. With continuous improvement, the tactics became more and more powerful, and also let the superiors know how to use their heavy armored special assault team. They had just come back from the isolated island to rest. They couldn't rest and were somewhat inseparable from Chiyu's armor. They didn't rest long before everyone came to the mountains to train. On this day, Hai Dongqing divided the 12 team members into 2 teams, and they were fighting in the mountains and jungles. Of course, the ammunition used by both sides was laser beacon blank ammunition. With the equipment they are wearing now, it is estimated that even in the world, there is no force that can form a confrontation with them, of course, with the same strength. In fact, they completely underestimated themselves. Even if they and 4 tanks were forced to use hard steel, they could actually withstand it. Who made them fast and flexible? Through the bonus of Chiyu's armor, when they face tanks, they will be able to hit the tanks, but the tanks will not be able to hit them. The 2 teams had just deployed their respective formations and were about to start a confrontation when the brigade commander's voice came from Hai Dongqing's earphones. Hearing the brigade commander talking to him, he pressed the pause button for the confrontation that was about to begin. We are fighting against the aircraft group in the back mountain. What are the instructions from the brigade commander? Just as he asked his question, he heard the instructions from his brigade commander. You team, take a rest. I'll be waiting for you in the office building in an hour. Remember, when you come here, you don't need to take off your armor, just come here wearing it. After saying that, the call was hung up, leaving Hai Dongqing there full of questions. I don't know why the brigade commander asked us to go there wearing armor. Alas, it seems that this internal confrontation is in vain, the formation has just been set up. While he was thinking about it, the team members next to him saw their captain standing there stunned, not saying anything about starting or going back. Xiao Falcon couldn't help but remind him, Captain, what's up? Does the brigade commander have any instructions? What should we do now? Hearing Xiao Falcon ask a question next to him, Hai Dongqing came back to his senses and quickly issued an order in the team channel. The confrontation is over, everyone should close the team and go back to rest. The brigade commander asked us to wear armor and go to the office building to find him. At the same time, after listening to the captain's words, all the team members felt a year in their hearts at the same time. That's a lot of information. Although everyone was wondering what the brigade commander was looking for, their confrontation training was not going on now. 12 people returned to the warehouse wearing armor. The first thing they did when they came back was to charge the armor at the newly established supercharging station outside the door. After the armor is fully charged, 2 people work together to help each other clean each other's armor with a wet rag. After finishing all this, they returned to the warehouse, took off their helmets during the restroom, and replenished some water. Just like squatting on the spot, they formed a circle and held a meeting. Although they maintained a crouching posture, this was their fixed resting posture, and the armor became the function of a portable chair. Everyone should take a rest. The ammunition should be loaded with half live ammunition and half practice ammunition. I guess this time the brigade commander came to us, either to let us participate in the exercise or to give us a mission. Okay, everyone, get moving, I'll be waiting for you here in half an hour. After the captain finished speaking, everyone immediately took action. First, they took out half of the laser beacon ammunition they carried and replaced it with live ammunition. In the rest of the time, I only packed my own supplies, packed more compressed biscuits that didn't take up much space, filled up the water bag and kettle, and picked up a pack of water purification tablets. And when all these things were put on the back, their already majestic armor once again looked a little bloated than before. Half an hour later, the team regrouped. All 12 of them were wearing fully enclosed helmets. If it weren't for the numbers on their armor, they might not even be able to figure out who was who. Of course, they are indoors now, and their helmets can still see each other's faces through the bulletproof glass. However, it is a little difficult when there is sunlight. At that time, the bulletproof glass will change color under the sunlight, allowing them to have sunglasses features. And the helmet not only has this single function, there are also many quick-release openings on the helmet, which can be equipped with various tactical accessories. All 12 people were ready. They walked out of the warehouse and went directly to the troop transport truck that had been waiting in the yard. They prepared it one by one in the truck. Only then did Hai Dongqing gently pat the cab, signaling that they could set off. Soon the group of them was pulled by car to the brigade office building. When the 12 of them jumped out of the car, the thumping sound of the landing attracted the attention of everyone around them. Especially when I met a group of them for the first time, their expressions were particularly interesting. When he first got the Chiyu armor, Hai Dongqing was really nervous about the armor's confidentiality for a while, but his nervousness was a bit unnecessary, because he found that the confidentiality of the armor was getting looser and looser. As if this armor didn't need to be kept secret at all, Hai Dongqing also guessed that this armor should be officially unveiled soon, and the higher UPS planned to use this armor to form a new deterrent. As for the idea that it is too advanced to be displayed, the superiors are gradually changing. Although the change is not big, they are still showing their muscles to the outside world, but this muscle is somewhat expired. Since they no longer need to be kept secret too much, they have become an open secret in the Eagle Brigade, but everyone who has seen them pretends not to have seen them wearing armor. Some things do not need to be emphasized. Soldiers who have formed a habit will consciously abide by the rules. The 12 people tried their best to keep their steps light and try not to affect others. They slowly walked into the office building and arrived at the meeting place for them in Brigadier Market. Chi Yu's armor filed in from the door of the conference venue. Seeing such advanced armor, the attendees couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for Kyushu. When they all arrived, the brigade commander and the colonel sitting next to the brigade commander were sitting upright. Hai Dongqing and the others knew that they really had something to tell them. Under everyone's gaze, the 12 people still sat down in a squatting position, and uniformly took off their helmets and hung them on their left legs. Okay, everyone is here, let me get straight to the point. The person next to me is the referee assigned to our department by the director's department. Yes, we will have a drill next. I will read out the order. After receiving orders from superiors, the Eagle Beak commandos of the Eagle Brigade were ordered to participate in this cross-exhibition exercise to destroy the Japanese nuclear weapons. The Eagle Beak commandos were given free rein to capture the 1st Blue Army Brigade Commander Man Guangji alive. Director Department of Kyushu Military Commission. Kill the Sun Corps? Are you going there to capture Man Guangji alive? This is great. After hearing the mission read out by the brigade commander, all the team members became excited. Although they are special forces, they have fought against Man Guangji before. Both sides have their own records. They are evenly matched, and no one takes advantage of the other. But things are different now. The attributes of the Eagle Beak commandos have changed. They are no longer the special forces they were before. Now they should be called heavy armored special commandos. At first glance, it sounds like it is armored, as if it is composed of armored vehicles, but no one would have thought that the name armored would belong to infantry. Looking at his soldiers who were still there, the brigade commander saw no response and continued to talk about the exercise regardless of what they thought. This exercise can be said to be the largest ever held in recent years. It is a strategic level exercise. The troops participating in the exercise are from all theaters in Kyushu. Each theater has its own personnel and can freely combine to form an exercise. We are the Red Army this time, and Man Guangji's troops are the Blue Army. The specific situation is in your mission briefing, so I won't go into details one by one. It's not too early now, let's get moving. Hey Dongqing, I hope Eagle Beak can achieve crushing results this time. After the brigade commander gave a general introduction to the mission, the brigade commander led the people out of here to assemble the troops and set off. And their heavy infantry, after receiving the order, ran towards their exclusive airport. They had not received any information or signs before, and this strategic level exercise began. We arrived at the airport fully armed and boarded the 20 Fat Girl, which we usually don't have the chance to sit on. Soon the empty plane, which did not contain much cargo, flew towards the Saibei grassland. The air transportation time was boring, and all team members also read the mission briefing carefully. This time, their mission may be said to be simple, but it may be said to be complex, but it is actually very complicated. The degree of completion of the mission depends on how much trouble they want to make. Whether they want to behead people in the same pattern as before, or whether they want to make rapid progress according to their new experimental tactics, it all depends on their thoughts. When they were flying towards the grassland on the 20 Fat Girl, there were already troops on the grassland in a confrontation formation. In the Blue Army headquarters, there are 2 2-star generals and 3 1-star generals sitting at the top. There are only 5 generals on the Blue Army side, which shows the grand scale of the strategic level exercise. As for the target that the commando team wanted to capture alive during this trip, Zhu Raihe Man Guangji was sitting at the bottom, listening to the leader's deployment of troops. This is the situation of this exercise. After each unit returns, they should immediately move towards the predetermined position. Be sure to deploy the troops at the predetermined position at the specified time. In addition, the Red Army will be assisted by new experimental equipment in this exercise. Please explain the following and pay attention to the confidentiality policy. Also, when you encounter a team with experimental equipment, beat me to death. I don't care what the experiment is, I just want the results. When the leader finished speaking, many officers gathered around the conference table stood up immediately. Yes, resolutely complete the task. Subsequently, soldiers of all ranks filed out of the military tent, but Man Guangji did not leave the tent, because as the most powerful combined force in Kyushu, their main responsibility was defined as the Army of the Defense Headquarters. Chief, what kind of experimental equipment did the Red Army equip this time? And you were asked to issue a separate order to target it. Man Guangji was puzzled. He had never encountered this kind of situation in the many exercises he had participated in. This was the first time that the superiors had issued such an order to beat him to death. Ahaha, Xiaoman, you are also curious sometimes. The equipment this time is a good thing. Although it does not have the possibility of large-scale hunting equipment, its role is extraordinary, and it can be regarded as strategic-level equipment. As long as it is displayed, it can cause a certain deterrent to other countries. When we old guys looked at the information about this equipment, we felt that we could no longer keep up with the pace of you young people. You will know the amazing equipment when you see it. When I met Lao Wang on the opposite side, they shouted the slogan that they would capture you alive. Don't embarrass me. When Man Guangji heard that slogan, there was a sense of embarrassment on his face. He didn't know when capturing him alive became the most important thing for the troops participating in the Japanese nuclear war. However, he had never shouted it openly before. However, this time the opponent was challenging him from the front. Don't worry, Chief, no one can capture me alive. After the meeting here, Hai Dongqing and his commando team had arrived at the edge of the exercise site, still a long way away from the exercise center. In the cabin, Hai Dongqing and his 2 team members were all eating. After finishing the food in their hands and drinking some water, Hai Dongqing looked at his team members. Are you all ready? After we parachute from the plane this time, we will be the monkeys causing trouble in heaven. All the team members involuntarily raised the corners of their mouths and looked at Hai Dongqing with smiles. Let's turn this upside down. After saying that, everyone picked up their helmets and put them on their heads. The helmets and upper body armor were connected, and Fatty 20's tailgate was also opened. Then without any incident, 12 people jumped out of the plane at once. The final plan of action they had just discussed was to attack from the outside, rather than parachute directly behind enemy lines and then behead them according to the old method. This time they chose a vigorous frontal assault. This was also to test how effective armor could be on the frontal battlefield. And their choice is exactly what the leaders want. If the armor does not have much effect on the frontal battlefield, it is not a good piece of equipment, and its impact on improving military strength will not be that great. 12 people jumped out of the plane, and not long after, 12 umbrella flowers appeared in the blue sky, falling towards the ground from the sky. Hai Dongqing controlled his body posture. The moment his feet touched the ground, he immediately bent his knees protectively, and then stood up straight. The umbrella bag on his back had automatically fallen off. What they had to do at this time was to stay away from the parachute site immediately. Hai Dongqing controlled his feet that were stuck in the mud, summoned his team members and ran towards the jungle on the side. After he ran far away, a small pit of more than 10 centimeters appeared where he landed. This small crater was the crater made by the armor when they landed. It looked like a big crater, but it had minimal impact on the people inside the armor. As special forces, they were confident that as long as they got into the woods, their opponents would not catch up with them, not to mention the Chiyu armor to help. Then he found the right direction and ran quickly towards the intended direction. The exercise continued, and both parties deployed their fierce ideas from the beginning. If you take advantage of one of my battalions, I will destroy one of your artillery positions. Anyway, it's you and me, and no one takes advantage. As for Hai Dongqing and his team, they had been running for half an hour after running down at a speed of 50 km per hour. They were already more than 20 kilometers away from where they parachuted. Several people gathered together and looked at the map in their hands, guessing that there might be valuable troops on the map. At this time, the little falcon with a helmet full of accessories ran from a distance and came to Hai Dongqing's side. "Captain, I just went out for reconnaissance and found a very valuable unit not far away. Do we want to vote?" As he spoke, Hai Dongqing identified the drawings in front of him, and then pointed to the location of the troops on the map. "Look, it's right here. This is a place where you can advance, attack, retreat, and defend. It's easy to defend but hard to attack." After the commando learned from Xiao Falcon that there was a target, they immediately put away the map in their hands. "Fuck, in the past we hardly ever faced each other head on, but this time let's do it. We also act as reckless people, so let's pass this goal recklessly." With that said, the 12 people tidied up the place where they rested temporarily, and then rushed towards the target. 3 kilometers away from the target, the Eagle Beak team stopped and changed into battle formation. As they got closer to the target, they also saw clearly what the target was. What was placed in front of them was actually a missile regiment. Looking at the unfolded missile vehicle, they knew the identity of the opponent. When they came close, a group of them rushed towards the target in a battle formation. The defense force of the missile regiment was a guard battalion, which built a circle of defenses around the missile. When the Eagle Beak team appeared, the guard battalion launched a counterattack. But the guard battalion's counterattack was destined to be fruitless. The armor, which could move at a speed of more than 50 kilometers per hour, missed even a single shot. The guard battalion fired, and Hai Dongqing and the others unceremoniously activated their weapons. The weapons of the 12 people were not particularly small in caliber. Even the sniper team, whose main weapon was a sniper rifle, was using the 88 sniper in their hands as a charged sniper. Responsible for accurately understanding the opponent's firepower points, and the most ferocious among the 12 is undoubtedly the Type 89 heavy machine gun, which, in conjunction with various tactical movements, rushes left and right. The defenses in front of them couldn't stop their group of human tanks at all. This despairingly dense firepower made the defensive troops feel like they were facing a regiment's charge, but what about the reality? But there were only 12 people. The 12 people were like unreasonable and reckless men. They used the super powerful weapons in their hands to clear away the obstacles in front of them. It felt like they were possessed by Zhao Zilong. Let them feel that they can kill 7 in and 7 out in the enemy's formation. They were really happy, they were fast, the defense forces couldn't catch them, and their weapons were powerful, which created a huge contrast. But for the defense troops, the experience of this exercise was extremely bad. Before they could react, they were solved by a science fiction team. It's not that they are ineffective, but that the other party is too perverted. The defense line was broken. Hai Dongqing quickly led people to rush towards the core position. The defense line of the guard camp was broken through by Hai Dongqing and his men, and 12 human-shaped iron lumps passed over their heads. Before they could react, they only heard a dong-dong-dong sound coming from behind them. When they turned around and looked back, the figures were almost invisible. In their position, everyone's smoke-generating devices were emitting white smoke, which quickly filled the fortifications they built. However, when Hai Dongqing and his team were about to rush 200 meters away from the core position, everyone stopped in an orderly manner, and a defensive formation was immediately set up. When the fireman stopped, he took out the 40mm gun he was carrying, aimed at the home missile vehicle stationed in front, and pulled the trigger. The rockets were fired from the hands of the 3 firemen as if they were free of charge. The other people were not idle either. The command team was using light machine guns to suppress fire, and the others all transformed into humanoid grenades. With the blessing of armor, even throwing grenades can go farther and more accurately than before. And that's not all. Don't forget that the sniper grenades of the sniper team are also throwing out firepower crazily. Therefore, a small team of Eagle Beaks suppressed an entire missile regiment, and the ammunition they fired at the missile vehicles also sent the entire regiment's missile vehicles into a team that had withdrawn from the exercise. The most valuable targets of the missile regiment are the various types of missiles equipped. As for the remaining people, they have no interest at all in the Eagle Beak commandos. After taking away all the valuable equipment of the opponent, they began to retreat. Fortunately, they retreated early, otherwise they would have been surrounded by a group of people with their bodies. At that time, you will fall into a situation where you are afraid of hurting your comrades if you use force, and you will not be able to get out if you don't use force. Upon hearing the news that the missile regiment had been attacked, a tank company that was cruising near them hurried over to add more troops. When they arrived, what was left to the tank company was a missile regiment that had completely withdrawn from the battle. The speed at which the missile regiment's defense line was breached and the speed at which all equipment was scrapped made all soldiers in the entire missile regiment feel desperate. Especially the guard camp, their seemingly impregnable position was as easily broken through by the team of unreasonable things as a piece of paper. They only insisted on a face-to-face meeting, and their battalion was not able to leave even one person on the other side. The tank company that came over saw the valueless missile regiment, and knew that it should catch up at this time and take the initiative to eliminate the opponent instead of waiting here. After asking about the direction of departure, the tank company chased after just one tank. Not far after leaving the missile regiment, they found a place that was particularly suitable for setting up an ambush, and 12 people set up an ambush. Moreover, all the ammunition in his hands was replaced with armor-piercing bullets, so that the pursuers sent by the opponent were armored troops. Not long after they set up an ambush, 9 tanks appeared in front of them. As for the weapons that can pose a threat to tanks, they are not too many, but not many. The fireman's 40 firepower was handed over to the command team, and the firepower team used 89-weight armor-piercing shells. The sniper team put away the sniper grenades and replaced them with anti-materiel sniper rifles. The ammunition was also armor-piercing. Although the light machine guns in the hands of others do not pose much of a threat to the tanks, they can also form fire cover for the tanks after using armor-piercing bullets. Moreover, their team has experience in ambushing tanks. They have discussed how to fight tanks before. That is, in order not to be hit by tank artillery, they use their fast speed, small stature, and flexible movements to avoid the threat of tanks to them. In other words, they were on the move to destroy the tanks, rather than finding cover to avoid the tanks. 9 tanks faced an armored squad composed of 12 people. Perhaps due to lack of experience, within half an hour, they were defeated one by the armored squad. 9 paralyzed tanks lay quietly on the grassland. All the tank crews got out of the tanks and watched the armored team running away quickly like a big ape. I can't explain how I feel. Is the King of Land war about to end like this? How come you don't even have the slightest ability to resist when facing these steel gorillas? All tank crews are asking themselves, and no one will answer their questions, because no one knows the answer. The Eagle Beak Commando of the Eagle Brigade wiped out a missile regiment and a tank company of the Blue Army within 4 hours after entering the battlefield. When the results of the battle were reported, not only the Red and Blue Armies, but also the Director's Department did not expect this result. In 4 hours, a squad of 12 men wiped out a missile regiment consisting of 1,000 men and a tank company of 9 tanks, but the squad was unscathed. Just inside the Blue Army headquarters, several people sat together and watched the video sent to them by the director. That video was clearly a battle video between the Eagle Beak Squadron, the missile regiment, and the tank company. After everyone watched it, the whole expression became very intriguing. Leader, is this the experimental equipment team you are talking about? The stuff in this video is from a movie, right? Is our Kyushu technology so powerful now? Man Guangji looked at his leader and asked, and his heart was filled with extreme shock, because the team's performance in destroying their combat units was like an adult beating a child. The commander of the Blue Army also had a confused look on his face. If he had known that this thing was so destructive, he would not have agreed to the director's decision to let it participate in the exercise. Sigh, the destructive power of this team is a bit strong, and many of our current equipment cannot pose a threat to it. In terms of personnel, the opponent's attack power is not low, and in terms of armor, the opponent is extremely flexible. No wonder we often see fantasies about this type of equipment in science fiction movies. I have to say that those who make science fiction movies or games have really good brains. There are also hard science fiction novels, which can actually be regarded as a kind of knowledge for us. After listening to the big brother's words, Men Guangji nodded in agreement, and then thought about how he should deal with such a small team. It is powerful and has a long range. Carpet bombing the opponent's location should be able to eliminate it, but the cost is a bit high and it feels not worth it economically. Searching for them from the sky with helicopters, using aircraft cannons and rocket bombs can also destroy them. Then Man Guangji thought about how to deal with the armor. In fact, there are still ways, but these methods are not both economical and effective. With an economical plan, the human losses will definitely not be small, while with a wealthy approach, a lot of money will definitely be spent. While he was thinking about the plan, Hai Dongqing returned to his position with his team members. In the 2 battles just now, their firepower was very fierce, but their ammunition consumption was really high. Since they were a little short of ammunition, they chose to return to their own positions for supplies. And now this exercise has just begun. There is plenty of time later, so there is no rush. When their supplies were complete, fully charged, and covered in explosives, they set off again. In the subsequent exercises, their team ran around in the exercise, specifically targeting extremely high-value targets. Of course, the Blue Army also carried out encirclement and suppression against them, but the effect was not very good. They thought that because conditions did not allow for coverage bombing, they were still active in the exercise. The response plan that Man Guangji came up with also exposed its weaknesses during implementation. At present, they have not found a suitable way to deal with it. They were conducting drills nervously, and Li Jianhua was like a salted fish at home, not even wanting to turn over. But he didn't want to move, but things were forcing him to do so. During the renovation, a home theater was installed at home. During the time when Li Yun returned to her parents' home, movies became a way for him to kill time. And today he was watching Marvel's superhero movie, The Winter Soldier. When he saw the Winter Soldier appear, he became very interested in the mechanical arm. In a sense, this mechanical arm was an advanced prosthetic limb. But there was also something that puzzled him, and that was how the Winter Soldier's robotic arm was controlled, what his control method was, and how the robotic arm was connected to his body. None of these things are introduced in the movie, but who knows that he is a person who likes to get to the bottom of things? There's no introduction in the movie, so can't he think for himself? First of all, the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm is the same as his original arm in use, or even stronger. To achieve such an effect, it reminds him of Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles. Dr. Octopus's tentacles have been introduced as a technology that connects mechanical nerves to one's own nerves. Artificial nerves become extensions of nerves and are controlled by brainwaves, or thoughts. Coupled with Dr. Octopus's tentacle control method and the Winter Soldier's robotic arm, as long as these two technologies can be developed, the disabled may not be able to see hope of regaining their health. He was so absorbed in thinking that he didn't even know when the movie he was watching ended. When he looked out the window, he realized that it was completely dark. Looking at the darkening sky, my stomach was growling. I went to the kitchen and cooked myself a bowl of noodles. After eating, I took a walk in the yard to eat. After the feeling of satiety disappeared, he washed up and ran to bed. His consciousness entered the virtual laboratory and thought about the inspiration he got from science fiction movies. And in his imagination, his idea of building a prosthetic arm was growing stronger. He listed in detail the products he had made before. The motorcycle was made to make money. The fighter plane was an accident and was made for fun. Batteries, electric vehicles, charging stations, and other things were also originally intended to make new money. The project was just created. The last powered exoskeleton he made was because he lacked a suitable tool. From this point of view, his technology did not bring much change to the world. The idea of using technology to change the world suddenly came to him. He thought that it would be very meaningful if the prosthetic limbs were released and people with physical disabilities could regain their limbs. To change the world, you have to start from small aspects. Starting that night, he started the prosthetic design project in the virtual laboratory. While he was studying this prosthetic limb in his sleep, the Chiyu armors he created were being used by their wearers to move rapidly through the woods. At this moment, the Falcon Commando looked a little embarrassed, because a group of them had just emerged from the encirclement. To say that the people of the Blue Army were also perverts, in order to lure them to take the bait, they took the initiative to expose an ammunition depot on their side, and it was this ammunition depot that let them know that they could still play this way against them. In fact, it was not a special tactic. When they entered the siege, the fishing nets prepared by the Blue Army were overwhelming, and the hoods were lowered. The layers of fishing nets tied them tightly. To say that this fishing net was indeed effective and put them in danger for a time, but to say how effective it was nothing, because the fishing net was really not strong, and the fishing net was torn under the powerful force of the armor. After escaping from the fishing net, Hai Dongqing immediately issued an order to retreat. After withdrawing, they used kite-flying tactics to eliminate all the troops wearing fishing net uniforms from the exercise. Ever since they were attacked by fishing nets, they would conduct reconnaissance carefully every time they started a mission, and they would no longer be arrogant because of their strength. The exercise continued, and the Eagle Beak Commandos were still wreaking havoc within the Blue Army. The two sides launched an extremely exciting, back-and-forth confrontation. During the confrontation, clues were revealed about the location of the Blue Army's headquarters. Hai Dongqing and the others followed these clues to figure out the Blue Army's headquarters. This time they did not consume much ammunition when they came out, and when they came out, they had considered the end of the exercise, so no one brought an extra backup power supply. After the whole team changed the power supply and sorted out the ammunition, Hai Dongqing led the team members and began to sneak toward the Blue Army headquarters at night. A decapitation operation carried out by armored commandos was about to begin. Their stealth did not last long, and their traces were quickly captured by the Blue Army. After being exposed, the Eagle Beak Commandos no longer concealed their identities and began to charge in armor. As long as the infantry appeared in front of them, they used ammunition to activate the laser beacons, and the team paid no attention to these guards. Instead, they continued to charge towards the command tent. The huge caliber firearms, powerful strength, flexible body, and armor along the way seemed to be like entering an uninhabited land, and they quickly rushed into the command tent. But when they entered the headquarters, they discovered that they had been fooled. The tent was fake. What greeted them was not the Blue Army commander, but overwhelming fishing nets. They were like fish, caught in a fishing net. But this time it was different from the last time. The armor broke out of the fishing nets last time without any effort, but the quality of the fishing nets this time was obviously different, and they couldn't break free. This made them feel a little uncomfortable. They originally wanted to catch all the Blue Army headquarters in one fell swoop, but now it was the other way around, and they became fish in the net. Now it was obvious that he could not complete the beheading task, and Hai Dongqing, the lightest person caught in the fishing net, was quite unwilling to do so. He moved slowly from the net, and gradually he felt that he could escape. At this time, Man Guangji happened to come over to take a look. The moment Hai Dongqing saw Man Guangji, he jumped up and broke free from the fishing net, rushed to Man Guangji's side, carried him on his shoulders, and charged outside the encirclement. The moment Hai Dongqing and the others were restrained by the special fishing net, Man Guangji felt extremely comfortable, and a big stone was put down. He has been tortured by this team recently. He can't sleep well every day, thinking about how to kill the opponent. So after this armored commando team was caught in the net, he walked over here to get a strange look. After all, he had captured the opponent alive. But just as he was standing by happily watching, something no one expected happened. One person in the fishing net broke free. It was too late, but it was too fast. When he broke free, some soldiers reacted and planned to remedy the situation. However, the power armor was powered after all, and the speed was too fast for people to react at all. Hai Dongqing came straight to Man Guangji's side without slowing down at all. He picked up Man Guangji while running, grabbed the arm with his left hand, and carried his thigh with his right hand. Man Guangji was carried away by him. To say what Man Guangji was feeling at this moment, it was extremely complicated. He originally planned to come over to see a prisoner, but he didn't expect that he would be captured. Moreover, he was captured in his own lair, which made him feel very bad. This was not the only thing Man Guangji faced. The most troublesome thing for him at the moment was being held on his shoulders while running. It's okay to be carried, and it's okay to run, but if these two conditions are added together, it will be a bit uncomfortable. Being carried by Hai Dongqing directly brought the smooth flesh and the hard armor together, not to mention the shock. Moreover, Hai Dongqing is still running, and he is still running with a snakeskin posture, so the full light on Hai Dongqing's shoulders is bumping up and down as he runs, which also explains what it means to run and bump. The situation that Hai Dongqing faced was not very good. Looking at the person over his shoulder meant that he had no hands to use weapons, so he could only hide and speed up, and he was in the core position of the enemy. Whether he could escape or not was a matter of doubt. Anyway, he was doing his best. According to the previously scheduled retreat plan, they withdrew from the Blue Army position, and they were followed by a distant and continuous pursuit. Fortunately, when they were planning their retreat route, they chose woods like this, otherwise it would be really difficult for him to run with people on his back. After Man Guangji was carried into the woods, his situation became more and more difficult. Looking at the big tree that was about to come into close contact with his head, he felt extremely upset. He was blaming himself. He was just joining in the fun. This time it was really messed up, and the slogan of capturing Man Guangji alive became a reality. He was lying on the armor, almost vomiting, and the acid reflux in his stomach was worse than motion sickness, and he also felt that his stomach and chest should be more or less sick. Soft tissue contusion. Hai Dongqing walked through the forest at a very high speed, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no more pursuers behind him. He slowly put the person down from his shoulder and looked at the military rank on the other person's shoulder. He was a senior colonel at the same level as his own brigade commander. I just acted urgently. I hope the chief will not blame me. Man Guangji was put down, and he rubbed his belly with his hands. After recovering for a while, he waved his hands to indicate that he was fine, and then he had the strength to speak. It's okay, I don't blame you. I am also responsible for being caught by you, but then again, what kind of team are you? And I am really interested in this set of armor on your body. After getting rid of the pursuers, Hai Dongqing did not treat Man Guangji as before. After all, this was just an exercise, and everyone was a comrade in arms and a brother army. Upon hearing who the other party was, Hai Dongqing's helmeted head raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He opened the buckle of his helmet and took it off, revealing his face under the helmet. Man Guangji looked at the face displayed in front of him, and his doubts were cleared. It turns out you are a little eagle, but I didn't expect that the person who captured me was an old acquaintance. Okay, now that I'm in your hands, I feel a lot better inside. But your equipment is really powerful. Do you know how I reacted when I first found out that there was a team like you? I thought this was a scene from a movie or I was dreaming. Hey. Listening to Man Guangji's words, Hai Dongqing could only laugh awkwardly. The two communicated for a while, and when Man Guangji had rested enough, they went on the road again, and Man Guangji was once again held up by Hai Dongqing. Hai Dongqing, who had no pursuers this time, walked very steadily on his way back. After passing through many obstacles, Hai Dongqing felt like Guan Gong, passing 5 levels and killing 6 generals. Finally, he returned to the Red Army controlled area without any danger. When he came back, he randomly found a company, borrowed a car and drove towards the Red Army headquarters. In the Blue Team's command room, the remaining 11 captured people were standing in front of a big boss. They answered the boss's questions honestly. Of course, they didn't mention anything that involved confidentiality. Compared to a strategic level exercise, this armored commando team's numbers are negligible, but the losses caused to them cannot be ignored. The strategic level exercise did not have a huge impact because of the armored commando team's participation. It would be inaccurate to say that there was no impact. At least the impact is that the bosses above have a clear understanding of the equipment used by the team. The series of things the Eagle Beat team has done not only let the red and blue sides know its combat effectiveness, but the bosses in the director's department are also paying attention to the Eagle Beat team's performance. When many big bosses heard the news that Man Guangji had been carried away, everyone couldn't help but smile. Man Guangji was captured alive, and he was really captured alive this time. At the Red Army command post, an off-road vehicle came to a sudden stop, and then Hai Dongqing led Man Guangji towards the Red Army command tent. I won't talk about it next, but it's a series of things that I like to hear and see. The exercise is still going on, but the exercise on Chi Yu's power armor has ended. Everything the Eagle Beat team did during this exercise was recorded. Finally, the information is formed and reported to the higher level leader. The materials were reported, but no further instructions were given to them. The Eagle Beat team was still training with Chi Yu sitting down, but they also included some tasks in the training, which also led to Chi Yu's death. The data was submitted layer by layer and finally reported to the boss. Looking at the results and the data, the boss knew that Jizhu had another technology that was at the forefront of the world. Moreover, the actual usefulness of this technology is far less than that of virtual deterrence. And the information says that there are two versions of powered exoskeletons, one armored and one unarmored. Soon the boss gave the order, and the Chi Yu power armor was put into performance scale trial installation. Chi Yu power appearance selected a combined force with strong combat effectiveness for small-scale equipment. And he also said at the end that he wanted to see the phalanx of the two types of equipment in the parade and walk on Chang'an Street. All of this has nothing to do with Li Zhenhua, who is conquering Dr. Octopus's neural connection control technology. As for the manufacturing of machinery, he is still very good at it. The shape of the robotic arm is completely constructed and manufactured according to the human body structure. In other words, the structure of a human arm is similar to the structure of his robotic arm. And in order to better understand the structure of the human body, he ruthlessly cut off his arm in the laboratory. In the virtual laboratory, he is not afraid of death. After all, when he was practicing flying airplanes, he died thousands of times on one day, and sometimes his whole body was roasted. After obtaining his own arm, Surgeon Li Diaobaya Zhangqing Zhenhua began to study the structure of the arm. All the muscles, bones, tendons, blood vessels, joints, nerves, etc. on the arm were clearly understood, and he also became very interested in his body starting from understanding his arms. In the end, he couldn't hold back and dissected himself. He could be said to be the person who knew him best. After understanding the structure of the arm, his anatomy skills were sublimated, and it seemed that some kind of mysterious door had been opened. It turned out that he had always focused on other places, but now he focused on himself for the first time. Although this is the direction, his current goal is to conquer prosthetic limbs, so he knows that he has been put behind him. A very precise bionic mechanical arm was born in his hands. The inside of the robotic arm is completely based on a real arm. What a human hand looks like is what is inside the robotic arm. Muscles, blood vessels, tendons and other things are made of flexible and stretchable composite materials, and special alloys are used for the bones. As for the nerves of the robotic arm, graphene composite metal wires are used. Once these things are put together, his robotic arm can be manufactured. Li Zhenhua also plans to put a layer of bionic silicone on the outside of the bionic arm in the future to make the robotic arm more like a part of the human body. It is a robotic arm, which requires energy and power. The battery is designed into the skeleton. As for the power, it is simple. The human body provides it, and his bionic robotic arm can move accordingly. Anyway, it uses the electrical energy in the bones to stimulate the contraction or stretching of muscles, tendons and other things. The blood vessels in the arm were responsible for lubrication everywhere. Anyway, the moment the bionic arm was born in his hand, there was no difference in principle from the movement of the real arm. After solving the problem of the bionic arm, we will talk about the control system later. In order to study neural control, he deliberately watched the movie about Dr. Octopus several times again. After reading it so many times, he could see something wrong, but in his understanding, neural control is nothing more than signals transmitted from the brain, which are transmitted through complex analysis to muscles and other places through nerves. To make it form an action, he only needs to convert the nerve signal into an electrical signal, and then analyze it through the microprocessor and microsystem in the arm to form an electrical signal that the arm recognizes, and then transmit it to all parts of the arm, stimulating discharge to make the artificial arm, artificial muscles, etc. to make it move according to the signal. As for the conversion of neural signals, he was really stumped. Even with the plug-in virtual laboratory, he didn't understand it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't understand it. Even if he can't figure it out now, he will figure it out one day. He has plenty of time. A few days passed, and he had no breakthrough in the neural signal conversion technology. But when he had something to do, he felt that it was a bit boring to play like this during the day. After that, he stopped staying at home and came to the company workshop to find something to do during the day. He didn't start working on helicopters before because he felt that he didn't have the tools at the time, but when he got his big toy out, he could start manufacturing helicopters. Later, the military boss discovered the power exoskeleton, so the manufacturing of the helicopter was delayed again and again, and because I indulged myself later, it has been delayed until now. At this time, many conditions were met, and the prosthetic limb project he was conducting in the virtual laboratory was not progressing quickly, so the manufacturing of helicopters was put on the agenda. In the workshop, he wore a powered exoskeleton on his body and began to make the helicopter's shell. After possessing Chi-Yu, some large parts became much more convenient to transport and manufacture. The helicopter manufactured this time is only being manufactured as a prototype, so there is no need to consider some advanced functions, as long as the basic model of the aircraft is produced. Therefore, there is no need to make any changes to the outer shell and shape of the aircraft. The appearance is the most basic. It is just a matter of replicating the plan formed in the laboratory in reality. While he was wearing an exoskeleton to make the helicopter shell, the most precise machining center in the workshop was also in operation. A whole piece of alloy is clamped in the machining center, and a knife is rotating rapidly above the alloy, cutting on the alloy. What is being manufactured in the center at the moment is the reinforced casing of the Kuan-Yu 480 motor. The progress of the two parts of the helicopter, which are being manufactured together, has also been accelerated. Manufacturing a helicopter is not difficult. Who asked him to encounter and eliminate all the problems that will arise during the manufacturing process of the helicopter in the virtual laboratory? Now his job is to completely reproduce it without having to use his brain too much. Time passed little by little, and the helicopter shell was slowly taking shape in his hands. Just when he was extremely comfortable and busy with what he was interested in, he received another call from Wang Yuzheng of the Equipment Development Department. Looking at the cell phone that was vibrating and singing in his hand, he saw that the number displayed on it belonged to Wang Yuzheng. He was also wondering why the old man was calling him again. When he was still wondering, Wang Yueshen's voice came out along the phone as soon as the call was connected. "Boy, let me tell you, your company is going to issue it again this time." Listening to the old man's voice, he felt that the days to come would not be leisurely. Just from Wang Yueshen's tone of voice, he could tell that he was busy again, but he didn't know what it was about this time. "What's going on?" After receiving such a calm reply from Li Zhenhua, Wang Yueshen's bad mood disappeared instantly. "Your tone of not being curious at all makes me confused." "That's it, the boss personally gave the order. The military wants your newly created Chi-Yu, and has also given instructions that the armored type and the basic type each form a parade formation and be delivered as soon as possible. On the order list, there are 400 Chis for the armored version, and 2,500 for the basic model based on the size of a brigade, for a total of 2,900 for both models. Therefore, your actions here must also be accelerated. First, make sure that there are enough Chi-Yu in the parade formation. March phalanx? Armored version 400? 2,500 for the basic model? It's really troublesome. We can't even fulfill the aircraft order now, and now it's being pressured on us. Although it is making money, it is really a bit too intensive." He couldn't help but think in his mind, and not only did he think of these, but he would also face the problem of insufficient land, factories, and other infrastructure. The factory area that has just been expanded will continue to be expanded next. And now that Lao Wang has told him this, it means that the order for Chi-Yu's armor will not be long before it is given to them. He suddenly accepted his fate. It has reached this stage. If he doesn't accept it, there is nothing he can do. He should work hard to expand the scale. "I know the chief, we will start to expand around the power exoskeleton and strive to complete the order given to us as soon as possible." After some duplicitous talk to Wang Yuzheng, just when he thought the matter was over, he heard Wang Yuzheng continue to say, "You kids should be careful about this matter. I will give you a vaccination first. There will definitely be more orders in the future. You must know that our Kyushu has an army of more than 1.7 million. Although not all of them will be equipped with Chi-Yu, I don't know when they will be equipped with Chi-Yu. But one day we will get to this point, and you need to do more forward planning for the future. These are all your potential customers. The market is huge, and you must also take the future market into consideration." "Okay, that's all I have to say. You can think about it yourself. People in the ministry estimate that it will be over in the next 2 days." After hanging up the phone with Wang Yuzheng, he himself fell into deep thought. He seemed to be playing a little too big this time. There are more than 1 million potential customers, and this is just the army. It is estimated that the other 2 armies will also have this demand. It would be impossible for a company to manufacture it on its own. If the Chi-Yu-powered exoskeleton is really put into large-scale service, it will inevitably have to go to the step of licensing it to external parties. "Oh, I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, we don't need that much all at once. Let's talk about it then." Then he went to Lu Xiaodong and handed over the work of continuing the expansion of the factory to him again. He himself asked the County Armed Forces Department to cooperate and start a new round of recruitment. Soon the county reported their recruitment to the superiors, and retired veterans who had not been assigned jobs in the county in recent years were also work was arranged. By the time he had sorted out all the expansion, recruitment and other matters, nearly half a month had passed. In the past half month, there has been no progress in the progress of his helicopter, and he has been busy with chores. But this period of time was not without some gains. First, he used his status as an academician to get the contact information of academicians in neurology and computer processing from the dean, and then he started a crazy learning mode. Since he can't figure out the problem of neural signal conversion, it proves that his knowledge is still shallow, and he needs to continue learning. The authoritative experts in both fields liked him very much because he was eager for knowledge, and recommended a large number of professional books to him, covering everything from the simplest introduction to complex and mastery knowledge. With these books, there is a source of knowledge acquisition. These days, he uses the virtual laboratory at night to crazily absorb this knowledge, and after finishing his work during the day, he will also consult academicians via remote video on the problems he encounters. Slowly, he pieced together the technologies needed for neural transformation. When all the technologies were collected, he went into the virtual laboratory again. The strategic level exercise held at the Japanese nuclear base was coming to an end. The leaders of the red and blue sides got together and began to review the mistakes that had occurred during the exercise. The most outstanding equipment in the exercise was the Chi-Yu-powered armor equipped by the Eagle Beak team. Its advantages such as high defense, high speed, fierce firepower, and flexibility were all displayed in front of the boss. The fact that the Kyushu army owned Chi-Yu's armor was also spread through the grapevine. The spread of this news was unusual, as if it was acquiescence from above. The rumor that Kyushu was equipped with powered exoskeleton armor suddenly attracted the attention of all forces. One night, Juzhu News also broadcast a news. Manguangji was interviewed, talking about the strategic level exercise. In fact, this news is nothing. What is interesting is the background behind Manguangji. Some sharp-eyed viewers discovered this in the interview screen. On the background of Manguangji being interviewed, a very sci-fi team was walking past. Although they couldn't see clearly from a distance, everyone knew what it was. The figures covered with armor, as well as the firearms loaded on them, knew that it was not something fake. Because when this group of armored soldiers was marching in the picture, the logistics truck passing by got stuck in the mud. The men in armor immediately rushed to the mountain to help. 2 of them were carrying the tire, and 2 others were pushing it behind the car. The car successfully came out of the pit, and the lifters and pushers left a small hole at their feet. This scene happened to be captured by the reporter who was interviewing Manguangji. It all seemed like a coincidence, but in fact it was staged to reveal the news inadvertently. After the news was broadcast, these viewers who seemed to have discovered something interesting immediately found the video of the program, edited the video and spread it throughout the Juzhu network. This news video not only caused a sensation in Kyushu, but also made the Pacific Police aware of something different. They are very familiar with Kyushu's consistent operations. Just like this time, the new equipment was inadvertently exposed through the news. Although it had not happened before, they knew that this was probably a smoke bomb deliberately released by Kyushu. And it was this video that deceived the old mold who thought he was smart. For Kyushu's own military fans, this discovery seemed like a great gift, and all the Kyushu military fans became excited. Because they are one step closer to science fiction. Faced with the uproar caused by Chi-Yu's armor, Lee Jianhua didn't care at all. He himself was so annoyed by the manufacturing problems of Chi-Yu's armor that he had no time to care about these things. By the time he finished dealing with the manufacturing of Chi-Yu's armor, the trend had almost disappeared and did not attract his attention. In the virtual experiment value, he was playing with a very realistic bionic arm in front of him. This arm looked almost the same as an arm without skin. Muscles and tendons made of flexible conformal materials, bones made of titanium alloys, and nervous systems acted as graphene wires. The problem of converting neural signals into electrical command signals was finally overcome through his unremitting efforts. It was very difficult, but he still spent an infinite amount of time grinding it out. After fully understanding the neural signals, a large number of neural signals sent by the brain were identified. These signals were collected, and the main information in the signals was refined to form a specialized command retrieval database. After that, the neural signals are converted into electrical signals through the microprocessing system, which are then recognized and converted into command signals, which are transmitted to various parts of the bionic arm through the artificial neural network formed by graphene wires. Bones, muscles, and tendons form various movements under the stimulation of artificial nerves. This is the basic principle of the control system. This theory is easy to say, but it is really not simple. After he got the arm and the control system out, he ran into difficulties again. The reason was actually very simple. There was no subject to experiment on. In the end, he decided to focus on himself. If you want to say that he is also a ruthless person, no, it should be said that he is Wolfme. But in the virtual laboratory, there was no one else but himself, so he could only use himself as the guinea pig. An extremely sharp knife was made in the laboratory, which resembled an operating room. When he stepped on the mechanism under his feet, the knife fell, and half of his arm was chopped off. It was also at this time that he felt the severe pain in his arm. Fortunately, he had died thousands of times before and was already familiar with this feeling. Then he immediately used the prepared hemostasis measures, put aside the embedded permanent interface that he had already prepared, and tied up the blood vessels and other things at the fracture to stop bleeding. After completing this, the nerves and artificial nerves can be connected. The nerve signals sent by the brain reach the microprocessing system through the nerves and artificial nerves. After connecting the nerves and the artificial system, the semi-permanent interface was fixed on the bone. He completed this rough operation while taking analgesics and shaking his body. Then he waited for recovery, and the broken part of his left arm was already wrapped. Fortunately, there was plenty of time in the virtual laboratory. More than half a year passed by in a hurry, and his fracture had completely grown back. And the joint that was embedded in the bone has also grown inside, and the length between the fracture and the arm is very regular, as if it was like this before. He took the bionic arm over, then lifted the dust cover covering the arm interface, and he stuck the bionic arm into the interface. When the bionic arm was connected, the feeling in his long-lost left arm returned again. But when he wanted to control his left hand, it was not so smooth. As the activity of his left hand increased, the bionic arm no longer felt unfamiliar. Looking at his left hand, which was like an arm and regained the ability to move, he felt happy. The sin he suffered in the past half a year was finally not in vain. At this point, his experiment can be declared to have come to an end, and the research and development of the Advanced Prosthetic Limb Project has been considered a success. Although he didn't experiment with the follow-up effects for a long time, thinking he was tired of it. But in his opinion, achieving such an effect is enough. Then he withdrew from the virtual laboratory. When he lay on the bed and opened his eyes, he was stunned for a while before planning to get up from the bed. When he used his right hand to push himself up, sat up on the bed, and wanted to use his left hand to pick up the phone, he found that his left hand was not in control. It's not that it doesn't work at all. His current situation is like the feeling when he just connected the bionic arm in the virtual laboratory. He also felt that he was not able to control it skillfully, which was the section that he had cut off in the virtual laboratory. At this time, he also realized that this should be the sequelae of using himself as an experimental subject in the laboratory. This should not have happened, but who allowed him to maintain the form of a broken arm in the virtual laboratory for more than half a year? Habits are not so easy to change. It was more than half a year of his arm-breaking career and the later use of a bionic arm that allowed him to lose the use of his original arm. He didn't panic, because since in the laboratory, he could practice the bionic arm to the point where he could control it like an arm, not to mention it was his own arm now, he just needed to practice more. When I got up from the bed, I didn't pay attention to the dark sky outside the window. I walked to my study room, turned on my computer, and wrote the program code for the arm's microprocessing system. Typing code requires the use of hands. As long as he uses his hands, he can exercise his not very flexible left hand, so he directly uses keyboard typing as his rehabilitation training. To say that his ability to use it is very strong, he quickly adapted to his left hand again, and his ingenious plugin may also have contributed a lot to this. When it got light outside the window, his left hand completely recovered. It seemed that nothing happened that night, and it seemed that a lot of things happened, but others were completely unaware of these things that happened. When he conquered the technology of the bionic arm, he had no plans to announce it in the near future. Now he is busy with too many things. When the sky was completely bright, I had breakfast as usual and returned to the workshop to start rubbing the helicopter. He put on his powered exoskeleton in the workshop and felt whether there was any sluggishness in his left arm. After feeling that he was fine, he turned on the machinery in the workshop and continued what he had done yesterday. He milled out the casing of the motor, and all the parts of the motor were assembled, except for the coil on the rotor that had not yet been started. Holding the rotor in front of him, the enameled wire doped with graphene was put online again to serve as the material for the rotor coil. With the cooperation of the hand and eye plugs, the wound rotor coil is simply like a work of art. Extremely regular coils allow the engine to perform better. He spared the 6 motor rotors together, and after winding them, he assembled all the motors one by one. The helicopter's most important power unit, 6 480 kilowatts electric motors, are ready. It can be said that 30% of the helicopter's progress has been completed. Wearing a powered exoskeleton, he can easily install large and heavy parts in place. Then, when the outsourced parts he ordered were in place, the helicopter could enter the assembly stage, as well as the avionics system, which he handed over to the Hongdu Aircraft Factory for OEM. After receiving his request for help, Hongdu immediately sent their strongest team over to help. If we talk about their relationship with Hongdu Aircraft Factory, they can be regarded as strategic partners. After receiving his request for help, Hongdu sent the Han family and his son over. In recent years, the two father and son have become more and more sophisticated in the avionics system, and Old Han also participated in this Haiba civilian model in Changhe. Improvement of. In other words, he has a share of credit for the avionics on the AC-313. Although he made this helicopter without thinking about obtaining an airworthiness certificate, it was still a good thing to lean in that direction at the beginning. If it can be sold for civilian use later, the sales channels of this model will be broader. The Han family and his son came with their team and immediately started research and development based on the actual situation of the aircraft. The control of his helicopter was different from that of ordinary helicopters because it was a parallel coaxial helicopter. Although it was still difficult, with the participation of the Han family, his son and himself, the avionics system was finally completed. The avionics system was completed, all outsourced parts were in place, and the helicopter was in the assembly stage. While he was waiting for these parts, half a year had passed unknowingly. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and his helicopter was still not assembled. Instead, the factory expansion project that had been arranged at the beginning was coming to an end. After the expansion of the factory specifically for powered exoskeletons was completed, the renovated factory went directly into production. During the expansion of the factory, the training of workers who produced powered exoskeletons was not left behind. The factory building has almost been renovated and the workers have been trained to enter the production process. The 2,902 type powered exoskeletons that Wang Yuzheng had previously ordered for him have officially begun production, and they are being produced in a rush-time manner, because the parade is not far away now. In terms of changes in half a year, the biggest one is the small town of Summer Town. Although the current Summer Town is still not as good as the county town, in terms of growth rate, it is just around the corner to catch up with the county town. The traffic situation in Kyushu has also undergone great changes. When he just built the powered exoskeleton, vehicles using engines with national V emission standards were issued by first and second tier cities not to be allowed on the road. With the promulgation of these regulations, a large number of fuel vehicles have been eliminated by first and second tier cities, and a large number of second-hand vehicles have flocked to lower tier cities. But although these fuel vehicles have poured in, ordinary people are not fools. Even if they are particularly cheap fuel vehicles with no prospect of use, not many people will buy them. The opposite is electric vehicles. A large number of manufacturers are launching a large number of new models one after another, making the electric vehicle market more prosperous. Although sales of new fuel-powered vehicles are still in volume, their share is declining. Under such a development trend, I believe that it will not be long before all fuel vehicles in Kyushu will be completely eliminated. And this is just for passenger cars. The development in commercial vehicles is still very rapid. Because of the high torque characteristics of electric motors, it is more suitable for use in commercial vehicles. Many commercial vehicle manufacturers have launched their own electric commercial vehicles, whether they are trucks or buses, all of them are electrified. These manufacturers do not have much experience in research and development of electric motors, but these technologies are not absent in Kyushu. High-speed rail trains are powered by electric motors. Locomotive companies such as Daeokang Sifang have provided electric motors to commercial vehicle manufacturers. With this support, the power problems of various commercial vehicles have been solved. With this kind of development trend, I believe that within a few years, fuel vehicles will become extinct throughout Kyushu. Kyushu's changes in development have made other countries feel trembling with fear. Especially when the powered exoskeleton was first revealed more than half a year ago, the most obvious thing is that regardless of whether it is an airport or anything else, as long as it is a port, the number of people entering the country has increased. In more than half a year, the turmoil of BA Seong's domestic boss change gradually subsided and got back on track. Then Juzhu 2-barrel oil started laying supercharging stations in BA Seong's territory. Yes, Brother BA must closely follow Kyushu and carry out changes in their domestic transportation. Brother Ba's transformation is just the beginning. Countries affected by the Belt and Road Initiative are all waiting to see Brother Ba's transformation. Lao Mo doesn't want to follow the trend. Not only does the upper management not want to follow the trend, even the energy consortium behind him doesn't want to follow the trend. They are using oil well, so why do they want to transition to electricity? But this kind of era-changing event is not something they can resist if they don't want to. The general trend is pushing them to change in that direction. Anyway, if it is close to Kyushu, the impact will be great, and if it is far away from Kyushu, the impact will be small. The dishonest neighbors around Kyushu have become much more honest after the military strength of Kyushu has increased. Even Dahan Mingwo and Xiali, which have garrisons, have become much weaker. As for Nizai, who was wandering outside Kyushu, they were quite frightened. Nanako started many honey operations on the island. During this period of time, there have been a lot of escape drills. Chiyu was ready for production, and Li Zhenhua, who was unable to do anything else, postponed the assembly of the helicopter. Fortunately, there are still some things that need to be fine-tuned in the avionics system, so it is not a delay. The first ones produced were the armored versions of Chiyu. This model was relatively more complex in terms of craftsmanship. Various accessories for powered exoskeletons are produced in various workshops, then transferred to each workshop, and finally transferred to the assembly workshop. Not all accessories are produced by his own company. Many items are handed over to domestic digital research institutes for OEM through Wang Yueshan's channels. In the assembly workshop, many workers were working on the assembly line, waiting for the assembly line to run at their respective stations. Li Zhenhua stood beside the assembly line and stared at it. Although everything was foolproof in the laboratory, no one could say whether it would happen. Other questions. He asked in the workshop if everything was ready. After getting the answer, he started the assembly line. The assembly line is slowly rotating, and the workers at each station are rigorously assembling the parts they are responsible for according to the process instructions they have learned before. As the assembly line rotated, 78 minutes later, the first armored Chiyu came off the assembly line. When they saw the Chiyu that had just come off the end of the assembly line, all the workers present immediately cheered. This moment is really exciting. Most of the workers in this workshop are veterans or military family members. As members of the guards of Kyushu before, these people saw that Kyushu can use more advanced equipment from now on, and it is also produced by their own hands. The feeling of working for Kyushu is really exciting. Then he walked to the first Chiyu that rolled off the assembly line, and he personally inspected it. Under the inspection with his analytical eyes, the Chiyu in front of him was completely qualified. Since the armored Chiyu in front of us is qualified, there will be no problem in the production of the basic model. At this point, Chiyu can be considered as having achieved phased results, and he can report to his superiors, and he can give his superiors peace of mind. Chiyu's armor is still being manufactured non-stop. According to his instructions, everything is running at full capacity. Even if it is overproduction, it will be fine. He had figured it out before that the current total of 2,900 Chiyus was just the tip of the iceberg, a drop in the bucket. Even if he overproduces, the military will be even more delighted. Manufacturing was going on in the workshop. He came out of the workshop, walked to an open area, and called Wang Yuesheng. Do. After the phone rang a few times, Wang Yuesheng picked up his call. When the call was connected, he spoke without waiting for the other party to speak. Chief, Chiyu's production is on track, with an average output of 40 aircraft per day. We can complete all the orders you placed in more than 2 months. When the time comes, remember to have someone transport the equipment away. The finished product still takes up quite a lot of space. After Wang Yuesheng heard what he said, he was complaining in his heart. What a coincidence. Before he even found the other party, Li Zhenhua called him and told him good news. After digesting what he said, Wang Yuesheng had a mental picture of whether the equipment could catch up with the parade. Now that this matter is settled, he no longer worries, but now there is something that he needs to solve immediately. Okay, you should pay more attention to Chiyu's production. I have nothing to worry about Chiyu. I personally congratulate you. You will make a lot of money in the future. More than 1 million major army customers are waiting for you. At the end, he teased him like a joke. After finishing the matter, Wang Yuesheng became serious and talked to him about what happened next. Chiyu's matter has come to an end, but I have a task here that I want to give to you. Please deal with the matters at hand and come to Peeping to find me. He was confused. He was talking happily about Chiyu just now, but now the other party spoke in such a serious tone and wanted to go to Peking to find him. In this case, there is definitely nothing good to do with him, and he is very busy. The helicopter is still waiting for him to assemble, so I don't know if he can refuse. Why did I come to see you? Haven't I already reported this to you? Don't worry about Chiyu at all. I won't go to Peking. He pretended to be dumb and planned to be vague, without saying a word about what he was going to do. But Wang Yuesheng is so easy to fool. When he heard that the other party didn't tell the truth, he knew that the kid opposite him was planning to cheat. Don't be careless about me, kid. I just told you that there is a task for you here. Just come over quickly. If you don't come over, I will send someone to your company to pick you up. When he heard what the other party said, he knew that he couldn't be fooled, but when he thought about the helicopter he was doing, he still felt a little unwilling. Chief, what must I do? Let me tell you, I have been very busy recently. The helicopter I told you before is just about to be assembled now. How about I wait until I finish the helicopter thing and then I have no worries before I go to you? He was bargaining with Wang Yuesheng in a flattering tone. When he finished speaking, Wang Yuesheng on the other side was silent for a while. I knew that he really had something to do and was not cheating, but his current task couldn't wait. The time was too tight, so Li Zhenhua could only postpone the helicopter project. After waiting for a while, just as Li Zhenhua was waiting for the answer with great expectation, Wang Yuesheng rejected his proposal again. No, he refused. After finishing speaking, Wang Yuesheng continued. I know you have your own projects to complete now, but my current project really needs you to come and participate. In fact, to put it bluntly, this project can be regarded as an application of Chiyu's powered exoskeleton, so your participation as the inventor of Chiyu is particularly important. Moreover, this project is a bit tight on time and has heavy tasks, so we urgently need you to come over and get things done within the specified time, so as not to delay things. He held his mobile phone and listened to Wang Yueshan's words. He was also puzzled. He didn't know what kind of task it was, and it actually had time requirements. At this moment, his curiosity was also aroused, and he was really curious about the mission mentioned by Wang Yuesheng. Think about your own helicopter project again. Just stop it. Anyway, it's not like I haven't stopped it before. Helicopter is his most ill-fated project so far. Starting from his high-speed helicopter, this project left him stranded for a long time. In the meantime, he got the Chi-Yu-powered exoskeleton out, and the helicopter is not finished yet. Finally, Chi-Yu's matter came to an end, and he could go get the helicopter with peace of mind. Now that Wang Yuesheng came to the door again, he really didn't know what to say. Since you have said so, Chief, I know that I must be allowed to pass, but before I go, can you tell me what I am going to do? You only said that it is a variant application of Chi-Yu. I have no specific concept, and I don't know where to work. Since you can't shirk it, you must first have a direction for the subsequent tasks before going. It's really not convenient to tell you on the phone, but you'll know when you come over. Well, I want to go to heaven, that's all I can say. Okay, you will know when you come here. If you come here earlier, you will know earlier. You can handle the things at home by yourself. I will wait for you in the office tomorrow. After finishing speaking, before he could continue to ask, Wang Yuesheng hung up the phone, listened to the busy signal from the phone, and shook his head. What was going to go to heaven was about the powered exoskeleton, and there was also a time constraint. Li Jianhua couldn't help but have a guess in his heart. But it was just a guess, not accurate. He had already decided to go, so he no longer struggled with what the mission was. Anyway, he would know it by then. Returning to the Chu assembly workshop again, he explained a few words to the person in charge of the workshop and arranged the follow-up work. He then went straight to the workshop where he assembled the helicopter. This production person in charge is a management talent he transferred from the aircraft manufacturing workshop. He has worked for Zhu Divine Beast for several years and is relatively conscientious. Li Jianhua feels more at ease when the matter is left to him. Returning to his workshop, he heard arguments coming from the workshop as soon as he entered the door. He knew that this was another quarrel between the Han family and his son who came from Hengdu. The two men would never get to the end of the day without arguing 10 or 8 times a day. He was used to this phenomenon. When the argument was over, Xiao Han would still apologize to old Han. Even if Xiao Han was responsible, it was Xiao Han who had to apologize. He walked up to the workshop and told them that he had a task ahead and that the helicopter assembly would be postponed. The Han family also expressed their understanding. Moreover, they have completed debugging most of the avionics system, and the remaining work will have to wait until the helicopter comes out, and then debug it again. After talking to the Han family and his son, the two left with the team, and he also began to make many arrangements before leaving. Lu Xiaodong was still responsible for many matters related to the production of civilian products. If anything could not be solved, he and Guo Shigi would discuss it and resolve it. The military products were also well accounted for, and he was not afraid of any trouble. You must know that there were military representatives in the factory. After everything in the company was arranged, they picked up Li Yun and the two left the company. They walked around the town with her before going home. The next morning, she said goodbye to Li Yun, carried her belongings, and went to the company's test flight site. She got on the flying boat and flew towards Peeping. To build a test flight ground in their company, this is the wisest decision, because it is equivalent to having a private airport within their company. When he wants to go out, he can set off at any time without waiting for a plane. The plane landed in Daxing. After leaving the airport with his bodyguard, he saw the person Wang Yuesheng sent to pick him up. In Wang Yueshan's office, he finally met the old man again, and the two exchanged pleasantries. After Wang Yuesheng chatted with him, he knew that he had arranged everything at home and could go on missions with him without any distractions. The old man felt happy for a while, and then he got to the main topic of the conversation. I asked you to come this time. Do you have a general guess about what you are going to do? Yes. Li Jianhua nodded in response. Seeing that Wang Yuesheng did not answer his words, but gestured for him to continue speaking, he rolled his eyes at the old man. Yesterday you told me that it was an application of powered exoskeletons, and you also told me that it would go to heaven. My guess is that the Air Force also wants to use Chi-Yu, or that it is conducting research on a variant specifically for airborne troops. I can guess this. I feel that my guess should be close to 10. After hearing what he said, the smile on the old man Wang Yueshan's face became even brighter. Looking at his expression, he knew that the guess he just made was far from the truth. Looking at the old man's smile, he felt a little irritated for no reason. When he was at home, the old man didn't say anything specific, but now that he was here, he didn't say anything and just let him guess. Who can bear this? Isn't this teasing him? The expression on his face became a bit foul. Wang Yuesheng also noticed the change in his expression, and then got down to business. Haha, let me tell you, kid, your guess is far from the truth. Okay, don't look like you want to eat me. I'm old and meat doesn't taste good. Let's get down to business. You know we have a space station floating in the sky. Hearing the word space station, he was obviously a little confused. Why did such a good person suddenly say space station? This has nothing to do with him. Why are you talking about the space station? I don't have much to do with the space station. Are you planning to send me to the sky and let me study it? I never figured out what the relationship was between the space station and him. In fact, he is only thinking about being in the space station now and has completely forgotten about the use of Chi-Yu's variant. If he still remembers Chi-Yu's conditions, he should be able to roughly guess what he is going to do. Go ahead. Even if I send you up, I can't send you up at this stage. You are our Kyushu's treasure and a monster. It's better for you to live safely on the ground. No need to beat around the bush, let me tell you directly. Next year's parade is about to begin, and our Kyushu Space Administration plans to add splendor to the parade. They proposed a manned space mission to the moon next year, intending to send people to the moon to see it. If you have been paying attention recently, you know that our space launch mission schedule for this year and next is very full. At this point, he also understood that when he received the 4 words of the moon landing plan, he knew what he was asked to do. The lunar landing plan will send people to the moon, and then there will inevitably be astronauts leaving the warehouse, and the Chi-Yu-powered exoskeleton he developed can provide a certain degree of protection for the astronauts during the departure activities. His mission is to develop a powered exoskeleton for astronauts that can be used on the moon. If this really succeeds, his name will go down in history as the first powered exoskeleton that can be used on the moon. Look at your expression, do you understand? Yeah. Nodding, he really understood and felt excited in his heart. Then let me tell you in detail. This time I want you to come here so that you and the spacesuit designer, Academician Luo, can jointly carry out this task. The purpose is to design and manufacture a new generation of spacesuits, or external equipment suitable for use by future space soldiers. It counts as a kind of exploration, but I feel that the spacesuits produced by the two of you colliding together will become the mainstream extravehicular activity equipment for our survival in space in the future. Listening carefully to what Wang Yuzheng said, although there was not necessarily any praise from the old man, he also felt a great honor for this task. If it can be successfully developed, his name will probably be written into textbooks. Then Chief, what preparations do I need to make? Where is my workplace? Are we leaving now? He asked 3 questions in a row, which made his current excitement and inexplicable anxiety very obvious. Wang Yuzheng was very happy looking at his face that tried his best to stay calm but could not keep it. It turns out that this kid can get excited too. Relax, relax, you will be taken to the Secret Research Institute in the next few days, and you will be provided with the equipment you need. But it must be kept strictly confidential, so please call home now. It may not be that easy to make calls in the next period of time. It was a completely closed environment, and of course there should be a dedicated time for you to talk to your home on the phone. This was different from the projects you had done before. This is a task at the national level. He had already mentally expected this situation, so there was nothing unacceptable. Thinking about the current conditions, they were already much better. When I was researching nuclear power, some people's family members didn't even know what they were doing until they died. Soon I had a phone call with Li Yun and told him that he would enter a closed state next, and told him not to worry, and then nothing happened. As for everything else, he had already explained everything before he came, so there was nothing to worry about. After watching him finish the phone call, Wang Yuzheng stood up on the sofa and looked at Li Zhenhua, who was still sitting on the sofa, and said, "Get up, I'll take you to where you will work from now on." Then he got up and followed Wang Yuzheng outside. Then he followed the old man and got into a military White Tiger 200, and then the car drove towards the outside of Peeping. This White Tiger 200, painted in military green, looks pretty good at first glance. I don't know when the military purchased this car. As the car drove longer, although he was not very familiar with Peeping, he also knew that he had probably left the 5th Ring Road by now. Looking at the sign on the road Fangshan, he knew that he was already on the outskirts of Beijing. "Chief, where are we going? We are all out of Peeping." She turned to look at him and then said, "Let's go to the airport. We have to take a plane to get to where you work." When he heard that he was going to the airport, he stopped asking. Anyway, he would know by then. The car drove all the way to a small military airport. When they got off the car, he was also observing the small airport, which was only a little larger than the test flight ground at his home. At this moment, there was a transport plane waiting on the airport runway. He, who had some knowledge about aircraft, could tell at a glance that it was a naval type Y-8C. He followed Wang Yuzheng to the warehouse of Yunba. With the help of a soldier, he, Wang Yuzheng, and several guards were fixed on uncomfortable seats. Then they flew into the sky together with the goods covered with tarpaulins in the warehouse. When the plane stabilized, Wang Yuzheng couldn't help but exhale. "Oh, I haven't ridden on this thing for a long time, it's really exciting." "Li Ziazi, are you okay?" This plane happens to be going to the destination to deliver something, so we will take a free ride. If you are sleepy and tired, just squint for a while. It doesn't take long, only 4 hours. He looked at Wang Yuzhong and rolled his eyes. This old man was so bad that he even asked him to sleep. It was strange that he could fall asleep with such a bumpy state. He was afraid that if he really fell asleep by then, his head would be banged all over. Old man, don't fool me. I'm not stupid. How can I fall asleep in this environment? But I'm very confused. This plane is a Transport 8C, and the airport just now is Shiliangxiang. Isn't it from the Navy? How come the Navy has something to do with where we are going? There are also launch platforms at sea, okay? Okay, just don't ask, and I won't tell you if you ask. After speaking, the old man turned his head to the side and stopped looking at him. The old man reached out to the guard, took a document box from the guard, took out the documents from it and started reading. The plane flew for more than 3 hours during a journey of 1,670 kilometers, and landed at a very desolate airport. After getting off the plane and looking at the desolate Gobi Desert around him, he knew that he must have arrived in the northwest, and only the northwest could have such a scene. While observing the surroundings, he saw a particularly huge launcher in the distance. Combined with the environment, he knew that he should have arrived at Juquan. Is it necessary to come to such a desolate place to develop this spacesuit? Is it to keep it secret? Anyway, he didn't understand why he came here, but since he was already here, he should work hard. Wang Yuzhong took them off the plane, and there were 2 cars parked on the edge of the runway. They were obviously here to pick them up. After getting off the plane and transferring to the car again, the direction they headed was not to the launch pad, but to the opposite side of the launch pad. The car drove for more than 10 minutes and soon came to a small hill. Looking at the sparse vegetation on the hill, it looked like a very ordinary hill from the outside. When the car drove closer to the mountain, there was sudden movement on the mountain wall in front, and a bare mountain wall moved to the side. Not long after, a huge passage appeared in front of them. Looking at the mountain wall again, it turned out that it was a large and thick iron door disguised as a mountain wall. It was thicker than the doors used in civil air defense projects. The car continued to drive in, and when they entered the mountain passage, the iron door behind them slowly closed. It seemed that he had arrived at some amazing place. This should be Kyushu's secret laboratory. It is estimated that there are not many people in Juzhou who know this place, and he became one of them. Looking at the scene around him, he also felt slightly that the car was driving in a downward direction, as if this passage had no end, and he couldn't feel how long he had gone. As expected, it was made by the state. This thing is much more advanced than the small basement I dug. Later I was even proud of the underground laboratory that I planned to build similar to a honeycomb. But comparing it to where I am now, it is almost like the difference between a large villa and a self-built house in the countryside. He couldn't help but think so, and he secretly made up his mind that when he returned, he would make the hive project bigger and deeper. He couldn't just shut it down, or at least he wouldn't be petty. As he was thinking about it, the car finally stopped in an empty square, much like an underground garage. They got out of the car, and the driver led them deeper into the car. Then they met academician Luo, who was going to cooperate with him. Wang Yuzhong came here for nothing else but to send him over. Once he was delivered, his mission would be completed. Wang Yuzhong ate something, then said goodbye to everyone and left, while Li Zhenhua stayed. After all, his mission was to stay here and assist academician Luo in developing a new generation of spacesuits. I have just met academician Luo. They have not met before, but academician Luo knows him, but he is not familiar with academician Luo. Because he had just arrived, academician Luo did not take him directly to the place where he worked. Instead, he had someone arrange a place to stay for him. After he settled down, the follow-up work could be carried out. After the bumps along the way, especially the extremely uncomfortable ride of the transport plane, he was indeed a little tired, and he fell asleep soon after lying on the bed. When he opened his eyes again, with the help of the light from the nightlight, he looked at the strange environment around him, and gradually woke up, knowing that he was no longer at home, but a secret base he had arrived before going to bed. After regaining his consciousness, he really didn't know how long he slept in this dark underground place. He took the mobile phone placed on the bedside table and turned it on. It turned out that he had slept for 8 hours and it was now 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. Looking at this awkward time, he felt a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to get up early, it was just that this environment was too confusing. Without a timer, you have no sense of time and you don't know how long you slept. He touched the switch at the bedside and turned on the light, put on some clothes, opened the door and walked out of the dormitory. Standing in the corridor, the white cold light filled the corridor, making it look particularly clean. This environment reminded him of the scene in Resident Evil that he had seen. Just as he was standing in the corridor in a daze, someone was walking towards him at the end of the corridor. Academician Li, wake up. I am your correspondent during this time at the base. My name is Xiao Bo. You can just call me Xiaobo. Before he could react, the man walking towards him spoke. When he heard Xiaobo speak, he took a closer look at the person coming. He was a very energetic young man, wearing blue overalls with no other signs. When he digested the other party's words, he realized that this should be equivalent to the assistant assigned to him. Then he stretched out his hand to him and shook it. "Oh, hello, Xiaobo. Then I will trouble you while I am here. Academician Li, please come to me. Academician Luo and the others are talking in the conference room right now. I just came over there, and Academician Luo asked me to come over and see if you woke up." It seemed that Academician Luo was waiting for him, so he quickly followed Xiaobo towards where Academician Luo was. When he arrived, he opened the door in front of him and walked in, but the correspondent assigned to him did not follow him. When he opened the door, he saw more than 20 men, women and children in the room, all looking at him standing at the door. At this moment, there was an empty seat next to Academician Luo at the conference table. "Academician Li is here, come in and sit down. We are all about to start discussing the next work. You are the biggest innovation in our mission, and we cannot do without you." Academician Luo stood up from his seat as he spoke, walked towards the door, came to him, pulled him to the empty seat, and pressed him into the seat. "First of all, everyone welcomes Academician Li to join us. Let us work together to complete the tasks assigned to us by our superiors." After finishing speaking, Academician Luo took the lead and clapped his hands. With Academician Luo taking the lead, there was warm applause. After applauding for a while, the scene became quiet again. "We were ordered to do so in a critical situation this time. Time is running out now. We have to complete the mission quickly and cannot delay the launch. For this mission, we are all pointing at Academician Li." Hearing Academician Luo say this, he was a little flattered. After all, the other person was a well-known academician for a long time. He was very pleased and a little embarrassed to be so complimentary to him. "Academician Luo, don't say that. A young man like me should learn more from you." Then, under the auspices of Academician Luo, everyone present was introduced to him before getting down to the main topic. For him, the atmosphere at the scene was very harmonious, and his joining did not have any negative impact on the entire team. After everyone got acquainted with each other, he officially entered the topic. Because he was new here, he didn't know how far the project was currently progressing, so he just sat in his seat and listened to their conversation. "Okay, let's get down to business. As everyone knows, we have made many improvements to the newly developed spacesuit and used a new generation of technology on it. But this spacesuit is not that good, and it can only be as good as we think it is. You must know that science has no end. The reason why we are all reunited this time is because Academician Li beside me has made a major breakthrough in powered exoskeletons. This mission is to combine our newly developed spacesuit with the powered exoskeleton in the hands of Academician Li, so that our spacesuit will become the most advanced spacesuit in the world, and there will be no other." Academician Luo briefly recounted the causes and consequences of this mission, which could be regarded as explaining to everyone why the spacesuit they previously developed was facing improvements again before it was used. At this moment, Li Zhenhua also learned from Academician Luo's story that before he joined, the team led by Academician Luo had completed the design and even manufacturing of the new spacesuit. However, with the launch of his powered exoskeleton, Academician Luo learned that Zhu had already achieved success in powered exoskeletons, which made Academician Luo once again want to continue to improve the new spacesuit. After Academician Luo finished speaking, he immediately turned to look at Li Zhenhua and said to him with a smile, "Academician Li will also say a few words to encourage everyone." Academician Luo had already said this, and he was too embarrassed to say a word. But since he had just arrived, he didn't know what to say to everyone, so he just said a few words. "Hello everyone, I actually have no research on spacesuits. The reason why I participated in your project this time is because I have made some small achievements in powered exoskeletons. In the coming days, I will cooperate with everyone to integrate the power exoskeleton technology one have mastered into the latest spacesuit. Just as Academician Luo said, let our spacesuit become the most advanced in the world." None of them. When he finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause again. Everyone's applause this time was obviously more willing than last time, because when Li Zhenhua spoke, he placed his position very low and did not show that arrogance. It was this attitude that made them all let go of their uneasiness. They were afraid that someone with a higher heart would come and get involved in everything, and in the end nothing would be accomplished. After he expressed his stance, the applause that rang out willingly fell silent again. After Academician Luo spoke a few words to everyone, he asked everyone to disperse and prepare for the next research and development matters. But he didn't know what to do next, so he just sat in his seat and didn't move. Academician Luo obviously wanted to chat with him, so the two of them sat and waited for everyone to leave. When only the two of them were left in the Nyo University conference room, Li Zhenhua turned to Academician Luo. "Why didn't you go with them?" Academician Luo looked at him with a smile on his face and turned around. "Haha, Teacher Luo, you haven't left either." The two looked at each other without saying anything, and suddenly they laughed loudly at the same time. When the laughter stopped, the distance between the two of them was obviously much closer. "Teacher Luo, please tell me what to do next. You are an expert in space suits. I, a novice, don't know exactly where to apply force. Then Li Jianhua corrected his attitude and asked Academician Luo how to carry out his subsequent work. Even if you don't ask, I will still talk to you about the next work. I'm really good at spacesuits, but I don't know much about your powered exoskeleton. But you are lacking in knowledge about spacesuits. We don't understand each other's knowledge now. Next, in order to have a good start in the follow-up work, I think we should get to know each other so that we can combine the power exoskeleton and the spacesuit in the future. Listening to what Academician Luo said, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Academician Luo said, rashly combining the technologies they mastered without knowing each other would definitely not make progress. It's going to go smoothly. That makes sense. Mr. Luo, you have to wait for me for a while. I didn't know anything when I came here, and I didn't bring any relevant information with me. The main reason is that Minister Wan's level of confidentiality is too high. Didn't say anything to me. Hearing what he said, Academician Luo also understood his difficulty. However, the other party could not provide information now, but his own information was complete. After thinking about it, he said, "It's okay if you don't have the information with you. Then you can make a report and someone from the base here will send someone to get it from you. I will study it carefully when the information arrives, but now the information I have here is complete, and I have already prepared it. I will give it to you later." As he spoke, Academician Luo took a bag next to his seat, lowered it towards Li Jianhua, placed the bag in front of him, patted the bag gently with his hand, and told him, "What this bag contains is the information on the new spacesuit. Although it is not that comprehensive, I believe it should be enough for our docking work. Take it and study it first. If you don't understand anything along the way, you can come to me at any time. There is no hard requirement on where to bring the materials, but I still hope that the material should not be brought back to the dormitory as much as possible. It is best to read them in the studio." Looking at the bag in front of him, combined with what Academician Luo just said, he knew that when he read the information, it was best to read it in the studio. This is not because I don't believe in myself, but because I am afraid of something unexpected happening. I chatted with Academician Luo about the new spacesuit for a while, and then he led him towards the studio. Carrying his bag and following Academician Luo, the other party assigned him a separate cubicle in the studio. After arranging him, Academician Luo went to do his own thing. Only in his own cubicle, he opened the bag handed to him and immediately devoted all his attention to researching the data. While he was researching the information, there was a Y-8 aircraft on the runway preparing to take off at the airport where he came. A car drove from a distance and parked at the rear of the Yunba aircraft. As soon as the car stopped, the tail hatch of the Yunba opened. The car started again and drove directly into the aircraft. Then the plane took off and flew towards the test flight site of Dongshin Juzhu Divine Beast Company. Sitting in the car that got on the plane was the correspondent assigned to him by the base. At this moment, the correspondent's clothes were no longer blue overalls, but dark green uniforms of the Rocket Army. The Yunba aircraft flew directly to the Juzhu Divine Beast testing ground. The car got off the plane and parked directly at the door of Li Jianhua's workshop. Li Yun was waiting here at the door of the workshop. Li Yun handed the bag in her hand to the correspondent. The correspondent, who then took the information, did not even get out of the car, but drove back onto the plane and returned. When the correspondent came back, he handed the information to Li Jianhua without any possibility of leakage. Taking the bag brought back by the correspondent, he found Academician Luo, who was thinking about the problem, and handed the basic information of the powered exoskeleton to him. He returned to his workstation to study the spacesuit. After getting the information, Academician Luo immediately started researching it. After all, their time now is precious. Even if they waste a second, they may not be able to catch up with the rocket to take off in the end. In 3 days, Li Jianhua did not dare to waste a second. He spent the whole day absorbing the information given to him by Academician Luo. Of course, he was so nervous during the day, but he didn't know much about what he came into contact with. He could only have a general impression of the information he came into contact with based on his memory. But he was not a vegetarian when it came to plugins. He would study the things he came into contact with during the day and didn't understand them carefully in the virtual laboratory at night. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, he studied all the materials that Academician Luo threw to him. It was not just a rough study, but under his control, all the materials became his own knowledge. Now, saying that he is an expert in spacesuits is a bit exaggerated, but he can be considered a person who knows a lot about spacesuits. At this moment, he finally had a detailed understanding of spacesuits. Spacesuits are personal sealed equipment that protect astronauts' life activities and workability in space. To put it bluntly, there is not much difference in principle from a heavy-duty diving suit. They are also equipment that ensures people can survive in extreme environments, but spacesuits are hugely different from heavy-duty diving suits. In a vacuum environment like space, the nitrogen contained in human blood will turn into gas, and its volume will expand inside the human body. If you do not wear a pressurized airtight spacesuit and adjust the pressure inside the spacesuit to the same pressure as the atmospheric pressure, your life will be in danger due to the huge pressure difference between the inside and outside of the suit. Moreover, the environment that spacesuits will face in space is even more harsh, including the vacuum, high and low temperatures in space, and the lack of atmospheric filtering to protect the solar radiation that fills the entire space. And the spacesuit will also encounter micrometeors in the sky, and it must be able to withstand the impact of micrometeors. They are said to be meteors, but they are actually small pebbles, but such pebbles moving at high speed can still be regarded as micrometeors. There are also various life support systems inside the spacesuit, which have functions such as warmth retention, airtightness, heat insulation, ventilation, cooling and so on. In short, this spacesuit is simply a small atmospheric system that allows people to move around in space. Everything is simulating the Earth, and it can also be said to be a miniature space station. After understanding these things, he was also confident about integrating his powered exoskeleton into the spacesuit. And in his imagination, he couldn't help but think of the longing for spacesuits in many science fiction works. Among them, some of the ones that impressed him the most are the Master Chief's armor, the spacesuit in Starry Land, Charlize Theron's spacesuit in Prometheus, the spacesuit in Stargate, etc. But in his mind, the spacesuits in Stargate and the spacesuits in Land of the Stars are the ones that most suit his aesthetics. Different from the current mainstream spacesuits, the two models he likes most are in line with people's aesthetics, changing the bloatedness and fatness of the previous spacesuits. Moreover, these two types of spacesuits gave him a relatively better feeling in terms of protection than the old style, because the exterior of these two spacesuits had armor protection, while the old-style spacesuits did not have these armors. Thinking about the information I received, I couldn't help but think about it. In fact, from the most fundamental point of view, the powered exoskeleton armor he developed is actually the same type of thing as the spacesuit. It's just two branches on this technology tree. One is focused on external power and armor protection, and the other is focused on the life support system. It's just a difference in focus, but now academician Luo sees the advantages of powered exoskeleton armor and wants to put the two branches back together to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. After understanding these things, he had a clear idea in his mind. Now it depends on who the two sides will upgrade on. If it is upgraded on academician Luo's spacesuit, it will inevitably make the spacesuit even more bloated. If it is upgraded on his Chiyu-powered armor, even if it wants to achieve the final effect, it will definitely become larger in size. But the basics are not too outrageous there. In his mind, he is actually more inclined to optimize the life support system and other aspects based on the power armor. However, as of now, there is no collision between the two sides, and no one is sure which aspect to continue research and development. Now, only after academician Luo finishes studying his data can we really make up our minds and see whose basis we should optimize on. In the following days, he was still the same as before. Although he had thoroughly studied all the information, academician Luo had not finished reading it yet, so he could only wait. Although he continued to look at the data during the day, the actual situation was that he was fishing. The time when he actually did research was when he entered the virtual laboratory at night. That night in the virtual laboratory, he first showed his Chiyu power armor in front of him. Looking at the armor in front of him that looked like something only a future warrior would have, he felt a little proud in his heart. Then he pushed this emotion out of his mind. Now was not the time for him to appreciate his achievements. Next, he took out his tools and started working on the armor. The power armor, which was originally very powerful, was dismantled bit by bit under his hands. Looking at the powered exoskeleton with only the reinforced bracket left in front of him, he was slightly stunned. Although he already had some ideas, his ideas were not very mature. And these ideas are just some assumptions he has made about the information he has access to at present. These ideas may be discarded later as he comes into contact with more and more information. But one thing is universal. It can be said that all design work is universal, and that is details. It is said that details determine success or failure, and it is even more important when placed on a spacesuit. As long as all the details are taken into consideration, the designed spacesuit will have fewer errors when used in space. This small mistake may be nothing on the ground, but in the vacuum environment of space, the consequences of a small mistake will be unbearable for anyone. What he is currently working on is optimizing the Chiyu-powered armor he made before from the smallest details, optimizing the insignificant details and minor problems that were previously discovered in the Chiyu-powered armor. This optimization lasts a whole night. Don't think that this whole night doesn't have much time, but don't forget that the time flow rate in the virtual laboratory is different. The joints of each joint are inflexible. Continue to study the joints of crustacean insects and find inspiration for optimization. The helmet has poor visibility. Optimize the helmet design and increase the proportion of transparent alloy. In a dark environment, there is insufficient light, so increase a strong light source. Many shortcomings in the armor were raised and optimized by him. He found solutions to more than 100 problems found on the entire armor, large and small. He was working hard in the virtual laboratory, and academician Luo was not idle after getting the information. After all, he was the one who initiated this project, and he was the main one for the spacesuit. So when he looked at the information developed by Lee Jianhua, extremely attentive and careful. After working overtime to study the information, Academician Luo now also had a deeper understanding of the powered exoskeleton armor, which was enough for the subsequent upgrade of the spacesuit. When Academician Luo finished studying all the information, half a month had passed since Lee Jianhua came. The completion of his study of the information also meant that the project could truly begin. For Lee Jianhua, this is also the first time that he has participated in other people's projects. All the things he has created before were all based on his own model. Now he is working in the same direction with everyone's efforts. This is still the first time. Once. In fact, this is also a good thing for him. He can also learn from Academician Luo how to coordinate management and conduct research and development in a multi-person project. In fact, in his heart, he is also very interested in this U0026D team model. It is not that he feels that he is inferior to the team model, but that it is a bit unreasonable for him to conquer a project alone. Moreover, in the team, if the team fails to maintain the balance, it will lead to a better direction. This is an advantage that he alone does not have. On this day, Academician Luo read all the information and called everyone related to the project together, and the next step was the official start of the project. Academician Luo sat at the front with a computer in front of him. He was connecting the computer to the projector, and then he started speaking when he saw everyone gathered. Everyone has arrived, so we have a formal meeting. The first thing is that we have to give this project a name. Everyone knows that the space suit we are studying this time is for the moon landing program. Then I will call it the Wugang Space Suit Project, and everyone will have no objections. Haha, actually, this name was inspired by Academician Lee. After speaking, I looked at the expressions of everyone at the scene and found that no one expressed any opinions, and Lee Jianhua didn't say anything at all. The name of the spacesuit was finally decided. Wu Gang's expedition to Gui is one of the most famous stories about the moon. As everyone knows, our next step is to combine Academician Lee's powered exoskeleton armor with our spacesuit to make our spacesuit even better. Now let's move on to the first topic, which is also a topic for us to determine the general direction. Which basis is more suitable for optimizing the spacesuit prototype? Let's discuss it. Please speak freely. Lee Jianhua sat in his seat and listened quietly to Academician Luo's words, feeling as though the heroes had similar views. As expected, Academician Luo was not the one who built it. He grasped the key points from the very beginning. If this point cannot be solved and the direction of the workpiece cannot be determined, then their current project will have a bumpy road. After Academician Luo finished speaking and asked the first question, everyone present started to discuss it. This discussion did not last long, and soon everyone calmed down again. Academician Luo looked at everyone's silence and knew that everyone should have finished the discussion and made their choices accordingly. It seems that everyone has thought about it, so let's talk about it and see what everyone's views are, which one is more suitable. However, Academician Luo's words did not receive a response from everyone present. Everyone looked like they did not dare to speak. In fact, Academician Luo understands their behavior. After all, they don't think comprehensively about this kind of directional thing, so let the old man decide. As the saying goes, an old person in a family is like a treasure. Another reason is that no one knows whether there will be any rift between Academician Luo and Academician Lee over this issue. So at this time, it is better not to blindly support or take sides. They cannot participate in the confrontation between the big guys. Academician Luo looked at everyone and said nothing. Although he understood in his heart, he couldn't just say nothing. It seems that everyone is quite uneasy, so we won't let you go on stage to speak. Let's just write on paper. It's always okay to write. Soon everyone started to move. Now that they are more inclined to that plan or the anonymous mode, this saves everyone from worries. In the end, everyone's choices were gathered together. Academician Luo took it in his hand and looked at the notes. Most of the notes were based on spacesuits. Only a handful of people choose to upgrade and optimize based on Chi-Yu's power armor. Looking at such a result in his hand, Academician Luo was not surprised at all, because these people in the team had previously researched traditional spacesuits. But there is also some disappointment, because only a few people are still enterprising, and the vast majority of people are a little too stable. To say that they stick to the rules is a bit inappropriate. I think they are also innovating on traditional spacesuits, so they can only be described as robust. When it comes to Academician Luo's own choice of spacesuit direction, he is more inclined to optimize and upgrade based on power armor. Why? Because he also believes that the research and development direction based on power armor will be the mainstream in the future, and will also be the final look of spacesuits in the future. Who doesn't want their own solution to be more advanced? It can only be said that the current style of spacesuit is a transition, but the situation they were facing now made it a little difficult for him to handle. After all, most people chose the direction of traditional spacesuits. Normally, the minority should obey the majority, but in scientific research, sometimes the truth is not in the hands of the majority. As the person in charge of the project, Academician Luo tended to choose the direction of power armor research and development, but he did not communicate with the team in advance. This was something he had not thought carefully about before. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at it at the scene, and then he set his sights on Li Zhenhua's body as the source of another direction. Seeing him is like finding a breakthrough point. Okay, I have seen everyone's opinions. I won't announce them now because everyone is making choices based on their previous knowledge. Next, we will let Academician Li talk about the relevant knowledge of power armor, and then the direction is determined. What's my business here? He originally sat aside and just waited for Academician Luo to announce the final result, but now he heard that he was asked to speak, and he looked at Academician Luo in surprise. After carefully considering Academician Luo's words, he understood that the choices made by everyone present were probably not in line with Academician Luo's expectations. He wanted him to explain the power armor technology clearly and let everyone present make a new choice. But he only allowed himself to speak, and Academician Luo did not disclose his attitude, which made him a little confused about how to speak. If he pushed the matter to a place that was not in line with Academician Luo's expectations, would he offend others? He couldn't help but think a little too much. This was actually the reason why he had always done research by himself before and didn't want others to get involved. Even if he wanted to form a team, he had to keep his word. Looking at the way Academician Luo looked at him, he knew what to say. Forget it, don't think about it anymore, just follow the actual situation and forget it, just die. Then let me tell you about the technology one have mastered and the advantages of applying power armor to spacesuits. Powered exoskeleton armor, as you can tell from its name, has certain protective capabilities and power, and in terms of power, the current one should be relatively good. Being powered means strong maneuverability and large load capacity, which can provide more power to the user. Then let's explain the other component of the name armor. From the literal meaning, we can know that the protection ability is definitely not bad. The powered armors I made for experiments can protect against bullets below 12.7 mm. In terms of protection and safety, I think it should have a better protection level than traditional spacesuits. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. If it is developed on the basis of power armor, the task load will be very large. If the life support system of the spacesuit is added to it, it can be regarded as a redesign. That's all I can say, do you think, Academician Luo? After he finished speaking, he looked at Academician Luo again. Academician Luo had also listened to what he said. These words were obviously spoken from a neutral perspective and were not biased because the power armor belonged to him. Then Academician Luo took over the conversation and looked at everyone and started talking again. Academician Li has just made it clear to everyone. Now let me talk about my choice. In fact, I want to choose the direction of optimizing and upgrading power armor. After Academician Luo finished speaking, everyone showed shocked expressions. None of them really expected that the chief designer of traditional spacesuits would abandon his own design and choose an unfamiliar direction. Even Li Zhenhua would be shocked, but then he thought about it and realized that Academician Luo is the kind of person who seriously considers the development of spacesuits. He will not exclude good things for other reasons, just like this time. It's the same as Li Zhenhua's invitation. Haha, look at your shocked expressions, you didn't expect me to make such a choice. In fact, my choice is not complicated. I am completely considering the future of spacesuits. I think that the future will definitely enter the space age. In the space age, the spacesuits worn by people will definitely have combat capabilities. For the space battles that will inevitably be inevitable in the future, we will choose spacesuits that are more in line with combat conditions. This is our ultimate path in the future, so I think traditional spacesuits will inevitably fail to keep up with the times. So in order to avoid a passive situation by then, it is better for us to take the initiative to move in that direction now. When Academician Luo finished speaking, all eyes changed from doubt to admiration. Just as Academician Luo finished speaking his point of view, the opinions of others also changed, especially those who chose traditional spacesuits before, and the few who chose power armor. They are more determined about their previous choices in their hearts. Teacher Luo, you are right. My idea is indeed narrow. We should stay enterprising and not rest on our laurels. Yes, Teacher Luo, I think so too. Isn't it just starting from scratch? What's the point? We have previous experience, and the development of new spacesuits will definitely go smoothly. Everyone in the conference room was echoing the views just expressed by Academician Luo. This does not mean that these people are idle, but that Academician Luo's speech gave them confidence. Since they were able to develop aerospace equipment from scratch, now they same thing. Okay, then the things we collected before will not count. Our next research and development direction will be to optimize and upgrade the power armor. Academician Luo looked at everyone's attitudes and immediately decided on the direction of research and development. Li Zhenhua watched the changes in everyone on the sidelines and felt that they were immediately full of fighting spirit from the original indifference, and the previous mentality of muddling through immediately disappeared. Papa, Academician Luo clapped his hands, attracting all the attention. Then it's up to you, Academician Li Jianhua. Academician Luo cast his eyes on him and said to him. Suddenly, he felt a pressure coming towards him. This pressure was something he had never felt before. This pressure came from everyone's hopes for the new spacesuit and their expectations for him. Feeling the eyes that everyone was looking at him, he nodded solemnly to them. Let's work hard towards success together. The determination of the research and development direction set the entire team in motion. Chiyu's powered armor, which does not have much adaptability to the space environment, will be filled with numerous auxiliary systems by the entire team in the coming days. From airtightness to warmth, from external protection to internal life support, from overall pressure to protection from various cosmic rays, everything must be filled into the power armor, and at the moment the direction was determined, the project was officially named Wu Gang Spacesuit. The entire team is divided into many parts, and there are dedicated groups responsible for it from the innermost to the outermost layer. The underwear comfort layer basically does not require research and development. It can still be designed using the previous technology. It is just that under the guidance of academicians Li Jianhua and Luo, it has been made more close-fitting or tight-fitting. The thermal layer is similar to the comfort layer of underwear. It still uses materials with high thermal resistance, good warmth retention, softness, and lightweight. Wool specially bred in Zhizhonghotan is the main raw material of this layer. Of course, there are other thermal insulation materials. Next is the ventilation layer and water cooling layer. Don't think that since there is a thermal insulation layer before, you don't need a cooling system. When the human body is moving outside the cabin, the sunlight is not protected by the atmosphere, and various thermal radiations will directly affect the human body temperature. Moreover, the human body is also moving, and as long as it is moving, heat will be generated, which requires a ventilation layer to cool the human body. And this is not enough. Sometimes the ventilation layer cannot keep up with the generation of heat energy. This requires the installation of an air conditioner inside to actively cool down the human body. The next three layers are the airtight restriction layer, the vacuum insulation layer, and the outer protective layer. As for these three layers, they were not left to others to handle, but he and academician Luo divided them up. Among them, he is responsible for the manufacturing of the airtight restriction layer and the outer protective layer. The remaining vacuum insulation layer is handed over to academician Luo, which is very consistent with his major. Academician Luo has made great achievements in the field of thermal insulation materials, so academician Luo took the lead in this area. After knowing what he was going to be responsible for, he communicated with academician Luo and found out what to do next in the spacesuit, then returned to the cubicle where he worked. When I returned to the cubicle, I first had a cup of tea, then returned to my seat and sat down. While drinking tea, I thought about how to do the next work. To say that his importance in the project before was definitely not as important as it is now, but after academician Luo announced the direction of power armor as the basis, his importance has increased. It cannot be said to be as important as academician Luo, but it is also in the project. Second place. And if the status is relatively improved, then you have to take on this second responsibility. Then he began to recall the two layers he was responsible for. The first was the airtight restriction layer. Its function was to keep the clothing airtight, limit the expansion of the clothing, and allow the major joints to have a certain degree of mobility. In a vacuum environment, a certain pressure must be maintained around the astronaut's body. Only in this way can the life safety of the astronaut be ensured, which requires this layer to have excellent airtightness. From his understanding during this period, the airtight layer is generally made of chloroprene-coated nylon tape with good airtightness, fabric with high strength and low elongation, polyester fabric, and other materials. And because it is difficult to move after being pressurized, each joint often uses mesh fabric, bellows, orange flap type, etc., combined with an airtight bearing rotation structure to improve mobility. But he obviously didn't want to use this kind of material in his mind. He still preferred to use metal instead of fiber fabric or tape. Then he looked at the various required parameters for this material in front of him, and then he wrote down the required parameters. In the following time, he will focus on researching metal materials that meet the requirements. In his imagination, this layer is the first layer of semi-rigid material in the spacesuit from the inside to the outside, and it can also be regarded as his exploration of the spacesuit. The outer layer is the heat insulation layer. Academician Luo will lead people to complete this layer, so he is very relieved and does not pay attention to this layer. There is also the outermost layer, the outer protective layer. Its requirements are to prevent fire, thermal radiation, collision, and other hazards to the human body caused by various factors in space. This layer also requires strong wear resistance, high temperature resistance, and the ability to protect the internal layers from damage. There are also color requirements, which are generally white and golden. He also has many considerations on this level. The outer armor previously applied to the power armor can be used as the outermost armor, and inside this layer of armor, the previously required ones can also be added. Function. In fact, it is to add one or several layers on top of that layer of external armor to achieve the final goal. At this moment, when there is a goal to strive for, all that is left is to research and develop towards the goal. In the following days, research and development on the 2 layers he was responsible for began. During the day, he was in the studio, converting some of the unique techniques he developed at night into real-life materials, while the night was his time to conduct actual operations in the virtual laboratory. The virtual laboratory at night was transformed into a factory similar to a large-scale steel complex. Not only could it simulate the production of various steels, but it could also simulate the production of lightweight alloys such as aviation aluminum. To talk about what he is doing now, he is developing alloy materials for the airtight limiting layer, a lightweight alloy with good airtightness, high strength, and low elongation. He has been working hard on this material in the laboratory for an unknown length of time, and he does not know how many materials have been produced. It's just that the alloy materials he has produced so far always fall short of his expectations. Sometimes the strength is enough, but the intimate interface is not that good. Sometimes the air tightness is achieved, but the elongation is a bit high. In short, none of them met his requirements. It seemed that this situation was trapped in an endless loop, always failing to meet his requirements. Just when he was distressed, he finally came to his senses. He seems to be a bit stuck. Why do we need to use one kind of material for this layer? Can't a variety of materials be used together? For example, materials with high strength, low elongation, and insufficient airtightness can be used in places that are not joints and do not affect airtightness. For the airtight interface, materials with high airtightness and high elongation are used, and the combination of the 2 materials can be completely welded. If the 2 metals are welded together, there will be air leakage. Then the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. All the materials he had recently produced were displayed in front of him, and he selected the parts that fit each part from the many materials, and then welded them. Hard metal is used for areas that do not require movement, and flexible alloy materials are used for areas that require movement, such as joint positions. Anyway, after he finally removed this layer, it was much stronger than the previous airtight restriction layer on the traditional spacesuit. This layer made of all metal materials sounds safe and is lighter in weight than before. After finishing this layer, the next thing to do is the outer protective layer. The functions he needs to add to this layer are fire protection, heat radiation protection, and various cosmic ray radiation protection. For these things, he will specially study the principles of radiation protective clothing. His protection for these projects is still a solution starting from the source. The first is lead, a radiation-proof metal. Lead can not only emit radiation, it can also provide shielding. Didn't you see that the fire sources and transformers are all placed in lead rooms? So he started researching on lead, a metal. As he continued to study lead alloys, the alloy in his hands finally achieved the performance he required. And in his experiments, this new type of lead alloy was more than 10 times more resistant to radiation when used than before. What does this mean? For example, take the lead clothing worn by doctors. On the premise of ensuring the same radiation protection effect, replacing it with this lead alloy material will reduce the weight of the lead clothing to 1/10 of the original weight. After he created the lead alloy, he immediately added a layer of metal to the outer armor. At this point, he has completed 2 of the 3 outer and middle layers of the spacesuit. At this stage, it does not mean that he can start manufacturing a new spacesuit after completing these. This is just the beginning. In the studio, he slowly typed the results he had achieved during this period into the real computer. He already had a plan for what to do next. Unconsciously, another week passed, and he finally entered all the technologies he had worked out in the laboratory and used on the spacesuit into the computer day and night. Regarding the bugs in material development, he had already thought of a countermeasure, which was to move the development time of these materials forward to make them materials that he had developed a long time ago, rather than things that were developed recently. Taking the computer issued to him by the base, he walked towards the cubicle where academician Luo worked. Now the 2 of them are the brains of the entire Wu Gang spacesuit project. Only if their government orders are clear, the entire project will proceed faster. After seeing Academician Luo, he explained to Academician Luo one by one what he had recently developed. When Academician Luo listened to what he expressed, he fell into a sluggish state on the spot. The speed of his research and development is really amazing. If they hadn't been controlling it in the base recently and knew that he had no contact with the outside world, Academician Luo would have thought that this was the result of a whole team behind Li Zhenhua. Now Academician Luo finally believes the outrageous information he saw about him before. It turns out that the research and development of the J-36 was completed by him alone, and the Chiyu exoskeleton power armor was also completed by him alone, as well as other products made by him. He also completed the project alone. Thinking like this, Academician Luo couldn't help but feel a little excited. He was becoming more and more confident in the current research and development of Wu Gang's spacesuit. For such a talented and colorful person to join this mission, what else can't be accomplished? It's not just full of confidence, it's speculation based on the actual situation, and the evidence is right in front of him. Are these things you have recently researched? It's not that I don't believe you, but this is really incredible. For example, how did these metal materials come from? Although we have a materials laboratory here, I haven't seen you go in either. Although Academician Luo knew what the facts were, he still asked his questions. When Li Zhenhua heard Academician Luo's question, he knew in his heart that the other party would find out the origin of these things. Then he started to explain to Academician Luo the reasons he had thought of before. Teacher Luo, these materials are not what I have developed now. They are materials I developed long ago. Some of them were things I accidentally came up with when I was developing other materials. I had no use for them before, so I just threw them aside. And after I came into contact with our project, I turned them out of my mind. Without these materials, we can easily solve the problems with Wu Gang's spacesuit. After listening to his explanation, Academician Luo gradually accepted his statement with relief, and it was confirmed that these materials would not be available in a short time. But no one would have thought that these materials were really created by him during this period, and were developed specifically to meet the performance indicators required by the project. The two did not delay on these things, but began to talk about some designs on the spacesuit as a whole. Also, please get a guaranteed monthly pass. Through the communication between the two, they gradually realized that the integrated design of the spacesuit should start from the inside out, and the entire team should be gathered together. The team, which was quickly divided into several groups, was called together. Academician Luo and Li Zhenhua jointly presided over the overall design of the new spacesuit. Fortunately, the innermost exoskeleton structure of Wu Gang's spacesuit is already available, so there is no need to start new research and development, which saves a lot of time. Then, under the auspices of the two people, they slowly integrated all the things that the groups were responsible for. And these layers that make up the spacesuit are actually just the frame of the spacesuit, which must be filled with various other auxiliary systems. Communication systems, oxygen supply systems, ventilation systems, excrement collection systems, etc. all need to be filled inside. The appearance originally designed by Li Zhenhua has already undergone earth-shaking changes with the addition of various systems. Although the entire spacesuit has become much bloated, it is still very slim compared to the old spacesuit. Time always slipped away inadvertently in the busyness, and soon more than 4 months disappeared in his life. His achievements in this time are also remarkable. Now Wu Gang's spacesuit has entered the final stage, and the spacesuit design team is particularly pleased to see the Wu Gang set in front of them. In fact, they are just a design team, and there is a huge manufacturing team behind them. However, what these people did not expect was that with Li Zhenhua, a hands-on craftsman like him, there was no such thing as manufacturing. After borrowing from others, after they came up with the design, he started to rub the spacesuit with his hands little by little according to the design. In a huge room, there is a spacesuit with a white base and gold accents in the middle. This is the Wu Gang spacesuit they have developed during this period. The spacesuit as a whole presents a mechanical feel. From the outside, it looks like a robot from a science fiction movie. However, when it meets the Chi-Yu power armor, it has changed a lot and has completely broken away from the original design. He always had some inspiration when it came to color matching, but he could never express it. Until a post-00s generation in the team was watching domestic special photography films in his spare time. He just took a glance at it and the feeling came over him immediately. The source of inspiration was Emperor Man's color scheme. In terms of size, it seems to be close to the size of the power armor in radiation, much more majestic than the power armor on the Master Chief. After talking about the appearance, we have to talk about the internal design. In terms of the life support system, Li Zhenhua did not participate too much, and Academician Luo was in charge. But he strengthened the power. He increased the power of the main power unit again, strengthened the hydraulic pipes again, and added 4 micromotors throughout the body. The total power reaches 56 kilowatts, 12 1-kilowatt micromotors, a 44 kilowatts main power unit. The total horsepower reaches 76 horses, the load capacity exceeds 1 ton, and the safe load capacity is 1,100 kilograms. As for Wu Gang's spacesuit this time, he really paid attention to it. He overcame a big problem in the rigid spacesuit, that is, wearing the spacesuit. Although it is simplified compared to before, it is still a bit cumbersome, but overall it is within the acceptable range. He improved the current wearing method into 2 parts, front and back. When wearing it, the spacesuit will be automatically separated from the middle. The 2 parts of heavy armor will be connected at many parts. Then the person will get inside and stand up. Those connected parts will then tighten it and there will be screws to fix it. And on this basis, he also specially designed a heavy-duty external backpack specifically for out-of-warehouse use. To allow astronauts to obtain longer-lasting safety guarantees when moving out of the warehouse, this external backpack is designed with a main-powered mechanical arm to assist the astronauts in various tasks. And on the external back, he also designed a solar sail that looks like wings, which is used to charge the spacesuit in an emergency. Of course, in normal times, the solar sail is stowed away. First of all, in terms of energy supply, it is many times stronger than traditional spacesuits. In fact, this was also the inspiration that came to me when I saw Emperor Xia. With the joint efforts of everyone, Wu Gang's spacesuit was not only designed, but also rubbed out with his hands. The manufacturing was only 10 days slower than the design. Anyway, as long as there are new improvements in the design, Li Jianhua will definitely be there in 10 days. His men were put into spacesuits. The spacesuit was pulled out, and the 8-person recording team arranged around Li Jianhua simultaneously recorded the manufacturing process of the spacesuit. By now, his mission here has been completed. After he completed this mission, he applied to the base to return home the next day, and the base quickly approved it. When he sat on the car again and walked in the tunnel, the car that emerged from the mountain was exposed to the sun. This was the first time he saw the sun again since entering the base. Even his skin was foreshadowing all of these. After that, it was a smooth journey home, and we took a flight straight to the test flight ground of the Kyushu mythical beast. Oh, I'm back again. I really didn't want to know about it. I'm shocked just thinking about it. It's been almost half a year since I left. I don't know when the completed spacesuit will be seen here. The next time I see it, it may be in the news. When he set foot on the ground of the 9 provinces divine beast again, he couldn't help but think about it. After getting off the plane, he immediately ran towards Li Yun's department. It was still more than an hour before he got off work at noon, but he couldn't wait there any longer. He urgently needs Li Yun, a tool man, to come over and share the bliss with him. When she ran to the software technology department, under the unknown eyes of many employees, Li Yun was dragged home by him, and a bloody storm ensued. Li Jianhua's big house is full of traces of battles. At the end of the bed in the master bedroom, 2 pairs of feet protruded from the quilt. The 2 pairs of feet were still entangled together in a dishonest manner. Looking up along the quilt, except for the 2 people's shapes being dented in the quilt, no other scenery could be seen, but the owner of the feet was only seen at the head of the bed. Li Yun rested her head on his shoulder. Her body was still unsteady, but no one knew what she was doing. I'm exhausted, Xiaoun. I can't leave you for so long next time. You don't even know how I spent such a long time. It's really hard. After hearing his words, the blush that had just dissipated on Li Yun's face crept up on her face again. These words reminded her of the scene just now. The things spit out of her mouth were extremely sticky and turned yellow. Let me ignore you again. What have you been doing during this time? It has been so long and you are still so mysterious? Li Yun couldn't help but ask Li Jianhua curiously. But when Li Jianhua faced this problem, he had no intention of saying anything. After such a long time, he also knew what secrecy was about. Don't ask about these things, Xiaoun. I can't tell you if you ask anyway. It shouldn't be too far away from the announcement, just wait. It will definitely be on the news by then. After saying this, Li Jianhua's little head became restless again. Hey, I feel like a father again, take over. Then the sound of me kept coming. Nearly a month has passed since he returned from the northwest. His life has returned to peace here. During the day, he tinkers with helicopters in the workshop, but at night he does not frequently enter the virtual laboratory again. Instead, he acts like an ordinary person without plugins. Sleep normally and fuck star. It seemed like nothing else had happened to him in the past half year. In the 6 months since he left, the 2,900 orders for Chiyu-powered exoskeletons and armors have been delivered long ago, but the subsequent production of the 2 types of Chiyu has not stopped and is still being produced at full capacity. What they are producing now is who knows which order the military has placed. Anyway, as soon as they deliver the previous batch of orders, there will be new orders immediately. Near the international village, in a military training base, 2 phalanxes were training at the moment. But if others saw the equipment used by these 2 phalanxes, they would be shocked, because the momentum is so amazing. One square formation is all wearing Chiyu-powered armor, while the other square formation is Chiyu-powered exoskeleton. There are a total of 704 people in the 2 square formations, that is, 704 mechanical soldiers. Isn't the momentum amazing? These 2 square formations are obviously the troops that are about to participate in the parade, and they are also training hard for the parade that follows. The Kyushu military has also mobilized many people to work on this parade, and it is not just the military that is taking action, even the Kyushu Space Administration is taking action, planning to dedicate to Kyushu on the moon on the day of the parade. Here's the gift. If we say that these 2 phalanxes are training together, the one wearing Chiyu's power exoskeleton is extremely envious of the one wearing power armor. Although they are both made on the same platform, who makes the appearance of power armor more awesome? Moreover, the weapon configuration of their 2 parade formations is not as complicated as that originally set up by the Eagle Beak team. Because it is a performance, everyone has the same kind of weapons, which looks more orderly. The weapons of Chiyu's powered exoskeleton phalanx are equipped with QJS-201 squad machine guns, while the weapons of the powered armor phalanx are 89 weight machine guns. The QJS-201 looks okay in the hand, but the 89-layer power armor phalanx holds is a bit cruel, not to mention that it is a special improved and enhanced type. The date of the parade was approaching day by day, but these had little to do with Li Jianhua. After he came back and had enough rest, he got into the workshop and started assembling his double-blade helicopter, ignoring the world's affairs. On this day, he was wearing a powered exoskeleton, holding a large motor in his hand, and walking step by step towards the formed aircraft. His mobile phone placed aside rang. Hearing the phone ringing, he put the motor in his hand aside, then picked up the phone from the table next to him, and saw that it was Academician Luo's call. "Hey, Teacher Luo, why did you call me? What's the matter?" He picked up the phone and asked quickly. When Academician Luo called him at this juncture, he could only think that there was some serious defect in Wu Gang's spacesuit. "Ha ha ha, good thing, don't be nervous." As soon as Academician Luo finished saying these words, he felt confident in his heart. Since it was a good thing, Wu Gang must be fine too. That's right, in 2 months' time, we will use the Chang 2H launch vehicle system at the Jiuquan Center to image the moon with Chang'e 8. When Chang'e 8 really lands on the moon, our Kyushu myth will become true, and there will really be Wu Gang on the moon. Is the manned moon landing about to begin? Just shoot someone up? Listen to this, the Wu Gang they created has passed the acceptance test and is a real spacesuit that can be put into service. Ha, are you excited to hear this news? There is even better. As the main person in charge of Wu Gang's spacesuit, you will have the qualification to watch the launch live, and you can also bring one more person to watch. So, is it a good thing? At this point he completely understood that the old man was here to ask him to come to the scene to watch the launch. Speaking of which, this is really a good thing. Not everyone is qualified to watch this scene, but when he thought of going out again, he felt a little embarrassed. He had just come back and had only been at home for a short time, so he was somewhat reluctant to let him go out again. What's more, he still had an ill-fated helicopter project on hand that had gone through several stages, but he still wanted to come back. He really wanted to see this grand event, so after much deliberation he made the decision. "Teacher Luo, I'll go and take my wife with me to watch the launch." Then the two chatted for a few more words on the phone before hanging up. When the phone hung up, he also started thinking about it. In 2 months, a manned moon landing would be carried out, but as soon as he thought about it, he noticed something was wrong. The National Day would be approaching in 2 months. What Academician Luo said before the union was a gift to Kyushu. Then he figured it out. It seemed that the moon landing plan this time was definitely big. Although the date of the moon landing was close to the National Day, it was not the moon that would arrive on the National Day. There are several days in between, which requires the astronauts to stay on the moon at least until after the National Day, which is several days. Minimum 5 days. How can astronauts stay up there for such a long time? This is not just a matter of going up there and leaving. You must know that the longest time they have stayed on the moon so far is only 74 hours and 59 minutes. It seems that Kyushu Space Administration is planning to go all out this time. If it can stay on the moon for such a long time, Kyushu will set another world record. He had just put down his cell phone, intending to seize the time to assemble the helicopter before leaving, when his cell phone rang again. "Hey, my phone is really compact. No one usually calls me. I just put the phone down and the call came. Is this agreed upon? Call me at the same time." With this thought in mind, he picked up the phone again and saw that the caller ID showed a long list of phone numbers. "Hey, this is Wang Yuzhong. Why is this old man calling me? I haven't done anything big recently, you shouldn't come looking for me again." After saying this to himself, the movements of his hands did not slow down much, and he quickly answered the phone. "Why did you call me? What do you want from me this time? Don't give me another secret mission. I just came back and haven't been at home for long." He asked unceremoniously into the phone, and Wang Yuzhong on the opposite side immediately started talking to him after hearing it. "You are so lazy, I think you have become a big otaku. He. I am a nerd but a technology nerd. My greatest value is that I can stay at home." "Chief, stop gossiping. If you have something to do, I have to be in a hurry later." "In a hurry?" This word stopped in Wang Yueshen's ears, which made him a little curious. He knew Li Zhenhua very well, and he had never seen him do anything in a hurry. "I don't know what happened this time, but I actually said I was in a hurry. It's better to explain the invitation clearly first, and finally ask the reason." "Okay, let me tell you now, you should know about the big parade to be held this year, right? I am informing you now that you will be invited to participate in this parade as the Commander-in-Chief of the J-36 and Chiyu-powered armor. Don't forget to come to Peking as soon as possible. When the time comes to watch the ceremony on site, I will arrange a place for you, and I will also be able to bring one person to watch the ceremony together." This was agreed upon, right? I just hung up the phone on Academician Luo, who asked me to watch the rocket launch, and now you called me and asked me to go to Peking to watch the parade. What a coincidence. Oh, tell me, is this a coincidence? Isn't this a coincidence? Isn't this a coincidence? Isn't this a coincidence? I feel like, Chief, have you discussed this with Academician Luo? I just hung up the phone and he said he would let me watch the rocket launch. After hearing what he said, Wang Yuzhong also understood. When he said he was in a hurry, he probably meant to complete the helicopter project before departure, and that was all. But he really didn't know that this guy was going to watch the rocket launch. But then he thought about it. He was the designer of the new spacesuit and had contributed to the aerospace industry. It was not surprising that he was invited to watch the launch. Oh, Academician Luo invited you to watch the launch? I really didn't know such a thing happened. Okay, Academician Luo's rocket launch is before the parade. Just wait until you finish watching the launch and come to Peking. I told you about the parade, okay, just get busy. After saying that, he hung up the phone. When he came back to his senses, the phone in his hand only had a busy signal. Looking at the silent cell phone in his hand, he shook his head. This is good. It seems that when the time comes to watch the rocket launch, there is no need to come back. You can watch the launch and then go to Peeping. After staying in Peeping for a few days, it will be time for the parade. He had a plan for the invitation from Academician Yu Luo and Wang Yuzheng, and then started to implement it according to the plan. Now he was working on a helicopter, but he was short on time and had heavy tasks. Fortunately, the helicopter has entered the final assembly stage. There are not many other parts to be manufactured, and the remaining small parts do not require much effort. In his hands, the helicopter is slowly taking shape from the shell to the paint, from the engine to the control rods in the cabin. Time passed quickly, and the final assembly of the aircraft went very smoothly. Finally, he took out the helicopter before the rocket was launched. It was about to be done, and he didn't even have time to test it. As for the test, it could only be done after he came back from Peeping. He touched the black fuselage in front of him with his hands, feeling very reluctant to let go. He really wanted to see this helicopter fly into the sky at the first moment, but his strength did not allow him to do so. At this moment, there was a plane waiting for him at their company's test flight ground. That plane was the Yunba belonging to the launch site. Filled with reluctance to face the helicopter in front of him, he slowly walked out of his workshop, closed the door and pulled Li Yun, who was waiting at the door, towards the test flight site. Li Yun looked at his performance and knew that he had unfinished business at home, but the rocket launch would not wait for anyone, so he had to stop the project he was working on. Husband, if you are treated like this, when we come back from Peking, we will immediately start the test flight of your helicopter project. Don't look so reluctant to give up. It's all done anyway, and the test flight won't be in a while, right? After Li Yun took his hand, she comforted him while walking towards the plane. When he heard what Li Yun said, he could only nod. When Li Yun saw the Yunba aircraft on the test field, she couldn't help but get excited. She had never flown on a military transport aircraft in her entire life. This made her not only excited, but also very curious. Hey, what is the difference between this transport plane and the civilian aircraft we took before? I have never flown on a military transport plane in my entire life. Like a little girl, Li Yun pestered Li Zhenhua and asked curiously. Faced with Li Yun's performance, he patiently told her how it felt to fly on a military transport plane, but he told the truth. Li Yun's expression seemed as if he was lying to her. When the two sat in Yunba Airport, Li Yun's curiosity was finally satisfied. She looked at the simple interior decoration of the cargo hold and curiously touched the seat she was sitting on. Just when Li Yun was still curious, Yunba started to take off on the runway of the test flight ground. And from the moment Yunba started running, she finally became quiet, and the noise dispelled all her curiosity. Li Yun, who originally planned to take a short rest on the plane after getting on the plane, listened to the loud noise around her and lost all thoughts of sleeping. She couldn't sleep, and she handed over her mobile phone before getting on the plane, so she had no entertainment at all. The few hours of air travel was a torment for her. When the plane finally landed at an airport where the launch pad could be seen, Li Yun pulled Li Zhenhua and ran out of the plane. When the two of them were sitting in the car sent to pick them up, Li Yun said in Li Zhenhua's ear, "Oh, I finally know what an aerial tractor is. It's really noisy. I don't care about military aircraft anymore. There is no curiosity anymore." Li Yun was chatting with him about the experience of riding a transport plane. While the two were talking, they had been arranged to the guest house at the launch site. After the two of them checked in at the guest house, Li Zhenhua also received the external communication tool prepared for him, the senior citizen phone. As long as their own smart communication equipment will be returned to them when they leave the launch site. The day they arrived was 2 days before the launch, that is, they would stay in the guest house for 2 days. When Li Yun put her plans for watching movies for the next 2 days in front of Li Zhenhua, he thought he would spend the next 2 days watching movies. At this moment, Academician Luo came to the door. Looking at the couple who were idle, Academician Luo said to Li Yun, "Take Li Zhenhua over to him," and then he was pulled away. Academician Luo pulled him out of the guest house and went straight to the space assigned to the astronauts at the launch site. On the way, Academician Luo also explained the purpose of pulling him out and asked him to go with Academician Luo to escort the astronauts. After all, he was also the main creator of Wu Gang's spacesuit. After knowing Academician Luo's purpose, he also corrected his attitude a lot. After all, this was to provide technical support to astronauts, which was his honor. Soon he and academician Luo came to the place where the astronauts were preparing, and here he also saw 5 Wu Gang spacesuits. This was also the first time he saw so many spacesuits placed together. Not to mention anything else, the momentum is really shocking. The 5 aircraft have a sci-fi shape and a gold and white color scheme. They look a bit like Iron Man, but they don't look like it. Anyway, the appearance is very unique. When he arrived here, the 5 astronauts were standing next to their respective spacesuits. Under the technician's explanation, they became familiar with the spacesuits that they were extremely familiar with. To say that they were really shocked when they saw Wu Gang's spacesuit, none of them expected that such an advanced spacesuit could be developed in Kyushu. There is a big generation gap between Wu Gang's spacesuit and the spacesuit they are currently equipped with. From the original unpowered soft spacesuit, it has evolved into a powered armored version of the hard spacesuit. This progress is not small, and Wu Gang's appearance is really too good. It is directly different from the bloated traditional spacesuit. Even people who are not good at appearance will be attracted by Wu Gang's spacesuit when they see Wu Gang. The Research and Development Institute was impressed. Mu Yaiwei, the commander of the 5-man lunar landing team, when he saw Wu Gang for the first time, he always thought everyone was making fun of him. It is believed that Wu Gang's spacesuit is a concept spacesuit that is not technically mature and is not a spacesuit that can be put into use. However, in subsequent contacts and subsequent use, his love for Wu Gang's spacesuit was undisguised. The performance of this spacesuit was really too strong, so strong that Mu Yaiwei always thought it's a dream. Powerful power, longer battery life, solar panels on the extravehicular backpack, a more handsome appearance, and a more thoughtful ergonomic life support system inside. Everything is so comfortable that all astronauts never dreamed that one day they would wear such advanced spacesuits to go to space and land on the moon. With the help of his teammates, Mu Yaiwei quickly put on Wu Gang's spacesuit, then activated Wu Gang and started testing. All the astronauts were surrounded by many technicians, who were doing detailed inspections before the accident occurred. As the person who knew Wu Gang's spacesuit best, Li Jinhua immediately devoted himself to the task of escorting the spacesuit. Li Yun, who was abandoned by him in the guest house, could only watch those movies by herself at the moment. Fortunately, the launch time was not too far away. Time soon came to the day of the launch. Li Yun was taken by the staff to the audience auditorium, where there were many spectators quietly waiting for the rocket to launch. However, Li Jinhua was not with Li Yun. At this moment, he was invited to the Launch Command Center, a place that provides technical support for astronaut spacesuits, to watch the rocket launch. He really didn't expect this situation. He originally thought that by bringing Li Yun here, he could stay with her and watch the prosperity of Kyushu while strengthening their relationship. Who knew that he would be caught and left alone? Watch the launch. This grand event was also broadcast live on Juzhu TV station, and people across the country were paying close attention to this national event. Just when everything was ready, at the press conference, Mu Yaiwei and 5 other astronauts, wearing Wu Gang spacesuits and holding helmets in their hands, met with the country and even the world. This meeting was also the first time Wu Gang's spacesuit appeared in front of the public. The significance of this launch is different from previous manned launches. In addition to the first manned spaceflight, the popularity of the subsequent manned spaceflights has dropped. It may be that the people of Kyushu have become accustomed to manned spaceflight. Habits become natural. But not this time. This time is not an ordinary stay in orbit, but a moon landing. This is an operation with a completely different meaning. It can be said that the whole country paid attention to this event, and many people were watching the press conference before the launch. And when the astronauts appeared on the scene wearing spacesuits, people all over the country were boiling, just like boiling a kettle and then raising the lid. The lid of the boiling kettle can't be pressed down. It is estimated that more than 85% of people across the country said the word F***ck when they saw Wu Gang's spacesuit. In the live broadcast room of the press conference, many netizens who were watching the live broadcast were like a pot exploding, and the barrage almost covered the screen. Holy shit, what is this? Tell me, it's just my eyesight, right? I think this is a hoax. I feel like we're not watching a live press conference but some movie that hasn't been released yet. Don't be upset upstairs, look at the many big guys at the scene. Will these big guys be bored enough to make movies? You are awesome too. Damn it, stop arguing and let's get back to the stuff the astronauts are wearing. This is definitely not their bad taste. What they are wearing can't be cosplay. Do you still remember the news event about the exercise that made a lot of noise some time ago? Look at how this spacesuit looks like the power armor we had a glimpse of last time. After discussions among many netizens, one fact has been put before the eyes of the general public, that is, this spacesuit is really a genuine spacesuit. This press conference caused an uproar after Wu Gang's appearance, not to mention other bad guys. NASA was not calm. NASA was already very dissatisfied with Kyushu's moon landing plan. Now it is facing another black technology, which NASA does not have. This was completely unacceptable to them, and a sense of tearing and unreality arose in their hearts. After learning that Kyushu announced its lunar exploration plan, the old NASA also proposed their own plan to return to the moon. But overall, the progress of their plan is a bit slow, because they don't get much support in the country, and the major consortiums of Laodai don't see much benefit from this plan, so the situation is somewhat difficult. But now they are facing a more significant challenge. The appearance of Wu Gang's spacesuit makes them feel a greater sense of urgency. It's not that they haven't researched and developed powered exoskeletons themselves, but they haven't made much progress. Now, their rival country has developed a powered exoskeleton ahead of them and applied it to spacesuits. This makes they felt a little uncomfortable. The director of NASA always stared at the TV in front of him, but his eyes were indeed dull, and his thoughts had wandered to nowhere. I don't know how much time has passed, but Kyushu's press conference is still going on, and the current director of NASA has gradually made up his mind. It seems that their return to the moon plan will be accelerated. Not to mention NASA's reaction. At the press conference at the Jiuquan Launch Center, many journalists present showed incredulous expressions. These many reporters would have sighed sincerely if the situation was not right. The scene before them was really unbelievable. Journalists attending the meeting, please sit down in your seats. Our press conference is about to begin. At the host's reminder, many reporters quickly fell silent. When they all calmed down, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 5 astronauts. Everyone is welcome to attend this Jushu Space Administration's press conference on the Shenzhou 18-man spacecraft and Wu Gang spacesuit. The launch will be carried out exactly at 12:23 noon on September 26. There are still more than 2 hours before the launch. Let us officially start this press conference. The host was sitting next to the astronaut, and he was extremely uneasy. Before today, he did not know the specific arrangements for this launch, let alone the Wu Gang spacesuit that was unveiled for the first time. With excitement, continue the next introduction. I believe everyone has seen these 5 space heroes next to me, and everyone's attention must have been attracted by the spacesuit on the astronaut. Now let our commander Chang Mu Yaiwei introduce Kyushu's new generation spacesuit to you. As the host finished speaking, Mu Yaiwei stood up in his seat, raised his hand and gave everyone a military salute, then sat down again and started speaking. I am honored to introduce to you our next generation spacesuit in Kyushu, the Wu Gang spacesuit. In our ancient mythology, we are full of expectations for the moon and full of curiosity about what is on the moon. This gives us in Kyushu many myths and legends about the moon, such as the jade rabbit making medicine, Wu Gang cutting gui, Chang'e flying to the moon, the Tengu eating the moon, etc. These are all stories that happened on the moon, and our mission this time is to conduct a moon landing. Since he was going to land on the moon, the name of the spacesuit was named Wu Gang's spacesuit. And what I am wearing is the Wu Gang spacesuit, which is Jushu's new generation spacesuit with power. Yes, you heard me right, this is a spacesuit with power. Fundamentally speaking, this spacesuit is a type of powered armor that allows our astronauts to perform missions in space more safely. This is the main purpose of developing Wu Gang's spacesuit. Mu Yaiwei didn't say much, he just introduced the origin of the name of the spacesuit and its general functions. What he said seemed to be a lot, but in fact, if he looked carefully, he didn't reveal anything useful. His introduction did not satisfy everyone present in watching the live broadcast, but the current situation did not allow them to continue to ask questions. Although there is no way to get useful information from them, some information can still be deduced from the spacesuits that have appeared. When Mu Yaiwei finished speaking, the barrage in the live broadcast room became lively again. Colonel Mu Yi is really strict with his words. He is a true example of profound nonsense literature. Colonel Mu Yi didn't say anything, so I'll make a bold calculation. Judging from the appearance and the performance just now, the weight of this spacesuit should be very heavy, and it should be able to reach a weight of 100 kilograms by visual inspection. What you said above is correct, and I don't know if you have noticed that the transparent part of the aerospace helmet is a bit large. I thought this transparent mask should be made of extremely advanced materials. Also, the appearance of the spacesuit is very similar to the power armor that was discussed a while ago. Combining the two, I think our research and development of power armor has reached an unpredictable point. Long live the Kyushu army. The majority of netizens are also talented. They slowly speculated on some of the performance of the spacesuit in the live broadcast room. Although the gap is huge, it is still very close. On NASA's side, their director has organized a team of experts to study and analyze everything Jushu has done this time. As for many Ivy League colleges, experts on spacesuits were all pulled out of bed and held a video conference. An aerospace professor at Harvard University expressed his opinions while watching the press conference. Director, after analyzing the appearance of the other party's spacesuit, we believe that it is in the same vein as the power armor that Kyushu previously revealed through the news. This should be the aerospace advanced version of the powered armor. In comparison, we are already at a disadvantage in this regard. We should also increase the research and development of power armor next. His words were like sparking ideas, and many practitioners began to analyze the performance of spacesuits from their own professions. Director Nassar felt a stronger sense of urgency in his heart as he listened to what these experts said. We really have to catch up, otherwise Kyushu will have become the second country to land on the moon, and they don't know when they will return to the moon themselves. At the press conference, after Mu Yaiwei introduced the spacesuit, the host continued. Then let's go on to introduce this launch mission and follow-up plan. This time, the Chang 2H launch vehicle is used. Chang E8 will reach our Tiangong space station on the Chang 2 rocket. After arriving at the Tiangong space station, they will dock and rendezvous with the Guanggan Palace lunar semi-permanent base, and then they will head towards the moon together. It is expected to reach the moon and land on the 7th day. The main purpose of this launch is to establish our semi-permanent lunar base, Guanggan Palace. Our Guanggan Palace base has been launched in many previous rocket launch missions and briefly formed part of the Tiangong. After Guanggan Palace and Chang'e land on the moon, our 5 astronauts will go out to carry out the construction of Guanggan Palace. The goal this time is to build the Guanggan Palace lunar base on the moon for a total of 15 days. 15 days later, the 5 astronauts will board the return spacecraft and return to the Tiangong space station. They will have a short 3-day rest at the space station and then land on the Kyushu Prairie. That's all our plans for this time. After the host's introduction was completed, not only the netizens on the internet were excited, but even the reporters at the scene exclaimed uncontrollably, "Damn it, is this something humans do? Isn't it a little too cruel?" I originally thought that the information about a powered spacesuit was exciting enough, but I didn't expect that there was even more exciting news. Guanggan Palace, all Kyushu people are familiar with this name. This is a building that has existed on the moon since ancient times in Kyushu mythology. Although it has long been proven that the moon is desolate and there is nothing, but if they really wait until they build Guanggan Palace, then the myth can be considered to be reflected in reality. And according to the host's introduction just now, Zhu has had these plans before and has not yet disclosed them to the outside world. I don't know when the construction accessories of Guanggan Palace were launched to Tiangong, and this news shocked the director of NASA. Then they immediately pulled out all the recent launch records from Kyushu, found all the records about cargo spacecraft, and looked at the extremely dense launch times on the records. They also knew what was being launched. They originally thought it was part of the Tiangong space station, but at this time they also realized that it was not Tiangong, but Guanggan Palace, a lunar base. This discovery made the director of NASA feel a deep sense of crisis. They are still planning to return to the moon, and Kyushu has already planned to establish a base on the moon. Isn't this gap too big? This is to carry out research work on the moon directly on the moon. It seems that the lunar soil brought back by Kyushu from the moon is no longer enough for their research. At the Launch Command Center, Li Zhenhua was also watching the press conference. He thought at the beginning that he was just going to land on the moon. He did not expect that this game would be so big, and a lunar base was built. This has to be said. Kyushu is really good at hiding. All the people in Kyushu had expressions of disbelief. How could they unknowingly build a base on the moon? This is really unexpected. This news is really amazing. The first country to land on the moon was definitely not Kyushu, but the first country to land on the moon and establish a base must be Kyushu. At this moment, the national pride of the people of Kyushu suddenly exploded. What is national rejuvenation? This launch is a manifestation of national rejuvenation. But not everyone was happy about it, just like Wu Yang was among the unhappy ones. He couldn't feel proud when he saw this national event. Like him, there are essay papers and others. In fact, it's not that they don't want to, but because they can't. They are at the center of a storm. After the sponsors have finished explaining the plan, this press conference has come to an end, because this press conference did not arrange for reporters to ask questions. In addition to showing off the spacesuit and explaining the launch plan and mission, it was actually a start to the end. After the press conference, all reporters came to the viewing area, waiting to watch the subsequent launch. Time was passing, Mu Yaiwei and the other 5 astronauts were making preparations for launch, and there was indeed a big debate on Lao Mo's side. Located in the peanut-stewed Black Palace, everyone in the presidential think tank is holding a meeting to decide whether a war will start. President, my point is, let our Militia 3 be on standby at any time. As long as Kyushu goes to the sky, we will knock them down. We must curb Kyushu's development of space. You are out of your mind. Such an operation will only trigger the Third Global War. Believe it or not, this war is not something we can afford. The person who just spoke did not agree with this view, and then he spoke with an arrogant expression. Since we were able to blow up his Southern Alliance embassy back then, now we can shoot down his rockets. Didn't there be no visible consequences back then? Boom. An old man slammed the table and looked at everyone present, and everyone in the think tank also fell silent. Okay, we can't take the risk of launching missiles. The bad country now is not the bad country it was back then, and the Kyushu now is not the Kyushu back then. Don't mention this again. We should also have our own moon plan. Although we don't know what Kyushu wants to do this time, even if they want to use the Star Wars plan with us, we have to accompany them to the end. Unbeknownst to everyone in the world, they had survived a crisis that could have triggered another world war. More than 2 hours was not a lot of time, and before he knew it, it was time for the launch. Lee Jianhua was also quietly waiting for the rocket to launch in the command center. Mu Yaiwei and others were at the press conference. They returned to the workroom and checked again before being sent into the Chang'e 8 lander. None of them are just waiting for the rocket to launch, and they have also made plans to not be able to come back if there is an accident this time. Since Chang'e 8 has to carry 5 people, the internal space is designed to be a bit large. Although the space is much larger, there are also more people, and there is not much space for the astronauts to move. 5 astronauts sat in the cabin, doing final program checks. When everything was checked, they put the helmets of their spacesuits on their heads 10 minutes before launch. Zhusu Channel, which broadcast the launch live, also showed astronauts wearing space helmets in the cabin. The handsome gold and white spacesuit that looks safe in the helmet with a large transparent area are all ready and waiting for launch. Lee Jianhua was in the launch command center, watching the countdown on the big screen in front of him, and this event was destined to be more than just him watching the countdown. The astronauts were in the launch cabin, waiting for the launch time, and outside the launch cabin, there were many people waiting for the ignition at the same time. As time continues to pass, the value displayed by the timer also enters the last minute. Lee Jianhua's originally calm heart became more and more excited as the launch time approached. 30:29:28. As he watched the numbers decrease one by one, an inexplicable emotion emerged in his heart. 10:9:8:4:3:2:1:0 ignite. I saw a person in the command room twisting a red key on the console after reading the last 10 seconds. In front of the outdoor launch pad, the Chang 2H manned launch vehicle was standing quietly a second ago. At the moment the key was turned, a large amount of high-temperature gas was ejected from the rear of the rocket, pushing the rocket into space. The 5 astronauts in the launch cabin felt the huge load transferred to them by the rocket. The load quickly reached 4-5 G, which made them feel some physical discomfort. And their discomfort is not that serious, because of the role of spacesuits, so this discomfort is also minimized to a certain extent. The rocket flew into the air, and in 12 seconds the entire rocket turned under the control of the program. The speed is still accelerating, and the astronauts in the cabin also have some changes in their facial muscles due to the increased load. 120 seconds into the rocket's flight, the escape tower began to separate, and another 34 seconds later, the booster separated. Then the first stage rocket completed its mission, shut down and waited for separation. After 0.5 seconds, the first and second stage rockets began to separate. At the moment of separation, the second stage rocket intervenes to continue the subsequent launch mission. The second stage rocket continues to fly, and the rocket will abandon the fairing midway. The second stage rocket host will shut down at 463 seconds after landing on the ground, and the second stage rocket will shut down at 582 seconds. 585 seconds later, the launch vehicle completed its mission, and this was also the moment when the aero ship separated. Jiuquan optical tracking is normal. Dongfeng optical USB radar tracking is normal. Telemetry signal is normal. After the aero ship separates, the launch vehicle is of no use. They will continue to drift in space. Some will re-enter the atmosphere. Large parts will be burned during the re-entry into the atmosphere, and some will float in space. When the manned spacecraft and the launch vehicle separated, the 5 astronaut commanders began to control the cabin console. With Mu Yaiwei's control, the manned spacecraft that was sent to the predetermined orbit suddenly stretched out 2 small wings to the side. These wings were the spacecraft's solar panels. When the solar panels are turned on, the spacecraft will have energy input and can also carry out the next series of orbit changes. When the spacecraft opened the sails, everyone in the entire command center was excited. Many people who had been staring at the computer screen stood up in their seats and clapped silently. Kyushu once again sent astronauts into space. Compared with the first time when there was only one person, now it has been able to successfully send 5 astronauts into space. The number of people is much stronger than before. The scene inside the cabin has been broadcast live on Zhusu Channel, and people across the country can also follow the progress of this manned spaceflight through this platform. And it is not only live broadcast on traditional TV channels, but also live broadcast on Kuaishou. As for Lee Jianhua, in the command center, since the moment the rocket was launched, his heart had never calmed down, and he was nervous for no reason. But when the spacecraft entered the predetermined orbit, his previous nervousness no longer existed, and he also felt sincerely proud. The spacecraft has entered the predetermined orbit, and under the control of the astronauts, is adjusting its attitude and heading towards the Tiangong. The next step is to dock the spacecraft with the space station. The time in between will last 4 or 5 hours. Of course, the command center cannot rest, but everyone who came to watch the launch can set off and return. And there is not much point in staying here now, because nothing if you can't see it. You might as well go home and watch the live broadcast online. Li Yun was in the viewing area. She raised her head until she could no longer see the rocket. Then she turned her attention to the big broadcast screen. Moreover, she could not only see the rising rocket, but also the simulation animation of the rocket, the status of the 5 astronauts in the spacecraft cabin, and finally the scene at the command center. Several parts of the screen divided the entire screen into 5 parts. When she looked at the command center, in the corner of the command center, she saw Lee Jianhua, who was called away. The moment she saw Lee Jianhua, she couldn't believe her eyes, but looking at him wearing blue aerospace overalls on the screen, she felt proud for no reason. This is my man. It turns out that he has also contributed to Kyushu's aerospace industry. Come on. With this kind of pride, when the spacecraft arrived at the predetermined orbit, she stayed in the viewing area for more than 10 minutes. Looking at her man on the screen who had no intention of coming back, Lee Yun chose to leave and go to the guest house to wait for Lee Jianhua to come back. Lee Jianhua sat in the seat assigned to him in the command center, looking at the manned spacecraft adjusting its attitude on the screen. Although the launch has been successful, it has not yet reached Tiangong. He doesn't want to go back now. He wants to wait and watch here, watch the spacecraft arrive near Tiangong, and watch the spacecraft dock with Tiangong. Only when the docking between the spacecraft and Tiangong is completed can it be considered complete, and he can be considered a member of this launch. Witness. The spaceship is heading towards Tiangong in space. In the vast space, the distance between Tiangong and the spacecraft is actually not far, but it is not close either. For this distance, the spacecraft moved for more than 5 hours before reaching the vicinity of Tiangong. When the spacecraft arrived near Tiangong, it was already 5:18 p.m., peaking time. At the moment when it was about to dock, the people of Kyushu once again cast their sights on this not-so-distant space. The docking is about to take place, and the spacecraft is adjusting its attitude. When the speeds of the spacecraft in Tiangong remain relatively stationary, all the conditions for docking are met. The Tiangong space station kept its posture unchanged, but the spacecraft continued to adjust the direction of its docking port. On Jushu TV, the picture currently received is the observation lens from the Tiangong. The Chang'e spacecraft not far away is adjusting its docking port and flying towards the Tiangong. Inside the Chang'e spacecraft, Mu Yaiwei converted Chang'e into manual mode, and then under his control, the spacecraft slowly approached the Tiangong interface little by little. After the director of Jushu TV saw the spacecraft approaching Tiangong, he immediately switched the picture to the real-time picture of Chang'e TV's camera. The scene at the docking port immediately appeared on the screen. A lens with a crosshair was aimed at the docking port of Tiangong. The moment the white cross of the Heavenly Palace coincided with the aiming cross of the Chang'e spacecraft, the spacecraft pressed against it at a constant speed. The docking ports of the two sides immediately collided together, and then Mu Yaiwei immediately pressed the locking button. When the locking button is pressed, the Tiangong and the spacecraft are locked together. At this moment, the spacecraft becomes a temporary part of the Tiangong. Pa. A short and warm applause sounded, and then it calmed down. Attention everyone, this is Juquan. According to Juquan's real-time telemetry monitoring, the docking mechanism is locked and the combined mechanisms are docked with each other normally. Follow-up work will be implemented according to the normal flight control plan. When the ground commander in the command center read out this passage, the entire command center began to boil again. Some technicians threw their hats into the air while sitting on their seats, while some staff members hugged those close to them. Lee Jianhua is like a spectator at the moment, sitting in his own seat, but judging from his clenched fists, he must be in an extremely excited mood at the moment, because his fists are already clenched and turned white. At this moment, the first phase of the launch mission has been successfully completed. The next 5 astronauts will take a short rest on Tiangong and use the robotic arm to transpose the Chang'e spacecraft that has completed docking. The mechanical arm of the Tiangong space station transferred the Chang'e spacecraft to Guang'an Palace, and combined Chang'e and Guang'an Palace to form a lunar landing assembly. These follow-up tasks will be completed within 1 day. At this moment, Lee Jianhua looked at the lively scene in the command center and stood up to say hello to Academician Luo. Teacher Luo, the first phase of this launch is completed, and I won't continue to wait here. To be honest, I got news from Minister Wang Yuzheng that I would be attending the Peking parade, so I left directly and went to Peking. Originally, Academician Luo wanted to keep him here in Juquan to continue to observe the follow-up performance of the spacesuit, but after hearing his follow-up arrangements, he did not continue to persuade him to stay. After all, this invitation from above can be regarded as recognition of him. Okay, then I won't keep you. You can go to Peking to watch the parade. This can be regarded as watching for me. However, it's okay for you to leave, but you still have to take care of our affairs. You should also pay attention to Wu Gang's spacesuit. We will send you Wu Gang's operating status regularly. Lee Jianhua nodded, agreeing to the other party's request, and then they said nothing more. Under the gaze of Academician Luo, Lee Jianhua disappeared into the hall of the command center. He came out of the command center, then went straight to Juquan guest house and found Li Yun, who was watching TV. Without further delay, the two of them packed up their gifts, dragged their suitcases and got into the car and rushed towards the airport where they came from. Not only did they watch the rocket launch and the docking between Chang'e and Tiangong this time, they also received souvenirs that Academician Luo had prepared for them. It is a scaled-down model of the launch vehicle that will be launched into space this time. This model is placed in their suitcases, one set for each person. The model is very exquisite. The total height of the 1:100 launch vehicle is 32.6 centimeters. It is very playable. Everything on it can be separated. It can be said that the model will be whatever it looks like. The model is a very good souvenir. This time they went to Peking, and they still took the military plane. They took the bumpy Y-8 plane again and headed for Peking. Because the plane was so bumpy, Li Yun couldn't even realize his idea of squinting for a while, so he could only find something to play on the plane. The rocket model Li Zhenhua brought back became Li Yun's first choice to kill time. On their way to Peeping, at the Space Tiangong space station, Mu Yaiwei and the other 5 people came out of Chang'e and entered the core module of the space station. After entering the airlock of the space station, they took off the helmets of their spacesuits, but the spacesuits they were wearing did not take off and were still worn on themselves. Because next they will start transporting all the goods they landed on the moon from the cargo spacecraft to Guanggan Palace. Although in space, everything is in a state of zero gravity and can be completed even without the use of a powered spacesuit, but what if something unexpected happens during transportation? The spacesuits they wear can be regarded as a guarantee for them when carrying goods, and with the power of the spacesuits, moving goods will be relatively faster. The cargo spacecraft and Guanggan Palace are not together. There is some distance between the two, which requires astronauts to transport the cargo out of the cargo spacecraft, pass through many cabins, and finally put it into Guanggan Palace. The goods they transported this time contained very important things, including many organic matter necessary for plant growth, as well as some soil transported up from the earth. These things prepared are actually closely related to the genes engraved in the bones of Kyushu, that is, Kyushu's ancestral farming genes, farming, and lack of firepower phobia. It is said that as long as Kyushu still exists, these two racial talents will exist. One day. And among the goods, there are not only some farming materials, but also some construction materials. These materials talk about another racial talent of Kyushu infrastructure. They will later use these materials on the moon, combined with the facilities for this landing on the moon, to build the Guanggan Palace base on the moon. The 5 people were resting on the space station. They were transporting cargo as if they were in a hurry. In fact, they are indeed in a hurry. They have to land on the moon before the National Day and present a unique gift from the moon to the motherland's birthday on the National Day. The goods were transferred from the cargo spacecraft to Guanggan Palace. When all the goods were transported, Mu Yaiwei took the 3 of them to rest in Tiangong, while the remaining one of them stood in front of the control desk of Tiangong's mechanical arm and began to use the mechanical arm. Transposition Chang'e spacecraft. The astronaut who controls the robotic arm is the only female astronaut among the 5. Because women are attentive, the operation of the robotic arm was handed over to the only female astronaut Wang Ping. The other 4 people were replenishing their physical strength with space food, and Wang Ping concentrated on controlling the mechanical arm. On the Y-8 military plane heading to Peeping, Li Zhenhua was a little too tired from the previous high concentration, so he fell asleep on the bumpy military plane. In the vast space, the size of the Tiangong space station is so small. Compared with the universe that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, the Tiangong space station is undergoing a change in structure at the moment. In the past few months, the size of the Tiangong has doubled from its original size, which has also transformed the Tiangong, which originally looked neat and orderly, into a particularly messy one. The changes in Tiangong's appearance in recent times have not only puzzled NASA, but also the European Space Agency. The 2 major agencies had finally solved their doubts when they heard about the Guanggan Palace lunar base. It turns out that the changes in Tiangong in recent months are all in preparation for the moon landing, and all aerospace experts have understood this. At first, they thought that the changes in the Tiangong space station were entirely due to the Kyushu Space Administration's inexperience in the construction of space stations, and that the Tiangong space station was also developing towards the chaos of the later International Space Station. No one expected that Kyushu would be so far-sighted. The plan to land on the moon was made at some point. Ju's actions in space have given all international equivalent organizations a sense of urgency. They have felt unprecedented pressure. However, among them, there will always be organizations that feel good about themselves, such as ASEAN. That's what the space agency is like. For the ASEAN Space Agency, their next main plan is manned spaceflight and the Moon Project. This may be due to their own self-confidence. The ASEAN Space Agency does not believe that these actions of the Kyushu Space Agency are real. In their inherent thinking, their ASEAN's strength in aerospace far exceeds that of Kyushu. Now their ASEAN Space Agency's moon plan has not yet started to be implemented, and the moon landing plan coming from Kyushu is definitely fake news. When they were first established, they had already threatened to establish rules for the aviation authorities of various countries. At that time, they also said that they would play Star Wars with Kyushu. This is their honeyed self-confidence. Under the control of Wang Ping, the robotic arm in space removed the obviously redundant cabin sections on the Tiangong and relocated them to the Guanggan Palace. With the increase in cabin sections, the Tiangong became tidy again. The cabin sections that were detached from the main frame of the Tiangong were transferred to the Guanggan Palace by the mechanical arm, and the originally small Guanggan Palace also became larger by adding cabin sections. The core cabin of Guanggan Palace was serialized with the end of Tiangong. Wang Ping transferred the Chang'e spacecraft and connected it to Guanggan Palace, and then other Guanggan Palace cabin sections were added. After Wang Ping completed the transfer of 4 cabins, she finally felt mentally exhausted. Then Mu Yaiwei took over the control of the mechanical arm and continued to transfer other Guanggan Palace cabins. 5 people took turns controlling the mechanical arm, stopping without stopping. Finally, with the joint efforts of everyone, all the Guanggan Palace modules were transferred from the Tiangong to the Guanggan Palace. The originally irregular and chaotic Tiangong has regained its simple appearance, and the body shape that had become a bit bloated has returned to its original appearance. But there are still changes. The current Juzhu Tiangong space station is like 2 medium-sized space stations combined. The Tiangong space station is connected to the Guanggan Palace core module, and the other end of the core module is connected to the Chang'e spacecraft. The numerous Guanggan Palace combined cabins that were transferred by everyone were connected to the other 4 sides of the core cabin, and each interface was connected to 2 small cabins. Thanks to the efforts of Mu Yaiwei and the 5 people, the general shape of Guanggan Palace at this moment is a cross shape. The overall structure consists of the core cabin, Chang'e, and 8 other experimental cabins with various functions. When all the cabins of Guanggan Palace were in place, it was already noon on the 27th. It could be said that the 5 of them had not really rested since they boarded Chang'e. Everyone in Guanggan Palace was grouped together, and their nervous emotions finally relaxed a little. Then the 5 people came to the rest cabin, assigned them, and got directly into their respective rest compartments. When the 5 astronauts fell asleep for the first time in space, Li Zhenhua and Li Yun also woke up in the guest house of the Peking military region. They had arrived in Peking yesterday. They originally wanted to go directly to Wang Yuzheng after arriving, but Wang Yuzheng went out yesterday and was not in Peking. He would not come back until the afternoon of the next day. So Li Zhenhua took Li Yun and was arranged by Wang Yuzheng to live in the guest house of the Peking military region. It was the early stage of the parade. Wang Yuzheng, as the minister in charge of military equipment development, was very busy. For example, on the 26th, he went to the international village with the deputy chief of the military to inspect various areas in advance. Went to see the situation of the troops. This kind of inspection has been carried out many times. To be honest, there are not many more than this one, but their destination this time is not ordinary troops, but the main target is the power armor phalanx and power exoskeleton formation. Array! When powered armor or powered exoskeletons didn't reach scale, I didn't have much impression of this equipment. But once it took shape and was neatly displayed in front of people's eyes, the impact was something that these military bosses had never experienced before. Feel it. After being greatly shocked, the military boss was really relieved and full of expectations for the day of the parade. He was looking forward to the impact that these 2 phalanxes would have after they appeared in front of the global public. It will definitely shock the world, just like the debut of Wu Gang's spacesuit before, and the impact will be immeasurable. Wang Yuzheng accompanied the deputy chief of the military and his party, and finally confirmed this uncertain factor in the final parade. Wang Yuzheng had never seen Qiyu's armor before, but he had never seen one in the form of a large-scale phalanx, so the moment he saw the 2 phalanxes, the sense of oppression made even him, an old general, feel a kind of suffocation. On the 27th, accompanied by Wang Yuzheng, the deputy chief of the military returned to Peking from International Village. After returning, he immediately went to Lianghai to report on the work, and also took photos along the way. Video information. After the leader left, Wang Yuzheng had nothing urgent to do. When he returned to the Equipment Development Department, it was already close to noon. As for Wang Yuzheng, he did not arrange any other work in the afternoon. He was just in the office processing the backlog of documents over the past 2 days, and of course meeting with Li Zhenhua. In the guest house, Li Zhenhua and Li Yun completely recovered their spirits. They ordered some meals from the restaurant inside the guest house and had them delivered to their rooms, and then had lunch in the room. Xiaoun, in the afternoon you can watch the show by yourself in the room and shake off some fun. I'll go meet Minister Wang and get the invitation letters for the 2 of us to watch the parade. After I got the invitation letter, we had nothing else to do. Except for going to see the parade on November 1st, I didn't arrange anything for the 28th, 29th, and 30th. I will accompany you attentively to visit the capital city of Peking. Li Yun nodded to him while eating. In fact, Li Yun now admires Li Zhenhua very much. The reason is that his current achievements are too high. That is to say, the 2 of them have already received their marriage certificate, otherwise she might not know how panicked she would be. Li Zhenhua is really too good. In terms of her conditions, she can no longer help him much, not to mention her is 3 years older than the other party. Li Yun swallowed what was in her mouth, looked at him affectionately and said, "Well, I know, you don't have to worry about me." After lunch, Li Jianhua came out of the guest house. There was a military vehicle parked at the door. This vehicle was here to pick him up to meet Wang Yuzheng. Wang Yuzheng had lunch at noon. When he returned to his office, he dealt with the recent backlog of documents without a moment's leisure. This state was also related to the parade. Before this, his workload was far less heavy. Just as he was concentrating on processing the documents, there was a knock on his office door. As he said come in, Li Jianhua walked in under the leadership of his civil servant. When he looked up and saw that it was Li Jianhua, Wang Yuzheng put down what he was doing, stood up and greeted the living national treasure in front of him warmly. Now it is no exaggeration to say that he is a living national treasure. In the few years that Wang Yuzheng and he have known each other, Li Jianhua's achievements are really dazzling. From people's livelihood to the military, there is also graphene material, which has a huge impact and has directly changed the energy structure of Kyushu. Based on these performances, in Wang Yueshen's eyes, he alone can defeat an army of millions. And this view is not limited to him. Even in the eyes of the superiors, his value is immeasurable, and to the big boss, he is regarded as a famous national scholar. What is a national scholar? Only those with outstanding talents in a country can be called national scholars. Li Jianhua's invisible status as a national scholar was accumulated bit by bit through various small projects. Li Jianhua sat opposite Wang Yuzheng, holding the teacup Wang Yuzheng had just handed him, opening the lid and taking a sip. "Chief, I'm here to get the invitation letter for the parade." After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Yuzheng with a smile on his face, and the smile gradually changed into a mean smile. He, what kind of place have you arranged for me this time?" After saying that, the smile didn't break and he just looked at Wang Yuzheng. Looking at the smiling Li Jianhua across from him, he stood up and took out 2 invitations from his desk drawer. He returned to the sofa and placed the invitations on the coffee table. "Now, this is the invitation letter. Let me tell you, you are in luck this time. Because your contribution is quite special and large, you have been given 2 choices above. One is to go up to the tower, and the other is to watch from the viewing platform. The choice is all up to you. Of course, if you go up to the tower, only you can go up, your wife can't go up. You also know that the city tower is not accessible to ordinary people. What's more, the boss will be on the tower when the time comes." After listening to Wang Yueshen's story, he also fell into deep thought. Do you want to go to the tower to watch the parade? Of course, he wanted to know that it was not just the big guys who were on the tower, but the entire Elder Council. Besides, when it comes to arranging his position, he will definitely not be placed with entrepreneurs and other people, but should be placed not far from. If he was also on the tower, that would be the closest place to the entire Kyushu power team. However, this moment of going up to the tower to watch the ceremony and showing his face made him hesitate due to various factors. Although the results he achieved are fully worthy of that position, his exposure will certainly have an impact in the future. Going up was a choice for him to accept various honors, so after thinking about it, he decided not to go up. It would be better to just watch from below. I chose to look down below, but I won't go up to the tower yet. I think that at my current age and the achievements I will make in the future, there will definitely be a place for me in the next parade. Then I will go up and take a look. Wang Yuzheng was not surprised by his choice, because since he met Li Jianhua, Wang Yuzheng had the impression that he was a somewhat boring technology geek and an imperial examination geek who loved to cause trouble. Asking him to go up to the tower to watch the ceremony was obviously inconsistent with his past behavior. Wang Yuzheng didn't say anything and nodded as a response. Then the two chatted about other things. During this period, Li Jianhua also told the other party that his helicopter had been manufactured and only the test flight was left. Wang Yuzheng was not surprised at all when he heard the news. Because the last time I talked to him, I had told him that the other party had to meet the deadline. Li Jianhua stayed in Wang Yueshen's office for a while. When he saw the pile of documents on the old man's desk, he knew that the old man should still be very busy at work, so he said goodbye without staying any longer. After he returned to the guest house with the invitation letter, he could spend the remaining few days wandering around the main streets of Peking with Li Yun. After he left, Wang Yuzheng used the red phone on his desk to dial a number and told the other party Li Jianhua's choice of where to watch the ceremony. That night, Li Jianhua returned to the guest house, had dinner with Li Yun, and lay in bed again paying attention to things in space. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Peking time, the 5 astronauts woke up in the Tiangong space station. The Tiangong space station was just about to enter the night, that is, for the space station, the time was in the evening, which was just the right time for them to leave the cabin. Activity. The main task of their out-of-warehouse activity was to inspect Guanggan Palace, which was also their last comprehensive inspection before leaving in Guanggan Palace in Tiangong. The task is not trivial, it is related to the safety of their journey to the moon. After the astronaut woke up, he wiped his face with a disposable towel to keep himself tidy. After everyone was refreshed, they all came to Chang'e and gathered at the exit airlock. As for why they chose to conduct out-of-vehicle activities here, the first reason is because the distance between Chang'e and Guanggan Palace is equal. The second reason is because the external extravehicular activity backpack of their Wugang spacesuit is placed on Chang'e. Inside the airlock, 5 people helped each other put on Wugang's powered spacesuits and prepare to sit out of the cabin. Wugang's spacesuits were put on each of them according to the procedure, and in the end, only the helmet was left. As the commander, Niu Yaiwei was the one who gave orders in the entire team. He took the lead in putting the helmet on his head and turned on the self-inspection system of Wugang's spacesuit. When the spacesuit is undergoing self-inspection, Wang Ping, the only woman among the 5, will stay behind during the extravehicular mission. As a careful woman, she is not wearing a spacesuit and manually inspects all aspects of the spacesuit. Agency. After Wang Ping finished checking the spacesuit and the self-checking system was completed, and the entire spacesuit was running normally, Niu Yaiwei stood in the airlock and walked towards the wall. At this moment, there were 5 extravehicular external backpacks neatly arranged on the wall. Niu Yaiwei walked to one of the backpacks, turned around and took a step back. Then Wugang's spacesuit and the external backpack were connected smoothly, formed a whole. After he equipped the backpack, a complete extravehicular spacesuit took shape. After him, the remaining 3 people who were about to leave the warehouse completed putting on their spacesuits with the help of Wang Ping. After getting everything ready, Wang Ping floated out of the airlock, returned to the Chang'e spacecraft, and pressed a button outside the airlock. As he pressed the button, the entire airlock moved, like an air compressor, except that the air compressor compressed air, and they were now draining the air from the airlock. When the airlock chamber is close to the vacuum environment of space, then the conditions for opening the airlock door are met. For drying the air in the airlock, this step is to reduce the air content in the space station as much as possible and prevent air from escaping. After all, even a single resource is precious in space. Niu Yaiwei's appearance at this moment was more than a circle bigger, but his movements were still so nimble. He opened the exit hatch from the inside in his manual mode. As the hatch opened, the air that had not been pumped out of the airlock inevitably escaped. When the indoor and outdoor conditions were consistent, Niu Yaiwei held the ladder with his hands and climbed out from the hatch. The other 3 astronauts followed him. Regarding this extravehicular activity, Zhuzhou News Channel also conducted a live broadcast and observed what happened inside the space station 24 hours a day from the launch. At this time, Li Jianhua was lying on the bed, leaning on the bedside and watching the TV opposite the bed. What was playing on the TV was exactly what was happening in space, the first extravehicular activity of this space mission. Chang'e's camera located at the external exit hatch is facing the hatch, faithfully recording everything that happens in space. Some gaps gradually appeared in the originally tightly closed hatch, and the remaining air in the cabin quickly passed through the hatch gaps and dissipated in space. The gap in the hatch gradually widened, and eventually the entire hatch disappeared, and Niu Yaiwei opened it and pulled him into the cabin. As the leader, Niu Yaiwei took the lead and got out of the cabin, pulled out a rope from the external backpack, and connected the rope lock to a circle of railings outside the cabin door. At this time, his whole body was completely exposed to space. "I am Niu Yaiwei, I have left the cabin and feel good." Niu Yaiwei pointed at the external camera and spoke this sentence through the radio. The moment the words were broadcast through the Zhuzhou News Channel, many people who were paying attention to the matter all applauded involuntarily. Although the astronauts in space could not hear their applause, the people still applauded. When his whole body was exposed to space, the entire exit procedure was completed. After he finished, the other 3 people who were prepared came out one after another. After all 4 people got out of the cabin, they started to check the connections of Guanggan Palace according to the previously made plan. First, they jointly checked the connections between Chang'e and the core cabin of Guanggan Palace, and then each person checked one branch. The first thing the 4 people checked was the connection between Chang'e and Guanggan Palace, which was also the ultimate path for them to move to the 4 branches of Guanggan Palace. The connection between the spacecraft and Guanggan Palace was carefully and rigorously inspected by 4 people, and it was determined that there was no problem, and then it moved towards the 4 branches of Guanggan Palace. In the sky, everything is in a state of weightlessness, and people float irregularly. For astronauts, this situation has a certain impact on their work. When inspecting Chang'e, this impact was not obvious. It was entirely because 4 people were inspecting a cabin together, and the range of activities was not very far. However, during the subsequent inspection, this erratic state was not suitable for them to inspect various institutions. It was also at this time that Niu Yaiwei pressed his hands on the external backpack a few times, and then he saw 2 small mechanical arms extending out of the lower part of the external backpack. Niu Yaiwei and Guanggan Palace were at a 90-degree angle. He was standing on the outer wall of Guanggan Palace, and the 2 mechanical arms firmly fixed Niu Yaiwei to the outer wall of Guanggan Palace. The moment he stood up on the Guanggan Palace, Director NASA, who had not slept for a long time and had been watching the movements of Kyushu on the other side of the ocean, suddenly became energetic. Has Kyushu's technology reached such a high level now? They can actually fix astronauts to the space station? How is this achieved? Just when he was wondering, he looked back at the TV that was playing. In space, the two small mechanical arms extending out of Mu Yaiwei's backpack were firmly fixing him on the outer wall. On the head of the mechanical arm, there is a mechanical claw that just grabs the protrusions on the outer wall. From the looks of it, it should be specially designed for astronauts to walk. Mu Yaiwei raised his feet and took a step forward. As he took this step, the mechanical arm on the other side loosened the hold of the spacecraft. As his footsteps landed on the spacecraft again, he immediately grabbed it again. A bump. At this moment, Mu Yaiwei was seen on the outer wall of Guangan Palace, walking towards the branch assigned to him as if walking on flat ground. With the help of the mechanical arm that digs and hangs the backpack, it is more time-saving, labor-saving, and convenient for him to move in this weightless environment. Then the three of them followed suit and walked towards their respective branches together. The size of Guangan Palace can be said to be large, but it is not that big to say that it is small. Even if the four astronauts inspected it carefully, in 4 hours, they would also inspect the outer wall of Guangan Palace. Everything was checked, and there was no problem. After checking the Guangan Palace, the four of them began to return to the Changi airlock at the same time. When Mu Yaiwei approached the airlock, he bent down and untied his safety rope from the Guangan Palace. He turned his head to look at his teammates and handed over the safety rope. I have to grab the rope. If the next experiment fails, you have to pull me back and don't let me float away. Because he was wearing a space helmet, the astronaut who took the rope did not show his nod. But at this moment, when Mu Yaiwei's words came out, everyone in Juzhu fell into confusion, and at the same time they couldn't help but become worried and nervous about Mu Yaiwei. Just when most people were still confused, worried, and nervous, Mu Yaiwei pulled out two soft controllers from his external backpack. Holding the controller in his hand, the two lower mechanical arms of the external backpack immediately released the bulges on the Guangan Palace. The moment the mechanical arms were released, Mu Yaiwei's feet left the outer wall of the Guangan Palace. I saw Mu Yaiwei floating in the distance, like a small boat drifting with the current, without any help or reaction at all, just letting himself drift. As he floated slowly, and when he was 8 meters away from the outer wall closest to Guangan Palace, Mu Yaiwei pressed the controllers in his hands. The moment he pressed the button, many blue rays of light suddenly appeared on the outer backpack. At the moment when the light was ejected, he, who was originally floating towards the distance of Guangan Palace, moved and adjusted a few times. Mu Yaiwei was floating in the right position where Chang'e exited the hatch, and the fluttering speed was still very fast. At this time, everyone finally understood what Mu Yaiwei was doing. A jetpack, no, or the external backpack had a jet function, giving astronauts the ability to move in space. The professionals who were originally quite confused now finally understood what happened. Juzhu was a little crazy and actually installed an engine on the backpack of the extravehicular spacesuit. It's just that they don't know what technology Kyushu uses on the backpack, but they speculate that it is nothing more than ion thrusters or Hall thrusters. Mu Yaiwei floated over from a position 8 meters away from the hatch at a very high speed. As he approached the hatch, several blue lights emitted from the front of the backpack again. His speed subsequently decreased, and he lowered himself to a suitable speed. He released the controller in his hand, and the soft controller immediately retracted into his backpack, and his free hands grasped the guardrail outside the hatch. The moment he grabbed the guardrail, whether it was the astronauts outside the cabin, Wang Ping who stayed behind inside the cabin, or even the people on the ground who were always paying attention to them, they all cheered sincerely. The gongs and drums are noisy, the firecrackers are blasting, the red flags are waving, and there are huge crowds of people. Anyway, not to mention how excited Kyushu is. However, the attitude of everyone in NASA is completely opposite to that of Kyushu. In the field of space, NASA has always been in the leading position. However, judging from the current situation, this leading position is about to be lost, or it is no longer possible. Save. This kind of gap is unacceptable to all NASA staff, but it is impossible for them to immediately come up with countermeasures at this moment, because they had already put this extravehicular power backpack project into operation before. The reason was that the technology was immature and the original safety rope safety was not used. But in its current form, they will restart this technical solution later. There are already many technical agendas to be developed, which will make things worse later. And as Mu Yaiwei used his backpack to return to the hatch, the calm hearts of the remaining people were also throbbing. I saw the man who was holding Mu Yaiwei's safety rope just now handing the rope to the person next to him, bending down to untie his own safety rope, but he did not hand the safety rope to his companion. The astronaut was seen pulling the safety rope around himself, bending his knees to gather strength, and his feet broke away from the outer wall of Guangan Palace. He put his hands on his backpack and pulled out the controller. Just a few rays of blue light flashed past, and he floated towards the hatch in the direction of Mu Yaiwei. Maybe it was because the astronaut's mood was not stable, or the astronaut's first hand was not accurate, and the force was a bit strong, allowing him to successfully cross the hatch. Fortunately, Mu Yaiwei was still at the railing. When he floated over the hatch, Mu Yaiwei quickly pulled the astronaut down. As he landed, the remaining 2 astronauts also felt confident. The first 2 people had all succeeded. They used the same equipment, which meant that both of them could do it. Afterwards, under a near-miss operation, all 4 people involved in the extravehicular activity gathered at the exit hatch of the Chang'e spacecraft. Then Mu Yaiwei directed the other 3 people to get in and out of the hatch one by one. When all 4 people returned to the Chang'e airlock, the hatch door was closed by the 4 of them. At this moment, the airlock was no different from the space environment. The 4 astronauts were still wearing spacesuits and carrying external backpacks on their backs. Outside the airlock door, Wang Ping opened the pressure device after receiving the news that Mu Yaiwei had closed the hatch. At the moment when the pressure device is turned on, the airlock chamber begins to inflate again, and the pressure gradually rises to the pressure state of normal human life. At this time, they began to take off their spacesuits in the airlock, and first put their backpacks back in place. Wang Ping, who was outside the airlock, watched the pressure gauge in the airlock return to normal. She anxiously opened the airlock and looked inside. Open door. Wang Ping entered the airlock room and looked at all her comrades who had returned safely. She was so excited that she hugged each of them. When the 5 astronauts gathered together again, the previous emotions of separation between life and death gradually dissipated in their hearts. The extravehicular mission was successfully completed. This mission not only inspected all parts of Guang'an Palace, but also exercised the astronauts and roughly tested various functions of Wu Gang's spacesuit during this mission. The performance of the most important miniaturized Hall thruster was verified, and the results were gratifying. Of course, this also marked that Kyushu has completely caught up with other countries in one aspect. Li Zhenhua, who had just been lying on the bed watching TV, saw a series of activities of the 4 people leaving the cabin. He unconsciously sat up on the bed and looked very serious. Even Li Yun was the same. As a new generation of promising young man, and he participated in the production of the spacesuits worn by astronauts in the sky, the pride he feels is something ordinary people cannot understand. When Li Zhenhua saw the astronauts returning to the Tiangong core module, he knew that the mission was completed. He glanced out the window and found that the sky was getting brighter. I took the Zilong watch and looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning and almost 5 o'clock in the morning. It was still more than an hour before the sun rose. He looked at Li Yun beside him, who was watching the news with him. He had a pair of red eyes, which was obviously a sign of staying up late. Li Zhenhua fell on the bed, taking Li Yun into his arms, and then the 2 of them fell asleep. It was obvious that their plan to play with each other the next day was cancelled for half a day. Holding the beauty in his arms and falling asleep, he slept peacefully, but what happened in Kyushu was destined to make some people sleep restlessly. Li Zhenhua slept very peacefully. It was 4 o'clock in the morning in Kyushu. On the other side of the ocean in the bad country, Nasser was stationed in the Eastern time zone, which was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. All the Nassar staff have not closed their eyes since the launch from Kyushu. They have been working non-stop for at least 20 hours, not counting the time they got up. Anyway, no matter how you put it, these people's spirits are close to the limit, but everything that happened in space made it impossible for these people to sleep even if they wanted to. The matter was really too big, and they had to come up with their own solution as soon as possible and send it to the Black Palace President's office. However, these people are not full of energy, leaving their minds empty, which may be related to the information they just received. The director of NASA rubbed his temples with his hands. His expression was very tired and distressed. He rubbed his brows again, put his hands down, and looked at everyone present. Everyone, let's talk about how we should respond. Now Kyushu has not only surpassed us in lunar exploration, but they also plan to build a base on the moon. This is no small matter. As soon as the director finished speaking, the scene that was supposed to be filled with enthusiastic speeches turned out to be unusually cold. This was a scene that had never happened before. Silence, 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 everyone lowered their heads, not knowing what they were thinking. The quiet scene lasted for several minutes. Finally, someone couldn't help but look up and looked around. The director happened to see this person's raising of his head. Oh, it seems that someone still has an idea. Since you raised your head, let's talk about it. But the expression on this man's face said it all. He didn't have anything in mind. But the director has already asked. Even if he has no ideas, he still has to hold back some ideas at this time. That's what I think. I think we should react accordingly to Kyushu's actions now. The first is to implement our plan to return to the moon. I believe that with the experience of successfully landing on the moon before, it should not be difficult to return to the moon again. The second thing is that we need to have closer contact with Mr. Comas and always pay attention to his Starlink. As long as any Starlink satellite reaches the end of its service life, we will control the satellite to hit the Tiangong in Kyushu or the Guang'an Palace. Everyone talked incessantly, but in the ears of the director of NASA, he knew all these words, because they were completely clichés and there was nothing new at all. What he said were all plans that had been made before. This answer also made the director very helpless. Thinking carefully about the current situation, this method is the only one that is applicable. After this person finished speaking, the opportunity to speak was opened, but no one had any new ways to limit the containment of Kyushu. They could only enrich the ideas that had been formed before and make the plan more complete. There is no choice but to submit such a plan now. As for whether it will get support from above, that is not something they can decide. After the proposal was handed in, the spirit of these Nasser people, whose average age was about 40 years old, reached its limit. The meeting broke up in a hurry, and they all went home to sleep. Some rested in the bureau. These people even insisted on not home. In a guest house in Peeping, Li Jianhua's eyes moved, obviously trying to wake up. He slept very sweetly, and then the two of them woke up at the same time, and it was already past noon. The two of them woke up and started to move around. They ate something in the guest house, and then went around to Beeping accompanied by Ningwei and several bodyguards. When Li Jianhua woke up, the 5 astronauts in the space palace also woke up. It was already the afternoon of the 28th, Peking time. For the astronauts who have had enough rest, their follow-up mission is still very tight in terms of time. As mentioned before, they have to reach the moon before the National Day and send congratulatory gifts to Kyushu on the moon on the National Day. After checking all the connection points of the Guanggan Palace base and there were no problems, what they were going to do was to enter Chang'e again and separate the base composed of Chang'e and Guanggan Palace from Tiangong. After the separation is completed, the orbiting engine on Guanggan Palace is started, the posture of Guanggan Palace is adjusted, and the gravity of the Earth is used to throw itself towards the moon. The 5 astronauts put Wugang space suits on again, cleaned up the Tiangong space station, came to the Chang'e spacecraft again, and sat down in their seats. Mu Yaiwei held a control handle in his hand and turned to look at his comrades beside him. "Everyone, are you all ready? We are about to start the next plan. Wish us success in reaching the moon and the palace of heaven, waiting for our triumphant return." As his words fell, the eyes of the other 4 astronauts around him gradually became more determined. Mu Yaiwei received the look from his comrades and started to move his hands, controlling the separation of the Guanggan Palace core module and the Tiangong space station. First, the docking ports on both sides were loosened and retracted one after another. As the locking buckle was loosened, only the air remaining at the connection escaped into space. Soon, the space station that was originally one body gradually began to separate at the core module of Guanggan Palace, and gradually turned into 2 large space stations. And after the separation of Guanggan Palace and Tiangong, Guanggan Palace is getting further and further away from Tiangong, and as Guanggan Palace moves away from Tiangong, its speed is also accelerating. Guanggan Palace began to change its orbit, and its speed was also accelerating. Through continuous acceleration, Guanggan Palace slowly reached the second cosmic speed. The orbit for this trip to the moon was set by the top experts in Kyushu. It only takes 35 hours and 24 minutes to start from Tiangong and then to the moon for landing. That is to say, they will reach the moon on the 29th and land on it. The separation of Guanggan Palace and Tiangong was not broadcast live. When all astronauts went back to rest, Juzhu TV station disconnected the signal. In other words, all the actions of Guanggan Palace are carried out quietly. However, it is still difficult to hide this operation from NASA, the European Space Agency, etc. No one knows how many satellites they will have watching the Heavenly Palace. Although they can't hide it, it can still have some impact on their reception of information. Maybe when they receive the news, Guanggan Palace has already embarked on a journey to chase the moon. This time difference of guarding against others still needs to be overcome. Guanggan Palace carries the thoughts of 5 astronauts and more than 1 billion people in Kyushu, embarking on a journey to the moon. The director of NASA put down his boss chair and planned to rest in the office for a while. However, just after he fell asleep, someone opened the door of his office again. A NASA employee rushed in with a document in his hand. Director, get up quickly. Big news. The space station in Kyushu has made new moves. Take a look." Director Nasser, who was mentally weak from the stress, had an expression on his face that he wished he could send the staff in front of him under the rocket nozzle to serve as coolant. But after hearing what the eye said, he immediately woke up. "Didn't you just take a spacewalk? Something incredible happened to the space station in Kyushu again. Really, it doesn't even allow anyone to have a good night's sleep." While thinking about it, he took the document handed over by the clerk and read it. When he saw the contents of the document, he immediately had an expression of disbelief in his heart, and the changes on his face were wonderful. Fake? Are they Kyushu crazy? They just conducted a spacewalk, and this split the space station into 2 parts? This would allow some of them to carry 5 people to the moon? Are all people in Kyushu crazy? The director said these words in an incredible tone. In response to his words, the staff standing aside didn't know how to talk to the director and just stood there blankly. After the director sighed with emotion, he immediately thought of countermeasures, how to deal with Juzhu's fast movements. Then he seemed to grasp an important point, that is, after a lot of labor, the astronauts set off for the moon with almost no rest. This is obviously not in line with the humanitarian spirit and is an oppression of the astronauts. With this direction, the director's eyes immediately brightened up. When he looked at the staff, he felt that the staff were a bit pleasing to the eye. Richard, please find some media, more authoritative media, whether it is traditional print media, TV media, or even new media. Come all, let us express our thoughts on Kyushu's frequent actions, which do not care about the life and death of astronauts. It would be best if Kyushu can use the enemy's weapon. The director finished speaking with a smile on his face, and then slumped in the chair again. The staff member just now, after listening to the director's instructions and watching the director lie down again, went out to complete the task. Then all the major newspapers, TV stations, and self-media people in the country began to gather towards Dalalov Space Center. In fact, these media are also waiting for NASA's call. As for the reason, it is also very simple. People all over the world do not believe that these actions of Kyushu are true. Even if they are true, they should not surpass their proud NASA. Now that NASA was finally about to express his position, all the reporters gathered around him as if they were seeing a fishy shark. Then the director of NASA gave a speech in front of many media. Welcome everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate our colleagues, Kyushu Space Administration, for its recent outstanding achievements. The other party not only sent astronauts to space, this time also has the largest number of manned spaceflights. Let us all congratulate them. Director Nassar spoke out a series of compliments, and he was first applauded on the stage. Following his applause, everyone present did not remain still and clapped a few times symbolically. The applause soon disappeared. But our counterparts in Kyushu are indeed lacking in some aspects. For example, I just received news that a slightly smaller space station on the Tiangong space station to which Kyushu belongs has broken away from it and is carrying 5 astronauts and is heading towards the moon. As soon as he said these words, all the media present were in an uproar. What did they hear? I heard that Kyushu is already heading towards the moon, which means that Kyushu will land on the moon within a few days. This is also 50 years after Apollo 17 landed on the moon. Someone has landed on the moon again. These are actually nothing, but what is important is that this time it is not the action of Apollo 17, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Their country was actually left behind by Kyushu, a rising star in this regard. Kyushu was about to land on the moon, and they didn't know how far their plan to return to the moon had progressed. The news revealed by the director did not go as he thought. His focus was on being inhumane and exploiting the astronauts. However, the focus of the media was on the moon landing. At this time, he quickly started to make amends later. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Boom! The director did not stabilize the situation. Unable to bear it, he slapped his palm on the podium. This voice also drew everyone's attention back to him. The director regained his emotions and tried to make his tone as calm as possible. I believe everyone knows something from the news I just told. Yes, our colleagues from Kyushu are already heading for the moon. Let us wish them all the best. After he finished speaking, he applauded, but this time the media people did not applaud him. It was obvious that these people were waiting for the director to reveal more and more exciting news. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. Seeing the deserted scene, he also retracted his clapped hands in embarrassment. But I still want to remind our colleagues in Kyushu that you have gone too far in squeezing astronauts. Through Juzhu's live broadcast yesterday, we know that these astronauts have just carried out extravehicular activities. You must know that this is a project that takes up a lot of people's attention. They should allow these world's top astronauts to have enough rest time, instead of arranging such a tight schedule for astronauts as they do now. We should consider the health of the astronauts and should not exchange the health of the astronauts for this world-renowned achievement. Director Nassar finished speaking, but after he finished speaking, all the media people also grasped the key point. Human rights. This is their usual trick. For example, the War of Wojciech, the Gulf, Kray, and Khan were all launched under the pretext of human rights. As for the behemoth Kyushu, of course we cannot go to war with Kyushu based on human rights issues, but it is still possible to add some obstruction to Kyushu and create a wave of public opinion. After Director Nassar finished speaking, he formed a tacit understanding with many media people, and the target of the attack shifted from domestic to foreign countries. Why don't we all say that old bad guys are too lenient? In just these few words, a tacit understanding has been formed to persecute others. How can I not be a bad guy? This is a fundamentally bad country. Then the media took action and began to write about human rights. In short, Jews did not pay attention to human rights. Suddenly, many media outlets began to point out that they did not care about the physical and mental health of the astronauts. Human rights, humanitarianism, etc. are desperately attached to it. In short, the central idea expressed is that Kyushu does not treat people as human beings. As for Gwangan Palace, which is heading towards the moon, it has become news not worth mentioning. Laomo's internet is full of criticism of Kyushu from various media. Of course, these news also reached Juzhu. There are some unscrupulous media in Juzhu who often pick up news on the internet and then reprint it on domestic platforms. For example, on the headlines, I translated the foreign media's press releases intact and posted them. There are many websites like this, where you forward mine and I forward yours. Therefore, the news released by Taoxiao News was so grand that it filled the Zhuzhu network. When people open their browsers or various platforms, a piece of news pops up. Shock! Kyushu Space Administration ignores the physical and mental health of astronauts and allows them to work continuously. This is a challenge to human rights and an anti-humanitarian manifestation. In the past few days, people across the country have been sensitive to news about aerospace. When they saw this news, they also wanted to know what happened. However, netizens were also confused by this headline. They didn't know where to start. Most people's reaction to this kind of news was disgust. I endured the disgust in my heart and read it patiently. Only after reading it did I understand. It turned out that unknowingly, after Zhuzhu completed its mission to leave the cabin, Guanggan Palace was already heading towards the moon. Such important news as heading to the moon is not very important in the eyes of the media. Instead, they all focus on fabricated human rights issues. But today's people are no longer as easy to fool as they used to be, and they still have basic discernment skills. Regarding human rights mentioned in the news, a discerning person will know at a glance that this is smearing Kyushu. Therefore, the focus of these people did not pay much attention to human rights at all. Instead, the news only mentioned that Guanggan Palace was heading to the moon, which detonated the people of Kyushu. For the general public in Kyushu, the original version of all the news that has been released now can be traced back to the headline information, and the source of the news is foreign media. However, all news organizations with official background in Kyushu have no official notification. In other words, the current news can only be regarded as gossip and cannot be regarded as real news at all. However, the general public did not buy it, and began to leave messages on the official website of the Kyushu Space Administration to inquire about the authenticity of this news. There were only a few messages at the beginning, but people who never received a response began to spontaneously flood the website forum. The staff of the Zhuzhu Space Administration who managed the website operation immediately reported it to the higher authorities after seeing a large number of messages asking for verification as to whether Guanggan Palace had flown to the moon. The staff member himself knew that Guanggan Palace was really flying towards the moon, but he did not have the authority to reveal whether this information should be revealed. When the Kyushu Space Administration learned that the news had flooded the internet, they immediately issued an official notification. The reason is that they did not plan to keep this news secret for long, as long as they spent the early stage to confuse NASA, the European Space Agency and other agencies so that they would not cause harm. At this point in time, Guanggan Palace has long been out of the attack range of their satellites, and it can be said to be safe, so there is no need to hide the news. Notification. The Kyushu Space Administration attaches great importance to the questions spread on the internet about whether Guanggan Palace is flying to the moon and the comments left by netizens. This notice is now issued to the general public about the neglect of human rights and other issues promoted by foreign media on the internet. We do this on the premise of ensuring the physical and mental health of the astronauts. And only after the astronauts actively applied, the separation of Guanggan Palace and Tiangong Space Station began, and Guanggan Palace reached the moon as quickly as possible. As mentioned in the previous article, our Guanggan Palace is indeed on its way to the moon. It is expected that Guanggan Palace will reach the moon tomorrow, which is roughly the afternoon or evening of the 29th. At that time, Zhuzhu News Station will broadcast the entire moon landing live, so stay tuned. Kyushu Space Administration. Once the notification was sent out, all the people who were paying attention to the matter got a satisfactory answer. It turned out that the previous news was true, and it turned out that the 5 astronauts were really heading towards the moon. And the most important thing is another piece of news revealed in the report, which is the prediction of the moon landing time. It will only take more than 30 hours to reach the moon. This kind of time can really be said to be the fastest. You must know that when Apollo reached the moon, it took more than 3 days and a total of 75 hours. Relatively speaking, it takes 40 hours less, and it takes more than a day to arrive. This all shows that Kyushu has surpassed NASA in terms of manned spaceflight speed. At 10 o'clock in the evening on the 28th, Peking time, Li Zhenhua and Li Yun, accompanied by their bodyguards, returned to the guest house again. They did not visit many scenic spots in the afternoon, but just walked around the Palace Museum. Finally, I visited the Chinese Academy of Fine Arts and looked at the high-end faces with disdain to see if there were faces with Down syndrome here. As soon as he returned to the guest house, he immediately lay down on the bed. After walking around, he was really tired. He didn't want to move Li Yun, so he went to take a shower first. He lay on the bed for a while, then took out his mobile phone, which he had not touched all afternoon, and opened TikTok to receive news about what was happening in society. When he opened Kueishu, the first video was a notification, and the publisher was the Kyushu Space Administration that he followed. Oh, this action is really fast. Guanggan Palace is flying towards the moon now? But isn't this speed a bit too fast? It will definitely be difficult for the astronauts to brake when entering the lunar orbit. In the final analysis, it is because of the breakthrough of graphene that the usability of the Hall engine has been improved. It seems like the blame is ultimately on me. Just when she was thinking about this, Li Yun walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. The bath towel was a bit short, covering the rabbit at the top and reaching her thighs at the bottom. Seeing this beautiful scenery, Li Zhenhua didn't seem to have much impulse. He was really too tired from shopping during the day. It also proves the old saying that behind every woman, there is a. Li Yun came to the bedside, kicked him lightly with her feet, and rubbed his arms with her feet. Get up quickly and go wash up too. You can go to bed early after washing up. Then he put the phone aside, got off the bed, and stood in front of Li Yun. Okay, I'll go right away, but we have to come back early tomorrow. Guanggan Palace will land on the moon tomorrow, and I want to come back and watch the live broadcast. Li Yun was wrapped in a bath towel and leaned against his chest gently, wrapping her hands around his waist and nodding her head on his chest. Okay, let's come back early tomorrow. I also want to see what the scenery is like on the moon. It's impossible to go to the moon in this life, so let's just take a look on the earth. Upon hearing Li Yun's words, Li Zhenhua immediately had some ideas in his mind. He pulled her out of his chest and looked at her seriously. It's too early to say this. What if your husband invents a space elevator in the future, allowing you to go to space effortlessly, and then use the elevator to fly to the moon? You have to have confidence in me, you know. Li Yun stood there, looking at Li Zhenhua, who was already walking to the bathroom. At this moment, she felt that he was so stinky. After Li Zhenhua finished cleaning up, the two hugged each other and fell asleep again. Of course, it was another night of sleep. While they were sleeping, a big cross was floating in the direction of the moon in space. This was clearly Guanggan Palace heading towards the moon. In the core cabin of Guanggan Palace, Mu Yiwei is controlling the entire Guanggan Palace, and from time to time he has to make fine adjustments to the posture of Guanggan Palace. At this moment, only Mu Yiwei and another astronaut were in the core cabin. As for the other three people, they have returned to Chang'e and fixed themselves up to rest. After all, it took more than 30 hours to fly to the moon. The five of them also divided the work and took turns to work in shifts. Guanggan Palace is heading towards the moon at an extremely fast speed. During this process, the many Hall engines on Guanggan Palace are also working, either adjusting their attitude or accelerating. It was getting late in peeping, and it was already the evening of the 29th. Li Zhenhua had already returned from outside. The two of them didn't eat out either. They returned to the guest house and ordered 2 ducks from Bianfang, planning to eat while they were there. While watching, no one knew how long this landing would take. The two of them were sitting in the living room of the suite, sitting in front of the TV and watching the live broadcast. On the Guanggan Palace, all 5 astronauts were concentrated in the core cabin, and they were no longer wearing spacesuits in the cabin, but were fully armed and firmly fixed in their respective positions. But at this time, Guanggan Palace was already close to the moon, and it was about to be captured by the moon's gravity. At this time, Guanggan Palace was required to slow down, otherwise the moon's gravity would not be able to pull it at all. At this time, all 5 people were wearing Wugang spacesuits and sitting in the core cabin, waiting because they were about to break and slow down Guanggan Palace. Acceleration is uncomfortable, and deceleration is actually uncomfortable, just like the human body acting as an elevator on the Earth. It does not mean that there is no gravity in space. In a state of weightlessness, there is no overload. In fact, overload still exists in space. Under the control of Mu Yiwei, Guanggan Palace emitted many short but huge rays of light. These rays of light disappeared in a flash, and Guanggan Palace's figure was also changing as the light appeared. The speed of Guanggan Palace slowed down. During the process of deceleration, the bodies of the 5 aerospace experts experience 4 changes, from the original acceleration of overweight, to the deceleration to a medium state, to the overweight state again due to deceleration, and finally back to the state of overweight again. Weightless state. And when Guanggan Palace finally entered a state of weightlessness, Guanggan Palace had completely stabilized its orbit on the moon. Moreover, the orbital speed of Guanggan Palace is consistent with the rotation of the moon, and the two form a relatively stationary state. At this moment, the prerequisites for Guanggan Palace's landing have been met, and the next thing they will face is the most severe test, landing on the moon. The 5 people looked at each other above the moon, with happy expressions on their faces unconsciously. They were the 5 people closest to the moon in Kyushu. If they successfully land on the moon in a while, they will also be the first batch of people from Kyushu to reach the moon. The 5 of them will be recorded in the annals of history and leave a strong mark in history. The 5 people were in the sky above Guanggan Palace, and their moods gradually calmed down. They would charge Guanggan Palace at this time, because when heading towards the moon, they did not open the solar panels on the way, so they could not get energy supplement. Along the way, they all consumed Guanggan Palace's own energy. In fact, this was thanks to Li Zhenhua's invention of graphene batteries, which increased the energy density tenfold. Moreover, the batteries used in Guanggan Palace were specially made, and the energy density reached 20 times that of ordinary lithium batteries. Guanggan Palace is located above the moon, unfolding all its solar panels to collect the energy emitted by the sun. This process is actually not slow, taking just over 2 hours. You must know that after the graphene material came out, the solar energy conversion rate increased significantly, and the conversion rate in space reached an astonishing 79%. When Guanggan Palace and Chang'e have replenished their energy, it is time to land on the moon. Is everyone ready? We are about to land next. Let us create history that belongs to our Kyushu. Hey! 5 people shouted at the same time, as if to get rid of their own nervousness and encourage themselves. After the 5 people were ready, Guanggan Gong and Chang'e began to separate. In 5 minutes, Chang'e, who unfolded the solar sail, stayed in the lunar orbit, while Guanggan Gong, who retracted the solar sail, was far away from Chang'e. Adjusted his posture again. Guanggan Palace was adjusting its posture, and the Hall engine only gave a small force, and Guanggan Palace began to fall towards the moon. After being separated from Chang'e, the appearance of Guanggan Palace changed. Originally, it was a big cross with a high bulge in the center of the big cross. At this time, the height of the central bulge of the Grand Cross has been significantly reduced, and the remaining bulges are only as high as the core cabin. This makes Guanggan Palace's landing on the moon relatively much easier. Guanggan Palace is falling. Although the moon's gravity is only 1/6 that of the Earth, it is still gravity. Don't use bean bags as dry food. Guanggan Palace's weight, coupled with the speed of its fall, makes it faster. At its current falling speed, Guanggan Palace will inevitably be destroyed if it falls to the moon. Therefore, this requires Guanggan Palace to use the many Hall engines on his body to decelerate Guanggan Palace to a speed where it can land safely during the fall. As it descended, light shone from beneath the Guanggan Palace from time to time. That light was a reflection of the work of the Hall engine. Whenever the speed of Guanggan Palace exceeds a certain threshold, the Hall engine will start, and as this brief light appears, Guanggan Palace will jump upward in the air. As it moves upward, Guanggan Palace's subsequent descent will slow down. In this alternation of falling and rising, Guanggan Palace fell towards the moon's surface. The speed of Guanggan Palace was always within the safety threshold, and it was falling towards the moon like this. Jusu News Channel usually has the highest ratings, and the average ratings are generally between 3.43 to 3.71, but the ratings at this moment are as high as 23.6%. Such ratings are higher than the average ratings of the Spring Festival Gala. Especially after the separation of Guanggan Palace and Chang'e, what is now shown on the TV screen is the official scene in the core module of Guanggan Palace. 5 astronauts are sitting in their seats, fully armed. Because they are wearing helmets, there is no capture everyone's expressions. Next to the screen showing the 5 people, there is a demonstration animation of Guanggan Palace landing on the moon at this moment, which is extremely realistic. When Guanggan Palace was descending, there were 2 invited aerospace experts beside the host in the studio, who were explaining the descent demonstration animation. Professor Liu, you see that the landing in Guanggan Palace is already underway, but I think our landing method is a bit special. In our common sense, when descending from a high altitude, don't we usually use a parachute? Why did Guanggan Palace not use a parachute when it landed on the moon this time? The host asked the question in front of the 2 guests. It was not that he did not understand the question, but that he was explaining the landing problem to the public by asking questions. The guest in question was Professor Liu from Yuan Minjai Yuan Vocational and Technical College. His main field of study was aerospace, and he immediately began to explain this knowledge. Everyone should know that there is no atmosphere on the moon, and the moon's surface is in a vacuum. Under the premise of knowing this, we are talking about the principle of a parachute. In fact, it is easy to understand. It is to use the resistance of the air to reduce the speed of descent, so that the speed of people falling to the ground becomes a speed that the human body can withstand. Of course, the same applies to objects, so in a vacuum environment like the moon where there is no atmosphere, a parachute will have no effect at all. While the professor was explaining, above the moon, Guanggan Palace had reached 10 meters above the ground. At this moment, the engine's operating frequency was obviously higher than when it was at high altitude. At this time, Guanggan Palace did not rush upward again, but slowed down its descent in the light emitted by the engine. Slowly falling to the ground, the scene was similar to the scene of a waving rocket landing. When Guanggan Palace dropped to only 1 meter from the ground, the light emitted by the engine never disappeared. Along with the blue light, Guanggan Palace descended into the air only 30 centimeters away from the moon. At this moment, it can be said that Guanggan Palace is floating on the moon. It was when Guanggan Palace reached a height of 30 centimeters that many airbag-like devices suddenly appeared on the side of its cross-shaped shape facing the moon. The current Guanggan Palace looks like the air cushion under the hovercraft, but the only difference is that the shape of Guanggan Palace is really different. At the moment when the airbag appeared, it was still 30 centimeters above the ground. It was filled with the airbag in an instant, leaving only 5 centimeters above the ground. At this moment, in the core cabin of Guanggan Palace, Mu Yaiwei was controlling all the engines on Guanggan Palace. It was also at this moment that Mu Yaiwei stopped all the engines. Equivalent to 1/6 of the gravity of the moon, at a height of 5 centimeters above the ground, the entire Guanggan Palace hit the ground, but this did not have much impact on it. Before the force of the smashing hit Gwangan Palace, it was already supported by the air cushion below. Under the pressure of Gwangan Palace's weight, the air inside was being discharged outward. It was also at this time that under the Gwangan Palace, a lot of landing gear stretched out, which looked like an artillery station. When the numerous station hose on Gwangan Palace fell to the ground, it was also held up by the station hose at this moment, and the air cushion no longer bore pressure. However, at this moment, the air cushion began to be gathered into Gwangan Palace by a device inside Gwangan Palace. These air cushions will be of great use in the future, so we can't just watch these air cushions being used by Gwangan Palace. Every material that followed them to the moon has its own use, and some are not only it's a kind of. For example, this air cushion, this area of the air cushion, will be disassembled and assembled by the 5 people in the subsequent work, and the soft surface airbag cabin will be reassembled, just like the leaking cabin in The Martian Rescue. If you haven't seen The Martian, don't watch it. This movie is old and has emulsification problems. With the help of these materials, the area of Gwangan Palace will be expanded even larger. Of course, the difficulty is also conceivable. After all, there are only 5 people working on such a project. Returning to Gwangan Palace itself, after retracting all the air cushions at the bottom into the body, Gwangan Palace, which was originally supported by the hoe, is also controlling the hoe to lower its height. When the main body of Gwangan Palace landed on the ground, the resident hoe stopped retrieving it and instead switched to using the principle of the electric hammer to dig deep into the moon. The hoe was driven deep into the ground by this impact, but Gwangan Palace was not lifted up because the hoe stretched out again and still landed calmly on the moon. Returning to Earth, the ratings of Kyushu News Channel at this moment are simply overwhelming. Not only the common people in Kyushu are watching, but even the old guys on the other side of the ocean are also watching. On the old NASA side, when Gwangan Palace landed on the moon, they were in the daytime. In a huge conference room, almost all relevant experts were watching the Kyushu News Channel. When they saw Gwangan Palace landing on the moon as a whole without making any difference, the expressions on their faces were as if their father had just died. They all looked sad, but there was no way to counter Gwangan Palace's landing on the moon, because they had already missed the best opportunity to take action. If it was when they first discovered that Gwangan Palace and Tiangong were separated, they could still have collided with Mr. Lycomaz's Starlink satellite at that time. Anyway, Starlink has always had problems before. I just made up an excuse and said that the Starlink satellite was out of control again. It was an accidental collision. They were deeply sorry for the death of the 5 Kyushu astronauts. As long as you are vague, you can probably get over it. Anyway, as far as the current situation is concerned, there are only some minor frictions between the two sides, but these are still bearable. But this opportunity has been missed, and now the Gwangan Palace in Kyushu has landed on the moon. They don't have many options, and even if they do, it's not worth the loss. So they could only stare, without any solution. Now NASA is also waiting for news from the Black Palace. As long as the Black Palace agrees to increase its support for returning to the moon, they will have money to burn in the later period, and the plan to return to the moon will be accelerated. The only way now is to use righteous means to catch up with Kyushu's progress on the moon. The minimum goal is to establish a surface base on the moon. General Yang Doi is the first astronaut from Kyushu to launch into space. Although he is no longer on the front line of aerospace and has moved to a management position, he is still extremely envious of the 5 people who can now land on the moon. Now he is at the Jukwon Command Center, always paying attention to what is happening on the moon, and he can't help but feel a little regretful in his heart. Thinking about his age and the physical injuries he suffered when landing in space for the first time, he will never have the chance to return to space. He is a hero of Juice Man's spaceflight, and of course he also made valuable contributions to subsequent astronauts going to space. Seeing the 5 astronauts landing on the moon, he felt an indescribable pride spreading throughout his heart, feeling that everything he had done before was so worth it. At this moment, in the eyes of ordinary people, Gwangan Palace's landing on the moon this time is really a great feat. Although Lao Mo has landed on the moon before, what does that mean? Now Kyushu's own astronauts have arrived on the moon, and they are one step closer. Kyushu will have a semi-permanent base on the moon in the future, which is even more awesome than the people from the United States. Anyway, for the majority of ordinary people, as long as we in Juice are better than you, we will be happy and proud in our hearts and have no other thoughts. On the surface of the moon at this moment, Gwangan Palace stopped in place. After digging its hoe deeply into the lunar surface, there was no other movement for more than 10 minutes. But inside the Gwangan Palace, the 5 astronauts began intense preparations for the moon landing the moment they landed. After sorting out the equipment he would need for a while, New Yaiwei took one of the astronauts to the cargo warehouse and took out the parts of a modular electric lunar rover. The size and weight of the lunar rover are actually not light, but with the addition of their power armor, the weight is not a problem at all, but the size is limited and can only be carried by 2 people. The 3 astronauts who stayed in the core cabin were controlling the solar panels that opened the core cabin and began to provide energy to Gwangan Palace. As for other cabins, they are already on the ground and do not have the conditions to deploy the solar panels, so there is no way to deploy them again. In the subsequent construction of the lunar base, astronauts will remove all sail panels and reassemble them into a lunar solar power station to provide energy to Gwangan Palace. After carrying their things back to the core cabin, the other 3 people were already ready to land on the moon, just waiting for Muyi to come back for the 2 of them. When the 5 astronauts all gathered together, each holding some lunar landing equipment that would be needed later, they walked towards the cabin where Gwangan Palace was used as the exit hatch. When they arrived at the exit airlock, the air inside the airlock was also pumped into Gwangan Palace. At the moment when the 5 people were ready, Mu Yaiwei stood at the door of the airlock and used a crowbar to open the hatch. Opened little by little. Just like leaving the cabin in space, the remaining gas in the airlock room escaped on the moon. The cabin door was completely opened. The 5 people who were ready, under the leadership of Mu Yaiwei, walked step by step from Gwangan Palace to the moon. The moon comes down. After they landed on the moon, everything that happened on the moon was relayed back to the Earth through satellites. The current live broadcast of Juzhou News Station is what happened on the moon in real time, but there will be a delay of more than 6 seconds in the middle. Chang'e, who remains above the moon, is equivalent to a relay at this moment, sending signals to the Earth. Mu Yaiwei stood at the door, looking at the scene outside the door, and took a deep breath in the spacesuit. The exhaust gas sprayed onto the helmet mask. The water vapor condensed on the mask to form a mist. This mist did not exist for long, and was soon removed. Ventilation system to blow dry and take away. Holding back the excitement in his heart, Mu Yaiwei stepped out with his left foot, then tightened what he was holding, and stepped out with his right foot again. When both feet stepped on the lunar ground, Mu Yaiwei was so excited. After calming down his mood, he quickly walked aside and made way for the exit. He flashed the exit, and the remaining 4 astronauts also got out of the hatch. In less than a minute, the 5 astronauts were standing on the moon, facing the direction of the Earth, in a neat line. Mu Yaiwei also took advantage of this moment to take out an 11-meter-long telescopic flagpole he had brought. Under the powerful power of the power armor, the bottom of the 11-meter-long flagpole was deeply inserted into the lunar ground. In the end, only 9 meters of the flagpole was exposed. After the flagpole was ready, the 5 people raised the flag for the first time on the moon in front of the flagpole. The sacred and solemn national anthem resounded from the helmets of the 5 people, and the national flag was also pulled by Mu Yaiwei, accompanying the national anthem to the top of the moon. This is the first time that the red 5-star flag has been raised on the moon. It represents Kyushu's conquest of the unreachable moon and is also a sign that Kyushu has officially entered the space age. After the national flag was raised, Mu Yaiwei and the other 5 people stood in front of the national flag for 5 minutes before starting the next task. Haha, if our flag is raised on the moon, will we be able to say that sentence? Mu Yaiwei asked the 4 of them teasingly. When he asked this question, the other 4 people were not slow to respond and immediately replied, yes, the moon has been the territory of Kyushu since ancient times. Asterisk 4. This picture and the conversation between them were transmitted to the Earth after a delay of 6 to 15 seconds, and everyone who was paying attention could hear their words. In the live broadcast room of Juzhou News Channel, the barrages were jumping out one by one like crazy. God damn, since ancient times. Oh, I like this team of astronauts so much. Same as above, these words really speak to my heart. This is the end of the story since ancient times. After the joking conversation between the 5 people was transmitted back to Earth, the entire Kyushu network was filled with joy. But these words were so pricking in Wei Quarren's ears, and his glass heart couldn't hold back immediately. What Muyi said to the 5 of them on the moon was just a joke, but the old fool's netizens and many media were unable to sit still. Then there was a debate about who the moon belonged to. The 5-star red flag flutters in the wind. Kyushu people really feel good about themselves. Our country has landed on the moon as early as the last century, and now they shamelessly say that the moon has been there since ancient times. Yes, they Kyushu people are just big-faced, but they don't know that the moon should belong to our Dahanming kingdom, and the entire universe should be ours. The 2 people above, I feel like what they said was just deliberately making fun of something, not. On the largest overseas dating platform, the biggest debate since ancient times started over what the 5 people just said. None of the 5 people on the moon at this moment thought that a joke of their own would cause a commotion. For the 5 people to make jokes, neither the upper-level leaders of Juzhou nor the ordinary people in Kyushu thought it was a big deal, it was just a joke. Above the moon, after the red 5-star flag was raised for the first time, the 5 people started their own work. On the ground, Juzhou News Channel has also shut down its live broadcast on the moon. This live broadcast has also come to an end. As for what other activities the 5 people will perform on the moon in the future, it is somewhat inconvenient to make it public. The host, together with 2 relevant experts, sat around a table with the host facing the camera. Dear viewers in front of the TV, this is the end of the live broadcast on the moon. We will continue to pay attention to what is happening on the moon in the future. Whether there will be a live broadcast later will be notified separately. Now let us review this lunar landing. Please watch the short video below. As the host finished speaking, the TV played the wonderful video clips collected and edited since the sub-launch. Outside the Gwangan Palace on the moon, the 5 astronauts listened to the instructions in their ears. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being watched by people all over the world is actually not a good one. Now that there was no sense of surveillance, they felt a lot more comfortable, and then they really started working on the lunar surface. The first thing the 5 people have to solve is the energy problem of Gwangan Palace, so they must first remove the solar panels that cannot be deployed from Gwangan Palace. As the commander, New Yaiwei directs from the center and serves as a firefighter. The other 4 people are each responsible for dismantling the sail panels on one branch. When all the sail panels on the 4 branches are disassembled, New Yaiwei was also on the edge of Gwangan Palace, holding an oversized shovel and leveling a field with the help of power armor. The remaining 4 people used power armor to carry the disassembled solar panels to the site arranged by New Yaiwei, and then the 5 people started building the solar power plant together. The construction of the solar power plant took 5 or 6 hours. During the process, the 5 people even returned to Gwangan Palace, replenished oxygen there, and then left the warehouse for activities again. Although they have already set foot on the moon, to be honest, the later tasks are still quite heavy. The time is now September 30th, and there are still more than 20 hours before the National Day Parade is completed. They need to ensure the energy supply of Gwangan Palace at the beginning of the parade to avoid communication interruption due to lack of energy in the middle. The 5 of them were working as fast as they could to keep up with the progress so as not to delay things. Time slipped past people's eyes in the blink of an eye. On the 30th, Li Jianhua did not visit any distant scenic spots. He just took Li Yun around the city of Beeping and looked for some delicious restaurants. They came out in the morning and walked back to the guest house in the evening. They ate from morning to night, and the 2 mouths never stopped from beginning to end. Their stomachs are always between full and not full. As long as they feel that their stomachs can handle the food, they will go to the next store or stall and eat as much as they want. Early the next morning, the 2 of them packed up their belongings and rushed to Tiananmen Square. Of course, the invitation letter was a must-have, because the entire Chang'an Street was under martial law. If they wanted to enter, the invitation letter was required. The only credential. Before 8 o'clock, Li Jianhua arrived at Chang'an Street. After passing the strict security check, he led Li Yun towards the viewing platform. After passing the security check, he followed the team to his seat. At around 8 o'clock, he and Li Yun had arrived at the viewing platform, found their seats and sat down. In fact, when they sat down, many people on the auditorium were already seated, and there were not many free seats. By the time it passed 8:30, the surrounding seats were already packed. Li Jianhua sat on his seat, looked up at the sky, and found that the sky was blue and cloudless. The weather was unusually good, and the sky was particularly blue. To put it in an idealistic sense, it was God's blessing. In fact, during this period, Kyushu has already been making weather plans. Even if there are rainy days before and after the National Day, the Meteorological Bureau will disperse them in advance. His location is very close to Tiananmen Square, which is a very good location. This location was also specially arranged by someone, who told him that he should have been watching the ceremony on the tower. The place where he is now is full of people watching the ceremony. The status of the people who can watch the ceremony in this place is not that simple. Everyone who can come here is invited. He turned to look at the sky and observed the people around him again. Just as he was looking bored and analyzing the identities of the people around him, the previously vacant seat next to him finally welcomed its owner. This is an old man with silver hair, but his clothes are not ordinary. He is wearing a 55-style military uniform, and he carries 4 stars on his shoulders. The bright yellow bottom and a red line run through the entire epaulette. Regardless of whether the old man is doing anything in 5 years, the rank of army captain for those 5 years alone is enough for others to respect him. Seeing that the old man was having trouble walking but still refused to be helped by the volunteers, everyone voluntarily made way for him on his way to his seat. And he stood up quickly and waited for the old man to come over to see if there would be anything that needed his help later. The old man came to his seat and sat down. Seeing that nothing happened, Li Jianhua also sat down. At this time, he looked at the viewing platform where he was sitting. There were fighting heroes, people from the Federation of Industry and Commerce, and some foreign faces. Anyway, he noticed that none of the viewing platforms he sat on were simple. In fact, when he was observing these people, the people around him were also paying attention to him, and some of them looked at him in a strange way. Because compared to the people around him, his face is too young, not to mention that there is a beautiful and fragrant Li Yun beside him, making him look like a golden boy. Some people are not immune to this and are speculating on his identity, while people related to the science and technology industry are reminded of who he is. The Kyushu Science and Technology Award not long ago is not that far away. He didn't pay attention to the looks of the people around him. His heart had long been occupied by the excitement in his heart. Even when he first pulled out the motorcycle by hand, he didn't feel like this now. It was such an honorable moment to be invited to attend such a grand event. With all these emotions, I looked at the decorations in the square. There were a sea of people around me, but the sea of flowers was even more beautiful than the people. The October day was still so hot. He sat on the auditorium and waited for a short time before he started to sweat. Li Yun, who was beside him, also handed him the sun hat she carried with her. As soon as he put the hat on his head, he heard an old voice coming to his ears. "Young man, are you hot? Today is indeed a good day. I haven't seen such a blue sky for a long time." Turning his head to look at the place where the sound came from, it turned out to be the old soldier sitting next to him. "Yes, it's really hot today. When I see your military uniform, I will know that you are a hero of the country of Kyushu. There are not many people with this military uniform now." The old man was delighted by what he said. His greatest honor was reflected in his current military uniform. The medals on his chest could explain everything. There are 2 first-class merit medals, 3 third-class merit medals, the Independence and Freedom Medal, which was obtained by participating in major and minor events, the third-class Jifang Medal, which was obtained by participating in the Liberation War, and the Commemorative Medal for resisting evil and aiding Korea. It can be said that this old man hangs all the honors he has received on him. Haha, you're a good boy. Look at what the old man is like. I'm coming to Peeping now. If Peeping hadn't allowed me to carry guns, I would have had to bring the 2 guns that General Su had given me as a reward. At this National Day moment, not only Li Zhenhua but also Li Yun were also interested in the deeds of their ancestors, and just listened in front of the old man. The cheerful welcome march played by the military band resounded throughout the square. Along with the song, guests from various countries came to their respective viewing platforms in turn. At this time, the elders also boarded the rostrum of the tower. "Today is your birthday, my motherland." At 10 o'clock sharp, the parade began, the salutes roared, and the National Flag Guard guarded the national flag, marching towards the flagpole with sonorous steps. The national flag was raised and the national anthem was played. Everyone stood at attention and sang the national anthem loudly. The red 5-star flag was raised and fluttered over the square. Li Zhenhua sat on the viewing platform and stopped talking to the old man next to him. He looked towards the tower with excitement, while his eyes were always staring at the door below the tower. As the great elder finished speaking, 2 black review cars appeared at the city gate, crossed the Jinshui Bridge from the bottom of the city tower, and drove onto Chang'an Street. Seeing the 2 hunky dragons that were currently performing their original duties, the 2 hunky dragons owned by him, his already uneasy mood became excited again. When the car appeared in front of the public and spread across the country through television broadcasts, it was also the first real appearance of the car. Although the car has been used by the elders before, the number of appearances has been very few, and this is the first time for such a big scene. This car seems to be a red flag. When everyone saw the car, a big question mark appeared in their hearts. When did Chang'an Motors secretly create such a car? The unique hunky logo of the hunky car is erected on the front hood of the car, making everyone search for various types of hunky in their hearts. And among them, there are those who don't pay attention, and then there are those who pay attention to the leader's car. Although they know about this car, they know very little about it. When everyone was puzzled, the review car had arrived on Chang'an Street. This grand event is not only watched by Kyushu people, many foreign politicians are also watching to see what Kyushu wants to show in this parade. Foreign car companies are also watching this mysterious review car on TV, which has a low attendance rate. And when the camera locked its lens on the rear of the car, all the people in Kyushu saw the words on the rear of the car. I saw a golden dragon logo in the center of the rear of the car, with 2 Chinese characters for the red flag on both sides of the logo. On the left side of the rear of the car was written Kyushu Fa Hunky, and on the right side was the Kyushu Mythical Beast Dragon. At this moment, when they saw the 4 words Kyushu Mythical Beast, all the people in Kyushu knew that this car must be related to Juzhu Mystic Beast Company. Even if it was not made by Kyushu Mystic Beast, it still had a major relationship with Kyushu Mythical Beast. At this moment, seeing the great elder sitting in the car he had built himself on Chang'an Street, he felt extremely excited. He tightly grasped Li Yun's hand beside him, and was so surprised that he was speechless. Watching the review car driving towards the distance through Chang'an Avenue at a constant speed, all he could see was the 4 characters Kayazu Divine Beast on the rear of the red flag car. The leaders took the review car and walked around Chang'an Street in a large circle, and then returned to the tower again. When the leader returned, all the formations began to move. The splitting process has officially begun. The first thing to come to the gate tower was the honor guard of the 3 services. These extraordinary and heroic soldiers showed off all their heroic demeanor. They held the latest style of weapons, 191 rifles in their hands, and walked slowly towards the gate tower. There was not much difference from the parades in previous years. It was still as neat as ever, and the shouts of the army were still as majestic. Each infantry phalanx marched through the city gate in turn, and the leaders were waving. After the infantry passed, various phalanxes of tanks and chariots belonging to the army passed through the tower again, followed by various vehicle-mounted weapons. Just when Li Jianhua was looking at it, with sharp eyes, he suddenly saw a square formation composed of 10 vehicles. One car took the lead, and the other 9 drove towards the tower in neat lines. Just when he was stunned when he saw the car, the host in the square started to explain. What is now approaching the tower is our young phalanx of realistic unmanned fighter jets. We can see the uniforms of their arms. It belongs to the Battle Order of the Air Force. This unit is equipped with Suzaku 3 and Suzaku 8, 2 unmanned combat aircraft, which provide huge security guarantees for the motherland's airspace. While the host was explaining, the motorcade had already passed the gate tower. It was also at this time that there was some roar in the sky, and a formation of 5 aircraft was seen passing over the square at a constant speed. Over us, passing through the square, is our newly equipped J-36D unmanned fighter jet. Damn it, show up together, Xiaoun. From now on, the Juzhu army will have equipment from our mythical beast series. I'm really. The excited Li Jianhua was talking incoherently to Li Yun beside him. Of course Li Yun knew what he meant. All these equipments were made by him. In fact, in Li Yun's view, it was a bit incredible. Who would have thought that Li Jianhua was just playing with a model airplane at that time? But what happened next became more and more serious, and the model airplane forced him to play as a fighter jet. And one of them is an unmanned fighter jet recognized by the country and given the prefix Jin. Not only that, the 2 fighter jets Suzaku 3 and Suzaku 8 have also become Kyushu's special weapons to win over their younger brothers. Various equipment phalanxes passed through the city tower at one time. After each drone phalanx passed, the supply phalanx and the emergency repair and rescue phalanx followed. According to general procedures, after these 2 formations have passed, the next step should be the display of strategic strike equipment such as conventional missile formations, cruise missile formations, nuclear and conventional missile formations, etc., as well as sea-based launchers. Missile equipment. But what came next was not these strategic strike equipment, but a group of small black dots flying in from a distance. Li Jianhua was sitting on the viewing platform, looking at the small black dots appearing on the horizon, and realized that it was not the missile equipment display he had imagined. Just as he was wondering, he saw the group of small black dots flying over Chang'an Street. Looking at the Z-8 L-shaped wide-body helicopter hovering 5 meters above Chang'an Street, he was even more puzzled. Didn't the helicopter already appear in the beginning? Why is it almost coming to an end now? What does it mean to let Naihachi come out now? Just when he was still wondering, he heard the on-site host begin to introduce the troops that appeared. What is hovering over our Chang'an Street at this moment is our Kyushu's newly established military unit, which is also unique in the world. After the host finished speaking, the height of the helicopter dropped again. More than 3 meters in the air, the helicopter door opened, and many soldiers jumped out of each helicopter. But with the appearance of these soldiers, it detonated the entire scene, or to be precise, detonated the entire Kyushu. Even the foreigners who were paying attention to the parade suddenly discovered that the Kyushu parade was moving in the direction of a science fiction movie. Develop. To talk about the soldiers who appeared, they were actually number 300. They were soldiers wearing Chiyu's powered exoskeleton. Their equipment was not much different from that of ordinary infantry soldiers, except that they had an extra powered exoskeleton on their bodies. The weapons they held in their hands were the QJS-201 squad light machine guns, the latest equipment from Kyushu. When they jumped from the helicopter, they quickly formed their formation and advanced towards the city tower in a square formation. This force is the High Mobility Exoskeleton Rapid Response Force. Its equipment is the JZSSI DLZJ01 Chu powered exoskeleton independently developed and manufactured by my country. It is a young but mature rapid reaction force that protects the security of Kyushu around the clock and in all regions. The phalanx of soldiers wearing powered exoskeletons marched towards the city tower in neat steps. When they were about to reach the city tower, soldier number 352 changed to goose-stepping. The change from walking in unison to walking in forward steps made the sound of footsteps more than twice as loud. But everyone who watched this scene at the scene was really shocked by this magnificent scene. You can't imagine how shocking the momentum of that kind of machine wearing a human body is. Accompanied by 1 or 2 loud shouts and firm steps, the phalanx passed the tower. But this was not the end. The phalanx that appeared immediately after was even more shocking. The same appearance method as the previous team, the same 352 soldiers, but the equipment of this team of armored warriors is even more tightly packed. After looking at the team just now, the one that follows is a higher-level rapid reaction force, a high-mobility power armored rapid reaction force. It is equipped with the advanced JZSSI DLZJ0 type power armor. You can tell from the name that this is an armored unit. Kyushu can have such a force, and I believe that Kyushu's various powers can be better maintained. The host's introduction resounded throughout the entire viewing venue, letting everyone know that there were such 2 troops in Kyushu, as if they came out of a science fiction movie. After seeing these 2 troops, everyone thought of the space team that had landed on the moon before. These 2 pieces of equipment really looked like the space suits worn by the astronauts. Wu Gang's spacesuit is like the later development model of these two pieces of equipment, from the simplest to the most complex. Some people can't help but wonder whether in the future, all soldiers in Kyushu will look like wearing powered exoskeletons, special forces will look like powered armor, and even space infantry will be developed. All Kyushu people feel unprecedented pride and unity at this moment, and the overall cohesion of Kyushu has increased a lot. But unlike the entire Kyushu being detonated, the old crooks felt the pressure that Kyushu gave them. This pressure was really too great. Because from the power of exoskeletons, these people, especially politicians and soldiers, all saw the possibility of large-scale service of power exoskeletons. Even if the price of each set of equipment is high, it is still affordable for the big country of Kyushu. It's a bit scary to think about it. Kyushu has a total armed force of more than 3.5 million people, including more than 1.6 million in the army. Even if only half of these army members are equipped with powered exoskeletons, it will be an army of more than 100,000 people. What impact will these more than 800,000 super soldiers have? By then, a company of exoskeleton soldiers may be more powerful than a battalion or 2 battalions. This is not just infantry, artillery and other arms must also be considered. Although there are not many weapons used in power armor now, and there are no dedicated weapons, it will definitely be specially developed in the future, and its combat effectiveness will increase. The impact of a weapon that meets the conditions for large-scale equipment is immeasurable. An army of 800,000 people, what a terrifying number. Now, Kyushu is still lagging behind in terms of aircraft carriers, but it is making great strides forward. Suddenly, all the old politicians feel as if they really will be surpassed by Kyushu. No, it's not just about surpassing, but as long as the opponent's maritime power increases again, it will be able to crush their Pacific police. Kyushu's development is really too fast. This feeling is not pleasant. Lao Mo suddenly lost his position as the world's hegemon. Now that Kyushu's power has taken shape, their efforts over the years have still not suppressed Kyushu. Not only were they not suppressed, they might be suppressed by Kyushu in the future. In the Black Palace of the Bad Kingdom, the entire national think tank gathered in a conference room to discuss the future form, but after repeated discussions, there was still no solution. General Tong, we currently have no way to contain Kyushu, and we have lost the ability to fight head-on. But this does not mean that we have no way to defeat him. If he is too hard, we can play soft, just like Hongsu back then, and just evolve peacefully. Of course, there are still some difficulties in the peaceful evolution of Kyushu. After all, Kyushu is not as scientific as Hongsu, but we can start from the cultural perspective. In fact, there is a saying in Kyushu that is quite good: if you want to destroy your country, you must first destroy its history; if you want to destroy your clan, you must first destroy its culture. Since we have formed a confrontation with Kyushu, we must pursue the goal of annihilating their tribe and destroy them culturally. And we are implementing this plan now. As long as we increase investment in the future, we will have good results. Sure enough, the people in Lao Miao are all bad in pus producing. They are bad from the root. This is the gene they carry in their history. If they can't win in a head-on confrontation, they want to use dirty tricks, and they really find the dirty tricks. The parade is still going on, and its impact is still so far-reaching. The seemingly calm international situation has been stirred up by this parade. After the 2 power armor, exoskeleton, troops passed through the city tower, the leaders who were watching the ceremony all had on smiles on their faces. Then the parade seemed to be on the right track again, and next came various types of aircraft and equipment from various strategic strike forces and air forces. When the Veyron fighter jets flew over the city tower with colorful smoke as the finale, everyone at the scene thought that the military parade was about to end. However, no one expected that just opposite the city tower, there was a super large screen with the word 77 written before. Has disappeared. What appeared instead was a team of 5 people, standing under a flagpole. This is exactly the space team Yi formed for the 5 of them, and the location is outside the Guangan Palace on the moon. Only 5 people were seen raising their hands in salute, and Mu Yiwei made a report to the leaders. Reporting to the leader, the space team is located on the moon. I wish our motherland a happy birthday. Next, we will report to the chief on our recent achievements. As Mu Yiwei finished speaking, the camera lens moved. Originally, only the 5 astronauts and the flagpole could be seen, but now it became a distant view. On the gray lunar ground, a cross shape appeared on a plane, with a tall and raised building in the middle. At the end of each branch of the cross building, there is a large circular bulging building, and next to the cross building, there is a power station composed of solar panels. This is the full picture of the current lunar base, clearly transmitted through the lens to the big screen in peeping Earth. At this moment, most of the eyes of everyone in Kyushu are focused on this picture. Chief, the lunar surface base has basically taken shape, the 4 airbag cabins have been built, and the solar panel power station has been put into operation. Able to provide all the required energy for the lunar surface base, the basic cabin of Guangan Palace has been cleared, and the follow-up laboratory construction is already being unpacked. Work on lunar water resources exploration and lunar soil cultivation technology experiments will be carried out later. The major leaders on the tower had more or less known their mission on the moon before, so the expressions on their faces were quite calm. But the vast number of people in front of the TV didn't know anything about it. When they heard about these projects, they all widened their eyes, as if they had heard some fantasy. And what did the astronaut just say? If you heard me right, I was talking about lunar soil cultivation technology. What does this mean? It means that this time the space team went to the moon with seeds, and they also had to use Kyushu's racial talents on the moon. The talent of farming is once again imprinted in the genes of every Kyushu person. Farming research will really begin on the moon. This will mean that Kyushu is expected to have a new profession in the future, space farmers. Although the name is a bit low-key, his real behavior is so noble. The big leader on the tower was also smiling, encouraging the 5 astronauts who were performing missions on the moon. Okay, I'm here waiting for the good news from you. When you come back, I will personally give you medals. After the leader finished speaking, the moon image on the screen disappeared, and the word 77th anniversary appeared again. The parade continued. Lee Jianhua thought there would be some surprises next, but he did not expect that it would be the moment of mass demonstrations. At this point, he knew that the most exciting part of this parade was over. The impact of these parades on him was not small, and he was extremely proud of it, because he also made a lot of major efforts for this parade, and a lot of equipment made by him appeared, especially powered exoskeletons and powered armors. Appeared, but he was a little overjoyed. His expression betrayed his heart. The old man sitting next to him looked at the expression on his face and was a little puzzled. He had become familiar with him during the previous chat, so he immediately asked him, "Hey, why do you have such an expression, kid? I've seen you have such expressions before when drones and armor appeared. What's wrong with you? Others are happy, but you are also happy. It's not like this without you." He was already extremely happy, but when he heard the old man's question, he immediately lost his senses and blurted out what was in his heart. After he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. "Oh, I'm telling you, I designed and manufactured all those things? He. I saw those 3 drones, the ones with the word Suzaku on them, and the armor you mentioned is actually called the Chu-powered exoskeleton armor of the Soldier Master. I made these. And the astronauts on the moon were Wu-Gang's spacesuits, which I participated in." After hearing this, the old man finally understood why the young man next to him was invited to watch the ceremony. It turned out that his achievements were so dazzling. Then the old man thought of something and immediately looked around. He was relieved when he saw that no one noticed what Lee Jianhua said. The old man slapped Lee Jianhua on the back, and then said to Lee Jianhua seriously, "You are too reckless. Is this just something you can say? You don't look at the situation. You must be careful in the future." Lee Jianhua, who already felt that he had made a mistake, knew that he had acted foolishly again just now, so he smiled sheepishly at the old man. In fact, Lee Jianhua didn't know that his identity had already been determined above, and he planned to announce his achievements after the parade and regard them as a benchmark for the times. This parade, which excited the whole country, came to an end amidst the joy of the whole country. It is not only a display of Kyushu's equipment to the outside world, but also a symbol of Kyushu's intimidating significance to the outside world. Through this parade, all the people of Kyushu are united. Kyushu is becoming more and more powerful, and has made great achievements under the correct guidance of its leadership. At the same time, it has told the whole world that Kyushu has become stronger. For Lee Jianhua, it was a demonstration of his equipment at the national level. Although others may not be so clear about it, he himself clearly knew what he provided in this parade. When the astronauts on the moon finished talking to the leaders, the parade entered the final stage, with the full parade taking the stage. There was great joy in the square in front of the gate of the city tower. At 12:13, the celebrations for the 77th anniversary of the founding of Kyushu ended, and the parade came to an end. However, the impact of the parade has not ended. Whether it is the people at the scene or the people watching in front of the TV, they are still immersed in the afterglow of the parade. All the major military fan forums were talking excitedly about the weapons and equipment on display, about the various large and small strategic nuclear strike forces, about the future development of power armor, about the responsibilities of various aircraft, and about the future development of power armor. Follow the orderly and determined pace of the infantry formation. After the parade, Lee Jianhua, with the help of on-site staff, followed the large troops and exited the viewing platform in an orderly manner. Even though there were so many things on Chang'an Street today, early the next morning, Chang'an Street would return to its normal state again, of tranquility. When Lee Jianhua left the show and the two returned to the guest house, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. It could be said that they had been basking in the sun since the morning and had been sweating all morning. The heavy sweating made them feel uncomfortable all over, and the lack of timely replenishment made them feel a little dehydrated, but they were extremely excited emotionally. This feeling could not be expressed in words. After returning to the guest house, they ordered some food. After the two of them had eaten and drank enough, they still couldn't calm down. Then Li Jianhua thought of a way to resolve this excitement, which was to consume the excitement with the most primitive fight between men and women. On the occasion of National Day, the two celebrated the founding of Kyushu by applauding for love at the guest house. The dog's head saves life. The duration of this battle was much longer than usual, probably because both of them were a little excited. After the rain passed and the clouds closed, Li Yun was so overwhelmed that she fell asleep, while Li Jianhua held her, and his consciousness disappeared from his body. In the virtual laboratory, he sat on a sofa and remained motionless for a long time. During this time, he was recalling and filtering through everything he had worked on during this time. Knife, let it go. Then he really started from motorcycles and developed on fighter planes. Graphene material brought him one step closer, but in the end he made it to the moon. Of course, there were some things during the period that were not that important, and he did not forget them. But what he is thinking about now is these things, whether they have wide or narrow influence, they all seem to be revolving around himself. After some things leave him, their influence is not so prominent. He wants to change his thinking later and develop in the direction of large industry, instead of just limiting his abilities to himself. He had a clear understanding of himself very early on, and his positioning was also very clear. He was a machine tool with ultra-high precision, and after having an ultra-high precision machine tool, more high-precision machine tools can be produced. And after such machine tools are introduced to the market and pushed to places where they are needed, the role they play and the impact they produce are inestimable. Estimated. When the time comes, these machine tools will enter all walks of life, and the role they will play will be beyond what he alone can match. By then, various industries in Kyushu that require high-precision machine tools will usher in a major takeoff, and the overall scientific and technological strength will also increase a lot. It seems that the future development direction should change. Sitting in his seat, he moved slightly and said to himself. As his words fell, there was no movement for a long time. The system that was about to make him forget suddenly started to react again. Ding ding ding. It has been detected that the user's state of mind has changed significantly, and the user's country has initially left the Earth. The two necessary conditions for upgrade have been met, and the system upgrade will now begin. This prompt sounded throughout the entire laboratory space, and Li Jianhua himself was kicked out of the laboratory after listening to the prompt. There is a big gap between coming out of the laboratory independently and being brought out by the system. For example, right now, he felt as if his brain had been hit by a sledgehammer. He slowly sat up from the bed and leaned against the head of the bed to recover for a while before he got used to his head again and recovered from his groggy brain. When his mind recovered, he felt much better physically. It was also at this time that his stomach growled. The first thing that made him think of this feeling was the scene he encountered when he was first admitted to the laboratory. That was when he was attending a large market in town. He ate from one end of the market to the other, and was eaten through by him. Although the hunger now was not as severe as last time, it still made him panic. Don't let his stomach digest him again when the laboratory was being upgraded and he failed to replenish energy in time. Thinking of this, he quickly got up from his clothes, walked out of the bedroom door and went straight to the kitchen in the suite. He took out all the food that the two of them had not eaten before, and put away the many snacks and high-calorie drinks on the small refrigerator in the room. Put it in front of yourself. There is no suspense about what happens after that. Apart from eating, there is only food left. Then Li Jianhua seemed to have transformed into a mouse, frantically destroying the food in front of him. The food was stuffed into his mouth and digested by his stomach into the energy needed for laboratory upgrades. When the last can of beer in front of him was poured into his stomach, the previous hunger in his stomach no longer existed. At this time, he breathed a sigh of relief. If this can of beer still doesn't work, then he will go out to find it. Something to eat. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with these 5 plates stacked on the coffee table. There were many snack packaging bags beside the plates. As for the contents, they were all digested by him at this moment. When the hunger disappeared, he understood that the energy needed for this laboratory upgrade was enough. He didn't pack up the things on the coffee table. He went straight to the bedroom and lay on the bed, and immediately got into the laboratory to check the situation. Standing in the empty virtual laboratory, looking at the unchanged laboratory around him, he felt a little uneasy. This hasn't changed much. It's not just a false alarm. Looking at the laboratory, which had no other changes from before, he muttered to himself. Soon after, he realized that he could bring up his 3 skills on the virtual light screen. Then the 3 skill data that he had not seen for a long time were displayed on the light screen in front of him. Ingenuity, Nano Level, Analytical Eye, Nano Level, Virtual Laboratory, Nano Level, all have been automatically upgraded. Please explore the specific content by yourself. I wish you a happy use. Looking at what was displayed on the light screen, it still seemed to be in line with the system's behavior. Still so simple. The things displayed are all dry goods, nothing wet at all. Of course, they are still the same as before, making people's blood pressure rise. Everything is still the same as before and you need to explore by yourself, but the only thing that is clear now is that the accuracy of the 3 skills has been upgraded again. The current accuracy has reached the nanometer level, but I don't know what the specific accuracy is now. I took a closer look at the 3 skills, and sure enough, there was still a line of small words written behind the micron level. Nanoscale, current accuracy is 1 nanometer. Seeing this accuracy, Li Zhenhua also felt clear in his heart. Sure enough, this upgrade was the same as the second time, with such a line of small print reminder. Before he could fully digest this line of small characters, he actually discovered another line of even smaller words behind this line of small characters. It was obvious that this was a further explanation of precision. The current accuracy is the initial accuracy at this stage. Later, the accuracy will increase with the user's proficiency in using each skill. The maximum accuracy limit is 0.01 nanometers. The accuracy of 1 nanometer is 50 times higher than the accuracy before he upgraded. He could only reach the Chengdu level of 50 nanometers before, but now he can actually reach the 1 nanometer level. You must know that after entering the nanometer level, it is no longer easy to move the decimal point, but can only be improved one unit after another. He also gave a special explanation that the maximum accuracy limit is 0.01 nanometers, which is 100 times higher than the current accuracy. Such a large span suddenly made him feel a little unbelievable. Nano-level precision allows him to do many things that he couldn't do before, and this upgrade is exactly what he wants. Because he plans to shift the focus of his work later, to areas where he can better utilize his humanoid machine tools, so that Kyushu will no longer be controlled by others in terms of high-precision machine tools. Comprehensively improve Jushu's processing accuracy and raise Jushu's overall accuracy to a higher level. He feels that it not only has a great influence in the field of machinery, but will also have a huge impact on other industries. And when he upgraded last time, he had already searched for what nano-level precision could do. The first direction he valued most was nanorobots. Why is he looking in this direction? That's entirely because this direction is related to how long he can live in the world. To put it bluntly, it's for his own life. That's why he attaches so much importance to nanobots. He has read some studies on the maximum theoretical lifespan of humans. According to biologist research, human lifespan may be continuously extended, and lifespan may have no theoretical limit. In other words, humans can theoretically live forever. But why do people age? That's because cells age and there is a limit to cell division. As the number of cell divisions increases, cell vitality will gradually decrease, metabolism will slow down, human body functions will deteriorate, repair capabilities will decrease, and the human body will age and age accordingly. And what role will nanorobots play? He can understand the fine structure of human biomolecules and their relationship with function at the nanoscale. Obtain life information at the nanoscale and obtain structural information such as cell membranes and cell surfaces. Using the highest precision technology, nanorobots are developed and injected directly into the human body for health examination and disease treatment, and can even be used to repair human organs. In further development, harmful DNA fragments can be removed from human genes, or certain beneficial fragments can be loaded into human genes. Of course, the direction of human gene editing can be said to be full of difficulties, and the relevant ethics, morals, and laws are not sound, but it is also a development direction. There are also some conjectures about currently incurable diseases. In his imagination, if nanorobots can really be developed, he can guarantee that he will be able to live to the maximum theoretical lifespan of human beings at this stage. Some small and medium-sized diseases in the body will form another layer of immune system in the human body after the participation of nanorobots. Some viruses invaded by the outside world will face the attack of thousands of nanorobots the moment they enter the human body. Kill. This is only for viruses invading from the outside. Even when faced with cancer cells, nanorobots will have a way to solve them. To put it more bluntly, nanorobots are used to isolate cancerous cells, which is to perform an operation at a microscopic level to isolate and kill cancer cells, thereby curing various cancers. Moreover, in his further imagination, it may not be possible to perform surgery on cancerous cells, reversing the functions of cancerous cells and allowing them to work instead of normal cells. Moreover, he also has some illusions about cancer cells. Ordinary cells can only divide 50 to 60 times, but cancer cells tend to break this limit or even divide unlimitedly. If cancer cells retain their characteristics of unlimited division and are retransformed into normal cells, and cells throughout the human body are replaced by such reverse normal cancer cells, then people may not be unable to live forever. As long as the aspect of immortality in nanorobots can be developed, then the aspect of immortality can definitely be achieved. This is only one used direction of nanorobots. This upgrade was of great significance to Li Zhenhua, and it also gave him some thoughts that he shouldn't have at this stage. Its ultimate goal is longevity, or to put it more loftily, it is to conduct lifespan research for all mankind. Although he is only less than 30 years old now, who can guarantee that he can live to be 80 years old? As long as you get sick in the middle, it will inevitably have an impact on your body. If nanorobots are manufactured, then for him, it is no accident that he will live to the theoretical life limit of the human body at this stage, which is 150 years old. Anyway, this upgrade allowed him to find a goal for his long-term efforts. It's like finding the goal of struggle again, and determining the direction of future efforts in order to live longer. Of course, he must be slowly moving in this direction. With the current technology he has mastered, it is definitely impossible to achieve it overnight. Now he still has to consider the mid-term goals first. What are the mid-term goals? That is to greatly improve Kyushu's overall processing accuracy and make Kyushu fully lead other countries in the field of machining. While achieving this goal, he also began to conduct research in the direction of nanorobots. The development of nanorobots is definitely not something that can be achieved in the short term. This goal is likely to last more than 10 years. It is likely that in the future, he will also be involved in biology, bionics, and many other fields. Sitting in front of the table, he took out a notebook and recorded his future plans in it. Standing up from the chair, he stretched a lot, stretched his muscles and bones, looked at the notebook that was already filled with content, and smiled helplessly, laughing that he was a little confused. Before these horoscopes were written, and I didn't know where things would develop from now on, I was already thinking about the future. And at the end of the book, he also records his own fantasies, and he has already imagined traveling to Mars. He drove all these future fantasies out of his mind, and then began to make his own future work arrangements. There are 2 projects he is currently working on. One is a helicopter project that has been delayed for a long time. After this helicopter is developed, to a large extent, it can be used in conjunction with power armor, exoskeleton, equipment to further strengthen the power armor. This project was simply created to kill boring time for myself. It is not that difficult. The project is now nearing completion. Therefore, the helicopter project will be completed as soon as possible after he returns from peeping. As for the subsequent production of the helicopter and other issues, he does not want to hold it in his hands again, but plans to package the helicopter as a whole. At that time, we will definitely have to find the equipment development department, that is, Wang Yuzhong, and ask him to help find a new home. He himself does not want to make the company too bloated. For him, the product of unmanned fighter jets is enough, and he also understands the principle of biting off more than he can chew. And in his opinion, helicopters are really not challenging and there is not much room for improvement in playability, so packing them out is the best choice. After the helicopter project was completed, the next thing he wanted to do was the prosthetic limb project that had always been in his mind. In fact, this can be regarded as an expanded application of powered exoskeletons in the civilian market. But the prosthetic limb project has no great prospects for development. Like power armor, the cost of prosthetic limbs is too high and cannot be afforded by ordinary disabled people. Therefore, this prosthetic limb is only a high-end prosthetic limb. If we want to completely solve the problem of missing arms and legs for disabled people, and have the technology to be widely promoted, we should find a way through biological cloning of organs. And he also has an idea that if he can make a big breakthrough in organ cloning, coupled with the nanorobots he will develop in the future, the consequences of the 2 combined will be staggering. If it is really realized, there will be no more disabled people in the world in the future. Of course, this will definitely not be achieved at the beginning. That will only happen after the cost really comes down. Those are just imaginings in the future, so prosthetics are still needed as a transitional stage. After he returns home, he will start the second project of the plan in reality. Of course, he also arranged a fun project for himself during this period, which was to create Super Ashrita. This was considered a fun thing he had found for himself. It can be regarded as fulfilling his childhood dream, especially when he was on Kuaishou some time ago and came across a video of the actual creation of the victory charge, and that victory charge can really be driven and can go off the track. This made his playful heart agitate. Since a mini 4-wheel drive can be enlarged and actually built, how can a Slita, which is a real racing car in the anime, still be made? And it's not like he has no experience in building cars. At this stage, he has accumulated enough technology to manufacture the Super Slita. Apart from the fact that he cannot replicate the artificial intelligence in it, he still wants to build a highly similar car. Can be done. Besides, this project has no other purpose. It's just for fun. As long as it makes him happy, it doesn't really matter if it can't be built. Goldfinger has been upgraded, because it not only allows me to sort out all the projects, but also allows me to establish long-term goals, medium-term goals, and short-term goals. It can be said that he has found a direction for his future life. For Li Zhenhua now, even if he never does anything else from now on, his current achievements will allow him to rest on his credit book for the rest of his life. But people cannot lose their goals. If people lose their goals and the direction of their efforts, then they will become useless. Just like a demolished second generation in Pengcheng, he owns more than 60 buildings, but he allocates the work of rent collection to every day. In other words, people can't be too idle, otherwise they will become useless. Li Zhenhua's mentality is actually the same now. He has status. He is an academician of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, and he has no shortage of money. Let's find out about the Kyushu Divine Beast Group. In terms of love, I also found a partner and got a certificate. In terms of friendship, I have Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi. Moreover, their relationship did not have problems because of money. On the contrary, the friendship between the three of them became stronger. If there's anything he still lacks now, it's that he still lacks a son who can be beaten on rainy and cloudy days. As the sky outside gradually became brighter, he also retreated from the virtual laboratory, looked out the window, turned around, hugged Li Yun and fell asleep in a daze. While he was sleeping, on the distant moon, the 5 astronauts had had enough rest and started working again. Don't think that when the parade is over, there will be no more work on the moon. In fact, the work of the 5 people has never ended. The reports they made at the parade were only staged reports, and their journey was far from over. They will stay on the moon until the supplies in Guangan Palace are exhausted, and then they will enter the process of departure and return. This period lasts for 3 months, from launch to return, a total of 100 days. In 100 days, many experiments will be completed on the moon. If you think about it, you will know that just some lunar soil brought back from the moon can allow scientists to study it for many months. But they landed on the moon, and there was endless lunar soil for them to study. This would give them a new understanding of the moon. At 10 o'clock in the morning on October 2nd, Peking time, the 5 people on the moon walked out of the Guangan Palace again, wearing full Wugang spacesuits, and came to the moon. They first assembled the lunar rover. After possessing the lunar rover, their range of activities obviously increased. Moreover, the lunar rover they assembled is just a vehicle in function. It is completely different from the Yutu design idea and is not that complicated. This is because the purpose of Yutu on the moon is to detect the moon, and now that there are people on the moon, there is no need for a complicated lunar rover. The only requirement is that you can run. Their mission today is to follow the guidance of Chang'e in the sky and search for remaining meteorites at a crater that has existed for unknown years. This is also a way to enhance their understanding of the moon. The speed of the lunar rover increased under the driving of Mu Yaiwei, and soon reached a speed of 50 yards. Don't think that this speed is very low. Yutu 2 can only travel 1 meter on average every day. The speed of the Apollo lunar rover was only 10 to 12 kilometers per hour, so a speed of 50 kilometers per hour was already very fast. For 2 hours, the lunar rover replenished energy through solar panels along the way, and finally approached the crater. 5 people got off the lunar rover, each holding a big shovel, and started digging from the edge of the pit to the center of the pit, and around the center of the pit. Since the gravity on the moon is only 1/6 that of the Earth, the land on the moon is very loose, making it easy for astronauts wearing power armor to dig. But there is also a problem, that is, the depth of the meteorite hitting the ground will be relatively deeper. Soon, in the center of the crater, with the help of power armor, the 5 people began to wildly wave the large shovels in their hands. The excavated earth soon piled up a crater around it. As for how tired they will be, it's really not that tiring. With the help of Wu Gang's powered spacesuit and the internal circulation system of the spacesuit, their bodies are always kept at a suitable temperature. An hour was spent while they were digging in the soil and chatting. Today, their work here has come to an end. As for the meteorite to be dug, this is a long-term task. Returning to the lunar rover, we followed the way we came and drove back to Guangan Palace. Nothing else happened along the way. When they returned to Guangan Palace, the 5 people gave their spacesuits a shower to clean. After taking off their spacesuits, each person took a piece of food and began to replenish energy. They spent the morning doing beauty treatments on the moon and digging for rocks. In the afternoon, their mission was to change from miners to farmers. Yes, their next job is to carry out plant planting experiments on the moon. The soft cabin formed by the reassembly of the air cushion during landing is the laboratory where they are now demonstrating lunar planting. As for the organic matter necessary for plant growth, the lunar soil does not contain it, so these organic matter are brought up from the earth. In fact, as long as there is a beginning, the rest of the matter will be easy to say. After all, no one can tell what will happen in the future. Digging holes in the morning and farming in the afternoon are the primary tasks of the 5 people on the moon at this stage. Of course, their work goes far beyond that. Subsequent research on the moon will follow. This is their day on the moon. In the blink of an eye, the parade has ended for more than a week. Li Zhenhua also returned home on the 4th day of the parade. On the 2nd day, he went to the Equipment Development Department to meet with Wang Yuzheng and talked about some things. On the 3rd day, he went to the Kyushu Academy of Sciences and stayed there for a day. When he came back from peeping, he only rested for 2 days, and then he got into the mood and started finishing the helicopter. The helicopter had been assembled before he left, and all that was left was the tedious test flight. As for this test flight, he did not plan to carry out the test flight work on their side of the 9 provinces divine beast. He planned to hand over the test flight work directly, which is what he did. When he was in peeping, he had approached Wang Yuzheng and talked with Wang Yuzheng about the follow-up arrangements for the helicopter. Now he was waiting for someone to come and receive it. Li Zhenhua walked into a closed hangar next to the test flight site and looked at the helicopter in front of him that was painted khaki as a test model. he still felt reluctant to give up. This was also the first project that he had half abandoned. It is not accurate to say that he has half given up. After all, the helicopter has been manufactured, and all that is left is testing. Moreover, the helicopter has not been tested in reality. Has it not been tested in the virtual laboratory? Looking at the wings folded on the back and stroking the fuselage of the helicopter, this aircraft will leave the Kyushu Divine Beast tomorrow, and the receiving unit will be the Kwanchang Air Force Base. In fact, we are already old acquaintances, and I feel relieved to have it in their hands. Also, the follow-up helicopter project was taken over by Hundu's brother unit, Changhe. For Changhe, the work on the AC-313 has just been completed, and the timing is very appropriate to take over their helicopter. Moreover, Changhe's job is for helicopters, so he is very professionally qualified. And when he was in Peeping, Wang Yuzhong also made a guarantee that Changhe would leave 15% of the profit to the Jushu Divine Beast in terms of the benefits generated by this helicopter. This profit is pure income, without any worries, 15% of the profit. The treatment is already very good. After staying in the hangar for a long time and seeing enough of the helicopters I built, all the reluctance in my heart dissipated and I turned back to my workshop. Next, he should start practical research on advanced prosthetics. This project may be said to be in the biological field, but not entirely, rather, it may be said to be in the mechanical field, with some biological aspects mixed in. Anyway, it's very complicated, and he can't tell which direction it belongs to, so it's a mixed project for him. This time we still start from the research and development of materials. For a field that no one else is involved in, everything is blank, so there will be no materials that can be used. He once again picked up his old profession. He originally studied materials science. The various steelmaking reactors and other things in the workshop were put into operation again, and the materials that had been produced in the virtual laboratory were reproduced in reality. While he was getting the materials, people from Kwanchang Air Force Base in Shinfei also arrived, and then the helicopter was transferred away by them, but Li Zhenhua did not show up. When the plane was transferred away, he was in his workshop, tinkering with materials that could be used later. Since he started high-level materials, his life has become busy again, but it has not disrupted his life. While he was getting the materials, he was also thinking about things in his own life. He and Li Yun had received their marriage certificates for a long time, but they had never gone to the wedding. Suddenly I felt as if I owed her something. Although the marriage certificate was more convincing than anything else, without going through the ceremony, I always felt like there was something missing. Just as he was thinking about it, the computer in front of him made a beeping alarm sound. Then he came back to his senses and hurriedly clicked on the computer a few times. The reactor next to him stopped heating. When he came to the slowly cooling reactor, he made up his mind on the way there. When he finished the prosthetic limb project, he would give Li Yun an explanation. The flexible composite alloy material was prepared by him in the laboratory. There was not much material in this furnace, and the amount was just enough for his early experiments. At this stage, it is enough for him to conduct experiments. This flexible material is the last one before he starts work. As long as this material is ready, the follow-up work can already begin. The first thing he has to do now is to find an animal with missing arms and legs, and then conduct sufficient experiments on the animal. Only after he has achieved success on the animal will he apply for human experiments. Although he had used his own body as a guinea pig in the virtual laboratory, no one knew about it in reality. Moreover, experiments on human bodies can be regarded as clinical trials. This requires surgery on the patient before the prosthetic limb can be installed on the human body. The process in between is very cumbersome, and it doesn't mean that you just start when you want to. Even if it is experimented on animals, there are regulations. Animal experiments also require ethical approval. Without such approval, it is also illegal to conduct animal experimental research without permission. You must know that Professor He has just been released not long ago. Although Li Zhenhua is only working on human prostheses and cannot keep up with Professor He's gene-edited babies, we still need to be cautious. Some things are bottom lines and red lines that cannot be broken through. The serious consequences of such breakthroughs will endanger the stability of the entire society. Fortunately, what he is currently conducting is only animal experiments, and the project he is doing is to replace missing human tissue, so there is not much of an ethical problem. With the endorsement of the 9 provinces' mythical beasts, he quickly approved the animal experiments, and now what he is looking for are disabled animals missing arms and legs. For this kind of animal, there are several requirements. First, in terms of size, it must be as large as possible, and it should be as close to the human body as possible. The second is that in terms of structure, it must be close to the human body structure, so that it can be transformed into human experiments in the later stage. The third is the requirement for missing limbs, preferably those with a heavy proportion, which is also beneficial to the later testing of prosthetics. He sent these requirements to Lu Xiaodong and asked him to search for animals missing arms and legs according to these conditions. Lu Xiaodong has been living a very comfortable life recently, because his good brother and big boss has been very honest recently and has not made any big moves. He also took advantage of Li Jianhua's downtime to take a good rest, but before he could enjoy the tranquility of the test drive, he suddenly received a message from him. He looked at the messages received on his phone with some confusion, and scratched his head in confusion. He felt that he was about to have a hard time again. This is nothing. There are as many animals with missing arms and legs, preferably mammals. This is because the company is quitting and planning to open an animal rescue center. Lu Xiaodong secretly complained to Li Jianhua, but he had no choice but to ask someone to be the big boss. Moreover, the company's development to this point can be said to be entirely dependent on its products and its U0026D capabilities, so if you are asked to look for it, then look for it. Li Jianhua continued to study the theoretical aspects of prosthetics in the workshop, while Lu Xiaodong took action and began to search for disabled animals throughout the county. When it comes to which animals are the most common these days, they have to be cats and dogs. This is entirely due to the pet factor of these two animals. They are all pets, how can they still have disabilities? This is about abandoned pets, so it is very simple to find abandoned stray pet cats and dogs in the city. Lu Xiaodong first went to the law enforcement brigade. This department is responsible for the problem of stray cats and dogs in the first place, so it is important to find the right professional counterpart. Sure enough, after he raised the need for such cats and dogs, the law enforcement brigade immediately became enthusiastic, entirely because they did not have a good way to deal with stray dogs and cats. In particular, some cats and dogs are still carrying diseases, and even stray cats and dogs may fight for territory and get injured in fights. If they are not treated in time, they may die at any time or place. Soon the law enforcement brigade took action, and the dog-catching car immediately drove onto the street. A search was started throughout the county, and soon all the disabled cats and dogs wandering around the city were gathered at the law enforcement brigade. The number has gradually exceeded 50. There are all kinds of dogs and cats, large and small, exotic and local. When the law enforcement brigade sent all the cats and dogs, the scene made Li Jianhua, who was concentrating on the study, a little dumbfounded. The sound of cats meowing and dogs barking filled his mind. He didn't expect that he just sent the request to Lu Xiaodong, and the other party was able to get him so many animals. His initial idea was that he only needed about 5 or 6 animals for experiments. He never thought that there would be so many disabled animals, and in his eyes, these animals were only functional, and the most qualified ones should be human beings' close relatives, chimpanzees. Chimpanzees are the most ideal animals for this experiment, followed by pigs, and then pigs, because chimpanzees are hard to find after all, so the most similar genetically to humans, besides chimpanzees, is pigs. Chimpanzees are 99% genetically similar to humans, followed by pigs at 97%. Although pigs are artiodactyls and are different from humans, they can still be used to a certain extent. Looking at the 50 cats and dogs gathered in front of him, he suddenly felt a headache. There were really too many of them, and he had no choice but to pull aside the proud Lu Xiaodong. I said, "Fatty, what you did this time was really neat, but the only shortcoming is that you were too quick. The amount you got me is really too much, but I still have to thank you. Also, don't stop the follow-up work, but I don't need dogs and cats anymore. You can find a way to get me a chimpanzee, which is a human animal anyway. Oh, by the way, it has to be disabled, preferably missing an arm." Lu Xiaodong was originally very happy to bring over the disabled cats and dogs, but as he finished speaking, he knew that he seemed to have something to do again. And we also got a message from his words, that is, the number of these cats and dogs seemed to be too many. In fact, Lu Xiaodong's big fat head is also very confused now. He doesn't know or understand what he wants to do, and why he has to have disabled cats and dogs, and he also emphasizes disability. While looking at him with some doubts, there was also curiosity on his face. Looking at Lu Xiaodong, who was giving him such a look, he knew that he should explain it clearly to Lu Xiaodong, otherwise Lu Xiaodong wouldn't know where to exert force. "Fat man, please wait a moment. Let's go to the office to talk. Now go and send the people from the law enforcement brigade away. Also, we've had enough of these disabled cats and dogs. Don't let the law enforcement brigade send them away anymore. If another batch is sent, our company will not be closed, and we will really have to switch to an animal rescue center." Lu Xiaodong nodded to him, and then came to the law enforcement brigade to chat. Soon the law enforcement brigade was sent away by Lu Xiaodong, and they both returned to the office. Before Lu Xiaodong could sit down, he couldn't wait to ask Li Jianhua, "Brother, what are you doing? Can you please tell me something? This is really suffocating me. If this thing involves any secrets, then just pretend I didn't say anything." Seeing Lu Xiaodong's anxious and puzzled expression, he didn't hesitate and explained the reason directly to him. "That's the thing. I was wondering whether powered exoskeletons could be developed in the civilian market. So after thinking about it, I really found a development direction, which is advanced bionic prosthetics, a project specially developed to solve the problem of disabled people. And I feel that this project will definitely have great development prospects in the future. So what will be carried out at this stage is experiments on animals. That's why I need these animals with missing arms and legs. They are actually used as experimental materials, and it will eventually be applied to the human body, so you are asked to find human animals, and only in the end will you apply for clinical trials. Lu Xiaodong looked at him in disbelief. He really didn't expect that it would be like this. And through Li Zhenhua's narration, he couldn't help but think of a movie called Mechanical Enemy. One of the arms of the character played by Will Smith in the movie is a bionic robotic arm, and it looks no different from a real human arm. Is the project you are talking about the same as the one on Mechanical Enemy? The final effect makes it impossible to tell that it is a mechanical arm. After listening to the fat man's words, he really didn't realize that the fat man's head was quite flexible, and he even thought of the mechanical arm on the Mechanical Enemy. Yes, it's a robotic arm with that kind of effect. Although we certainly can't achieve that level of appearance now, we can still achieve it by making the robotic arm act like an arm. Therefore, the prospects of this project are very good, and it can also be said to be good news for some disabled people. That's why I asked you to search for such disabled animals and conduct prosthetic limb experiments. After listening to his explanation, Lu Xiaodong's face also became full of smile. If it can be successfully developed, it will be really good news for the disabled people who are missing arms and legs around the world. Although the cost of building the robotic arm must be high at the beginning, who can say clearly about the subsequent development? In short, in Lu Xiaodong's view, this project is of great value to Yuanda, both in terms of prospects and financial prospects. Of course, he also received his own task from Li Zhenhua, which can be regarded as a contribution to this project, although it is the job of finding experimental subjects for the project. After chatting with Lu Xiaodong, he built a large kennel and cat nest complex using color steel and other new materials outside the original workshop. The 50 disabled cats and dogs sent by the law enforcement brigade also found a home with the Jushu mythical beasts. However, if these 50 animals are brought together, it will be a big problem in terms of feeding, not to mention that these animals are all disabled. But it was a coincidence that one of Ning Wei and the others happened to have raised military dogs before when he was in the army, so his 6 bodyguards had another job on weekdays. The prosthetic limb project continued according to normal procedures with the arrival of cats and dogs. Since Li Zhenhua had 50 test subjects, subsequent animal experiments also began. First of all, among the 50 cats and dogs, a dog was selected that was in the best physical condition, but had the most missing limbs and was larger in size. The breed was not a precious breed, but a relatively famous thin dog in Dongshan. Dongshan Thin Dog is a unique dog breed in Shuichang and Liangshan areas. It has a history of more than 2,000 years and is an excellent hunting dog. However, the one selected by Li Zhenhua is not particularly pure. It is similar to the Chinese pastoral dog. Miscellaneous strings. This dog can be said to be quite strong. Its front leg has been crushed and fractured, and there is no possibility of recovery. The way this dog usually moves is to lift the injured front leg and use the other 3 legs to move. After he selected the dog as his primary target, he immediately used an X-ray machine to conduct a comprehensive examination, which could be said to be more detailed than a human physical examination. There is nothing that can be done about this. Who makes him extremely unclear about the structure of dogs now? If he was asked to directly get a prosthetic limb for a person now, it would certainly not be difficult for him, but if the object was a dog, he would still have to understand its internal structure from scratch, and fortunately, it would not deviate from its origins. While he was studying the structure of the injured front leg of the current dog, Lu Xiaodong left Summer Town and began to wander around major zoos and circuses across the country. Its targets are only injured and disabled hominids, including but not limited to chimpanzees, gorillas, etc. And when he visited various zoos, he also took Wang Mei with him, so he could have both work and fun. Speaking of these zoos, they are actually not much different. They are all the same model and routine. The difference is only a matter of size. Lu Xiaodong and Wang Mei were particularly interested in going to the zoo at first, but as they went more often, they got a little bored. In the following time, the two of them no longer had the intention to see various animals. They only wanted to find the right animal and go back to do business. The two of them, Lu Xiaodong, traveled across most of Kyushu and finally found an animal that met the requirements at the Hujiang Zoo. It is an adult gorilla. 15 years old is considered the right age among gorillas. It stands up to 1.7 meters tall and weighs 220 kilograms. It is already very large in size. This gorilla has recently lost a lot of weight due to injuries and is still 200 kilograms. His left arm was amputated. Some time ago, this orangutan went crazy, escaped from prison in the middle of the night, ran to the tiger park next door, and fought with 3 Siberian tigers. This fight also caused devastating injuries to his left arm, so that he was eventually killed. Amputation. Since the amputation, the gorilla has become much more honest. After recovering from the operation, he still remains motionless all day long, just like a human being who has lost motivation in life. When Lu Xiaodong saw this gorilla in the Hujiang Zoo, he was extremely excited. He finally found an animal that met the requirements, and he and Wang Mei were able to end their national zoo tour. After a series of negotiations between him and the Hujiang-zu, the gorilla was finally acquired by the Kyushu mythical beast. Of course, the cost involved was certainly indispensable. For this gorilla, Juzhu divine beast also applied to establish a small gorilla park for research purposes, which is not open to the public. More than a month has passed since Lu Xiaodong went out looking for animals and got this gorilla. It's no wonder that he feels bored. Li Zhenhua was at home. After the preliminary experimental animals were in place, he immediately started research on prosthetics. After Dongshan Zaiquan had been in constant contact with it during this period, he gradually understood the structure of this dog breed. After clarifying the structure, he began to make mechanical prostheses for this dog. After entering the manufacturing stage, it was basically not difficult for him, because he had already made sufficient preparations for all the work in the early stage. Just like he was doing it in a virtual laboratory, there are still differences. At that time, he used his own body as the material, but now he uses dogs as the material. The first thing to be manufactured is the support of the robotic arm, which is also called the skeleton. According to the structure of the dog's leg, the bones were taken out, and then the muscle tissue was made of flexible alloy materials. For motors the size of a four-wheel drive motor serve as the power source for the robotic arm. Together with graphene polymer lithium-ion batteries, these things are stuffed into the skeleton. Now that we have the power and the energy source, what is left is the driving and processing things. Although this kind of powered prosthetic limb is manufactured according to the principles of bionics, the structure must be the same as that of a real dog leg, so the parts that act as muscles inside must not be the same as a real dog leg. Therefore, the space omitted by the muscle tissue was used by him to install data processing and other hardware. The nervous system made of graphene wires is also laid throughout the entire prosthetic limb along with the laying of muscle tissue. He quickly selected the thin dog that lacked some of the specially designed robotic arms, and it was born in his hands. Now on the workbench in front of him, there is a mechanical object less than 30 centimeters in length. In appearance, this mechanical arm looks like a dog leg without skin. Apart from the fact that there is no fur on the outside, if it weren't for the fact that it was made of metal, I would have thought it was a skinned dog leg. All the joints of the dog's leg are made based on the real dog's leg. When Lu Xiaodong took the gorilla back to the Kyushu mythical beast, he was looking at the dog's leg on the workbench in trance. Now that the dog's legs have been created, the next step should be to perform surgery on the dog. This stage is actually very difficult for him. This is not just a simple stitch for the dog, it can be regarded as a major surgery. When you come up, you first have to give the dog the mutilated dog leg, then go up again, amputate it first and then replace it. Although he had practiced with a virtual body of his own in the virtual laboratory, he had never used his hands in reality, let alone doing this to a dog. Another problem is that in the virtual laboratory, he can do whatever he wants because there is no danger to his life, but this cannot be done in reality. In reality, if he is not careful, the dog will die, even though it is just a dog. Son, but this is also a life, isn't it? In this world, every life should be respected, even the pigs that inevitably become food, and the benefits it brings to mankind should be respected. So this forced him to think carefully. He had never shown anything in this regard. It was definitely unreasonable to suddenly ask himself to perform the operation. Therefore, a doctor with rich experience was needed to participate. Maybe even a medical team. Only doing this is common sense, and when the animal testing ends and human clinical trials are ended later, there will be a medical team that has been involved from the beginning, and the transition will be relatively easy. After building the mechanical prosthesis, he stopped the follow-up work when he thought of this. But then he became troubled. How difficult it was to find a mature medical team. Moreover, he had never been involved in the medical industry before. Where to find such a team became a troublesome thing for him now. He looked at the mechanical prosthesis in front of him in silence. After thinking for a long time, his body swayed. Well, it seems that we still have to ask the military for help. The Kyushu Academy of Sciences can actually do it, but I always feel that the military is more reliable. And, well, we will talk about that later. Li Zhenhua said a few words to himself, then I thought of something, and then thought it was a bit far away, so I gave up my divergent thinking and returned to the current matter. After careful consideration, I called Wang Yuzheng. Who is the most familiar with this old man? In the Peking Equipment Development Department, Wang Yuzheng was distressed. Looking at the thick stack of equipment application forms in front of him, he felt overwhelmed. He had to consider which military region he would give to or not, and it had to be a bowl. The water is flat. It is not said that one does not suffer from scarcity but from inequality. The same applies to the military. The applications in front of him are all reports from the military region, and they are all applications for Chiyu-powered exoskeleton. The bosses of the major military regions are all human beings. How can they not see the future prospects of powered exoskeletons? Therefore, they also aimed at the equipment of powered exoskeletons. As for powered armor, of course they cannot give up, but it is used on a small scale, and the chief officers of each special forces should be worried about it. And in the eyes of these big guys, as long as the large-scale equipment of powered exoskeletons is completed, the small-scale equipment of powered armors will not be a big deal. They can just be brought out of the powered exoskeletons. But Wang Yuzheng didn't know how to answer these applications. The big bosses in each military region were higher than him in rank. He was a middle-ranking general, while they were superior generals. Now facing these applications, he can only hold back for the time being. As for what to do next, that can only be decided by the big bosses sitting down for a meeting. Just as Wang Yuzheng was gathering the documents in front of him, closing his eyes and rubbing them with his hands, his own cell phone rang. Why is this culprit calling me? Hasn't this kid caused something terrible again? He is such a troublemaker. He took the phone from the table and looked at the number on it. He felt that his head was bigger. After talking to himself, he couldn't help but answer the phone. He took a few deep breaths and then pressed the answer button. Boy, just tell me if you have something to say. I'm annoyed right now. You just ignored the big mess you caused, but we old men don't tire of it. Wang Yuzheng picked up and complained to Li Zhenhua. This can be regarded as a way for the old man to release stress. As soon as Li Zhenhua heard Wang Yueshen's words, he knew that the other party must have something going on, and it was related to him, otherwise he would not use such a tone. But if you ask him what the situation is, he won't inquire. If he doesn't tell the secret level, even if he can know, he doesn't want to know. Li Zhenhua, who had made up his mind, did not follow Wang Yueshen's words at all. He did not reveal any curiosity and only talked about the purpose of his call. Hey, you are the one who can do the hard work. I am calling you this time to ask for help. I encountered a problem here, and I would like to see if there is any channel on your side that can solve it for me. The little fox Wang Yuzheng heard that he didn't pick up the fight, and secretly lamented that this kid had matured and knew how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. But when I thought about it, Li Zhenhua called him to ask for help, and this also meant trouble. I knew that there must be something wrong when you call me. Tell me. I will try my best to solve it for you. If it can't be solved, then there is nothing I can do. Wang Yuzheng said this, which meant that the purpose of this phone call was half achieved. That's the thing. I'm currently studying the issue of mechanical prostheses. I still have some experience with mechanical prostheses, so the manufacturing of mechanical prostheses is not a problem for me. But now we are faced with things that only doctors can do, especially orthopedic surgeons. I have never studied medicine, so it would be a bit difficult for me to do it myself. So I would like to ask you if you can recommend a medical team for orthopedics. Oh, by the way, it is best to be an active military doctor. My project needs to be kept secret for now. Wang Yuzheng didn't have to worry too much now. Originally, he thought that the most important thing was the ordnance experiment, or he was worried about the helicopter project he had just handed over, and wanted to see the helicopter test flight. But I really didn't expect that the other party actually wanted the orthopedic medical team. What the hell, the relationship between the two parties was obviously incompatible. But now Li Zhenhua actually wanted the medical team to help. I said, you kid, your play is getting more and more wild and fancy now. Why did you suddenly jump from the mechanical field to the medical field? Old man, I am old and I don't understand what you were thinking. Hey. Regarding Wang Yueshen's words, he could only apologize. Anyway, he had told the old man his purpose. No matter how much he explained at this stage, it would not be as convincing as showing the results in front of him. Wang Yuzheng was speechless when he heard the awkward laughter coming from the phone. He really didn't know how to talk about the boy. Now he has almost become a nanny, specially providing convenience to Li Zhenhua. But having said that, taking this powered exoskeleton as an example, it coexists pain and happiness. The pain is that the big guys in the war zones are pushing too hard, and the joy is that the power exoskeleton is too hard. Fragrant. The powered exoskeleton was precisely created, so it was impossible for him to ignore Li Zhenhua, who allowed his value to be displayed here. Okay, I guess I heard it. You've identified me now. Just leave it like that. I'll contact you a dedicated customer medical team. I won't ask more questions. As long as the time comes, everything needs to be said. I gave it up first, I'm busy. After listening to Wang Yueshen's words, he knew that everything was safe and that the medical team was in place. Just as he was about to say a few words to the old man, a busy signal came from the phone. This old man, hey. Now that there are professionals in the medical field, although they are not in place yet, he doesn't have to worry about this aspect. On the national highway heading to Summertown, there was a 13-meter large truck heading towards Summertown. To be more specific, it was heading towards the 9 provinces divine beast. In the cab at this moment, Lu Xiaodong was lying on the back berth in the cab, and this car was the train arranged by the Hujiang Zoo to transport gorillas. As for Wang Mei, who went with Lu Xiaodong, she did not follow the car back. Instead, Lu Xiaodong was reluctant to leave his wife and bought her a ticket to fly back to Summertown. As for himself, he chose to come back with the car. After all, the car was pulling him, but he had to travel through most of Kyushu to find an animal that met the requirements. Although it didn't cost much, it was really a waste of time. So taking various factors into account, he got into the big truck that transported the gorilla. He sat in this truck for more than 10 hours, starting at dawn, and now it was almost dark again. When Lu Xiaodong saw the sign indicating Summer Town, he felt very excited. The fat man had never wandered around for such a long time. The truck drove all the way to the Jushu Divine Beast Civil Products Manufacturing Factory. The gorilla in the truck felt the car stop and looked at its surroundings, but it didn't make any move. After losing his arm, this gorilla in his prime obviously lost his yearning for life and slumped motionless in the carriage. Li Zhenhua, who knew Lu Xiaodong was back, had already walked out of the workshop to greet the fat man who had been gone for more than half a month. When he saw Lu Xiaodong, he was obviously stunned, because the fat man opposite him was not only thinner than before, but also tanned. They had known each other since they were young, and they had never seen such a dark fat man. After Lu Xiaodong saw Li Zhenhua coming, he walked up to him and pulled him toward the carriage. As if he wanted to show his results to his parents, Li Zhenhua didn't break free, and was pulled to the front of the carriage, looking in the direction Lu Xiaodong pointed. When he saw the gorilla, he turned to Lu Xiaodong, who looked excited, and asked, "Fat man, this gorilla looks like this. Didn't it die during transportation? Look at it, it can't even move." Lu Xiaodong was not surprised at all by Li Zhenhua's question, because just like what the other person asked, the orangutan was really in this state, half dead all day long. What the zoo had learned before was that this gorilla had lost hope of living and was now waiting to die. Haha, let me tell you something incredible. This orangutan seems to be a little too smart. Because I longed for freedom in the zoo, when I escaped from prison, I ran to the tiger park, fought with 3 Siberian tigers, and lost my arm. Since losing his arm, this orangutan seems to have lost the meaning of life, and has become like this, half dead and uninterested in anything. After hearing what Lu Xiaodong said, he immediately became interested in the disabled orangutan. He needed smart animals now. Since this gorilla is so smart, it will definitely be helpful for later work. There is no way for animals to communicate, but there is the possibility of communication for animals like orangutans. As long as animals have high enough intelligence and smart enough brains, they can learn sign language. It doesn't matter if they can't speak, as long as they can sign language. As long as the animal can sign language, the animal can tell how it feels about using the mechanical prosthetic limb through sign language, so that he can understand the animal's experience of using it and have a full understanding of whether the prosthetic limb is suitable. After understanding the orangutan's performance, he was full of expectations for the subsequent experiments. But it is not the time to use this orangutan at this stage. We still have to complete the experiment on the thin dog before proceeding. And even if you want to start using orangutans as experimental subjects now, it is a bit difficult. Due to the lack of doctors, the first animal experiments have been stopped now, waiting for the doctors to come. In fact, this is good. While we are waiting for the doctor to arrive and the first animal experiment, we can arrange a sign language trainer for the gorilla so that it can learn as much sign language as possible during this time. We were fully prepared for future experiments, so it was just the right time for the gorilla to come over at this time. Okay, since the orangutan is so smart, it just meets my requirements. That's it, Fatty, you can build a place for the orangutans to live here and contact zoos across the country to hire a trainer who can sign language. Let it not only take care of the orangutan, but also teach the orangutan sign language. After thinking about what to do, Li Zhenhua immediately handed over to Lu Xiaodong and asked him to arrange the gorilla's affairs. The gorilla was arranged. Lu Xiaodong also contacted various zoos in Kyushu and finally found a keeper at Quanchang Zoo who could speak sign language and had raised orangutans. Later, through connections and money, he finally invited the keeper here. In this way, the gorilla had a dedicated person to take care of it. After Lu Xiaodong arranged the gorilla, he felt peaceful. Li Zhenhua went to his workshop again, looked at the mechanical prosthesis on the workbench, and thought about how to optimize it in the future. After Wang Yuzheng, who was in Peeping, had a phone call with Li Zhenhua, he followed his request and began to search for qualified doctors in hospitals across the country. All the military hospitals in Jushu were put on his waiting list. After searching around, Wang Yuzheng set his sights on the 960th Hospital of the Joint Logistics Support Department. This hospital was originally the General Hospital of the Quancheng Military Region. Later, 3 other hospitals were merged into it. Its business level is quite high. It not only treats injured soldiers in the army, but is also open to the society, so it has extremely rich experience in orthopedics. Now that the hospital has a choice, everything else is easy to say. What is called a military hospital is that the doctors there are all active military personnel, so in some aspects, all it takes is a transfer order. After the hospital was confirmed, the scope of looking for orthopedic experts was much narrower. Then Deputy Director Fang Jinkei came into Wang Yueshen's sight. Fang Jinkei was not old, 35 years old, but his skills were indeed outstanding. Dr. Fang soon received the secondment order from Peeping. As for the destination, he didn't know it. He just had to follow the arrangements for the next thing. Lee Jianhua was recreating a muscle in the prosthetic limb in the workshop. He was concentrating on the machine tool and did not stop what he was doing even when the cell phone beside him rang. The cell phone rang too much and then stopped. He insisted on finishing the work in hand, trying not to affect the production accuracy. Then he turned on his cell phone and saw that it was Wang Yuzheng calling. He knew that this old man should have found a suitable doctor for him. Thinking of this, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he quickly called Wang Yuzheng back. "Hey, have you found a suitable doctor for me?" As soon as the call came through, he immediately asked the other party eagerly. Such urgent questions obviously surprised Wang Yuzheng on the other end of the phone. Then he felt relieved and understood what state Lee Jianhua was in. He was obviously a little impatient while waiting for the news. Now he suddenly called the other party. Lee Jianhua roughly deduced what the situation was, so he asked, "Listen to your impatient question, why didn't I notice before that you were still so anxious? Let's get back to the subject. I found the doctor you mentioned for you. He is a very experienced orthopedic surgeon from the Yunquancan Military Region General Hospital. I specifically asked the hospital to bring his team to find you and just wait at home. The doctor you need will definitely be in place in the next 2 days." Li Jianhua, who was still very impatient, suddenly heard Wang Yueshen's answer and captured one of the pieces of information. The doctor would be in place within 2 days. As long as the doctor is in place, his follow-up research can begin. This is really good news. He was so anxious about being able to continue the project that he felt relieved. "Old man, thank you so much, but you have to solve a big problem for me." When Wang Yuzheng heard Li Jianhua's words of thanks, a smile immediately crawled onto his cheeks, which made him feel relieved that he finally didn't help this guy in vain. "Okay, don't say thank you. Just do your own thing well. When you finish this project, tell me carefully what you are busy with. I still have some things on my hands. I'm hanging up." Wang Yuzheng finished talking to the phone and hung up the phone immediately without giving him a chance to reply. When the phone was hung up, Li Jianhua also had a smile on his face. At this moment, he could just wait for the medical team from the Quancheng Military Region General Hospital to come over. At Quancheng General Hospital, Dr. Fang is preparing his medical equipment. He is also curious about the place he is about to go this time. He is constantly guessing in his heart what project he will participate in. After all, he is just a person with deep experience in orthopedics. "Doctor, is it possible to study the impact of microorganisms on bones?" He would never have thought from the beginning to the end that the reason for him to go there and the target of the surgery would be a dog in the first place. Dr. Fang takes this mission very seriously. After all, it is a time when the organization needs him. As an active soldier, he must go to the mission when he has it. He called together all the team members that he usually cooperated with. These people in his team were all preparing to go without saying a word. The staff structure of this team is very reasonable, including the nurse in charge, the equipment nurse, the assistant doctor, the anesthesiologist, and Fang Jinkei, the chief surgeon. After the mission was issued, all the doctors and nurses who accepted the mission were preparing to go on a business trip. When they were all ready, early the next morning after receiving the mission, they boarded a military-branded bus at the hospital and headed toward what they didn't know. The destination of the location set off. Let's go back to the gorilla. Gorillas are omnivores, which means that gorillas can eat most of the food that humans eat, so they don't need to prepare anything special in their diet, as long as they have fruits. Just be prepared. After the keepers arrived, sign language learning was immediately arranged for the gorillas. However, this gorilla is currently in a state of having no desires and needs, so when it comes to sign language learning, the traditional methods available to the keepers are somewhat limited. The effect was extremely poor. It could be said that there was basically no progress, but force could not be used against the gorilla. If force was used, the gorilla could indeed be obedient, but this kind of obedience was not what it was willing to do. If you force it to learn, the final result will definitely not be very good. When the time comes for the gorilla to go to the operating table, even if the operation is finally completed, the orangutan will feel resentful and will not recognize its true identity. Feelings expressed. Therefore, the keepers can only use gentle methods towards the gorillas at this moment. Fortunately, at this stage, we don't need this gorilla yet, so we have plenty of time, and we told the keeper to take our time and don't panic. And the gorilla, who had no desires and demands, stayed in the room prepared for him as always, leaning against a rockery stone in the room, looking paralyzed, just like Geu who was paralyzed. Except for using his good arm to scratch an itchy place on his body, he would not move at all other times. If he had not known why this orangutan behaved like this before, he would have thought that he was a lazy orangutan. The military-branded bus set off from Quancheng. Dr. Fang's entire team of 5 people didn't pay attention to where they would be taken by the bus. But even if they didn't ask, the scenery they accidentally saw through the window made them more and more confused. They thought that since they were participating in a mission, they should go to some hidden place, but when they came here, the scenery was not desolate at all. After a 2-hour drive, the road was very smooth. The bus stopped in front of the Juzhu Divine Beast Summer Town Civilian Factory. After the driver made a call, the bus started again and drove towards the factory. Dr. Fang was already very confused, but when he stopped in front of the Juzhu Divine Beast door and saw the Juzhu Divine Beast Company plaque, his doubts became even worse. Isn't this Juzhu Divine Beast a company in the mechanical field? Has this company changed its business? Are you done with medical care after you stopped playing with machines? It seems that this mission is not at the military level, and I don't know what the specific reason is for us to come here. Dr. Fang thought to himself, but he didn't show any other meaning. Who makes him the leader of the team? He must stay calm at this time. As soon as Li Jianhua came to the company a few days ago, he was waiting for the arrival of the medical team. He could really be said to be looking forward to the stars and the moon. When the gatekeeper said that a military license plate was not at the door asking for permission to come in, he knew that the medical team arranged by Wang Yuzheng had arrived. He immediately ran to Lu Xiaodong's office, pulled him and ran down the office building. At this time, Guo Shigi, who had been wandering outside for more than half a year and had been running the market, happened to come back to make corrections. He saw a person dragging another person running in the corridor. He was also very curious and stopped the two of them. But Guo Shigi did not stop the two of them for a few seconds, and then he was pulled by the anxious Li Jianhua and ran down the office building. Guo Shigi was still holding the 2 buns and a cup of soy milk he just got in the cafeteria in one hand, while Li Jianhua pulled him with the other hand and ran downstairs to the office building. When the 3 of them ran downstairs, the bus had not yet arrived. Li Jianhua also took advantage of this opportunity to explain to Guo Shigi, who was confused. Only then did he understand what Li Jianhua was up to. After listening to his story, Guo Shigi suddenly thought of Battle Angel Alita for some reason, and there was an unknown agitation in his mind. He felt that if things continued like this, he would be even more powerful than the reckless hero Su Xian. Just as he was thinking wildly, the bus had already stopped in front of them. Then the door opened and the passengers inside started to move. Dr. Fang sat on the bus, quietly waiting for the next arrangement. Soon the bus stopped in front of a small building. Docs from the Military Region General Hospital, we have arrived at the destination of our trip. Please pack your belongings and get ready to get off. After hearing what the driver said, Dr. Fang immediately took his bag, greeted everyone in his team, and then walked out of the car. This time, Dr. Fang and the others did not wear military uniforms according to the previously issued requirements. They came in casual clothes. But even in casual clothes, when they got off the bus, they walked, sat and lay with a military demeanor. Li Jianhua, who was standing in front of the car to greet them, immediately went to greet Dr. Fang and others after seeing them getting off the car. Before Dr. Fang and the others could get out of the car, Li Jianhua grabbed Dr. Fang's hand, held his hand and began to shake it wildly, while still talking. Oh my, we have welcomed the experts. We are now waiting for them to join us so that our project can proceed as quickly as possible. Oh, I also forgot to mention, my name is Li Jianhua, and I am the chairman of Juzhu Divine Beast. This time, I asked for help from above, and several of them came to support me. Holding Dr. Fang's hand, he walked toward Guo Shigi and Lu Xiaodong. As he walked, he introduced Dr. Fang to the other 2 people waiting here. Li Jianhua's attitude made Dr. Fang feel very uncomfortable. He always felt that the person who was pulling him away was a little too enthusiastic, but as a new arrival, he did not immediately break away from Li Jianhua's pull. Li Jianhua greeted Lu Xiaodong and asked them to pick up the people behind them. Under the leadership of the 3 of them, Dr. Fang's entire team came to the conference room. Li Jianhua, who had been prepared for a long time, pulled Dr. Fang and pinned him down on the conference table. As everyone sat down one after another, Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi also found a seat in the conference room. As for the luggage that Dr. Fang and the others carried with them, Lu Xiaodong arranged for them to be taken to a dormitory that had just been built in the factory and had not yet been officially put into use. Seeing that everyone was looking at him after sitting down, he held the remote control in one hand and pressed it. Then the curtains in the conference room were automatically closed, the light dimmed, and the picture originally projected on the curtain became clear. Stand up. As the picture appeared, he went straight to the topic and started talking to Dr. Fang and the others. First of all, welcome to the arrival of several experts. I have already introduced myself before, so I won't say any more. Let's just talk about the purpose of bringing you here this time. The medical team that came over listened carefully to Li Jianhua's story, and Fang Jinkei finally remembered who Li Jianhua was at this moment. The addition of Li Jianhua's name to Juzhu Divine Beast Company made him think of the J-36 fighter jet. Along with the J-36, Li Jianhua's name appeared very frequently. He was the chief designer of the J-36, and he was a genuine academician. Thinking of this, Fang Jinkei also paid attention to it. No matter what the project was, since the academician was looking for him now, he must have enough respect for the academician. Academician Li, please speak, we will definitely listen carefully. Others in Dr. Fang's team immediately extracted useful information after hearing what Fang Jinkei said. The title of academician is the highest title for scientists in Kyushu. This is a true expert. At this moment, everyone in the medical team was looking at Lee Jianhua, who was sitting at the head, carefully, listening to what he would say next. Lee Jianhua didn't say much about Dr. Fang's reaction, he just nodded. Well, now I will officially start talking. If you look at the parade not long ago, I believe that the most unforgettable one must be the two power phalanxes. To put it bluntly, I designed the exoskeletons in the two power phalanxes. In fact, you can tell from the names that they are products of our Kyushu mythical beasts. We've gone a bit far, so let's get back to the topic. After I developed the powered exoskeleton, I was thinking about the civilian expansion direction of this product. After thinking hard, I finally found a suitable development direction. And this direction is our current project, Mechanical Prosthetics. Advanced mechanical prosthetics developed for disabled people. After Fang Jinkei and others received the information narrated by Lee Jianhua, they were extremely shocked. When they were watching the parade, they were attracted by the two powered exoskeletons. At that time, they were also wondering what team developed such equipment. Unexpectedly, I got the answer from him now and sat on the same conference table with the designer. And when they heard Lee Jianhua's concept of mechanical prostheses, their shock turned into confusion. In his opinion, the prostheses were only for decoration. As orthopedic surgeons, they have no research on the development of prostheses. They are in charge of amputations, not limb replacements. Rehabilitation is a job in rehabilitation centers, not orthopedics. The expressions on the faces of Fang Jinkei and others showed what they were thinking at the moment, and then Lee Jianhua continued to talk. Looking at everyone's expressions, you should be a little confused. Don't ask questions in a hurry. You will understand after I finish speaking. Advanced mechanical prostheses, in my design, are a product that combines mechanics, bionics, electronics, etc. The final effect is to give people who get prostheses the feeling of not losing their limbs at all. Now this kind of mechanical prosthetic limb has been designed, and I also selected an experimental subject and customized this prosthetic limb specifically for him. The only thing missing now is to install the prosthetic limb on the experimental subject, but this installation is not something I can complete. It depends on the efforts of orthopedic surgeons to help me install the prosthetic limb and conduct subsequent tests. And after the installation is completed, you have to protect the experimental subjects and be responsible for the physical health of the experimental subjects. This is the purpose of having your team here. After listening to the explanation, the entire team was still a little confused. They couldn't imagine what it would be like in their minds. In Fang Jinkei's mind, he had already begun to follow Lee Jianhua's narration. Since he started practicing medicine, he has amputated many limbs in his hands, but he has never given a limb to a patient. The scene he was imagining at this moment conquered him, and he also looked forward to that scene extremely. Although they understood what Lee Jianhua wanted to do, they were still puzzled and couldn't imagine what kind of scene they wanted to do. We understand that you have already designed the prosthetic limb, and our role is to provide assistance. Academicianly, based on what you just said, I actually don't understand what you want us to do, but since you said there is a role for us to play in this, then it is up to you to decide how we will do it. Although he is an orthopedic expert, he is still full of expectations to participate in a project led by academicians. So he immediately expressed his attitude to Lee Jianhua. After listening to what Dr. Fang said, Lee Jianhua knew that the other party had accepted what he said. In this case, the rest of the matter would be simple. Okay, then I will go to the workshop to prepare first, but you have just arrived here and the accommodation has not been arranged yet. You guys will follow Mr. Liu and Mr. Guo to the accommodation. After you have arranged your luggage and everything, then you can come to my workshop to discuss it in detail. Then he looked at Lu Xiaodong who was standing aside. After receiving his gaze, the fat man nodded, and together with Guo Shigi, he led the five of them to the place where they lived. Lee Jianhua also left the office building and returned to his workshop. He brought over the Oriental Fine Dog as the experimental subject and the mechanical prosthesis he made on the workbench, waiting for a while to meet Dr. Fang. They explain in detail. Lu Xiaodong and the others guided them to the apartment building that had just been built and no one had lived in it yet. Dr. Fang also asked their questions as he followed them. Then they knew what the workshop Lee Jianhua was talking about. It turned out to be a super large private laboratory. It was just because Lee Jianhua was used to it. Soon each of the 5 people was assigned a 1-bedroom suite, which had a kitchen, bathroom, living room and bedroom, which could meet all the conditions for their stay. After seeing this accommodation environment, they were very satisfied. They simply pushed their luggage to their respective rooms without packing too much, as they were afraid of making Lee Jianhua anxious, so they quickly walked towards the workshop under the leadership of Lu Xiaodong. The accommodation was not too far from Lee Jianhua's workshop, and it took a total of 7 or 8 minutes to walk. When they arrived at the entrance of the workshop, Lu Xiaodong had already spoken with him on the phone, and Lee Jianhua was waiting for the medical team at the door. When Lu Xiaodong sent him to the door, after being answered by Lee Jianhua, he had no intention of going to the workshop and took Guo Shigi away. Then the two went straight to the company canteen to find a place to eat and drink. Li Jianhua accompanied Dr. Fang and the other 5 people and walked toward the workshop. They passed through a corridor and stopped in front of a door. Dr. Fang, inside this door is where our future projects will be conducted. You can take a look inside later. As for what medical equipment is still missing, tell me in time so that I can prepare the missing things. Although there are some now, you are professionals after all. As he spoke, he opened the door outwards and made an invitation gesture, letting Dr. Fang and others walk in first. When he entered the laboratory, Dr. Fang saw the large cage in the laboratory as soon as he entered the door. There was also a small dog in the cage. When he looked at the dog carefully, he discovered that the dog's leg was missing. His eyes didn't stay on the dog for long, and then he turned his attention to the work table next to the cage. The table was covered with black velvet fabric, and there was a shiny metallic dog leg on it. Dr. Fang looked at the shiny dog legs and then at the disabled dog. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. It seems that the target of their visit this time is this dog. Immediately, Dr. Fang turned to Li Jianhua with a stiff neck, with an indescribable look in his eyes. Academicianly, I would like to ask, with the robotic arm and the dog on the side, this dog will not be the target of our next project, right? Li Jianhua knew from the beginning that he couldn't hide it, so he had no intention of hiding it and just laid out the matter so openly. Yes, our next experimental subject will be this dog with a weak leg, which means we will install prosthetic limbs on this dog next. After hearing this, Dr. Fang had no reaction, but the doctors and nurses who came with him started talking non-stop. In fact, these people are somewhat intolerant of surgery on dogs. They are doctors, not veterinarians. At this time, Li Jianhua didn't speak and was eager to explain. Dr. Fang, who was standing beside him, also didn't move and didn't express any opinion. After the other 4 people started to chirp, and frantically output, their hearts gradually calmed down. Looking at their boss, without any expression, they slowly calmed down and stopped talking. At this time, Dr. Fang looked at the few people who were already quiet. He also understood the progress of this project. The mechanical prosthetic limb had been produced, and the next step was animal experiments, so he waited for the professional team to assist. Is this mechanical prosthetic a good thing? Yes. Is it a good project? Of course. As long as this project is verified, then as he imagined, disabled people will have good news. At this time, it is also an opportunity for him to participate in this kind of project. The project has extremely bright prospects. Everyone has said enough, let me say a few words. Now that everyone has come out with me, we must complete the tasks of our trip and submit a satisfactory answer to our superiors. We cannot give up the choice just because we are psychologically unwilling. Let me tell you, Academician Li's current procedure is correct. This project is conducting animal experiments, as long as the experiments are verified. Then we will definitely conduct clinical trials in the later stages, so everyone should not be frustrated or resist, but should do their best to participate in this project. Li Jianhua originally thought that it would be very difficult for 5 people to accept surgery on a dog, and he would have to spend a lot of time. But the thing is that he guessed the beginning, but not the end. Dr. Fang Jinkei, who led the team, directly did the ideological work for him, which saved him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Looking at the team that has now accepted it and tried its best to participate, he felt relieved that the soldiers were the most reliable. I sighed in my heart, and then formally talked about what to do next for the project. Now that everyone has accepted this mission, I will tell you the next work. As he said that, he walked to the workbench and took the metal dog legs that had been made in his hands. And at the point where the dog leg was about to join the experimental body, he used his hand to turn the mechanism to remove a piece of structure from the dog leg's head, and handed it to Fang Jinkei, who was listening attentively. The piece in your hand, Dr. Fang, is what will be implanted into the affected area of the experimental subject through surgery later. In my design, this piece will be fixed to the bones and other things of the experimental body, and the nerve lines and other things inside the experimental body will be connected to our mechanical nerves. Wait until the implanted piece does not reject the experimental subject, does not produce any inflammation, and is completely integrated into the experimental subject's body. Then the installation of the missing limbs can be carried out. After the installation is completed, subsequent testing will be carried out. The purpose of inviting you here is to perform implantation surgery on the experimental subjects. Li Jianhua pointed at the piece of tissue in Dr. Fang's hand and gestured with the dog's leg. After a while of his talk and gestures, everyone at the scene understood what was going on. After knowing what to do and how to do it, there is nothing left for Li Jianhua to do. After all, professional things are done by professionals. He is also happy to hand over this work, as long as he provides guidance. Of course, he is not a hands-off shopkeeper. At least he still has to get involved in neurological matters. After all, only he himself understands the connection between the nervous system and his artificial nerves at this stage. Even if he explains it to others, there is not enough time. The matter was all clear, and then Dr. Fang and the others took action. If anything was missing in the laboratory, they wrote it down and handed it over to a specialist to purchase it. At this point, their 5-person medical team has fully joined in. In the following days, various needed medical equipment arrived one after another, and some that were difficult to buy were handed over to Lu Xiaodong. This fat man also has a way. Since it's hard to buy, just borrow it. After discussing with the County People's Hospital, you can go there and borrow equipment at any time. With all the equipment in place, the entire team officially took action. Books about the dog's body structure were read one by 5 people. The hardware conditions were ready, and all that was left was to wait for Dr. Fang and the others to be ready. A few days later, a room in the workshop was transformed into an operating room. Of course, the cleanliness level did not completely reach the operating room level, but for now, it was enough for animal experiments. During this period of time, the Dongshan thin dog gained a lot of weight. Other dogs can clearly see that they have gained weight. However, even if a dog like the thin dog gained weight, it only gained weight on the chest, and the sternum was still there. The waist is still as thin as ever. Small dogs that are well fed and cared for by dedicated personnel will be in excellent health after being nursed back to health. All the conditions were met, and the small dog was fixed on the operating table under the comfort of Ningwei and the others. Then the anesthesiologist came on the scene and placed a specially molded mask on the dog's mouth. The dog inhaled the gas sprayed from the mask and fell into a coma. The anesthesiologist monitored the dog's body, adjusted the gas, and then made a gesture to Dr. Fang. Dr. Fang received the signal from the anesthesiologist and knew it was time for him to go on stage, and an operation began immediately. Li Zhenhua did not stay outside the operating room. Like Dr. Fang and the others, he put on a full set of surgical clothes and was right next to the operating table, watching them operate on the dog. Guzi's disabled leg was soon cut off by a medical electric saw in Dr. Fang's hands. According to the plan that had been studied long ago, the metal piece was implanted. The operation went smoothly, there were no other accidents, and everything went as expected. After Dr. Fang implanted the prosthetic limb, and when the last few stitches were completed, the operation was considered over. The dog leg that was undergoing surgery at this moment was wrapped in a lot of gauze and other things, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside, but Li Zhenhua could imagine what the final state would be. The dog leg will look like a small piece of metal protruding from the real dog leg. Later, as long as the dog recovers health, the rest of the prosthesis can be installed on the dog. Waiting until then to see the dog's performance, we will know what the specific effect of this prosthetic limb will be. Under the care of the medical team, the dog's vital signs were very stable without any accidents. The rest depends on how well Ningwei and the others take care of him and how the dog recovers. The implantation surgery was completed, and the dog's body was gradually recovering after the anesthesiologist cut off the anesthesia. But Li Zhenhua knew that this operation on Guzi would be a successful one. As for the final effect, it was not like he had never experimented on himself, so he knew what it would be like, so he was not worried at all and turned his attention to the gorilla. Before the first phase of the experiment was completed and the conclusion had not yet been drawn, he was already about to launch the second phase of the experiment. The gorilla and the dog are not the same. Although the dog's legs are useless, at least they are still there, but the gorilla's arm was amputated at the upper arm, and the arm to be manufactured was lost. Orangutans require extremely detailed mapping. X-rays, the ultrasounds, color ultrasounds, anyway, all examination methods were used on gorillas. After these examinations, he also had a good understanding of the gorilla's body. Then came the manufacturing of the gorilla arm, based on the previous experience in manufacturing dog legs, as well as countless simulations in the virtual laboratory. The gorilla's missing arm was made in Li Zhenhua's hands. The weight of this arm was also similar to that of its intact right arm. It can be said that the arm he created now is a mirror image of the gorilla's intact arm. Unknowingly, more than a month passed by, and the dog that had the surgery gradually recovered. After more than a month of recovery, the leg on which the dog had the surgery healed well. There was no redness, swelling, bleeding, or fluid accumulation. Everything recovered perfectly. And in Dr. Fang's words, the vitality of dogs is much stronger than that of humans. It's been more than a month since Li Zhenhua's prosthetic project started. Mu Yaiwei and his team of astronauts have been living on the moon for more than a month, and Kyushu has had its own independent lunar base for more than a month. In this month, the 5 astronauts have all adapted to everything about the moon, including gravity, diet, sleep and other things. Except for the gravity, which is 1/6 of that on the Earth. Other times, being active in the Guanggan Palace cabin is like being inside the Earth for a long time without going out. The air cushions they used for landing and the 4 soft cabins they dismantled and reassembled were all developed into planting areas, and the land inside was all lunar soil they acquired from the moon outside. A total of 40 centimeters of lunar soil has been laid in the cabin. Of course, it is impossible to grow plants in the lunar soil because there is no organic matter in the lunar soil. Therefore, all the lunar soil that was brought in was prepared by 5 people. The lunar soil was mixed with a lot of organic matter needed for plant growth, and it was specially prepared according to the plants to be planted later. 4 cabins were used as planting areas, and 5 people planted various vegetable seeds brought from the earth. Of course, it was not only vegetables and other herbaceous plants that were planted, but also easy-to-live woody plants. Various fruit trees have become the first choice for woody plants. This choice also takes into account whether they can provide food for astronauts in the future. I don't know whether it was the farming talent inherent in Kyushu's genes that played a role, or the astronauts were just lucky. All the plants that were planted successfully survived in the cabin. The various plants grown in the 4 cabins all sprouted after just 1 week of growth. No matter which cabin you enter, the ground inside is no longer the same gray lunar soil color as before. The ground was covered with a layer of green buds, which looked very pleasant. When many plants sprouted, the leaves of these plants also began photosynthesis. The top of the soft cabin is installed with glass made of transparent material, so sunlight can shine into the cabin. With sunlight, there is no shortage of water and carbon dioxide, and the 3 elements of photosynthesis are complete. Within a month, the 4 cabins turned into a sea of green, mixed with some plants of different colors. During this period, the fastest growing thing was spinach. Originally, the growth cycle of spinach was short. Coupled with the current environment, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a laboratory environment. All the nutrients needed for the growth of spinach were also supplemented in time by the 5 astronauts. During this period, the astronauts' various excreta were collected, and after fermentation, sterilization, and other operations, they were made into farm food. Fertilizer was applied to the lunar soil. In the living area of Gwangan Palace, 5 people gathered around a table, and in the center of the table was an induction cooker. On the stove was a pressure cooker, and Mu Yaiwei threw the base material brought from the earth into the pot. Then the various ingredients brought up, as well as the highlight of the day, which was the spinach just pulled from the moon, were all thrown into the pot, and then the lid was closed. As the temperature slowly rises, the base material in the pot also melts in the water. Since it is inside Gwangan Palace, the air pressure is the same as that on the Earth, but due to gravity, the boiling point must be different, so a pressure cooker is used. Wait until the contents of the pot are cooked under high pressure for a period of time, release the pressure inside, and open the lid of the pot. This is how the first hot pot meal on the moon will be done. All people in Kyushu can do it while eating hot pot and singing songs, but only the 5 of them can do it so far while eating hot pot and singing songs on the moon. The maturity of spinach means that the idea of planting on the moon is feasible, but it cannot be grown in the open air on the moon. It can only be grown inside the cabin, which is also an alternative greenhouse technology. When greenhouse technology develops, it will eventually become a space greenhouse. In the future, the careers of Higashiyama Mitsushi people seem to be broadened. After they had a spinach hot pot meal, they did not touch the remaining spinach. All these grown plants would be left in the place where they grew, age, decay, and eventually turn into organic matter again. This pattern will last for a long time and is an experiment in lunar soil improvement. The ultimate goal is to verify whether lunar immigration is feasible. The concept of land is actually rooted in the hearts of Kyushu people, but it has just changed from the original personal level to the national level. Since the moon is now ownerless, Kyushu must be full of ambitions for it. The astronauts continue to perform their missions on the moon, and in the hearts of the people of Kyushu, although they still miss the people on the moon, they are still a bit far away from ordinary people. Life is still going on. After the heat of the moon landing is past, the people have returned to the moon. The rhythm of the past. During this month, the helicopter project that had been handed over to Chinfei carried out various intense tests under its auspices. In the test, the performance of the helicopter designed by Lee Zhenhua simply shocked Chinfei experts. It is a fully electric helicopter with 6 electric motors linking a total power of 2,880 kilowatts. And because of the unique design of the model, its performance is amazing. Among them, there was also a test of airborne landing with Chiyu, and the effect was not much better than Saiba's performance. Such performance made Chinfei, who had always been proud of the Saiba and AC-313, very embarrassed. Fortunately, this helicopter was transferred to Chinfei. In fact, everyone in Chinfei knows that with this helicopter, Chinfei will be able to be glorious for another 30 years. Testing is still going on, and Chinfei is testing all tests according to the process, so the progress cannot be compared with that hosted by Lee Zhenhua, but fortunately it is stable. 1 month is neither long nor short, and a lot of things happened in between. For example, Nassar of the Bad Country finally received the money from the Black Palace and Congress, and their plan to return to the moon began to be implemented at an accelerated pace. For example, the Kyushu Space Administration sent a supply ship to the moon 20 days after the 5 people landed on the moon.